Chapter 601 Where are the reinforcements? It's about time for the walk. The shield god knows that my battle power is between that of a true deity and a demigod. Much stronger than a demigod. And not part of a true deity's combat power. But why is it that after a few days of not seeing me, my combat power is even stronger? Isn't this bullshit? However, it was ultimately a good thing that the shield god was able to hold out for a longer period of time. Buzzing. Two small metal shields, dripping and spitting as if they possessed intelligence, surrounded Qin Fang's body, forming a defense so that Qin Fang wouldn't be targeted, which would lead to death. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the shield god's defense enhancement, defense power plus 100 million. This series of numbers made Qin Fang look dumbfounded. Qin Fang gazed at his concentration and explored the weaknesses of the ancient deity. Whoosh. The arrow swept out like a yellow dragon, piercing through all the darkness. The second arrow. The third arrow. The fourth arrow. Each of Qin Fang's arrows accurately hit the two ancient deities in the dome of the sky. Only that the damage inflicted was painless. And in simple terms, it was like a superficial wound. This couldn't be helped. After all, these ancient deities were not easy to deal with. And Qin Fang? Even in his previous life, he was only a legend-ranked blacksmith. Not having been promoted to become a deity, he had no idea about the fighting styles of deities, or how strong deities were. The few wars of the deities that he had participated in his life, he had contributed a great deal. But it was the second time that he had been in a head-on battle scene. In combination with the endless power of the deities in heaven and earth, it innately put the second god in an undefeated position. Similarly, with the shield god's extreme defense, it was also very difficult for the deities to inflict damage on Qin Fang. In a short period of time, the two sides fought into an unbeatable situation. Divine artist Lu Long's eyes were glazed over. Me? Is he still the player I know? Why is this kid suddenly so strong? Who can explain to me? The god of wind and sand. The god of gold and toad. The two gods looked at each other and shifted their focus to Qin Fang. Although this brat was not strong, he was able to entangle the two of them, preventing them from attacking the boundary below and affecting divine artisan Lu Long's forging. This time, the purpose of the two gods was not to compete with the shield god to see who would last longer. Be careful. The shield god's voice rang beside Qin Fang's ears. The god of wind and sand manifested a terrifying storm and melted into it, and together with the stones and other items in this place, it expanded the strength of the wind and sand tenfold, and a sea of sandstorms that covered the sky pounded out. The speeches in the Nine Dragons Mountain seemed to be swept out and merged into the storm, forming a wind and fire storm. This storm was created out of nothing, only 3 seconds away from Qin Fang's position, as if it was a giant mouth of the abyss, capable of devouring Qin Fang at any time. The god of wind and sand had a mocking expression on his face. Such a small character dared to participate in the divine war. He really didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Griffins, after all, are griffins. Facing the mockery of the god of seals, Qin Fang was silent, his mind quickly pondering on a way to break the situation. Qin Fang bent his bow and slung an arrow, condensing infinite divine power, controlling the divine power to make the arrow become a reverse spiral, carrying the power of cold ice and rushing within the storm. And by virtue of his own strength, he succeeded in crushing such a storm. Unbearable. Qin Fang indifferently responded to the deities, causing the two deities to lose face. Just when Qin Fang thought that he had successfully annihilated the firestorm, the storm that had disappeared in place not only reappeared, but also expanded to its limit, bitingly hitting the boundary set up by the shield god. Buzzing. The target of the god of wind and sand was very clear. The divine artisan, Lu Long, absolutely could not allow him to succeed in his forging. The shield god hurriedly sacrificed his divine power and injected it into the divine artifact to maintain its defense, not allowing the storm to affect divine craftsman Lu Long. Qin Fang bent his bow and shot arrows, causing the storm to dissipate in degrees, only that it could not be completely eradicated. As long as the god of wind and sand's divine power was not exhausted, it was impossible for Qin Fang to erase the storm. The god of golden toad was also interfering from the side. His venom turned into mist and spread. This kind of toxin, just smelling the slightest flavor, also felt unbearable. Qin Fang, the god of shield, could only be frantically retreating. But in that case, divine craftsman Lu Long, that is, was considered to be exposed in front of the duo. Marred. Blood loss. The shield god took out a light blue elixir and threw one to the player me. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a divine grade antidote elixir. 10,000 things impervious Dan. Qin Fong swallowed it in one gulp, hardened himself against the poisonous mist, and fought with the god of Golden Toad until they came together. The Golden Toad emitted a buzzing sound before spitting out its long tongue, interfering with Qin Fong. This was very deadly. In a short period of burning incense, Qin Fong, the shield god, fell into a disadvantage. Senior Divine Artisan Lu Long. How long will your forging take? Qin Fong so inquired as sentence. This battle, he had to do it in his mind. The forging of the intermediate divine level exceeded my expectations. At the very least, it will take 3 more days. Hearing this, Qin Fong wanted to turn around and leave. 3 days? 72 hours? Are you kidding me? Judging from the current situation, Qin Fong, the shield god, was already considered to be burning incense if he was able to last for 10 hours. This was because Qin Fong's demigod earth essence source was only able to maintain the release of divine power for a maximum of 10 hours. Is it still able to be shortened? How could Divine Artisan Lu Long not hear the meaning in Qin Fong's words? Qin Fong. It really can't be any shorter. You haven't arrived at the divine level yet. You don't understand. Divine Craftsman Lu Long could only let out a sigh and spoke in such a manner. Qin Fong, I don't understand. This intermediate divine artifact. Can't you see it? It's very simple. Still, Qin Fong did not say these words. There is no need to rush. I have already sent a message of distress to the Prophet God Lord of Mount Qixia. In 3 hours at the most, the divine spirit opportunity of Mount Qixia will arrive at this place and save us. Stop, oh my. 3 hours at most. In this way, Qin Fong's heart, which he had been carrying, finally relaxed slightly. This is a good feeling. Qixia Mountain's rescue. What else is this afraid of? Qin Fong controlled the output more fiercely. Vaguely the god of wind and sand, the god of the golden cicada. But it did not take long. The two gods in the degree of counter-suppression. The shield god said that it did not matter. And I have reduced the pressure a lot. 3 hours later, the battle still continued. Qin Fong couldn't help but turn his eyes towards the shield god, as if asking him, where are our reinforcements? There's no need to rush. The reinforcements will arrive later. As always, the shield god told Qin Fong to wait. Qin Fong withdrew his gaze, controlling the output of his divine power, no longer being aggressive, and patiently waiting for help. Thus, another 3 hours later, Qin Fong looked at the shield god in degrees. Big brother, even if the deity of this Qixia mountain is walking, it should have come too. The shield god was also at a loss in his heart. Possibly, probably, it's possible that some problems have arisen. Don't worry. The deity of Mount Qixia will definitely come. Wait for another 3 hours. Anyway, we've already waited for such a long time. We don't care to wait a little longer. The shield god was quite able to look on the bright side. I can still maintain my divine power output for the last 4 hours. After Qin Fong finished speaking, he rushed up and transformed into melee combat, tangling with the god of Golden Toad and the god of Wind and Sand. The divine artisan Lu Long was also anxious in his heart, wondering in his mind why the divine rescue from Mount Qixia had not arrived yet. The god of Shield was even more puzzled. From the first time Qin Fong inquired, the god of Shield, that is, through special means, inquired as to where the rescue from Mount Qixia had arrived. But for some reason, no reply could be obtained, as if this request for help had not appeared at all. The rescue from Mount Qixia. They had arrived at the coordinates that the shield god had spoken of long ago. But for some reason, they couldn't see the shield god. They couldn't detect any danger. And the most crucial thing was that these two deities of Mount Qixia, who wanted to contact the shield god, couldn't get in touch with them at all. In their eyes, this battle simply didn't exist. In the end, the deity from Mount Sushia that had spurred the aid contacted Mount Sushia, wanting to determine the shield god's location once again. With God, the page god arrived at the rescue area, but the rescue target has disappeared. Please instruct. Stay put. This was Sutera Mountain's instruction. To be honest, the gods of Mount Sutera had some thoughts about this matter. Firstly, there must be a traitor in Mount Sushia. And secondly, the coordinates are correct. Then, it should be namely, it was unknown which of the two sides, which side, had fallen into an otherworldly space. The plague Dharma god sipped tea, burned incense, and quietly watched the scene before him. This was a divine-level task that the plague god had set for Qin Fang. So how could he let him complete it so easily? In that case, wouldn't it be too cheap for him? Therefore, the plague Dharma god used means, along with the scene and what not, uniformly reproduced, throwing Qin Fang, the shield god, and the dual gods of the ancient deities, within a specialized otherworldly space, unable to connect with the outside world. There was only one way to leave this one particular scene. The divine craftsman Lu Long lived to forge a mid-level divine level, the shield god / Qin Fang. Even the ancient gods knew nothing about this. Tick-tock, tick-tock, time passed, and 4 hours passed once again. Rescue from Mount Qixia still had not arrived. The implication of wanting to knife someone appeared in Qin Fang's eyes, as he looked at the shield god. Wasn't this playing the monkey? Big brother? From the time you said rescue until now? A full 9 hours had passed. Calm down. Calm down. The rescue from Mount Qixia. There might be a problem. The shield god comforted. Qin Fang, heck. With you saying that? Can I see that? What should we do now? Right now, the only way is for us to unite, and use our bottom cards to last through the 3 days of light. Qin Fang, air. Suddenly, Qin Fang seemed to have thought of a problem. It couldn't be because of his own god-tier mission. Right. Thus causing the original rescue to arrive late? The more Qin Fang thought about it, the more likely it was. So the anger that had just flared up was quietly annihilated. Since this was the case, what else is there to say? Qin Fang tentatively leapt over the boundary of this other dimensional space. He wanted to seek confirmation as to whether or not this one space was true or false. Elder Shield God, if you were to fight 2 for 1, how long would you be able to last at most? A bold idea flooded Qin Fang's mind. Marred. Since I can't beat you guys, I'll whip you to death alive. If I am on fire, I will be able to hold out for a maximum of 8 hours. Only that after those 8 hours, I will fall into complete weakness, and will not be able to fight again. The shield god informed that he could also see that Qin Fang wanted to gamble. Only, the shield god did not know if Qin Fang could win the gamble. If your proposal is feasible, I can work with you to buy you 8 hours of time. Senior Godsmith Lu Long, I wonder if you can lend me your divine position. Your forging speed is too slow. Divine Craftsman Lu Long, you motherfucker? Are you serious? At this moment, Godsmith Lu Long felt severely insulted. Since Qin Fang had borrowed the divine position, Godsmith Lu Long instantly knew what Qin Fang wanted. To be honest, Qin Fang's forging was really faster than his. Although it was very unwilling. Although he did not want to admit it. It was the truth. Here, divine artisan Lu Long sacrificed his own divine position and threw it to Qin Fang. Senior Shield God, this time, I will also build you a divine artifact shield. Qin Fang smiled faintly and also stepped within the shield's defensive space. Chapter 602 Thousandfold Return Divine Artifact. Smoking the god of Golden Cicada to death. Shield God, what's wrong with you two? Both going to the forge? The shield god was surprised and suddenly thought, when Qin Fang faced the god of Heavenly Flame, he seemed to be forging as well? And after forging, the god of Heavenly Flame was inexplicably berserk, and could no longer use the power of heaven and earth. Between the two? Could there be a relationship between the two? If there is, thus, the shield god stopped speaking and quietly watched Qin Fang forge. Senior Divine Artisan Lu Long, lend a little fire. Qin Fang took out pure god-level materials from his backpack, causing Godsmith Lu Long to blush. This pure divine grade material was enough to save the most time-consuming quenching. For example, at this moment, godly craftsman Lu Long was still quenching god-level materials. If he wanted to fuse the forging, it would take at least another day. Divine artisan Lu Long, wanting to cry. This is truly a case of people being more angry than people. Qin Fang, all of these god-level materials were pulled out little by little black. The process was old and painful. For this reason, Qin Fang doubted if Little Black was constipated. This divine-grade material purified by Little Black. Qin Fang didn't want to use it either. But at this moment, the situation was urgent, and it had to be used. Otherwise, in 8 hours, Qin Fong wouldn't necessarily be able to forge successfully to 50%. Ding. Dong. Qin Fong directly grabbed Divine Artisan Lu Long a divine grade forging hammer, and started forging. Senior Divine Artisan Lu Long. Borrow a forging hammer. Qin Fong's forging began. Not to mention using mountains and rivers as ovens. This kind of forging method was quite novel. Ding. Dong. Qin Fong's forging was noisy. And between the big openings and closings, it meant that there was a possibility of affecting Divine Craftsman Lu Long's forging. Thus, Divine Artisan Lu Long decisively sealed the materials and stopped forging. The God of Wind and Sand and the God of Golden Toad were puzzled by Qin Fong's sudden behavior of forging. This seems a bit silly. Player me. Divine Craftsman Lu Long. Aren't these two a bit confused? At a moment like this, is forging divine weapons important? Or is it important to save your life? At this stage, as long as the shield god is dead, you two still want to forge artifacts. You want to eat shit. If it's too late, we'll have to kill the shield god first. The God of Wind and Sand and the God of Golden Cicada mobilized the stronger forces of heaven and earth to surround the shield god. The shield god immediately felt very overwhelmed. Mard, do you really think that I don't have any cards after all these years? Combination shield. The shield god pulled out a huge shield from his arms, which was 7 or 8 feet square, and combined his own shield with it, becoming a giant shield in heaven and earth. The divine craftsman, Lu Long, scared his tongue. This giant shield was clearly also a divine artifact. Which heartless divine craftsman had forged this giant shield for him? How much divine grade material must be wasted? So much divine grade material. If split apart, it would be enough to forge 7 or 8 pieces of divine artifacts. Defeat? What a fucking defeat. Divine Artisan Lu Long sighed. But there was nothing he could do about it. The vault giant shield covered the sky as if it was a gorgeous cover, completely protecting Qin Fong and the two of them. You guys? Break the shield, If you guys can break it in a day, I'll call you Grandpa. The shield god was very rampant. The God of Wind and Sand and the God of Golden Cicada were not too short to bombard this huge shield. But it was really just as the shield god had said. It could not be broken at all. What to do? Is it hard for us to just watch silently? Shall we save our strength? The two ancient deities were also a bit tired after fighting for such a long time. However, just as the two were about to rest, the God of the Golden Toad's face suddenly changed abruptly, as if he had seen something most terrifying. No, something's wrong. My Golden Toad power is being mobilized. It's the situation within the giant shield. Quick! Attack the giant shield and kill the deity within. Otherwise, I feel like I'll have to die. In the Golden Toad god's lifetime, this was the third time he had been so fearful. The first time was the first time the unruly one faced the Heavenly Emperor, who made him understand what it meant to be in awe. The second time was when it faced the Pestilence Dharma god. The Pestilence Dharma god made him understand what was called true death. The third time was now. Panic. Inexplicable panic. This feeling was familiar to him. Mobilizing the power of the Golden Toad. This had always been the sole possession of the God of the Golden Toad. But now? Suddenly there was another person who shared this authority with him, and seemed to be mobilizing more than him. What the hell? It's a dead giveaway. Who is this? Is it Deadless Lu Long? Or is it me? Attack quickly. The God of the Golden Cicada panicked. Really panicked? This giant shield had to be opened. And what was going on inside had to be seen. And then hurriedly stopped. Along with the deepening of Qin Fong's forging, the God of the Golden Toad could feel that his authority was gradually decreasing. 95%. 90%. 86%. 80%. Qin Fong's forging was getting smoother and smoother. Yes, what Qin Fong was mobilizing was the power of the Golden Toad. A shield made from the attributes of the God of Wind and Sand? Qin Fong always felt that it would leak. It would be better to directly forge it with the Golden Toad attribute. And it would definitely have a stronger defense. Shield God, crap. God of Wind and Sand. Is the Golden Toad God going crazy? Why is it like this? The shield God wasn't a foolish god. And in an instant he thought of it. Because of player me. Because at this moment, within the giant shield, only player me is forging equipment. There are flip points. The shield god was greatly shaken and injected more divine power to guard Qin Fong. In this situation, Qin Fong absolutely could not afford to make a mistake. Divine Artisan Lu Long had let out his divine artifacts because of his divine position. And at this moment, he could only draw circles in place. Dang. The violent impact increased the pressure on the shield god. 10 minutes. 30 minutes. Cracks appeared in the shield god's huge shield. The Golden Toad's attack was really killing him. The Golden Toad practically fought for its life, burning its innate divine power and bursting out with 200% of its attributes. Burning divine power. This was a very difficult decision for these ancient deities. With each burn, the total level of divine power in the body would drop. When the god of wind and sand saw this, he did not dare to hesitate. Although he did not burn his divine power, the movements under his hands could not help but become a few points heavier. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. The blood in the shield god's mouth, like a bubbling spring, continued to be spat out. And his aura, too, was decreasing. But he was still holding on, not withdrawing his giant shield. The shield god looked in Qin Fang's direction, wanting to see how far he had forged it. It was being quenched, so he must have nearly forged half of it, and still had half left. Spell it out? Mard. Are you the only ones who dare to burn divine power? Old me put up a fight. You fucking beheaded a deity for me. Blood loss. Martyr. It's really a blood loss. Bumping into you two with a brain disease. I really am. The shield god spat out while roaring out, burning the godhood in his body. Fight for your life. Who wouldn't dare? Outside of the giant shield, a smattering of stronger defensive construct shield was once again constructed under the shield god's burning of chi and blood. This stronger shield contained the shield god's blood, the power of the shield god's divine position, and the power of his soul. Thus, strong to the extreme. Even the Golden Toad god who burned his divine power was unable to shake it. This shield god actually really put up a fight. When the god of the Golden Toad saw this, his heart became even more anxious. At this moment, his control over the power of the Golden Toad had dropped to 60%. So he couldn't wait. Do you think that just you, the human race, dare to fight? Burning the soul. Who wouldn't dare? The god of Golden Toad also put up a fight. In this battle, Qin Fang was also very anxious. 49%? 50%. As soon as he arrived at such a figure, Qin Fang passed a wink to Divine Craftsman Lu Long. The Divine Craftsman Lu Long immediately understood and decisively took out an extreme ice heart and threw it on top of Qin Fang's divine artifact. In the next instant, this exquisite gold-colored shield that Qin Fang was forging directly cracked and became scrap under the impact of ice and fire. It was normal that the half-finished product of this divine artifact could not withstand it. Qin Fang's forging had failed. The shield god had a puzzled look on his face. These two, what kind of dumb riddle are they playing? Meanwhile, in the outside world, the god of the Golden Toad sensed in an instant that his control over the power of the Golden Toad had once again returned to 100%. What's going on again? The Golden Toad god, who was burning his soul power, didn't know what to do. Now? Do we still need to attack this giant shield? I don't think so. Golden Toad? What's the situation now? The god of wind and sand couldn't help but ask so as he watched the Golden Toad stop its hand movements. It should be fine. Outside the giant shield, the sky was clear. But for some reason, the Golden Toad felt a chill all over his body, as if he was being stared at by some terrifying existence. The god of the Golden Toad had just finished saying these words, and just wanted to cancel igniting his soul. Suddenly, the wind and cloud suddenly changed, and the Golden Toad felt that his Golden Toad Abyss's rich Golden Toad power was drained within an instant. The Golden Toad just wanted to make a sound. The huge mouth in the dome of the sky, also in the blink of an eye, swallowed it, without any dregs. As if the god of the Golden Toad never appeared at all. This is not all. The Golden Toad spring originally thriving, the internal Golden Toad egg, is slowly breeding. In an instant, the power within the spring eye was drained of 90% of its power. The spring eye dried up, and the breeding of the new god of the Golden Toad directly stopped. At the very least, the Golden Toad would not be seen in the present for 1,000,000 years. Only then did a system beep ring out in Qin Fang's mind. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a 1,000-fold return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Golden Toad Divine Spirit Shield *1000. Qin Fang was overjoyed to hear such a sound. His entire heart beat thumping, and the speed of his blood flow clearly audible. This? Simply don't be too cool. Qin Fang, cool. LOL. Cool. God of Shield, where's the God of Golden Toad? God of Wind and Sand, where's the God of Golden Toad? Divine Artisan Lu Long, where's the God of the Golden Toad? Even Qin Fang couldn't help but be shocked. HM? Where's the God of the Golden Toad? The God of the Golden Toad was smoked to death alive. Who let the divine power in his body not be enough to extract it? The God of Wind and Sand was living hell. No matter how he probed the Golden Toad God's aura, he couldn't detect it. What can be done? The God of Wind and Sand looked towards this giant shield. If the divine artisan Lu Long and the others surrounded him, maybe he wouldn't be able to escape either. No. What if all three of them are seriously injured? I still have a chance. The God of Wind and Sand thought so. Kaka. The giant shield opened. And the shield god, divine craftsman Lu Long, and Qin Fang killed all three of them in unison with an astonishing might. Seeing this, the God of Wind and Sand immediately chose to flee. In this situation, there was no way to return to heaven. The God of Wind and Sand fled. Qin Fang was directly paralyzed on the ground. This forging was also a test for him. Basically, the attributes in his body were devoured without a trace. Qin Fang could only devour the attribute fruits. As for the shield god, he was also heavily injured and did not possess the strength to fight again in a short period of time. As for divine craftsman Lu Long, he was still able to fight again. However, it was not strong. Shield god, fortunately, the God of Wind and Sand was afraid and fled. As the God of Wind and Sand fled, he hurriedly logged into the Heavenly Emperor's order to inform him of this bizarre matter. Inside the Heavenly Emperor order. What? The God of the Golden Toad disappeared inexplicably? Hee. Something's not right. I have a feeling that there's something strange about the Golden Toad God's Abyss. Wait for me to go check it out. The deities that were closer to the Golden Toad Abyss hurriedly went to investigate. Not long after, a fact that terrified the ancient deities appeared within the Heavenly Emperor's order. The spring beneath the Golden Toad's God Abyss has had 90% of its power drained away, and will not be able to recover for 1,000,000 years. Chapter 603, 100,000 Ancient Deities. A frozen silence fell within the Heavenly Emperor's decree, and none of the ancient deities spoke. After a long time, the sound of sucking in a mouthful of cool air rang out, hissing unceasingly. The expressions of each and every one of these deities were very complicated, even carrying a hint of horror, as well as profound worry. Just who is this? It's surprisingly capable of being so powerful. Who struck heaven's mandate? Is it hard to believe that there is still a terrifying existence hidden that even we don't know about? No recovery for 1,000,000 years? Wouldn't this be a brief declaration of death? Right. If the human race searches for a way to break the abyssal springs within these millions of years, the future of our deities? Wouldn't it be bleak? No. Such a situation must not occur. Afraid? This time the ancient deities. They were truly afraid. Agreed. I implore the Heavenly Emperor to thoroughly investigate the murderer. Coronation of the Heavenly Emperor. The ancient deities have encountered the greatest challenge. Please also ask the Heavenly Coronation to put our minds at ease. The weaker deities brought a tremor to their words. The God of the Golden Toad was dead? Next. Would it be them? In this situation, who could guarantee it? The Heavenly Emperor had become the only backbone. Now, one could only hope for the Heavenly Emperor to conduct a thorough investigation, so that he could uncover the black hand behind the scenes. The pleas of the ancient deities reached the ears of the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor pondered, and then his mind descended to the Golden Toad God's Abyss to personally investigate. Golden Toad Abyss. A piece of nothingness. This nothingness, as if the sky was like the dome of heaven, without any Golden Toad power. Looking below, the Golden Toad fountain dried up. The Heavenly Emperor's brows furrowed even deeper. Honestly, this was the first time the Heavenly Emperor had seen this situation. The first time he had seen it since the beginning of time. Never heard of the abyssal springs drying up. The Golden Toad being the first. The Heavenly Emperor's divine intent probed in, and he discovered with a start that this situation was the result of a very strong fellow directly collecting the origin of this place and forcibly plundering it, thus causing the divine spring to wither. Only, as long as there is still a touch of blessed root left, this divine spirit spring, I will be able to recover again. But it will take a long time. The Heavenly Emperor tried his best to capture the unfamiliar aura within the Golden Toad Abyss, He wanted to know. Who was it? He wanted to know who had such a great ability. Unfortunately, no matter how hard the Heavenly Emperor tried, here, he couldn't capture the scent of any outsiders. It was as if the Golden Toad God's Golden Toad power was disappearing on its own. A trace of worry inexplicably appeared in the heart of the Heavenly Emperor. Irritable, he wanted to vent. The Heavenly Emperor couldn't capture any information, which meant that this person's strength was even stronger than him all. This kind of existence, able to easily extract the power of the abyssal fountain? How strong should it be? One must know that even a Heavenly Emperor would not be able to do so. The Heavenly Emperor was merely capable of destroying the current ancient deities. He couldn't stop the divine fountain from reviving again and giving birth to new gods once more. Several names emerged in the Heavenly Emperor's mind: the Plague Dharma God, the departed Heavenly Emperor, the hidden powerhouse. It was all possible. The Heavenly Emperor returned. Within the Heavenly Emperor's order, the Heavenly Emperor's furious figure appeared. I've already found out what happened this time. It was the Plague Dharma God who did this. Even though he left his hands and feet clean, he still revealed a break. It looks like the Plague Dharma God hasn't been idle all these years. So I guess he must have tentatively found our weaknesses. Heavenly Emperor, whether it is or not, let's put the shit on him first. The Heavenly Emperor's words. Staccato. The first half of the sentence was grief-stricken and furious, while the second half of the sentence was worried, as if he had seen a bad future regarding the ancient gods. This time, it's an experiment by the Plague Dharma God. I think it won't take long for the Plague Dharma God to be able to detect the method and succeed in wiping us out completely. The Heavenly Emperor himself created a mood of panic. The Heavenly Emperor's order was once again noisy. This. The weak god was already stuttering for words, as if he had already seen the future of his own death. Damn it. Humans? This is not giving us a chance to live. Plague Dharma God. Cracky your mother. This time, we have to fight back. Or else there's a chance that we might actually disappear. Marred. Lying Plague God's own mother. Grass. What gives birth to a bastard like the Plague God? Fear appeared in the hearts of the ancient deities, and their mouths became dirty, and contained an extremely high amount of pussy. The more they hurled insults, the more bottomless and fearful the hearts of these ancient deities became. Chaos reigned within the Heavenly Emperor's order. It was as if these deities saw their own deaths. Pestilence Dharma Gods. Do not share the same fate. Eradicate and kill the Plague Dharma God. New hatred and old hatred. We will avenge them together. The Plague Dharma God is truly the nemesis of my human race. Behead the plague. Under the guidance of the Heavenly Emperor, the ancient deities were united in their resolve to behead the Plague Dharma God. The Plague Dharma God shouldn't have thoroughly researched a way to annihilate my ancient gods yet. This is our only chance. Starting tomorrow, my ancient deity must race against the clock. And within a year, the entire staff must break through the seal. When my ancient divine spirits, troops, and horses are ready, we will officially declare war with the human race. This time, we will completely obliterate this race, so that the human race will be removed directly from the 10,000 races. In the end, the world is left with the Plague Dharma God. Let's see how he responds. The Heavenly Emperor directly gave the order of extinction. Later, I will personally meet with the Plague Dharma God. If the Plague Dharma God continues to use such despicable tactics, I won't mind launching a massacre targeting the human race's deities. This is the threat. It was also the only current solution to the heart sickness of the ancient gods. If the Heavenly Emperor did not say so, these ancient deities would always be scared and terrified in their hearts. Honored to follow the Heavenly Emperor's order. By the order of the Heavenly Emperor. By the order of the Heavenly Emperor. The ancient deities were originally dead calm, and were very Buddhist about breaking through seals. After all, even if they broke the seal and went out, they would still die. So it would be better to be locked within the seal, and quietly wait for this disaster to pass. But now, such an idea is completely unworkable. The means of this Plague Dharma God fellow had the potential to make the ancient gods die within the seal. So what the hell? If you don't get out, you'll die? Going out there was still a chance to live. But any deity would know how to choose. Right? Thus, the 99,999 huge seals that sealed the deities of the heavens mandate 10,000 races all began to vibrate at the same time. Cracks appeared, and an endless amount of divine spirit chi also gushed out. These seals had fallen into disrepair over the years, and it was thought that they wouldn't be able to trap these ancient deities for long. Heaven and earth. Our ancient deities are about to return. Break it. Break it. Break it for me. The period of the ancient gods is about to return. This time the ancient gods come out. Only for the human race. All races can still live if they watch. If they intervene, they will be exterminated. With the seal broken, the voices of the ancient deities had been able to be transmitted. This time, it truly shook the entire heaven's destiny and caused the 10,000 races to collapse. What? These ancient deities? Are they really going to appear? Matriarch. According to our reports, this seal will burst open completely in a maximum of 3 years. Mard. I don't know what kind of madness these ancient deities are going through. That they can't wait to appear. The seal can't hold out any longer. Matriarch. Hurry up and think of a way. My Titan clan. How can I face the 10,000 clans? The 10,000 clans. All of them. Needed to face this question. All of them wondering what their position should be if the 10,000 clans really appeared. Although the ancient deities said that this coming out was only for the human race. Who could say that it wasn't a delaying tactic of the ancient deities? And that when they completely destroyed the human race, what awaited the 10,000 races would also be the removal of them. Or they would be directly enslaved. Some of the 10,000 races wavered in their stance. But there were also some who had a decision straight away. I implore coronation of the gods to allow my clan to return. And from now on, there will be no more betrayal. This was the Bamboo Worm clan, who wanted to return to the embrace of the gods once again. There was no excuse for this. After all, the strongest person of this clan was only a demigod. After 100,000 years of lying in wait, I, the White Bear clan, welcome my lord's return, and hereby offer the White Bear seal. May my deity prosper even more. The White Bear clan. This was the rebel. Pestilence Dharma God strong. Defect to Pestilence Dharma God. Ancient deity strong. Defect to ancient deity. In response, these races were helpless. For a time, the wind and clouds changed, and almost 20% of the races turned against the ancient gods. The rest? Apart from the staunch anti-god faction, there were the neutral faction and the wallflower faction. The wallflowers, still waiting to see what happens, seemed to be waiting for the gods to appear completely and place their bets again. Decree of the Heavenly Emperor, the 10,000 races belonging to the family of ancient deities will, from today onwards, begin to slaughter the human race. For every human race that is slaughtered, a strand of divine spirit chi will be rewarded. If enough divine spirit chi is accumulated, one can condense the divine position. This was simply the temptation to become a god. These 10,000 races who had defected to the gods were red-eyed and ready to strike. A single human race? Not strong. As long as the human race was careless. Slaughtering a town of the human race was still very simple. The human race's Mount Chixia. The human emperor heard it first, and was surprised in his heart. Could it be that the number of deities beheaded in the past few days was too many, thus infuriating the ancient deities? Surprisingly, they were so hostile to humans. By the looks of it, it was a matter of right and wrong to put the human race to death. The human emperor was the first to ask the prophet god if there was a need to loosen up appropriately to avoid the ancient deities from becoming furious. To be honest, the prophet god was also confused and unsure. These times, clearly, there was no such thing as beheading more ancient deities. These times, just 3 ancient deities were killed. It shouldn't be so. The human emperor was also silent. Right. 100,000 ancient deities had merely died. 3. The ancient deities wouldn't have reacted so greatly at all. In this, there might be something that you and I don't know. The human emperor's analysis was spot on. And the prophet god also thought it was reasonable. But what exactly was it because of? The two gods did not know. The prophet god tried to contact the plague Dharma god, and the prompt was not in the service area. At this moment, in the middle of the plague Dharma god's courtyard, the heavenly emperor's figure appeared with a sulking, accountable expression. Plague Dharma god. This matter? Did you do this? No. The visitor was a guest. And the plague Dharma god blandly fetched water and made tea. The heavenly emperor was stunned, then relieved. As his old rival, heavenly emperor's understanding of the plague Dharma god was no weaker than the plague Dharma god himself. Since the plague Dharma god said that this matter wasn't him, then it really wasn't him. However, the heavenly emperor was once again in a quandary. Chapter 604 Promotion to Epic Blacksmith. The Heavenly Emperor was torn. If it wasn't the Plague Dharma God, then who could it be? Could it be that it was the first Heavenly Emperor? Scenes from the late years of the first Heavenly Emperor surfaced in the Heavenly Emperor's mind. The deities are unknown, and should all be eradicated. The Heavenly Emperor sipped the hot tea in his cup. This time, it's not you. These words were an explanation to the Plague Dharma God. The Plague Dharma God, on the other hand, expressed indifference. After so many years, have you snapped the shit on my head less? Furthermore, the 10,000 races have been calm for so long. They do need some additives to make their lives colorful. A smirk appeared at the corner of the Heavenly Emperor's mouth, clearly agreeing with this argument from the Plague Dharma God, before his figure turned into a bubble and disappeared. Returning to his original body, the Heavenly Emperor began to ponder, the appearance of the first Heavenly Emperor lingering in his mind no longer. If it wasn't the Plague Dharma God, there was an 80% chance that it was the first Heavenly Emperor. The movements of the Plague Dharma God's hands did not stop, still mechanically making tea and sipping it, only that his eyes were filled with contemplation, as well as deep incomprehension. So much so that the tea was left out without him even noticing. The Plague Dharma God did not understand why the god of the Golden Toad would suddenly die. Could it be that it really had something to do with Player Me? Wasn't this bullshit? The Plague Dharma God laughed twice to himself. As soon as this thought flooded into the Plague Dharma God's mind, it was overturned by the Plague Dharma God. This couldn't be. After returning to his senses, the Plague God then cleaned up the mess on top of the table. What a waste. The Plague Dharma God left and traveled to the Golden Toad God's abyss to investigate and see if he could find any clues. The death of the god of the Golden Toad had caused a huge uproar in the entire heaven's destiny, and whether it was the ancient gods or the 10,000 races, all of them were on edge, their nerves tense, as if war would erupt in an instant. And our originator, at the moment, is looking at the golden dragon ring giggling. This is also human nature, who looks at these massive divine artifacts and doesn't smile. Even if Qin Fan only sold each divine weapon for 50 billion copper coins, if he sold all of these 1,000 divine weapon shields, it would be a full 50 trillion copper coins. With this amount of money, his grandma would have enough to fight for the world. Qin Fan, it's a beautiful day today. Why don't we sell a divine weapon? Qin Fan, hey. Annoying. How am I going to use so many artifacts? Qin Fan, why don't I give 2 of them to other people, as a way to deepen my friendship? Ah, you said divine artifacts are precious? Not able to give them away freely. Sorry, I don't think so. 3,000 divine artifacts have an inherent price. Not as much as the brotherly love between you and me. Qin Fan was getting carried away. The return of divine artisan Lu Long's divine position caused Qin Fan to feel a burst of weakness. Giggling, Qin Fan took out a peak legendary grade attribute fruit from his backpack and fed it into his mouth without any pain. Qin Fan, it's so sweet. Not bad. One is not enough. Then eat another one. This will always be able to make up for the attributes. Right? Before, Qin Fan couldn't afford to eat it. But now that 1,000 divine artifacts were giving him a base. This legendary grade attribute fruit? What the hell is this? It was also that Qin Fan's mouth was small. Otherwise, he would have eaten 5 in one sitting. Qin Fan's attributes recovered. Qin Fan, where is the divine grade forging hammer? Divine artisan Lu Long had a black face and demanded it from Qin Fan. Good guy. If I don't say it, you really won't give it? Truly never have I seen such a thick-skinned person. Senior divine craftsman Lu Long. This? Where is the time to give away something? And asking for it back. Qin Fan killed himself not to return it, wanting to take this divine artifact's forging hammer for himself. The saying, if you want to work, you must first sharpen your tools. Qin Fan had also heard it before. 300 pounds of divine grade materials. I'll give it to you. Looking at Qin Fan's appearance, divine artisan Lu Long could only say so. Qin Fan immediately had a constipated look on his face. Asking for a price? How ruthless. 300 caddies of divine grade materials. This was enough to be forging a divine grade forging hammer. Qin Fan immediately returned the divine grade forging hammer to divine craftsman Lu Long. This price? It was too high. It was better to be prepared to whore it out every time. Senior divine artisan Lu Long, when are you going to start refining again? Qin Fan inquired. This was related to whether his mission would be completed or not. Let's wait until the shield god has recovered from his injuries. Divine craftsman Lu Long wanted to keep a steady hand. Why don't you start straight away? Anyway, the deity has just been beaten away by us, and shouldn't be returning in degrees in a short time. Ka! The mirror shattered, and the two deities in the outside world immediately searched for this place. Divine Smith Lu Long can let us a good meal to look for. It turns out that you have entered the other dimension. No wonder. Cautious enough. Forging divine artifacts and entering an otherworldly space as well. How about that? You didn't run into any ancient deities this time. The two supporting deities of Mount Qixia inquired with one sentence from you and one from me. Qin Fang's status was insufficient, and divine artisan Lu Long briefly explained two sentences before starting the forging. The shield god exchanged pleasantries with the two deities, and in his words, he briefly mentioned Qin Fang, a disciple of divine artisan Lu Long, who was observing at the moment. In this way, the original wariness of the two supporting deities was gradually lowered. Divine craftsman Lu Long took a deep breath, and without any more outside interference, he began forging with all his heart. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking constantly came to mind, while Qin Fang watched with unblinking eyes. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained forging experience value * 10,000. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained forging experience value * 10,000. Ding. Congratulations. The system beeps continued to come to mind, and Qin Fang's base was gradually increasing. What this broadened was Qin Fang's upper limit. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Without the interference of the ancient deities, this divine artifact of divine artisan Lu Long wanted to strive for excellence and perfection. And so, for the final step, divine artisan Lu Long forged for a full 3 days. Thus, 7 days later, divine artisan Lu Long's intermediate divine weapon was released. Buzzing, a vision appeared in the firmament, and a brilliant shield hovered in the firmament. The overall style of this shield was very ordinary, but it was an old medieval knight shield, with an egg yolk color. At a glance, it was clear that the defense was very thick. The lines are engraved just right. The flow is sparse, able to carry more divine power. The shadow of the shield haunted out, only to see a mammoth with thick hair. Majestic elephant seemingly recovered from ancient times, running in the blue sky, and then crashed into the shield. In the area right in the center of the shield, the figure of the mammoth giant elephant immediately appeared. Buzz! Pitch-black giant tortoises appeared in the sky and earth, slowly climbing and eventually merging into the shadow of the shield as well. With this, the forging of this shield was officially successful. Intermediate divine artifact, Mammoth Xuanwu Shield, successfully forged. This divine artifact, that is, was the current pinnacle of divine craftsman Lu Long's work. When the shield god saw such a shield, the saliva at the corners of his mouth was almost dripping down. This shield was simply the most suitable for him. Lu Long, name your price. I will absolutely not return the favor. Good deal. Thanks to you this time. Otherwise, how about this? Let's go back and talk about it first, lest the ancient deity goes and returns. For safety's sake, divine craftsman Lu Long proposed returning to Mount Qixia. The 4 gods unanimously agreed. So the 4 gods bid farewell to Qin Fang and left. Qin Fang, your kid's forging technique, it's still far from good. Practice it properly if you have time. This was the advice of divine artisan Lu Long. Ding. Congratulations on successfully completing the divine grade quest, assisting divine artisan Lu Long to be promoted to become an intermediate divine artisan. Ding. Congratulations on receiving your reward, Heart of Forging. Qin Fang, after waiting for so long, I've finally waited for you all. With this forging heart? Qin Fang swallowed it in one gulp. Ding. Congratulations on your promotion to become an epic level forge master. Everything, as if it was water under the bridge. Qin Fang's level crossed over again within the month of January. Qin Fang, starting today, the 10,000 empty alley auction house. That is, it will start selling high-end quota products. Qin Fang returned to Yang City. This journey, for Qin Fang, was also considered hard. The most crucial thing was that the things promised to teacher Li Xie had not been done yet. Within the private territory, Qin Fang took out the god-grade fine wine that he had purchased from the Goblin Kingdom, opened the cork and shook it twice. P.S. In the Goblin Kingdom's large-scale superstores, there were god-grade fine wines placed, and the price of each bottle was not too high. After all, there were many god-level existences in the Goblin Kingdom. Qin Fang, he directly purchased 100 bottles of god-level fine wine. If not for the fact that he did not have enough copper coins on his body, Qin Fang could have possibly rounded up all of the god-level fine wines. Back? Li Xia inquired as he gulped down a large mouthful of it. Soothingly. Living up to my mission. I successfully purchased divine-grade fine wine. Qin Fang hurriedly invited the credit. After all, this kind of opportunity was not many. Not bad. Li Qi waved his hand, signaling that Qin Fang could get lost. Qin Fang turned around and left. And in the next second, he only saw Li Qi casually wiping on Qin Fang's body. And the 100 bottles of god-grade fine wine were all touched away all of a sudden. And none of them were spared. Wonderful hand. Qin Fang was dumbfounded. Teacher, don't bring to play like this. On your own disciple? Using such an obscene trick? Li Qi, on the other hand, didn't bother with Qin Fang and slumbered on his own. Teacher, you have to give me a statement. Teacher, you can't just leave it like this. Teacher. Qin Fang was on the verge of crying. Li Qi could not resist and threw Qin Fang a book. Divine level skill, myriad hands. Learnable, player I exclusive skill. Skill description, below god level. All can be stolen. 100% success rate. Above god level. 50% chance. The higher the level, the lower the probability of success. At this, Qin Fang instantly transformed into a dog face and left with a smile on his face. Hidden Earth Theft skill. I wonder if it's clicked to full level yet. Qin Fang was very happy. On the streets of Tiannong Town, Qin Fang couldn't wait to try it out. Ding. You have used the god level skill mythical hand to steal gold level equipment, white clouds. Ding. You have used the god level skill myriad hands to steal gold level props, scapegoat puppet. Ding. Qin Fang was curious. But the result was that this street in Tianyang Town was in direct chaos. And then cursing began. Mart. Which one of these thieves with 1,000 knives is this? How dare you steal from me? Don't want to live? Grass. I just bought gold level equipment. Mart. I'm going crazy. I'm going to die. The epic level props I just bought were stolen. Quick. Block this street. Don't let this thief get away. Flare. He can't get away. Thus, the thief who was fleeing and was stealthy managed to block a shot for Qin Fang and was solidly cleaned up. It was also his fault. Why should he be short-handed? This fleeing thief, in his hands, was holding a yellowish-colored towering rolling, as if it was two big mountains. Chapter 605, Yuze, just now I spoke. Was it too loud? This thief really didn't think that his casual theft had touched the inner lining. Wasn't this playing a hooligan in broad daylight? What's left of this? Quick! Don't let him get away. Mart. How dare you molest my old lady? Catch him and directly beat him half to death. Qin Fang smiled. The thief well sold a lot. Who knew that his luck was so bad? And listening to the words of these players, the guy who stole legendary grade equipment and epic grade equipment wasn't him at all. If he was caught, he would have to die. The thief frantically fled. But in the end, he was caught, covering his face and resigning himself to his fate. Qin Fang, on the other hand, left brightly. This god-level myriad hands was so strong. The idea of stealing from a deity even surfaced in Qin Fang's mind. Ding. Is it dialing Zhuge Tianmian's communication? Ding. It's been connected. Mr. Zhuge, is there anything going on in Tianyang Town lately? As the city lord of Tianyang Town, what should be of concern? Qin Fang still had to be concerned about. Lord City Lord, everything is going well in Tianyang Town. The divine artifact you gave me, I sold it for a good price. And all of the funds have been used to support the construction of Tianyang Town, which is currently being carried out in an orderly manner. The construction of this teleportation array. I think there will be another 3 days. That is, I will be able to test it. At that time, I would also like to ask the Lord City Lord to personally come and hold a ribbon-cutting ceremony. After all, this is also the most costly project in Tianyang Town. On the other hand, Tianyang Town has already received invitations from 7 or 8 large towns in the neighborhood, hoping to build a teleportation array, to be able to communicate with each other, and to promote the development of the economy. regarding the matter of the heavenly flame springs. I suggest that you, Lord City Lord, think about it for a while. Is it really true that nothing will go wrong? If it were to happen again? Shuga Tianmian was still concerned about this issue. One last thing. The god of thunder that has been suppressed in the ground these past few days has been constantly making noise and seems to be trying to topple Tianong town. City Lord, if you are free, would it be possible for you to unite with a few deities and obliterate the so-called god of thunder? Shuga Tianmian was worthy of being a workaholic. Within a short period of time, 7 or 8 things were reported to Qin Fang for him to decide. Oh. I know. I don't have a good signal here. Qin Fang hung up decisively. There were specializations in business. These things. It was better to let Shuga Tianmian do it himself. Ding. Is it dialing Yuze's communication? Ding. Communication has been connected. Yuze. How's the situation of the group these days? Boss. The group's operation is all regular. If you want to listen to the financial report, I suggest you come to the group's headquarters tomorrow morning. Alone. And I'll give you a clear explanation. Now? I still have a meeting. Yuze sounded very busy. Just tell me roughly. Are we currently losing money or making a profit? Profit. Yuze hung up the communication. Qin Fang? Never seen such a bold subordinate before. Yuze, this mallet. It's fine to keep calling what communication. Qin Fang knew a little bit about business management. But only a little. This? Qin Fang sighed and dialed Zong 2's communication. Zong 2. What have you been doing lately? Boss. I'm recently clearing a legendary level copy with my brothers from 10,000 empty alleys. Do you want to come? I've heard that the drop rate of legendary grade equipment for this copy is very high. Through the communication, Qin Fang was able to hear the sounds of fighting and whistling winds from the opposite side. Qin Fang felt uninterested. After a while, it was estimated that there would be a small wave of legendary grade equipment. No. You guys play. Bring them more. By the way, did that whoever's artifact knife give a redistribution? Oh. Boss. You're talking about the trader day by day. Don't worry. Everything about him has been inherited by a player called Heaven Breaker. He's familiarizing himself with it at the moment. I'm sure it won't take long to reach day by day's level. It's not a matter of time. After hearing this, Qin Fang refrained from saying anything. Have fun. The Tree of Life's communication. Qin Fang wouldn't call. The Tree of Life was also there in the communication just now. After all, the Tree of Life's amount of milk could definitely be counted among the top 10 of Heaven's destiny. Qing. What's going on? Qin Fang dialed Shui Qinger's communication and asked softly, his tone taking on gentleness. Ding. Shui Qinger is connected. As soon as he was connected, Qin Fang heard noisy voices on the other side, seemingly studying something. For example, how to calculate the equations of this nuclear energy, how the visualized nuclear power group should be constructed. Qin Fang, I'm finishing up a project, so I'll call you back with a communication later. Shui Qinger snapped and hung up. Qin Fang, it looks like everyone is so busy. Within the Heaven's Destiny town, Qin Fang strolled and browsed for a while. East side, repairing the city walls. West, building shops. South, building residential areas. North, planning out a wasteland. Everywhere within the Heavenly Sun town, work was in progress, showing signs of thriving everywhere. And every player, it seemed, was also busy, running between various NPCs to see if they could pick up any quests. This is the average player, constantly picking up quests, constantly completing quests, earning quest rewards, barely able to make their gaming experience better. But more players? On the other hand, it was a kind of relaxation, drinking tea, fishing, and enjoying life. Qin Fang felt bored after wandering around in the middle of Tianong town. So he returned to his private territory and started forging equipment. This time, after completing the divine quest of the Pestilence Pharaoh, he had successfully been promoted to become an epic-level blacksmith. Now, it was definitely time to start forging epic-level equipment. If the trigger failed, this was 100 pieces of legendary-level equipment. This, laying down to win. In the middle of the private territory, Qin Fang searched out the stored epic-grade materials and started forging. Ding, dong, clang, clang, clang. The sound of Qin Fang's forging sounded causing the entire private territory to set off a piece of music per second. At first, when he listened to it, Li Qi was nodding his head from time to time, thinking that this kid Qin Fang's forging? Not bad. Whether it was in terms of the breath, the rhythm, or the exertion, it was all excellent. However, I don't know why, but Qin Fang's forging always came to an abrupt end halfway through, at the very moment when the soothing sensation went straight to the sky, thus causing the equipment's forging to fail. Every time the forging fails, Qin Fang is very happy, very full of emotion. But this made Li Qi very irritated. Originally being asleep, Li Qi was as disgusting as eating a dead fly. This damn Qin Fang's forging is like a toad jumping on the back of the foot. So diaphragmatic. This would be fine if it was once or twice. It could still be considered as your bad luck. But 7 times, 8 times all the time, this could only mean that your foundation was very poor. Not even belonging to this segment. Li Qi's heart this angry directly wide awake. Marred. Have you forged like this? Licia stepped to Qin Fang's side and snapped, giving him 2 blows on his head. Originally, Licia had come with a pointing heart. But seeing that not only did Qin Fang have no sense of shame, but was even smiling, Licia's fire immediately came up. What? Who raised your Forge Master rank to Epic? Isn't this harming people? Licia was furious in his heart. No wonder this kid's forging fails every time. The foundation is unstable, coupled with the plucking of seedlings. The most crucial thing is to lose the fear of forging. If this forging is successful, only a ghost. Senior Plague Dharma God, Qin Fang said weakly. And in the next second, unsurprisingly, he saw Teacher Licia's face twitching. His face was very ugly. Get lost. Don't disgrace yourself in front of me. Licia directly twisted his head and left, no longer bothering to take a look. Qin Fang, Qin Fang was not annoyed, and headed to the city lord's mansion, set aside an area, and started forging. Dang. Ding. Licia still couldn't help himself and checked around. But he was nearly pissed off alive. This kid's surroundings are all discarded epic level materials, which proves that this kid, even an epic level equipment, has never forged. Licia, old husband, never had such a stupid disciple. Qin Fang's forging lasted for a day and a night before he stopped with a sense of exhaustion. It wasn't that Qin Fang was tired, but the epic level materials that Qin Fang had allowed Little Black to help accumulate over the past year had been exhausted by Qin Fang. This time, Qin Fang's harvest was as follows. Epic grade equipment, defensive equipment plus to attack equipment plus jewelry, a total of 123,500 pieces. Legendary grade equipment, defensive equipment plus to attack equipment plus jewelry, 10,300 pieces of attacks. Qin Fang's forging followed a characteristic, only forging the expensive ones, not the simple ones. These 3 styles of equipment were definitely the best-selling equipment so far. Ding. Is it dialing Yuze's communication? Ding. Yuze agrees to the communication. Boss, are you coming over? I'll go pick you up. Yuze thought that Qin Fang was going to listen to the income as this time. Who would have thought that Qin Fang would directly say, Xiao Zhe all this money you earn, I simply don't see After all, this group, I'm just fooling around. Yuze was so angry in his stomach. Yuze, boss, do you know the total income of the 10,000 people group this month? Saying it out, you might even be shocked. This month's net profit, total 4,200,000,000. Yuze's voice was loud, rather like a suspicion of inviting credit. Knowing that he was able to achieve a net profit of this much, one could imagine that it wasn't easy for Rain Zephyr. A 9-star business NPC would only be able to earn a few 100,000,000 copper coins a year, while Yuze was able to do so in just 1 month, i.e. 4.2 billion. Ding. Your boss player me sends you a mail. Oh. Not bad. Right. Help me sell these 24-hour forged equipment. 30% of the copper coins. You stay to operate the 10,000 empty lane. The rest of the copper coins, turn them all over to me. Yuze, roger that. Rain Zephyr, 2 days forged equipment. Can have also 30% left to operate. I need this little money? Just said. Rain Zay that clicked to accept the mail. Just 3 seconds. Rain Zay mouth corners of the smile gradually solidified, but transformed into a horror, and finally lost his voice. Shame. A cool air straight to the sky. Feel like a clown. Rough count. 1,200,000 epic level equipment. According to today's epic level equipment market, 5 million copper coins apiece. This is 600 billion copper coins. More than 10,000 pieces of legendary grade equipment. According to the current market, roughly 10 million copper coins apiece. That's 100 billion copper coins. Use did I just speak too loudly? 42 billion copper coins? With 700 billion copper coins? Use was still able to tell who had more. Qin Fong watched as Use did not speak for a long time. So he hung up the communication. Qin Fong, this ratio. It's not bad to pretend. Yuze's ability. Qin Fong still recognized. But it was the ability to make money that was slightly weaker. Chapter 606 Heaven's Destiny's Biggest Secret, The Light of Evolution. It took a full 3 hours for Yuze to accept this fact. And then he opened the hidden treasury. Carefully and meticulously cleaned up this batch of epic level, legendary level equipment. One by one into the treasury. This batch of equipment. Yuze couldn't leave it to others. He didn't feel at ease. In the end, Yuze was paralyzed at the door of the vault. Even though he was tired, he still had an unreal feeling. This? So fake. Really fake. Yuze would rather believe that I have unearthed the supreme treasure. He was also unwilling to believe that this was forged by me. This is simply not something that human power can do. This batch of equipment was very suitable for the market. No matter from the style, or from the shape of the equipment, attributes, etc. If it was sold, it could end up costing more than 700 billion copper coins. This is a very scary value. Use 30%? Roughly 100 billion copper coins? Some of the 10,000 empty lane groups projects. That is, they are able to get started all. This batch of equipment. It seems like a lot. But as long as it's properly operated, it won't be able to set off any splashes at all in the big market of Heaven's Destiny. At most, the price of epic level equipment drops by 10% in a short period of time. Use hey, this his grandmother is really suffocating on. Who opens a group of companies. Need the boss has been advancing money on. Feeling upset in his heart, Use purchased a few more plots of land within Tianyang town, preparing to build a residential area. This was also the general trend in the future. Rain Zephyr's mind began to calculate how this batch of equipment would be sold in order to maximize the benefits. Ding. Is it dialing to Yuze's communication? Ding. Yuze has dialed in. Yuze this batch of equipment, as far as possible, will be sold within 10 days. The next batch of equipment will arrive in 10 days at most. Yuze's head was full of question marks. Was this possible? But listening to Qin Fong's assured words, he could only do as he was told. Boss, if we go out in such a short period of time, the price aspect of the equipment might be lower. The entire market of Heaven's Destiny might also be hit to a certain extent. Oh, what does it have to do with me? This is something you should consider. Right. Use from tomorrow onwards, help me acquire large quantities of epic and legendary grade materials. HM. Received. Use was helpless. Who let him run into such a rogue boss? By the way, Use, how are you doing with this divine attribute stone? Are you bored of it? Any interest in getting a big one? Rain Zephyr's eyes instantly sprouted green light. His mind constantly working. For boss's level of investment. Use was very convinced. From the very beginning of hoarding divine attribute stones, to the first bucket of money from the villa area in the middle of the process, to the subsequent development of the 10,000 people, every decision that Playersian made was correct. It was pretty incredible. Boss, go ahead. I'll do everything at your command. This was Yuze's attitude. Use, the remaining funds of 10,000 empty lane. All of them will be invested into the field of medical treatment. And it would be best if we can set up our own medical company. Qin Fong's words made Use a little confused. This? It didn't seem right. Why? To put so much wealth into the medical field. Use was very puzzled. Originally, Use thought that Qin Fong would put such a large sum of money into the real estate sector. After all, there were so many residents in Celestial Destiny. But those who owned houses? This was a huge business opportunity. If seized, the market value of the 10,000 empty lane group could at least be doubled by 50 times. At that time, if the entire Heavenly Destiny has the 10,000 empty lane community, wouldn't it be fast? Unbeknownst to him, Qin Fong's intention was the medical field. To be honest, The medical field is really a loss. Today's technology. What kind of diseases can't be treated? Continue to develop the medical field? Yuzei couldn't think of any other prospects? Boss. What specific subjects to develop? The excavation of human potential. The brand new editing of human genes. The development of the human brain domain. The study of the energy nuclei between human cells. The study of the relationship between the discoloration of human hair and strength. The trend of the growth of human bones. Qin Fong named 70 to 80 projects in one breath, all of which were related to the human body. In the end, they were collectively called the Evolutionary Light Project. Yuzei's eyebrows furrowed even deeper after hearing this. These studies, so cold, basically no one would touch them. This? Can it really produce results? In the face of Yuzei's doubts, Qin Fong did not give him a patient explanation, but instead told him to do as he was told. This contained the greatest secret of Heaven's mandate. It was also something that Qin Fong had secretly learned by chance in the 9th year of the opening of the service in his previous life. It was only because of Qin Fong's revenge plan that he did not pay attention to it. Now that he finally had some ability, this plan, too, had to be put on the agenda. Alright, I'll go prepare. Listening to Yuzei's tone, one could tell that he did not pay attention to it. Yuzei, the Light of Evolution plan to adhere to the 5 years not to waver. Every year 10,000 people empty alley earn copper coins. To take out 90%. Put into the Light of Evolution plan. I have a lot of confidence in this plan. Hold a lot of confidence. In terms of scientific researchers, I hope to be the top of the line. In terms of the technological team, I also hope to be the top of the line. Qin Fong stated his requirements, and Yuzei could only comply. Although he didn't know what the boss was thinking. But the opinion of the biggest boss. No. One could say it was an order. He still had to listen. After all, who let the player me be the gold master? This matter? Leave it to me. Yuzei took it seriously. Qin Fong, on the other hand, said that he was so close. Fortunately, he suddenly thought of this matter. Otherwise, he might have really missed it. In his previous life, Qin Fong had coincidentally heard the secret, namely, the mutilated text, the light of evolution of the human race. Just heard a little bit of it. I.e. it was discovered. As for these researches that Qin Fong had spoken to Yuzei about, it was only discovered by Qin Fong in his previous life after serious exploration. And it was definitely connected to this mutilated text. As for the more specific ones, Qin Fong did not know, and could only let Yuzei take the initiative to research. Ding! You have received a mail from Yuzei. This was epic as well as legendary level materials. Except that all of them were ores, and had not been purified. Qin Fong looked at it silently and sighed. Ever since Xiao He had devoured the Chaos God's stony brain, it was still evolving at this moment. This rough block of ore. If Qin Fong were to forge and purify it himself, at the very least, he would have to waste 2 hours of light. It would be better? What about waiting for Little Black to awaken? Keep collecting. Qin Fong sent these 2 words to Yuzei, i.e. he was ready to get busy with something else. For example, lighting up the area map of Heaven's destiny, and digging up some legendary grade treasure chests along the way. 50% of the legendary grade treasure chests around Tianyang town had been excavated by Qin Fong. And this remaining 50%? Qin Fong wasn't going to keep it for other players either. He wanted to take it all for himself. And so, above the cliffs, legendary grade vultures attacked and circled. And you were able to see the figure of the player me. Amidst the deep oceans, the beautiful underwater world, you were able to see player Jin's figure. The boundless swamps, the thick poisonous gas is daunting. But you are able to see the figure of player me. These areas, they are all so-called forbidden areas. For example, the legendary vultures, ferocious and incomparable. Even the legendary players, one-on-one situation, do not dare to say that it is a complete victory. And in the home turf of others to sneak into the vulture's nest to excavate the legendary treasure chest. This is not a brain dead. Who wants to go up? The danger of the vast ocean world is not weaker than that of the land. For example, the bottom of the sea. Even deities have records of being lost in the ocean, and can only end up being forced to record their deaths. As for the swamp mist, this was something that was even more deadly. These legendary level treasure chests within the forbidden zone. Qin Fong wasn't worried about other players touching them. It was him, who had spent a large sum of money to purchase a whole bunch of targeted props at the time and space merchant. who was able to come and go as he pleased. Qin Fong had spent a month collecting these legendary treasure chests. As for the harvests within the legendary great treasure chests, it made Qin Fong's eyes burn a little. Perhaps it was because the locations of these legendary treasure chests were too tricky. So the quality of the items that were opened was also very high. For example, the Pestilence Dharma God's books. For example, the Diary of a Deity. For example, the Finger Bones of a Deity. Although none of these items were of godly quality, they were collectively on par with godly. These were things that were estimated to be able to exert their unique effects only on specific occasions. Ah! Qin Fong stretched comfortably and walked out from the deep forest. Ding! Today is New Year's Eve. Wishing all the warriors of Heaven's Destiny a happy New Year's Eve. Ding! Heaven's Destiny has prepared a New Year's Eve red packet for every warrior. Please check your emails. Qin Fong froze. Is this New Year's Eve? Ding! Is it returning to the town? Return. Qin Fong returned to Tianyang Town, which meant that he saw the festive moment of lights and colors. Tianyang Town was filled with the joy of the new year. Bright red-colored lanterns hung all over the branches, and the bright lanterns did not spare any gap in Tianyang Town. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of firecrackers was the beginning of the year. Gorgeous fireworks exploded in the sky above Tianyang Town, causing people to stop and watch with happiness in the corners of their eyes. Lovers snuggling together, tears turning up in the corners of the eyes of the aged, and children sprinting away, yellow sparklers burning in their hands. Ding! You have obtained the Heavenly Fate New Year's Eve red packet. Ding! This red packet is capable of opening any value from 1 to 99,000 copper coins. Ding! Is it open? Open. Luck is on your side. I wish you good health. Ding! You have obtained 3 copper coins. Qin Fong, isn't this a lie? Turning to Qin Fong, a smile spread out from the corners of his mouth as he looked at the scene in front of him, tears turning up at the corners of his eyes. It was so good to celebrate the new year. This year's Spring Festival was perhaps the most emotional spring festival for Qin Fong. Parents! With his efforts, he had ascended to the Sky City, and from then on, his life was free from worry. Distantly remembering last year's moment, Qin Fong was still asking for red envelopes from the 2 old men. The reason? It seemed like it was because the rent wasn't enough. Come to think of it, it was really a dilemma. Mr. Zhuge Heavenly Fate, the fireworks won't stop tonight. Qin Fong deliberately arranged this matter. This life was already bitter enough. Tonight, add some sugar. Although Zhuge Tianmian was heartbroken about the budget for this sum, he still agreed. Boss, the Evolutionary Light Research Institute has been established. The advanced technological equipment were all purchased in place. It cost 50 billion copper coins, and all the ones hired are high-ranking academicians with 9 stars or above. The treatment is at the very least 10 billion per year to start with. And we directly hired 100 of them. Yuzhe did his job. Qin Fong was still very satisfied. But this price? Even Qin Fong was a bit overwhelmed by it. Rain Zephyr, if it wasn't for the sale of a sum of epic-level equipment. This solicitation, the purchase of equipment, there was really no money. Not bad. Let's start with the research on the human spine Daolong, and see if we can awaken the human potential. Although Qin Fong had a meaty pain, he still set his goal. Ding! Yuza sent you an email. This. Another batch of epic rank. Legendary rank materials. Chapter 607 Portal Construction Successful Little Black Awakening. Qin Fong stared at the batch of materials in front of him, then looked at the closed pet space, where Xiao Hei was still sleeping. It was unknown when Little Black would be able to finish evolving. This batch of materials could only be sealed. The epic level equipment that was originally scheduled to be given to Yuzhe 10 days later. The second batch, the third batch, only gave Yuzhe 10,000 pieces, so that he would have enough to operate. Mainly, it was too time-consuming. If he started from purifying the materials, Qin Fong's time for each forging was as high as 8 hours. And it was a non-stop 8 hours. Qin Fong put away these materials and immediately exited the game. I wonder how the current situation in Yang City was. Qin Fong wanted to go and take a look. Ding! Looking forward to your return again. Qin Fong returned to Yang Town. And this year's Yang Town also had some of the flavor of the year. Although it was not as lively as the Tianyang Town, it was still 10% lively and festive. Scattered red lanterns, nice-looking lanterns of various styles, and so on. decorated different areas. These were all Yang City's stocks, which had been dusty for an unknown number of years before being reopened this year. The people also feel a touch of festivity, have spontaneously hung up the lanterns, only because the manufacturing time is too short. The age is too far away. These lanterns are strange in appearance, but also looks very old. Despite this, the people were already very happy, compared to the darkness of the previous 2 years. Today, it was really like a fairyland. Qin Fang ascended to the high platform and looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. Even though today was the 30th day of the Lunar New Year, there were still hawkers out. Qin Fang casually found a wonton stall and sat down, and comfortably drank a bowl of steaming wontons. Only then did he feel the heat rising all over his body. Qin Fang ate a bunch of sugar gourds as he walked, taking a good look at the lanterns with the other people. The eyes of these people were filled with hope. Qin Fang returned and discussed with Black Widow whether this new year could be a lively one, so that everyone could feel the flavor of the year. Can allocate 30 million copper coins, and I'll make it 8 or 9 times the same as Tianyang Town for you. Won't it be too late in time? No. Tianji Pavilion is very fast, and has established a special transport channel with Yang Town. But I don't feel it's necessary. If the 30 million copper coins are left behind, Yang City's power system can be taken to the next level. When Qin Fang thought about it, it was also true. 30 million copper coins, used as a face-saving project, really wasn't cost-effective. Black Widow went out for a while to arrange the tasks, and then followed Qin Fang into the small dark room. When the two of them reappeared, they were already on the roof of the government hall, comfortably enjoying the cold wind blowing. Qin Fang was lying on top of a rattan chair, leisurely lighting a spark, taking a deep breath and slowly spitting it out. Everything was so peaceful. In the light of a year, you and I have built Yang City to such a state. You should be the first credit. Qin Fang picked up a glass of red wine and handed it to Black Widow as a celebration. No. If it wasn't for you, maybe at this moment, I would have long become someone else's plaything. Not to mention that you are the one who played the biggest role in such a big town. Black Widow finished her drink in one go, her eyes so clear. This town, we're going to try and build him better, so that he can successfully stand on top of the broken earth. I will. The two stopped talking and enjoyed the future of Yang City. Happy New Year. Qin Fang looked up at the city in the sky, his eyes filled with happiness. Yesterday, Qin Fang had also opened a video with the two old men, seeing the scene of the sky city with his own eyes, as well as seeing the two old men with refreshed vitality. This was perhaps the happiest thing about being a son or daughter. Shuiqinger also communicated with him from time to time, sharing the situation of the two old men, so that he didn't need to worry. Qin Fang, do you think my fate? Is it considered changed? Black Widow asked this question out of the blue, and Qin Fang stared blankly before affirming, your fate, from now on, is up to you. After hearing this, Black Widow snuggled into Qin Fang's embrace. Dang! The sound of an explosion resounded in the firmament. Fireworks exploded as if they were flowers, and as if they were absolutely beautiful patterns. At this moment, almost the entire populace within Yang City raised their heads and quietly admired. This was undoubtedly the best comfort for them. Even, there were also children who softly and fearfully asked their parents, what is this for? Is it hard to believe that there is going to be another war? With fear and uneasiness in their voices, they clung to their parents' arms for dear life, unwilling to let go. No, it's fireworks. Mummy hasn't seen fireworks for a long time too. When the fireworks were finished, the people still had some lingering interest. Qin Fang crossed the new year with Black Widow, and then fell into a deep sleep. The next day when Black Widow awoke, Qin Fang had already left. Ding! Welcome to your return to Heaven's Mandate. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a New Year's gift pack. Ding! Is it opened? Open it. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a New Year's prop, random teleportation scroll. Introduction. With this scroll, you can teleport to any area of Heaven's destiny. Qin Fang was in a small shock. This thing, it suited him. The plan for the 100,000 mountains in Qin Fang's mind could be put on the agenda. Ding! Communication from Yuze. Is it answered? Answer. Boss. The ribbon-cutting event for the portal. Are you coming? The construction of the portal was just short of the final step. After the ribbon cutting, it would be able to be put into use properly. You guys can just prepare. I won't get involved. Qin Fang originally still wanted to go and join in the fun, but suddenly felt a strange movement in his pet space. If nothing else, Little Black was going to awaken. Ding! Your pet Xiaohei has completed its evolution. Qin Fang naturally summoned Xiaohei at the first opportunity. With a flash of dark light, Qin Fang instantly saw Xiaohei squatting on the ground, licking his fur. This evolution, Xiaohei did not have too many changes. Only a white stripe appeared in the center of his eyebrows, as if it was an eye. Qin Fang probed Xiaohei's attributes. Name, Xiaohei. Profile, player May's pet. Birth, ominous. Highest rank, intermediate god. Current rank, epic. Devouring the Chaos God's brain brings Xiaohei's level up a notch. Attributes. Strength, 10 million. Agility, 10 million. Physique, 10 million. Spirit, 10 million. All four-dimensional attributes received 10 million, which was considered unrivaled amongst epic-level pets. Exclusive Skill 1, Devour everything can be devoured. Exclusive Skill 2, Purify everything can be purified. Exclusive Skill 3, Fusion. Exclusive Skill 4, Product of Chaos. Exclusive Skills 3 and 4, which only appeared after the completion of this evolution. Fusion. Xiaohei is able to fuse the bodies of more Chaos Gods to produce stronger changes. This one skill made Qin Fang fall into deep thought, assuming that Xiaohei was truly a Chaos God, such as if he had devoured all of the muddy bodies. Then, would Xiaohei become a brand new Chaos God? Qin Fang didn't dare to look deeper into it. Chaos Product. Devouring Chaos Chi can produce a Chaos Product. Every 1 month, one can be birthed. As Qin Fang was looking at it, Xiaohei suddenly puckered up and poofed out a piece of stone that was gray in color all over for Qin Fang. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a Chaos Product. A Divine Grade Chaos Stone. Divine Grade Chaos Stone. Added on the way to forging to take the quality of the forged equipment to the next level. Qin Fang sucked in a breath of cool air. This palm-sized stone. In his previous life, Qin Fang had seen it once, selling for as much as 30 billion gold coins. Note that it was gold coins. This was mainly useful for divine grade equipment. As well, if such a chaos stone was added at the moment of forging, an elementary divine weapon could be advanced to become an intermediate divine weapon, a high-level divine artifact. On the other hand, would be able to directly advance into a top-level divine artifact. Even a top divine weapon was able to amplify his attributes twice. This chaos stone was the most precious to every divine artisan. Little Black, here, you have, this time, made a great achievement. Qin Fang pulled out the legendary grade fine wine from the ring of the golden dragon. Xiaohei, who was originally still wilting, suddenly glowed when he smelled the fragrance of the wine and gulped it down. Little Blackie, I'm relying on you for this batch of materials. Qin Fang threw the epic rank, legend rank materials to Xiaohei. Xiaohei was also considered to be a comer, and all of them were digested for Qin Fang, spewing out pure or essence. Dang. Ding. Qin Fang immediately started forging. Ding. Tianyang Town teleportation portal established. A system tone that resounded through the heavens rang out. The players within Tianyang Town, on the other hand, rejoiced in their hearts. It's not easy. It's only been fixed after such a long time? No. I'll have to go to another town first. Mar. Tianyang Town is simply not a place for people to stay. Hurry up and go. Hey. Other towns. There must be more opportunities. We have to hurry, or else the chance to get rich will be snatched by others. This portal, even if you don't go there, you have to go and take a look first. For a time, Tianyang Town within the whimpering players all towards the direction of the portal. Ding. The construction of the portal was successful. In order to facilitate the traveling of all warriors, the pricing is as follows. Ding. For each teleportation, 100 copper coins for the shortest distance. For example, Tianyang to Tianshui, 100 copper coins. Tianyang to Tianhua, 100 copper coins. Tianyang to Tiansong, 100 copper coins. These were all towns that were relatively close to the Tianyang town and were not expensive. Ding. Only 9 teleportation lines have been opened so far. More lines are still being approached. Please wait patiently. Tianyang town exploded. For his part, Yuze was constantly counting the first day's teleportation copper coins, his heart bursting with joy. 3 days later, Yuzei looked at the earnings of these 3 days, and was simply not too shocked. In just 3 days, this teleportation cost was as high as 3 billion. 3 billion ah. This is 3 billion ah. This is already comparable to the income of the 10,000 Empty Alley group for a month ah. Yuzei couldn't wait to inform boss of this good news. It had to be said that this incident, once again, proved that Player Jin had a unique vision. Qin Fong knew nothing about this. And when he would once again forge around 100,000 plus epic, legendary grade equipment, he would collectively mail it to Yuzei and let him watch the arrangements. This time, Yuzei directly blackened his face. This motherfucker. Boss, don't be like this. Can you make me a little bit happier before you send it to me? The small touch of joy that had just risen in Yuzei's heart was instantly blasted to pieces by Qin Fong. Qin Fong, on the other hand, stroked Xiao Hei's head to promote his bond with Xiao Hei. Ding. Xiao Hei's goodwill with you +1. Ding. Xiao Hei's goodwill with you +1. Qin Fong gradually discovered that the fastest way to promote goodwill with Xiao Hei was to feed him alcohol. Qin Fong, it's not called that. Chapter 608, Setting Foot in the 100,000 Mountains by Fong's Lair. As a result, Xiao Hei's goodwill with Qin Fong instantly brushed up to 100,000 plus. On the second day, Qin Fong went to seek an audience with teacher Li Xia, informing him of the speculation about Xiao Hei and asking if he wanted to collect the Chaos God's body. Li Xia still had an indifferent attitude. Even if Xiao Hei is really a Chaos God. So what? As long as you can follow your heart, everything is the best arrangement. Qin Fong instantly understood. Collect? Thank you. Teacher Li Evil. Qin Fong's thoughts were clear, and he no longer had any worries. Ding. Divine Artisan Li Evil has issued a divine grade quest to you. Comprehend the third emotion forging power. Quest reward none? Qin Fong? What the heck? No reward ever. Teacher. In that case, my interest is very much lacking on the third emotion. You should have comprehended it a long time ago. And you still want a reward. Li Qi directly kicked Qin Fong out. Qin Fong was speechless. The third emotion power. What should one comprehend? Qin Fong was thinking like this as he strolled within the Heavenly Sun town. Holy shit. The development of this Tianyang town is really flourishing. Hee. This shop. It definitely needs to be purchased. What about the players of Tianyang town who are all fools? That they don't purchase it? This? Look guys. It's even the headquarters of the 10,000 Empty Lane group. Quickly go to 10,000 Empty Alleys to sweep up the goods and bring them to our town. We'll definitely be able to earn more copper coins. This Tianyang town is still really in a state of flux. Qin Fong's thoughts were interrupted by these voices. And when he raised his head, he took a look. All of them were unfamiliar faces. Oh! The opening of the teleportation array had allowed Tianyang town to intercommunicate with the surrounding towns. And all of a sudden, Tianyang town seemed to be even more lively. Copper coins. Only when they flow. Can they create more value ah? Qin Fong couldn't help but call Yuzei's communication and ask him about his earnings in the past few days. Yuzei, are you deliberately coming to humiliate me? 3 billion copper coins. An average of 1 billion copper coins per day. But as time goes by, the earnings from this portal will gradually decrease. When Qin Fong heard this, his entire body was also taken aback. This basically doesn't take 2 months to be able to return the capital ah. This shouldn't be too scary. Yuza. Quick. Spread out as much as possible. Strive to lay more teleportation gates. This is simply a money grab. Boss. Don't worry. This matter is already being arranged. How could Yuzei give up such a large market? The large human towns in Heaven's Destiny. Yuzei was approaching them, wanting to set up teleportation. As for the medium-sized towns, in the short term, setting up teleportation seemed to be a loss. But in the long term, it was sure to be a big profit. Qin Fong hung up and entered the city lord's mansion, purposely opening up a special secret room to raise his defenses. The earth essence source was, in essence, considered to be pure divine spirit power. It was not known whether the divine spirit stone after Little Black's purification could replace the earth essence source. If it could, Qin Fong could be said to truly possess the combat power of a divine spirit. After all, the divine spirit stone this guy. He had more awe. Qin Fong began to test. Thud. 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 Within the secret room, The sound of explosions resounded continuously. And in the end, Qin Fang appeared with a gray head. The test ended in failure. No matter how Qin Fang tried to drum up, all of them did not match. If he forced the pairing, it would also trigger the explosive attribute. The power simply wasn't going to be too terrifying. Qin Fang let out a sigh. It looked like he would have to research on the human race's armament, with the human race's divine spirit source, or the armament of the 10,000 races. In order to accomplish this, Qin Fang first had to research on the goblin armament. This was not a simple project, and Qin Fang was prepared to study it patiently after some time. At the moment, he only wanted to go digging for Bai Fang's treasures. In the 100,000 Great Mountains, there were treasures all over the place. One would be able to pick up the cubs of divine beasts casually. Qin Fang tore the scroll and left silently. The 100,000 Great Mountains. This was the paradise of divine beasts. Basically, all the divine beasts that had appeared in the history of Heaven's Mandate and were still alive at this moment were all inhabiting this place. This was an area that the Plague Dharma god had specially set aside for divine beasts. Divine beasts, as the name suggests, they were the pets of the gods. Like the 10,000 races, they are also products created by the gods. It's just that as the years passed, the beasts also wanted to be independent and didn't want to be enslaved by the gods. For example, the dragon race. This is already considered to be the top of the divine beasts. But then, the only two purposes of their existence are, 1. To give the gods traveling on behalf of. 2. To become the gods' ingredients. Dragon liver. It's the most delicious. Dragon liver has the ability to regenerate. So every few days, you will be able to enjoy a meal. Then, there's the phoenix. According to the recollection of the star god, roasted phoenix wings. The most tender. Taste a mouthful. Simply to swallow their own tongues. Especially the tongue of the phoenix. Simply do not be too sweet. The most unforgettable is the phoenix medulla. A mouthful of bet. Soft and sticky, so that people can no longer forget to remember. Then, there was the divine donkey. This was a delicious meat specially developed by the gods. It was simply able to be compared to dragon meat. Compared to the human race, these divine beasts of the clan were even more unable to resist, because of the master-servant contract in their minds. Even if they raised the slightest bit of resistance, they would be wiped out. When the 10,000 races rebelled against the gods, the divine beasts didn't dare to rebel and even became accomplices, causing great harm to the 10,000 races. So even now, some of the 10,000 races still hated the divine beasts. After the deities were sealed, the representatives of the divine beasts saw the hope of liberation, which is why they went to ask for help from the Plague Dharma god, so that the Plague Dharma god would free the divine beasts clan and break the contract seal. The Pestilence Dharma god thought for a while, but still agreed, but also left requirements. Firstly, the divine beast clan must be permanently sealed in the 100,000 mountains. The 10,000 races are also sealed by the plague god in a corner of the world. The beasts must agree. The plague god sealed the 10,000 races. Do not communicate with each other. This is also an effective way to isolate the war, to ensure the safety of the destiny of heaven. Secondly, every 3 years, the divine beasts will have a group of offspring to step into the territory of the human race to recuperate and reproduce. This is the origin of human pets and mounts. Thirdly, if the gods rebel, the divine beast race must stand on the side of the 10,000 races and wage resistance. This is something that the divine beast clan also agrees to. In this way, the divine beast clan was saved. The 100,000 great mountains, on the other hand, was where the divine beasts belonged. Ding. You have entered the 100,000 mountains. Ding. You have entered the territory of the divine beasts. Ding. Please take cover. Ding. Alert. Alert. Ding. Whether to use the divine prop, camouflage necklace. Use. Qin Fang's aura was instantly covered, and his figure became a small crawling snake in a puff of smoke, hiding in the bushes. The ear-piercing beeps disappeared. Only then did Qin Fang let out a sigh of relief, raising his head and surveying the surroundings from left to right. It was a vibrant ancient forest. Ding. Pestilence Dharma God has issued a divine quest to you. Do you accept it? Qin Fang checked the mission profile. Quest profile. Checking out the situation of the 100,000 mountains. Quest reward. Special seed. Two-headed man-slaying demon flower. even just for the reward. Qin Fang definitely ensured that he completed the mission. The 100,000 Great Mountains. Since the Plague Dharma God sealed it. That is, no one was able to enter or exit. No one knew the situation inside. Qin Fang took out Bai Fang's treasure map, and then landed on his belly and swam towards a short distance away. Perhaps because Qin Fang was lucky. He was not too far away from the location of Bai Fang's treasure. Even if he transformed, he would be able to reach it in an hour at most. Along the way, Qin Fang checked the surroundings from time to time and did not find any abnormalities. Birds prancing, dragonflies dotting the water, orioles singing, fierce beasts hissing. The entire canyon gave off a refreshing and harmonious weather. Qin Fang had also encountered certain crises, but perhaps because his aura was so strong, the descendants of divine beasts that wanted to target him were scared away by him. Qin Fang traveled along, taking pictures and picking herbs along the way. The 100,000 Great Mountains was perhaps the most completely preserved and detailed view of the ancient times in the entire Heaven's Mandate. The herbs, moreover, were countless. For example, the legendary Great Herb, Pandanus, grew in patches here. Occasionally, a living creature would come close and eat one of them to heal its injuries. Another example was the epic Great Herb, Dragon Membrane Flower, capable of boosting the physical attributes of players. Not often seen by the human race. But in this place, it was a mountain full of them. Except that they were also guarded by beings. Qin Fang carefully collected a little bit, and when he sensed danger, he immediately retreated. It was night, and it was then that a system beep sounded in Qin Fang's mind. Ding! You have arrived at your destination. The original journey of 1 hour had taken Qin Fang 12 hours. But it was quite rewarding. Qin Fang looked at the pitch-black piece of cave in front of him, and felt a wave of cold and icy aura inside the cave. This was the pressure of a deity. Even a peak legend-ranked existence would not be able to hold on for a long time here, especially for divine beasts. This oppressive feeling was even greater. Qin Fang, on the other hand, expressed no feeling and walked towards the front, where the entrance of the cave was. A layer of gray had fallen. So it must be that this Bai Fang's pressure had still played a role, and no living beings had entered. Ding! You have entered Bai Fang's lair. Qin Fang transformed into his human form, wearing a demigod-level gnome armament, a demigod-level gnome source, and a golden toad shield appeared in his hand, always warding off danger. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Qin Fang could feel Bai Fang's pressure getting more and more serious, and even he had the feeling of some breathlessness. It couldn't be, in the depths of this cave. Was there another Bai Fang sleeping? Can't it be that Bai Fang's treasure, that is, his wife? At first it was very narrow, but after 100 steps, it opened up. Inside, there is an ancient tree that rises up to the sky, which grows in the veins of the cold and icy earth and rises straight up to the sky. The arc of the ancient tree made even Qin Fang feel appalled. 100 meters wide and 10,000 meters tall. This was not even close to the elven god tree. Qin Fang felt his own insignificance. He couldn't even compare to the size of a leaf of this ancient tree. This was an ancient tree of cold ice, with a 100-meter wide branch and a crystal-colored body, with a light blue-colored blood flow visible inside. At the top were endless white leaves that glistened under the sunlight. The entire tree, as if it was a masterpiece of nature, allowed one to take a look at it, i.e. marveling at the magic. At the top of the cold ice ancient tree was the huge Bai Fang's nest, with the cold ice ancient tree as its home. This was considered terrifying. Qin Fang rode the 9-colored heavenly winged horse and flew in the direction of the top of the cold ice ancient tree. Chapter 609 Upgrading the Golden Dragon's Ring Space Shuttle. Qin Fang immediately used his divine exploration skill, wanting to take a look at the attributes of this cold ice ancient tree. Name: Cold Ice Ancient Tree. Introduction: Cold Ice Ancient Tree, belonging to a phase species from the ancient times, created by the god of ice to serve as a decoration for the divine temple, and later snatched by Bai Fang to become a habitat. Lifespan: 1,300,000 years. Exclusive skill: Cold ice pressure inflicts deity-level pressure on passing beings. When Qin Fang looked at this skill, he realized that the words he felt from the mouth of the cave immediately were not Bai Fang's pressure, but the pressure of this cold ice ancient tree. Cold ice vein. Cold ice bloodline. These were the buffs that the cold ice ancient tree came with. Bombarding outsiders. Ding. Can be collected? Is it collected? This god-level tree could be considered to be covered in treasures. From the trunk, bark, leaves, and branches, all of them could be ground into medicine, refining epic rank and even legendary rank potions. And the most precious of all was the heart of the tree. The most precious of all was the heart of the tree. The heart of the god-grade ice-cold tree was the most precious god-grade forging material. Even if it was supplemented with the most ordinary materials, even if it was forged by the most ordinary blacksmith, it would still be capable of forging 100% of god-grade artifacts. Qin Fong was not in a hurry to cut down this one of the big trees. Taking out the special props, he flew to the top of the cold ice ancient tree. This was Bai Fong's home. Bai Fong had almost hollowed out the crown of the cold ice ancient tree, refining it and turning it into a huge palace. Perhaps influenced by the enslaved gods, Bai Fong's palace was also constructed in a very luxurious manner. The gold pillows that had been looted became the main color. The greenish-white bricks and tiles that were built up didn't seem to be mortal. And there was even a clear spring with running water that slowly flowed, which was astonishing to the human mind. Portal Place also has a pattern of building a huge door. Left and right sides are once enslaved it for the stone sculpture of the gods. Kneeling on the ground, seems to be in submission towards Bai Fong. This belongs to Bai Fong's perverted psychology. How can one not rejoice when the slave of the beast turns over and sings? At the top of the portal, the following was carved in the form of a harsh, sharp bird's grip, Bai Fong's palace. It was filled with the divine charm of the gods. Qin Fong couldn't help but sigh. This tiny bird is still attached to elegance. Parroting, Qin Fong landed before the golden cast portal, took a deep breath, put on his peak legendary level equipment, and forcefully pushed open that portal. Creaking, rumbling, the portal, which had been dusty for an unknown period of time, was violently opened by Qin Fong. Inside, raging forces of cold ice rushed out as if it was a great river, and bone-chilling coldness appeared to completely freeze and turn one into an ice sculpture. Qin Fong was wearing the Bifong gemstone, so he couldn't feel this bone-chilling coldness, and merely felt that this place was a bit icy. Taking another look, there were countless ice sculptures by his feet, shattered all over the place, densely piled up behind the door. These ice sculptures are mostly divine beasts' offspring. But there are also humans. It should be the beings that think like Qin Fong. After all, Bai Fong died? It wasn't like it was a secret, and those who were interested would always be able to dig out specific information. Qin Fong passed over these ice sculptures without looking at them much and stepped in. If Qin Fong were to use 8 words to describe Bai Fong's palace, it would be like a golden flimsy exterior and a corrupt interior. From the outside, this could simply be called a deity's residence. Incomparable, and at a glance, one would know that it was a heavenly paradise. But inside, it is messy and incomparable. Not even the slightest bit of neatness can be seen. Bai Fong's feathers are like scattered dust, recklessly thrown. Left one, right one. This Bai Fong? I'm afraid it's not some hair loss. Yuck. Hair loss, ah. The bones of the beasts Bai Fong ate were also thrown away randomly, unable to see their original appearance. Bai Fong's feces, white and yellow things, were almost scattered throughout the nest. Qin Fong immediately began to collect it, not caring in the slightest if it was dirty or stained. This dung could be used as a top-notch potion material. At the moment of refining, it only needed to add a little bit to it, and it could become a legendary grade recovery potion. This, definitely something to collect quickly. As for Qin Fong, he definitely didn't use it himself. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining Bai Fong excrement *99. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining legendary grade broken bone *1. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the epic grade ink orchid flower. This ink orchid flower, which grew in Bai Fong's lair, was very rare. By the time Qin Fong had ransacked the surrounding debris, 7 or 8 hours had already passed. In the center, there was a huge bowl-like object. This was the area where Bai Fong was resting. This area was made of light blue ice crystals mixed with the branches of the ice ancient tree, and it was considered the most exquisite work of art within the palace. Qin Fong had an instinctive intuition that Bai Fong's treasure was definitely hidden in this place. Qin Fong took a step over and crossed over. Within the huge bowl, there was a light blue egg lying quietly, with dark blue lines that one could not really see. But if one looked closely, one could know that it was very complicated. These lines were bright and dark, and seemed to be breathing. The size of the egg was only the size of a palm. But one could feel the hot life force. Bam! The egg shook from side to side, as if it was about to hatch. Qin Fang immediately took out a special sealing apparatus, and sealed Bai Fang's egg in it. This was the egg of a divine beast. It was at least 50 billion copper coins. Within the nest, other than this egg, there were also special divine power crystals. This was Bai Fang's divine power crystals, containing his divine power, which was the base he left behind for his offspring. The fact that this egg was able to successfully hatch out had a lot to do with these divine power crystals. These divine power crystals, naturally, also belonged to Qin Fang. As to whether they were to be diverted for other uses in the future, or to feed little Bai Fang. At the edge of the nest, there were a few divine-grade medicinal herbs swaying. This was the Bai Fang breathing dragon grass, capable of enhancing attributes. Naturally, Qin Fang wouldn't let it go, and pocketed them all. Finally, Qin Fang did not even let go of Bai Fang's giant bowl nest, and included it in the golden dragon's ring. After packing up all this, Qin Fang surveyed the surroundings. It was hard not to. Was Bai Fang's treasure just this much? Why did it feel a bit off? Qin Fang decisively looked around, wanting to explore other treasures. Not to mention, the emperor did not disappoint his painstaking efforts. Qin Fang found something wrong in the southeast corner of the palace. There was something wrong with the sound of the walls knocking here. Qin Fang used his divine weapon to blast the walls of this place to pieces in the first place. And after that, Qin Fang saw a scene that made him shake his eyes. At first glance, there were tens of thousands of square meters of space, and the interior was filled with golden, emerald, and crystal objects. Bai Fang's racial characteristics, like shiny things. From the moment the gods were sealed, all the other beasts were snatching the divine power crystals of the gods, snatching the various treasured items left behind by the gods that could enhance their strength. But Bai Fang was devouring these bright and shiny items that did not have any godly power left in them. As a result, Bai Fang almost looted the treasures of several deities, all of which existed in this place. When it was suitably idle, it lazily laid down on these bright and shiny objects to enjoy a moment of peace. During the time of the gods, it was the items that contained divine power that were the most valuable. For example, cushions used by deities, teacups used by deities, and so on, were all fought over. But along with the gradual rise of the human race, these shiny objects became the mainstream currency of the human race. If what was stored in the warehouse were deity crystals, Qin Fang would not have been too excited to speak. However, this gold was enough for Qin Fang to directly ascend to the Sky City and marry Shui Qinger. Tens of thousands of square meters of gold and silver. What a fortune this had to be. It was no exaggeration to say that if this amount of gold crystals flowed into the market, it would all cause a huge impact on the financial system of the celestial destiny human race. And the value of gold would be devalued by double at the very least. The gold and silver of the entire Heavenly Sun Town human race might not even compare to the amount stored here. Qin Fang's body kept trembling. His fists pinched bonbons hard, and his adrenaline hormones kept spiking. Ding! Whether to turn on the Golden Dragon's ring vomiting function. Open. The Golden Dragon's ring instantly transformed into 100 feet of Golden Dragon, opening its huge mouth, swallowing continuously in this place, arranging itself neatly in the Golden Dragon's ring. But just after collecting 1/3 of it, the system prompt sounded. Ding! The ring of the Golden Dragon is full. This sentence made even Qin Fang feel incredible, thus sighing once again at the abundance of gold and silver treasures in this place. In his impression, the Golden Dragon's ring was like a bottomless pit that had never been filled up. Ding! Is it time to spend 100 billion copper coins to upgrade the Golden Dragon's ring? Qin Fang, this Golden Dragon's ring? Can it still be upgraded? On second thought, 100 billion copper coins? Isn't this a bit too much? On second thought, if he didn't upgrade it, he wouldn't be able to take away all this wealth in this place. The main thing is, so much gold and silver. That is, you can complete the promotion all. Oops. What am I struggling with? Upgrade? Qin Fang felt that the gold and silver within the Golden Dragon's ring, the crystal things were disappearing, seemingly being devoured by the Golden Dragon's ring. After waiting for a long time, the Golden Dragon's ring flashed out a piercing golden light, and a vast aura once again enveloped it. The appearance of this Golden Dragon ring also produced a slight change. The golden dragon was completely introverted, and the originally ostentatious golden dragon ring was now transformed into a golden-colored plain ring, quietly wrapped around Qin Fang's finger. Very low profile. Qin Fang used his divine-level searching skill to probe the attributes. Name: Ring of the Golden Dragon. Introduction: a divine artifact forged by the Golden Dragon of Space, containing vast expanses of space. Rank: Intermediate Divine Artifact, upgradable. Storage space: 10 billion compartments. This divine artifact had expanded from the original 500 million compartments to the current 10 billion compartments. Qin Fang: Mom no longer has to worry about my insufficient number of grids. This evolution of the Golden Dragon's ring had not only expanded the function of storage, but other functions, too, had been strengthened. What made Qin Fang's heart flutter most was the brand new skill that came out of the evolution of the Golden Dragon ring: spatial shuttling. Spatial shuttle, within a small distance, spending 100,000 copper coins, one is able to start a spatial shuttle and arrive in a moment. The value of copper coins required for spatial shuttling over super long distances varies. Qin Fang: isn't this a personalized portal? In this way, Qin Fang would also be able to travel more conveniently in the future. The only limitation was the need to spend copper coins. Appear, Golden Dragon. Qin Fang summoned the Golden Dragon, allowing it to take on its original form and devour the gold and silver of this place once again. Buzz. Roar. The Golden Dragon hissed as its divine form transformed into 1,000 square feet. And with a single opening of its mouth, the gold and silver items in this place were immediately absorbed. Qin Fang once again inspected the area before nodding his head in satisfaction. Not bad. Not a single golden pea was left behind. Chapter 610 Special Scene: Divine Beast Paradise. This dragon roar of the Golden Dragon was not taken seriously by Qin Fang. Unbeknownst to him, the entire 100,000 mountains had already turned upside down, and the existences above the divine beasts were all looking their eyes towards Bai Fang's homeland. Ancestral Dragon, the first dragon in the heavens and earth, looked agitated. This is the sound fluctuation of the Dragon of Space. Five-clawed Golden Dragon, this is the voice of the Dragon of Space, disappearing for so long and finally appearing. Divine Phoenix, Divine Beast White Zephyr prophesied that the Dragon of Space would emerge from the 100,000 mountains. This time? I wonder if it's true. Tao Tai, what a familiar voice. I think I've heard it before. Poor man, is this the Dragon of Space? Has the time finally come for me to emerge? The 100,000 great mountains, at the very least, hid more than 50,000 divine beasts. After all, as the mount of an ancient deity, it definitely had to be of divine rank as well. Otherwise, how humiliating. Not to mention that all these years of rest and recuperation had made the number of divine beasts even greater. The deity's underlying treasure trove was raided by these divine beasts, which were like household slaves, to the tune of 30%. After all, in the end, who knew the deities best was definitely the divine beasts they spent time with. Within the 100,000 great mountains, it boiled over. Phoenixes, beasts roaring, dragons chanting, and other various sounds rang out, resounding through the heavens and earth, intertwining and blending together. These voices, it seemed, were discussing, but couldn't come up with an idea. These voices were not many at first. No more than 7 or 8. But as time passed, more and more voices joined in. And eventually, nearly 30%, no, 50% of the divine beasts of the 100,000 great mountains were involved. Qin Fang knew nothing about this. Rumbling, Qin Fang dismantled Bai Fang's palace. These bricks and stones, these ancient trees also possess great value. Pulling feathers from geese, Qin Fang interpreted this word to the fullest extent. Everything of Bai Fang's became Qin Fang's harvest. After cleaning up everything, Qin Fang cast his eyes on the ice-cold ancient tree. It was true that the cold ice ancient tree had grown for millions of years, and it might be a bit of a pity if it was chopped down by Qin Fang once. But Qin Fang still had to chop it down. This thing, whether it was to build a palace or a house, it was able to play a huge role. Qin Fang felt that his Tianyang Town City Lord's mansion should also be repaired. Thus, Qin Fang took out his divine weapon and immediately began to cut down the trees, starting with the branches first. This was a labor-intensive and time-consuming job. The most crucial thing was that Qin Fang's felling tools were not too handy. Either the goddess of life's scepter or the heavenly flame divine demon bow. or the golden toad shield. These divine artifacts. They really made people furious. Qin Fang decided that the next time he was forging a divine weapon, he would definitely forge an axe, so that he could use it smoothly. As for now, one could only make do with what they had for now. Legendary grade equipment could only leave a mere white mark. And only a divine weapon could be cracked and included in the golden dragon's ring. Click. Click. Qin Fang was working hard to prune the branches of the tree, when a flash of sound suddenly appeared behind Qin Fang's head, sending chills through his body, as if he had encountered the most frightening thing in the world. A flash of being locked in place, making him feel that the existence behind him could not be carried by force. You're hacking and slashing like this? Doesn't it take a lot of effort? Qin Fang compared it with the familiar voice in his mind. And unluckily, it wasn't any of the voices that Qin Fang was familiar with. This was... Qin Fang put down his hand movements, took a deep breath to calm himself, and turned around. Into his eyes, a dragon head, dressed in cloth. His godly form was stooped, looking similar to an old farmer. But the ferocious dragon head, the tough dragon claws, all of them proclaimed that he was powerful. The dragon's head was incredibly old. The dragon's beard was extremely close to being white, and his eyes were somewhat dim and cloudy. The muscles of his face drooped, as if he had already lived through long years. Time, leaving too heavy a mark on his body. Dare I ask? The old man is? Qin Fang bowed politely and inquired. Ding. You are in a special scene. Qin Fang used his god-tier skill to check the old man's attributes. But in the end, he merely obtained a tiny bit of information. Name, Ancestral Dragon. Profile, the first dragon in heaven and earth. Attributes? The dragon-headed old man surveyed Qin Fang's top and bottom, eventually resting on top of Qin Fang's finger. This originally cloudy eyes revealed a hint of hatred, a hint of heartache, a hint of remorse, and then released. This chap. He was not a murderer, not an enemy. The ancient deity was the one. The space golden dragon was killed by the ancient deity. The reason was namely, the first heavenly emperor's sixth princess celebrated her birthday and needed a gift. Thus, the space dragon, which possessed the power of space in its body and was able to carry objects, was targeted by the gods, had its soul taken away, and was refined into a god-level storage device. From then on, there was less of a golden dragon of space in the world and more of a cold prop. When the deity was sealed, no, perhaps an earlier moment, this golden dragon's ring disappeared. Finally today, it was able to meet. This was the greatest comfort for the ancestral dragon. The space golden dragon, to a certain extent, was considered to be the ancestral dragon's first-generation heir. Qin Fang also saw the complexity in the ancestral dragon's eyes, and a bold guess emerged in his mind. This golden dragon's relationship with the ancestral dragon. It's not ordinary. Don't be a father and son. This is my child. There was a hint of sadness in the ancestral dragon's words. Qin Fang, crap. There's no need to be so accurate. Spitting blood. Really spitting blood. At this moment? What else could Qin Fang do? Your condolences. After saying that, Qin Fang could not wait to give himself two big mouths. Is there such a thing as talking like this? You? Come with me. After the ancestral dragon finished speaking, he instantly wanted to take Qin Fang away. While Qin Fang looked at the divine-grade cold eyes ancient tree in front of him, unwilling to leave, the ancestral dragon saw through Qin Fang's thoughts, and immediately used his means to uproot the cold eyes ancient tree and threw it to Qin Fang. Qin Fang twisted the ring of the golden dragon, manifesting a golden dragon of 1,000 feet, and devoured the cold eyes ancient tree in one gulp. The ancestral dragon looked at his former scion with indescribably complex emotions. Thank you, ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon's divine form trembled, as if he had not expected Qin Fang to be able to call out his name in a single breath. The bucket shifted. Qin Fang changed the scene. The strong light was blinding, and Qin Fang could not open his eyes at all. When Qin Fang's eyes adjusted slightly and opened again, he suddenly realized that he was in a pure white space. It was as if this was the realm of consciousness, free from any filthiness. Ding. You are in a special scene, Divine Beast Paradise. Qin Fang? With regards to this, Qin Fang really didn't know anything about it at all. Not long after, the figure of the ancestral dragon reappeared. Only this time, it was no longer a dragon's head and body, but rather, It had transformed into its own body, lying on its back in the entire white space, as if it was a mountain peak, or as if it was a mountain range, with each and every one of its scales seeming to be a meteorite in the heavens and the earth, causing a great sense of oppression. Was this the ancestral dragon? Qin Fang truly felt his own insignificance. Compared to the ancestral dragon at this moment, Qin Fang was like a drop in the ocean. This is the divine beast paradise. The pestilence Dharma God Senior specially built it for us. A place where we can stretch out our bodies. And you are the only human race in the heavens and the earth that has the honor of entering this place. The voice of the ancestral dragon was as grand as the sun and the moon, shaking Qin Fang's eardrums. -1400000. Qin Fang, air. As far as that goes? Senior ancestral dragon? Is there something you have commanded by summoning to this place? Qin Fang took out his megaphone and asked in a loud voice. The air within this space was also shaken and hummed. Are you the human race that has mastered the spatial golden dragon? This smattering of voices rang out. And immediately, the entire white space was once again pulled away, and the figure of a magnificent phoenix appeared in the firmament, lifting its wings in flight. A noble bird. Oh! Is this the start? I shouldn't be too late. The first sacred Qilin in the heavens and earth rode the colorful auspicious clouds and galloped to this place, as if it was a flash of light in that heaven and earth. Qin Fang was once again shocked by the splendid holy Qilin. It was too beautiful. It was simply a perfect creation. Me? What a strange name. It was the voice of the vicious Tao Tai. Disturbing my sleep? Why are you calling a meeting of all beasts? This was Xuanwu, the turtle snake homunculus Xuanwu, with a turtle shell that resembled a mountain and a back that carried the sky. Its thick and heavy aura unmistakable. Every time the divine beast paradise opened, it wasn't for no reason, but for the purpose of convening the 10,000 Beasts Conference. The divine beasts of the 100,000 mountains encountered a life and death crisis, or there was some heavenly chance. That's why it opens. Once it was opened, all the divine beasts of the 100,000 great mountains had to attend. In the sky above Qin Fang, these divine beasts appeared one after another. White tiger, vermilion bird, three-headed golden dragon, three-legged golden crow, white zephyr, wind breath, poor chi, Xian turtle, deer shoe, salmon, blue whale. All of these were the hidden divine beasts of the 100,000 mountains. Qin Fang quickly counted them. 13, 52, 79, 184, 576, 1,024, 5,800, 20,020, 50,000, 63,084. This was the final number, and Qin Fang's heart was beating wildly, shocked by this number. In his previous life, Qin Fang had set foot on the 100,000 great mountains, but he had never heard that there were so many divine beasts in the 100,000 great mountains. Now that he thought about it, Qin Fang's mind could not help but be flooded with a trace of fear. After all, in his previous life, he had once captured someone's heir in front of their parents. This kind of thing was still quite exciting. The white space was stretched out without restriction, and it was then large enough to hold 1,000/10,000 divine beasts. Each of these divine beasts stretched their bodies to their heart's content, letting out unrestrained hisses, seemingly forgetting about Qin Fang. Only when these divine beasts were tired of playing did they focus on Qin Fang. Only this attitude? There seemed to be something wrong with it. This feeling of condescension? What was going on? Qin Fang was very uncomfortable. Thus, Qin Fang woke up Little Black and promised a bottle of divine grade wine. Little Blackie, help me support the scene. Xiao Hei, who was originally lazy, was suddenly glowing, and his entire body, as if it had been blown up, rapidly expanded. In a short while, it occupied a place in the central area of the divine beast paradise. Qin Fang, on the other hand, was sitting on top of Xiao Hei's head, looking at the many divine beasts as equals. Qin Fang, that's right. Why should I look up to you? Qin Fang was comfortable. Unbeknownst to him, these 60,000 or so divine beasts were muted in an instant, as if a fishbone was stuck in their throats, wanting to speak, but under the stinging pain, they couldn't spit out a single word. Not only the voice, the huge body of these divine beasts, as if injected into the cement in general, cannot move. Even eye contact also cannot do. These divine beasts hate to immediately escape from this place. All of this was because of Xiao He, Chaos God. Has the Chaos God revived? Quickly escape. Chapter 611 by Zay's 3 Prophecies. The fear of the Chaos God was imprinted deep within the bloodline of these divine beasts, solidified by countless mental shadows. After all, the Chaos God, which was an evil fellow capable of devouring gods, devouring divine beasts, was even more so. Back then, the Chaos God devoured no less than hundreds of divine beasts. Why? The gods were afraid of death, and could only sacrifice their mounts to stay alive. Thus, these divine beasts were sacrificed one after another. The most terrifying thing was that in order to heal, the Chaos God once sneaked into the grounds where the divine beasts were kept in captivity and began to feast on them. In the light of 5 hours, nearly 80% of the divine beasts were devoured. And the rest? It could only be a lucky chance to survive. This incident had dealt a great blow to the divine beasts and made the Chaos God a lingering shadow in their hearts. Originally, it was believed that the Chaos God had died long ago. But at this moment, the Chaos God's aura reappeared. How could this make these divine beasts not be terrified? There were even some divine beasts that had lived from the age of gods to the present day, and they reacted the most at this moment. Terrified, wishing to sprout wings and quickly leave this place. These divine beasts were witnesses to the Chaos God's rebellion. Escape. Quickly escape. Otherwise, how can we survive? These divine beasts kept transmitting their voices, wanting to escape, but not daring to act rashly, because Little Black here had already set his sights on them. These divine beasts were as if frozen, unable to move. Tens of thousands of divine beasts regretted in their hearts. AI, why are you giving me a hard time? These divine beasts, certainly because Qin Fang has the ring of the golden dragon, want to talk to him in detail about the secret things, but in the bones, but inevitably more than a touch of nobility. After all, they are the gods. The player I am what is considered a thing. District epic level blacksmiths. Waving his hand can be wiped out. Dignity. It is for beings of the same status, not for the weak. This is most obvious in a place like the 100,000 mountains. The weak are the strong. The strong eat the strong. Unchanging throughout the ages. Thus, these divine beasts were stretching their bodies within the divine beast paradise and unconsciously releasing their own aura, wanting to make Qin Fang realize how small he was. In this way, when the talks came to an end, they would also be able to play a dominant role. But who would have thought that originally in their eyes was just a lucky kid, who by chance got the golden dragon's ring? Who would have thought that he would be able to reveal such a ferocious side? No, this was no longer ferocious. This was to take their lives. Chaos God. This was a Chaos God. At this moment, Qin Fang could not help but be mysterious in their hearts. To be able to contract a Chaos God? And to stand at the head of a Chaos God? What kind of terrifying existence was this? A heavenly emperor? Plague Dharma God? These divine beasts could only turn up these two names in their minds. Other than that, no other god seemed to be able to. Each one of these divine beasts immediately became respectful. The arrogance in their eyes were all put away, and they no longer dared to put on any airs with Qin Fang. There were even some divine beasts that revealed a humble expression, tidying up their dragon whiskers and trying hard to squeeze out a smile. The more understanding divine beasts took the initiative to reduce their size to the same size as Xiao He. No, even smaller than Xiao He, to show their submission. Thus, a comical scene appeared. The vast divine beast paradise was originally for the divine beasts to stretch their bodies. But at this moment, none of them dared to stretch their bodies. Qin Fang first froze, not knowing what these divine beasts wanted. But once he thought of Xiao He's origins, he instantly understood, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although he didn't know what these divine beasts were looking for him for. But who would give up when they could take the initiative? There's no need to be alarmed, everyone. If you all don't show any malice towards me, the Chaos Gods won't hurt the beasts at will. This was Qin Fang's smiling assurance. And to these gods, this was a threat. However, at this moment, none of them dared to show any dissatisfaction towards Qin Fang. No, it won't be. Mr. Mi is overly concerned. Right. How could we shed any dissatisfaction towards Mr. Mi? Please still be clear about it. Mr. Jin. Mr. Mi. You really know how to tell jokes. Hee hee. That's not funny at all. Mr. Mi. Originally, These divine beasts were so high up that even when they spoke, they had to use grandiose voices that shook Qin Fang's eardrums. But now the voice of each of the divine beasts was as if it was a spring breeze brushing against the face, making one's mind relaxed and gentle as a sheep. These divine beasts were able to follow the gods. Their brains were all very bright. This human race? How dare he name it with I? Is it hard to believe that this kid is the reincarnation of the heavenly emperor? The minds of the divine beasts started another round of brainstorming. But the more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was so. The smile at the corner of Qin Fang's mouth grew even wider, causing Little Black to actively emit a trace of the Chaos God's aura. Even if resentment existed in the hearts of these gods, it was deeply suppressed. I don't know. Old-timers. What is the reason for calling out to me? Qin Fang frantically took a screenshot. Tens of thousands of divine beasts. This was big news. I wonder if the Plague Dharma God seniors would be shocked. Cough. The ancestral dragon coughed lightly twice, and reappeared as a dragon-head person. Little friend of mine. This time this search for you. But it is also my divine beast clan that is reckless. But it involves the divine beast clan's secret. So I also ask that you be able to understand. Qin Fang's expression tightened, wanting to hear about the secrets of the divine beasts. Elder brother Bai Zhe, it's better for you to speak. The ancestral dragon looked back, only to see an old white zephyr strolling to Qin Fang's side, with its feet on the auspicious clouds, its eyelids drooping, its skin all flabby, its body exuding an aura of old age and imminent death, its fur and other things having long lost its luster. It must have been for so many years that the old white zephyr was merely hanging on to its breath, lingering on. Qin Fang sat on top of Xiao Hei's head, ready to listen to the story. I wonder if your excellency has heard of the history of the birth of my divine beast clan. White Zephyr's voice also revealed the rotten odor of decaying wood, and his speech was slow. Slightly heard of it. Qin Fang paused for a moment, and narrated what he knew about the history of the divine beast clan. The divine beast clan. It was heard that the first generation of heavenly emperor felt that the world was desolate, and wouldn't it be too boring to have only gods? So he intercepted a section of the power of heavenly destiny, assisted with the power of the heavenly emperor, the power of the 10,000 gods, and jointly refined it. Divine beasts have just been refined. That is, they have the power of a demigod. And in the future, they even have the qualifications to become a god. From now on, the heavenly destiny continent has the figure of the divine beasts, also brought endless vitality to the earth. Only the subsequent development, the disorderly development of the beasts, don't know the heavenly reason, only know to kill. Let the whole heavenly destiny continent of the pandemonium. So the emperor of the heavenly emperor ordered to let the god spirit respected jurisdiction of the region of the divine beasts. What do the deities know about restraint? It was nothing more than taking the strongest divine beasts as their mounts. And after calming the chaos, the divine beasts were able to be quiet. In his previous life, Qin Fang had once learned about it specifically. And even though a long time had passed, he remembered roughly. Little friend is surprisingly so knowledgeable. Bai Zhe was also surprised by Qin Fang. There was a lot about this part of history that even the present-day divine beasts did not know. But Qin Fang, surprisingly, was able to say it like a treasure. Having once read about the origins of divine beasts is just that. Qin Fang was modest. I wonder, young friend, if I can listen to the old immortal tell a passage about the past of divine beasts. Bai Zhe spoke in a deep voice, his tone carrying a killing intent like that of a jingo. Qin Fang froze, and immediately understood that this history might not be as simple as he had imagined. The divine beast clan was originally blessed by heaven, nurtured by heaven's mandate, and shown with the gods. How could it be that the first generation of heavenly emperors created it? It is simply a slip of the tongue. This is the greatest insult to my divine beast clan. A mere deity is worthy of breeding divine beasts. Delusional. The gods were born many years ago, and my divine beast clan was only conceived by heaven's destiny. Only because the time was a little later. Their innate superiority was inferior to that of the gods. So they were hunted down and killed by the gods on a large scale, captive bred, and even fell to become food. This is the shame of my divine beast clan. And one day, my divine beast clan will wash away such a shame. White Zephyr's words coalesced with unrivaled hatred. There was quite a feeling of killing the gods before killing them. Qin Fang was able to read these hatreds. At the beginning of the war, My divine beast clan was not weaker than the deities. But the first generation of heavenly emperors created the contract method, and from then on, my divine beast clan became slaves. Qin Fang understood. This power of contract was truly not something that was easy to resist. Perhaps in the beginning, the first batch of divine beasts were faking their defection. But in reality, they wanted to penetrate into the divine spirit's interior and dismantle the divine spirit from the inside. Perhaps they thought that this contract? It was easily able to be broken. But who knew that once they were contracted, not only themselves, but their descendants' children and grandchildren would also be affected. One wrong step. One wrong step. In the end, the divine beasts became prisoners. Seniors? What does this have to do with me? Qin Fang still didn't understand. Little friend, from the beginning of my birth, I received 3 prophecies and also saw the future picture. The first prophecy, my divine beast clan would be reduced to divine food. This prophecy, which was once already fulfilled many years ago, nearly caused my divine beast clan to be extinguished. The second prophecy, my divine beast clan will be rescued from the status of slaves. This prophecy, too, was fulfilled. And at the most critical juncture of my divine beast clan, the pestilence Dharma god, a true deity of the human race, was kind and charitable, rescuing our divine beast clan from the flames and allowing us to recuperate within the 100,000 great mountains. After so many years, I thought to myself that the power of our divine beasts would not be weaker than the gods. Now, our third prophecy is about to be fulfilled. The third prophecy, the young man who wears the golden dragon's ring will appear in the 100,000 great mountains, and will lead our divine beast clan to walk out of the 100,000 great mountains, overthrowing all of the ancient deities, and completely avenging our hatred. Bai Zhe almost gritted his teeth as he finished his last prophecy. This hatred for the deities had been deeply rooted in his heart. After listening, Qin Fang couldn't help but rub his nose a little, wanting to laugh a little. Wasn't this divine beast clan's prophecy a bit of child's play? The existence of wearing the golden dragon's ring? That is, the savior of the divine beast clan. Wasn't this bullshit? Qin Fang's mind began to recall the situation of the 100,000 mountains in his previous life. Suddenly, Qin Fang's figure seemed to be struck by lightning as symbols of lightning appeared in his eyes, and his entire body froze in place. It was only because in his mind, he really remembered the biggest news about the 100,000 great mountains in his previous life. The 100,000 great mountains riot. 100,000 divine beasts come out. Shocking. The ultimate battle between divine beasts and gods. Fated enemies. Divine beasts and gods. Who can win in the end? All of these articles, all of them were on the occasion of the 10th year of the heavenly mandate in the previous life, which had erupted. At that time, Qin Fang was scheming on how to kill the Phoenix Guild guys. So he did not pay much attention to this matter. Even if he didn't pay attention to it, he still caught a glimpse of the news. Chapter 612 Expectations of a Divine Beast, 10,000 Beasts Crown. Shocking. The black hand behind the outbreak of the Divine Beast, Divine Spirit battle was actually him. Terrifying. Who would have ever thought that he is the most deeply hidden person in Heaven's mandate? Such memories echoed in Qin Fang's mind. In his previous life, it seemed that these 3 prophecies really did exist. In this life, because Qin Fang had relived his first life, a lot of things had been modified. For example, in his previous life, Qin Fang could not have set foot on the 100,000 mountains. Nor did he possess the golden dragon's ring. Nor had he contracted Xiaohe and allowed him to evolve to such an extent. Everything had changed subtly without a sound. Little friend. Mr. Me? Mr. Me? Qin Fang had transformed into a stone sculpture, which made the divine beasts anxious. Can't it be that Mr. Me has suffered a spiritual attack? No. It can't be. Who among us would make a move? Wouldn't this be self-defeating? Right. We all remember Elder Bai Zhe's prophecy. If the human race holding the golden dragon's ring doesn't make a move, what awaits us is death. Hee hee. Why do I have the feeling that this prophecy seems to have been advanced by several years? I also have this feeling. The divine beasts were discussing the situation. And in the end, it was White Zephyr who spoke up. The prophecy is 2 years late and 2 years early. It's all unpredictable. Who can predict it so accurately? For today's plan, it is to hasten to wake up Mr. Me and discuss the grand plan of my divine beast clan. The divine beasts were all 8 immortals, each displaying their own skills. Tempted by the fragrance of wine. Tempted by beauty. Tempted by money. Qin Fang did not wake up at all. Just when the divine beasts were at their wits' end, Qin Fang suddenly awoke. But his mind recalled old memories. The existence that held the golden dragon's ring in his previous life? It seemed to be the rainy night. The past life was different from this life. As if all the major events were led by rainy night. For example, the first divine spirit rebellion erupted. Such as the winner of the first 10,000 races competition. Such as the evolutionary research of pets. And so on. The rainy night of his previous life was like the hottest great sun in the heavens and earth. Bursting forth with the brightest light. Dimming the stars of the same era as him. Only in this life, rainy night suddenly fell silent. The domination of everything seemed to become Qin Fang. Qin Fang could be arrogant enough to think that it was all because he had stirred the butterfly's wings. However, during the time that he had just been lost in thought, Qin Fang had recalled all the major events of the major nodes of his previous life in his mind. And there were some brand new insights and some brand new ideas. For example, the silence of the rainy night would definitely not be so simple. And it looked like time would have to be specially taken out to talk to the rainy night. It was as if Qin Fang could feel a layer of mist that was enveloping him. Seniors, truth be told, my identity is an envoy of the plague Dharma god. And I came here to explore the specifics of the 100,000 mountains. That's all. And this golden dragon's ring was also rewarded by the plague Dharma god seniors when I completed the god slaughtering mission. I feel that the third prophecy of the divine beast lineage might not be me. I may not be able to carry such a heavy burden. Qin Fang bowed and informed him of what had happened. The many divine beasts were visibly flabbergasted. However, hearing that it was the plague Dharma god, the numerous divine beasts breathed a sigh of relief. The plague Dharma god. This could be considered the greatest benefactor of the divine beast clan. If it wasn't for him, the life and death of the divine beast clan at this moment might still be in the hands of the gods. Mr. Me, you're wrong. Regardless of the way you obtain the golden dragon's ring, you will be the savior of my divine beast clan. And you will eventually lead my divine beast clan to overthrow the rule of the deities. Mr. Me, from today onwards, you will become the uncrowned king of my divine spirit clan. You can deploy all the deities of the 100,000 mountains. But I also ask you to cherish the lives of your brothers. Don't let them send them to their deaths. As he spoke, Bai Zai forced out the godhead within his body, condensing a majestic power of the godhead. And within the divine beast paradise, he condensed a glimpse of the embryonic shadow of the crown of 10,000 beasts. Even though it was a shadow, it was able to tell that it was noble, and that this should be the most supreme item of the divine beast clan. Bai Zai looked his eyes towards the other divine beasts, and in a flash, all the divine beasts present, without exception, did the same, forcing out their divine grimoire, mobilizing a trace of divine power, and integrating it within the 10,000 beasts crown. Not a moment's light. This 10,000 beasts crown that accommodates the infusion of more than 60,000 channels of divine grid power. White light generous, illuminating the entire divine beast space. No one opens their eyes, gathering more than 60,000 channels of divine lattice power. How strong must this be? The divine artifact gradually gathered its light, eventually transforming into the simplest touch of a crown. There was no mark on the crown, as if it was just a smattering of plain circles. But what it carried was the trust of more than 60,000 deities. Mr. Me, please wear this crown. Bai Zai bowed and pushed this crown in front of Qin Fang, no longer giving him any chance to defend himself. The ancestral dragon bowed. The holy Qilin bowed. All the 10,000 beasts present did the same. Without exception, all bowed. These 60,000 divine beasts all chose to believe in Bai Zai's prophecy at this moment. This made Qin Fang feel a bit confused. Don't they read? This was all superstition. Qin Fang quietly looked at the crown of the 10,000 beasts, and then looked at the 10,000 beasts that were bowing. And 8 words popped out of his mind. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Ding. Please choose. Ding. Your choice will change the history of heaven's mandate. Please be careful. In the end, Qin Fang received the 10,000 beasts crown with both hands and wore it above his head. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Divine Beast Clan's Faith Class artifact, the 10,000 Beasts Crown. Qin Fang frowned. A faith-based divine artifact? This is really the first time I've heard of it. Introduction to the Crown of 10,000 Beasts. A faith-based divine artifact condensed from the endless divine beasts of the 100,000 mountains. Crown of 10,000 beasts utility. With this, any living creature in the 100,000 mountains can be mobilized. And any resource in the 100,000 mountains can be mobilized. This could be called an endless favor. The divine beasts of the 100,000 great mountains were certain that Qin Fang would be able to lead the divine beast clan to rise. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the uncrowned king of the 100,000 great mountains. The endless divine beasts. Since he had promised to do so, Qin Fang would not push back. Little Blackie, help me explore the mineral resources in the underground of the 100,000 great mountains. Qin Fang patted Little Black's head, signaling that he was working. Little Black pouted his little bum, seemingly protesting, until Qin Fang threw him a bottle of fine wine. And this little guy gulped it down. The divine beasts around them were stunned at this scene, as if their brains were down. Was this still the Chaos God they remembered swallowing beasts like a chicken? As Little Black left, Qin Fang spoke out his plan. According to the number of newly exposed deities, there are 100,000. As for my divine beast clan, there are only 60,000 of them. And above numbers, we don't have much of an advantage at all. That's why my strategy is to not expose ourselves at the moment. To accumulate food widely, and claim the throne slowly. Mobilize resources, and cultivate as many divine beasts as possible. Mr. Baizé, if there are enough resources, how many demigods of the divine beast clan will be able to be promoted to become divine beasts? Qin Fang inquired thus. If we dry up and devour the energy within the 100,000 mountains, my divine beast clan can still have 10,000 to become gods. 10,000? Qin Fang repeated softly. When added together, it would be 70,000 divine beasts. It seemed a bit low. I wonder what kind of materials are needed for a divine beast to be promoted. Qin Fang inquired to see if it could be of some help. There is no faster way to promote a divine beast than to devour the divine power crystals of a deity. Especially pure divine power crystals. It's best. Mr. Me. Divine beasts. Divine spirits are originally opposites. Deities devouring our flesh and blood can increase their strength. And vice versa. Qin Fang, this? Qin Fang took out a pure divine spirit crystal from the ring of the golden dragon, and threw it to Baizé. If we use this purity of divine crystals, how many pieces? It is capable of allowing a demigod-level divine beast to be promoted to become a true divine beast. Such pure divine power crystals? Containing the lifelong divine power of a deity? White Zephyr had a small surprise. 10 pieces. Enough for promotion. Qin Fang was calculating in his mind. If but for Xiao Hei to smash a divine spirit abyss, and incidentally devour the divine power within, he would probably be able to generate 10,000 pure divine power crystals. Wouldn't this mean that divine beasts were able to produce them in bulk? At this moment, Qin Fang seemed to understand that this prophecy was something awe. Maybe the divine beast clan could really rise in their own hands. How many demigods does the divine beast clan have? There aren't many demigods. Probably only 20,000. But there are quite a few legend-ranked little guys. 100,000. How many of these divine power crystals do the little ones at the legendary level need to be able to break through? For the legendary rank, you need at least 100 of them. Regardless of attribute, Qin Fang didn't hide anything. This kind of pure divine power crystals, the Chaos God is able to produce them in large quantities. But the prerequisite? There is a need to smash the divine spirit abyss. And I need your help. The moment these words came out, the divine beast clan immediately boiled over. Mr. Me. Really? Mr. Me. You are truly a blessing for our divine beast clan. The prophecy is once again accurate. Mr. Me will definitely be able to lead our divine beast clan to rise. Mr. Me. You command? Our divine beast clan is able to send troops at any time. Yes. With our skills, toppling his thousands of divine abysses nothing. The warlike divine beasts, at this moment, were completely activated by the bloodline in their bodies, and all of them invited to fight. Qin Fang signaled everyone to be quiet, now that the ancient deities are all sealed by the plague Dharma God. It is indeed a great opportunity for us to sneak in. But you guys? Will be able to get out? The seal set up by the plague Dharma God was external as well as internal. When these words came out, these divine beasts were instantly quiet. The seal of the plague Dharma God. We are unable to completely break it, but sending at least 5 divine beasts out will not be a problem. This was Baizé's voice, informing the crowd of this fact. Qin Fang 5 divine beasts. That's also enough, even though it couldn't topple a few thousand divine abyss. But topple 2 to 3? It still wouldn't be a problem, Good. Please also, Mr. White Zephyr, personally select 5 strong men for me, which I will bring to the outside world to fight with me and seize the divine crystals. Not long after, Baizé picked out 5 pale, yet absolutely strong old divine beasts. This was also the request of these divine beasts, striving to shine one last time for the descendants of the 100,000 mountains before they died. Qin Fang also understood this. The second thing, if a divine beast wants to fight with a deity, it is still missing one of the most important things. This sentence immediately caused the divine beasts to drop their eyes onto Qin Fang's body, pondering, what is still missing? Divine beasts. There is still a divine weapon missing. Chapter 613 Divine Beasts Forged Transformation. A third of the credit for the reason why a deity was powerful should be attributed to the divine weapon. Divine artifacts were most important as an extension of a deity's power. If one did not possess a divine weapon, it was a natural disadvantage. If our divine beast clan really wants to fight against the divine spirits, this hurdle cannot be bypassed in any way. When Qin Fang finished speaking, none of the divine beasts present had ugly faces and wanted to speak, as if they had been poked at a sore point. This is something that my divine beast clan is not aware of. But unfortunately, my divine beast clan is inherently indifferent to forging. And over the years, we have also wanted to cultivate divine beast clan's forges. But the end result was this, consuming a large amount of materials to merely cultivate divine beasts that were able to forge silver-grade equipment. White Zephyr's voice rang out, somewhat helpless. That's right. I've given out all of my treasured divine-grade materials, but I just couldn't cultivate a higher-level divine beast blacksmith. It's so infuriating. As if my divine beast clan is restricted in this aspect of forging. This problem has plagued my divine beast clan for millions of years. The divine beasts were all as if they were mourning. Mr. Me, you are also a blacksmith, right? Can you forge a divine weapon for my divine beast clan? With these words, the divine beast clan instantly rekindled their hope, and they all looked at Qin Fang. This was also what Qin Fang wanted to say. If forging a divine beast's equipment could also be returned 1,000 times, wouldn't this be a direct profit? Elder White Zephyr, you can try out this divine spirit's equipment first, whether you can wear it or not. Qin Fang took out the Goddess of Life's staff and threw it to Baizé. Baizé's head slipped, his eyes without any ripples, only to see the divine beast, the life-sided cat, step out gracefully. This staff was compatible with his attributes and should be able to fit. The life-sided cat attempted to refine it, but the final result it got was, it cannot be used. It does not match. Undeterred, Qin Fang took out other divine artifacts and let the divine beasts try one by one. But the final result was racial inconsistency. Unusable. Mr. Me, don't waste your breath. These divine equipment, all of us divine beasts are unable to wear them. Baizé interrupted Qin Fang. Not only are the divine spirits' divine artifacts impossible for us divine beasts clan to wear, the divine artifacts of any of the 10,000 races are all impossible for us to wear. For so many years, I have tried them all one by one. White Zephyr's words were tinged with sighs, and they also made Qin Fang a little ashamed. Right? Divine artifacts were able to enhance their attributes and increase their strength. Such a simple reason? Could it be that the divine beast clan could not think of it? The members of the 10,000 races, apart from the divine weapons of their own race, the divine weapons of other races could not be used at all. As for Qin Fang, this was an exception. This guy was able to forge the divine weapons of the 10,000 races. And naturally, he was also able to use the divine weapons of the 10,000 races. Generally speaking, blacksmiths of his own race were only able to forge equipment of his own race. But for some reason, Qin Fang was able to disregard this stipulation of heaven's mandate. Qin Fang was able to forge any equipment of the 10,000 races. And this was the only solution to break the situation so far. Then there is only one way now. Qin Fang and Baizé exchanged glances, both seeing what was in the other's mind. White Zephyr's intelligence was terrifying, and Qin Fang knew that White Zephyr should have known about Qin Fang's ability to forge the divine weapons of the 10,000 races. After all, these divine weapons that Qin Fang had pulled out were all tainted with his aura. The divine beast clan should have their own divine weapons. And now, the hope of forging them was all in Qin Fang's body. Elder White Zephyr, Is there any information on the Divine Beast clan's forged equipment? Qin Fang didn't know if he could ultimately forge the divine weapon that the Divine Beast clan needed. But he still had to try. Oh, this is it. A clean white door suddenly appeared in the Divine Beast paradise. Pushing open the portal, a layer of decay and the smell of age stirred out, only to see countless Divine Beast crystals stored within. Within each Divine Beast crystal, there were videos of the Divine Beasts forging over the years. Qin Fang picked one and casually watched it. With this kind of crystal, Qin Fang was able to view it from God's perspective, and was also able to jump forward in time, which was very convenient. After some mind-shaking, Qin Fang saw the forging of the Divine Beast clan. At this time, a flame-attributed ape, whose rank had long reached the standard of the divine grade, and had once followed the god of forging amongst the ancient deities, was also quite knowledgeable about forging. In his cognition, the god of forging equipment. Easy. 3 times 5 views of the divine weapon that came out. But when he really wanted to forge equipment for the Divine Beasts clan, only to find that everything is so difficult. From controlling the temperature of the flame, to melting the equipment, to fusing the mineral liquid, to the last step of engraving the inscription. Every step was very difficult. In the end, this god-level ape had worked hard to overcome all the difficulties. But who had thought that the silver-level equipment that was forged, Divine Beasts, could not be used, simply because this god-level ape had adopted the forging method of a deity. What was ultimately forged was naturally equipment that could only be used by a deity. At the end of the scene, this god-level ape fell into deep contemplation. Qin Fang's consciousness was also thrown out. After watching it, Qin Fang also fell into deep contemplation, thinking about this difficult question. Qin Fang, I was able to forge a divine weapon of the elf clan. Is it because I possessed the transfer of the Elven One race? No, it wasn't. If that was true, then why was I able to forge the divine artifacts of the ancient gods? I don't possess the forging profession of an ancient deity. Qin Fang went into a brief funk and once again entered another Divine Beast crystal. The scene switched. This time, it was a scorpion spitting flames. The little scorpion, too, had big dreams. He wanted to temper an exclusive divine weapon for the Divine Beast clan. This little scorpion's forging, on the other hand, was very novel, as he used the venom forging method, replacing the essence of these ores with venom, and then melting them together. This kind of forging method, although novel, but with the most ordinary forging method, what was the difference? This was astonishingly similar to the brand new forging method that Qin Fang had comprehended in the endless void of dark space. Or in short, a change of soup but not a change of medicine. Qin Fang watched for a while. That is, he was not paying attention. Mr. Me, you don't need to look at all of the Divine Beast crystals within these rooms. These 100, which are representative. You can look at them to save time. When Qin Fang awoke, Bai Zhe thoughtfully picked out 100 different Divine Beast crystals for Qin Fang to watch as he specialized in his art. The third one. It was an icy scene. The Snow Maiden was forging a cold ice divine weapon. And this time, the forging was extracting energy from the heavens and the earth so that it could be shaped into a cold ice sword. This was a completely new way of thinking. Even Qin Fang felt very impressed and couldn't help but be more attentive as he watched. The first step, the second step, the third step. Qin Fang was afraid of missing any details. The Snow Maiden's processing was perfect at every step. In the end, the Snow Maiden's forging was really successful. The sharp sword condensed from the power of heaven and earth was at least legendary in quality. Qin Fang marveled. It was simply a ghostly craftsmanship. However, it was a pity that the Divine Beast clan was still unable to use it. Withdrawing from the Divine Beast crystallization, Qin Fang closed his eyes and attempted to integrate the Snow Maiden's forging into his own forging. None of the Divine Beasts present urged Qin Fang. They just waited in silence. The fourth Divine Beast crystal. This time, the forging was even rarer. A mandrill appeared in the picture, only to see him swallow all the materials into his stomach, attempting to forge a brand new invincible equipment with the power of his own blood chi. In the end, this mandrill plowed his stomach and took out the bloody equipment. Not to mention, although this method was brutal, he really quenched out a piece of equipment with blood. And this bloodied legendary grade equipment, he was able to use it. This was simply the greatest good news for the Divine Beast clan. For a time, 1% of the beasts in the Divine Beast clan harbored aspirations, and began to forge with their bodies. However, the end result was that the beasts that followed suit all died. Even the mandrills that were of his kind died without exception. In the end, through the investigation, it is known that the golem's body has a special substance, which can ensure that he does not die, and successfully forge the equipment. This was not replicable. Thus, the Divine Beasts hurriedly called a halt to this plan, no longer permitting it to be implemented. Qin Fang's consciousness returned once again. Qin Fang hesitated for a moment before choosing a Divine Beast crystal in the degree to enter it. This was the Golden Crystal Tree God, a beast god of the plant system. This Golden Crystal Tree God's plan was even bolder, refining with ages, burying a divine grade or under its own tree roots, only to wait for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and using its heart's blood to keep nurturing it. It would always be able to change its characteristics, allowing him to successfully become a divine weapon. Not to mention, this method really does have a certain effect. The Golden Crystal Tree God has been nurtured for so many years. The first results, at least the prototype of the divine weapon has become. I think in 10,000 years, this divine weapon will be able to come out. The Golden Crystal Tree God might also be able to take advantage of this, and possess its own divine weapon. Qin Fang can't afford to mess with it. Can't afford to mess with it. Hurry up and retreat. This was the same. Not imitative. 6th pill. 7th pill. The 8th. 98th pill. The 100th. These 100 Divine Beast crystals. Qin Fang had watched every single one of them. The scenes within each one of them almost all gave him brand new inspiration, and also made him have to sigh. This Divine Beast clan also possesses genius all. Only there were also some that were nonsense. Sick and desperate. Nothing more than that. After reading all of them, Qin Fang did not speak, but quietly plopped down on his knees and sat in place, closing his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking about. The Divine Beasts remained silent and waited. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. The trick to this, to be honest, Qin Fang had figured it out a long time ago. And Qin Fang had already been able to forge the Divine Beast's divine artifacts. These days, Qin Fang was thinking about deeper issues. For example, how to make the Divine Beast clan self-sufficient in forging divine weapons and forging equipment. All these clans of the Divine Beast clan had failed. Qin Fang wanted to come out with a completely new path. After all, the path of forging of the Divine Beast clan did not work. What Qin Fang wanted to do was to make a path for the Divine Beast clan. Forging. One must follow certain rules. Li Xia's words rang out from the bottom of Qin Fang's heart, instantly causing him to be enlightened. Elder Bai Zhe, please also try to forge a divine weapon with me. This world was so strange sometimes. And at critical moments like this, one always needed to be pushed by someone in order to do so. A confident smile flickered from the corner of Qin Fang's mouth. A light that was the light of all the haze dispersing away. Chapter 614 The Only Mission, The Ring of Time. The divine beasts within the Divine Beast Paradise cast their eyes on Qin Fang's body at the first moment. At this moment, infected by Qin Fang's smile and confidence passed on. These divine beasts' eyes immediately lit up, as if they truly believed that Mr. Mi was able to forge a divine weapon that belonged exclusively to a divine beast. All along, the Divine Beast clan has been limited by the forging of the 10,000 clans. This is also why the Divine Beast clan is unable to forge divine artifacts. Or even worse, equipment. White Zephyr's eyes flashed with a brilliant and dazzling light as he quietly listened. Even though Qin Fang was talking nonsense and boasting, none of these divine beasts interrupted. Dare I ask you, seniors? My Divine Beast clan, compared to the 10,000 clans, where is our strongest point? Qin Fang's voice was grand and with an inquiry. The head, torso, scales, heart, unicorn horn. The divine beasts responded as much as they could, but the answers varied. With all the senior summaries, I wonder if they have found the common denominator, which is the divine beast's body. When Qin Fang said this, these divine beasts responded with deep thoughts. That's right. Isn't the strongest thing of my Divine Beast clan the body? Since that's the case, why do we still forge divine weapons? With our bodies, we are completely able to withstand the divine artifacts of the deities. Mr. Jin's insights are truly unique. Awesome. I'm suddenly enlightened. A word wakes up the dreamer. These divine beasts did not understand. But they were still foolishly praising Qin Fang. Rather like a traitorous minister. Shut up. Bai Zai, who was presumably the only one in the room who understood, instantly became serious and scolded the divine beasts. White Zephyr had no idea in his heart and was also guessing, looking at Qin Fang suspiciously. I also asked Senior White Zephyr to help me. I wonder where Senior White Zephyr is the strongest in his entire body. Bai Zai subconsciously looked towards the unicorn horn on top of his head, which was his lifeblood. The unicorn horn. The strongest. I wonder if Elder White Zephyr has shed his unicorn horn over the long years. Naturally, it has shed, whether it was damaged in battle or automatically shed every 1,000 years. White Zephyr took out hundreds of unicorn horns, some of which were mutilated, from within his own storehouse. Why is it that Elder White Zephyr doesn't sacrifice these unicorn horns to become divine weapons? Such a rhetorical question immediately caused the divine beasts to clamor, all of them sucking in a breath of cool air. Right. Why didn't I think of this? Old ox. My unicorn horns are also treasures. Oops. My shedding dragon scale? That's the key to being sacrificed to become a divine weapon. Dare I ask, Mr. Me? How can I refine a divine weapon when my heart is strong? Right. Right. Mr. Jin. I'm a divine beast, a heart ape. I don't ever possess an attack. Defense substance. What to do? Me too. Isn't this a joke? We are divine beasts. And what to do? The divine beasts reacted at once. Those who had shed divine grade items were each elated. But those who didn't possess them were each worried. Quiet. Mute. White Zephyr was now a little impatient. But he did not know the method of sacrificing awe. He could only turn his eyes in degrees to Qin Fang. Senior White Zephyr. Don't worry. The method of sacrifice and refinement. That is, the method of absorbing the power of the heavens and earth. I think you should know a little bit about it. Qin Fang's point of clarification instantly caused a straight path to appear in Bai Zai's heart. Some things were just like this. One had to let someone enlighten him. Otherwise, one would never be able to penetrate them. The leaves that covered Bai Zai's eyes were moved away by Qin Fang. White Zephyr instantly manifested his own body, revealing himself in the 100,000 great mountains. White Zephyr swallows the sky. The wind and clouds were loud. This was White Zephyr activating its own skill, quickly sweeping the power of the heavens and earth. White Zephyr did not use the power of the heavens and earth to sacrifice himself, but instead used a massive amount of the power of the heavens and earth and poured it within his unicorn horn. This was the Snow Maiden's method of tempering, and Bai Zai had naturally read about it. The power of the heavens and earth was currently acting like an oven, constantly baking his unicorn horn, causing it to metamorphose. Bai Zai wanted to cry. Really wanted to cry. And crystalline tears had already filled his tear frames. The Divine Beast clan's forging method had been cracked. It turned out that everything was in the Divine Beasts themselves. For so many years, the Divine Beast clan had been sacrificing the fundamentals, having to forcibly forge divine weapons with the help of the ores in the heavens and earth, and ultimately wasting endless years and suffering countless casualties among the clansmen, only to get half the results with twice the effort, and to get more than they bargained for. Bai Zai's mind shook, barely stabilizing his mind and mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. 316 unicorn horns were eventually sacrificed by Bai Zai to become 315 divine weapons. This one, under Bai Zai's distraction, resulted in a mistake in the infusion of the power of heaven and earth, thus causing the refining to fail. Bai Zai looked at the divine artifacts dripping and spinning in front of him, each one emitting a powerful aura. His mood was so unrestrained. Marred. The last shortcoming of restricting divine beasts has finally been patched up. The thousands of divine beasts in the Divine Beast Paradise chimed in to celebrate Bai Zai's success in forging divine artifacts. Surprisingly, a divine weapon has really appeared? My Divine Beast clan will surely ascend to the top. Divine weapon plus divine beast. May I ask? Under the heavens, who else will be able to resist? The first refining, i.e. shipping more than 300 pieces. Martyr. So envious. Mr. Me. What are we going to do? The divine beasts were agitated. Not only were the divine beasts excited. At this moment, the descendants of divine beasts with divine intelligence within the 100,000 mountains, thousands of beasts, raised their heads and looked excitedly towards the firmament. In the vault of the sky, White Zephyr's gigantic body flickered with millimeters of light. as if it were a crystalline divine abode, surrounded by 315 one-horned divine artifacts. It blossomed with a terrifying aura. In one fell swoop, White Zephyr was promoted from an ordinary deity to a top divine beast. With these 300 or so divine artifacts at his fingertips, there were already too few ancient deities that could threaten Bai Zai. And there were already too many ancient deities that Bai Zai could stand to Liao. The beasts that hadn't yet become gods gulped down a mouthful of saliva, their hearts ecstatic. The Divine Beasts clan had, at last, cracked the divine weapon forging method. White Zephyr was the beginning, but it was not the end. And in the vault of the sky, the figure of the ancestral dragon appeared. It was a gigantic being that almost covered 1% of the vault of the 100,000 great mountains. And the ancestral dragon scales, as if they were small mountain peaks, haunted out, and were condensed by the ancestral dragon into an overall armor, which began to absorb the power of the heavens and the earth and began to be quenched. Not long after, this terrifying divine weapon armor that was unique between heaven and earth was quenched. The ancestral dragon wore it for double defense and greater safety. That wasn't all. The ancestral dragon sacrificed the shed ancestral dragon horn and began to refine it once again. The ancestral dragon horn divine artifact, a top divine artifact, came out. An attack and a defense, two top divine artifacts, allowing the ancestral dragon's strength to increase greatly. The entire 100,000 great mountains were suddenly abuzz. Originally, these low-ranked beasts thought that forging a divine artifact of the Divine Beast clan would require a great deal of effort. But now it seemed so easy. The Holy Qiling's unicorn horn, scales, and two more top-notch divine weapons. The feathers of the phoenix, which he had sacrificed to become a fan of the human race, was also able to be used, and was much more powerful. For a time, the vault of the 100,000 great mountains became a stage for these deities to compete and show off. In the Divine Beast Paradise, some of the Divine Beasts had already pestered Qin Feng, asking what they should do. Elder White Zephyr, could you try to get these types of Divine Beasts divine artifacts? This was Qin Feng's first thought. Bai Zai shook his head helplessly. No, this divine weapon could only be used by himself. I can help you forge it, but I need materials. This was Qin Feng's second idea. The ancestral dragon was very generous, contributing his precious scales for Qin Feng to forge and see if he could succeed. Qin Feng did not make any pretenses and started forging immediately. Ding, dong. The pleasant sound of forging rang out. The divine beasts frowned slightly for two reasons. Firstly, Mr. Mi's forging? It's still the old-fashioned divine spirit forging method. Equipment forged with this method? Can their Mr. Mi's be equipped? Secondly, Mr. Wii's level? It's only epic level. Can he forge a divine weapon? Dang. Dang. Knock. Qin Feng's forging was about to reach its end. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully forged a legendary grade equipment. Ancestral Dragon's Shield. Dang. Qin Feng dropped the final hammer. Light blazed out within the Divine Beast Paradise, and the equipment became a success. Qin Feng instantly activated his divine grade scrying skill to view the attributes of the legendary grade equipment. Name: Ancestral Dragon's Shield. Description: a small shield forged from the scales of the ancestral dragon, with amazing defensive power. Suitable race: Divine Beast. When Qin Feng saw this, the subsequent attributes meant that there was no need to look at them again. This piece of equipment was successfully forged by him. Qin Feng, only the special materials of this race were needed, which meant that he was able to forge equipment of that race. This was Qin Feng's talent. The only thing that made Qin Feng a bit regretful was, at the moment of forging the Divine Beast's equipment, he did not feel the power of heaven and earth madly pouring into the equipment, which resulted in him not being able to forge a divine artifact. It looked like the only way to forge a Divine Beast's divine armament was to wait for Qin Feng's Forge Master rank to be raised to divine armament. Qin Feng threw this equipment to Heart Ape, and even though it was legendary grade, it made his heart flutter. And at the same time, it also made him understand that the Divine Beasts? How should they obtain divine artifacts? When my Forge Master rank is promoted to become a divine artisan, I'll cover all of your divine artifacts, Qin Feng boldly informed. And all the Divine Beasts called Qin Feng brother and brother. Qin Feng was thoroughly integrated into the Divine Beasts. At this moment, Bai Zai was incomparably convinced of the third prophecy. believing that Mr. Meiji was the existence that would be able to lead them on the path to rise. For no other reason. How long had Mr. Me come here? But he had successively cracked the two problems that had plagued the Divine Beast clan for so many years. Firstly, the Divine Beast clan's inability to quickly accumulate strength and advance to become Divine Beasts was broken. Secondly, the situation where the Divine Beast clan had no divine weapons was broken. And this? It's only a few days since I came to the 100,000 Great Mountains to bring about this change. If this keeps following me, it would be hard for the Divine Beast clan not to rise. Mr. Me, I have a task to release to you. Bai Zhe harvested so many divine artifacts, and his entire body seemed to be in a much better state. Qin Fang hurriedly turned around and ran over with his bum. The quest that Bai Zhe had released couldn't be simple by any stretch of the imagination. Ding! The top divine beast has released its only quest to you. Search for the Ring of Time. Qin Fang. Mr. Me. The Rings of Time originally came as a set. The Golden Dragon's ring in your hand can also be called as the Ring of Air. Now, there is still a lack of the Ring of Time. So please make sure that you search for the Ring of Time within 3 years, so that it can be put together as a pair. Qin Fang. Chapter 615, The Miserable History of the Twin Dragons of Time and Space. Ding. You have triggered a special scene. Ding. You are watching the scene of the beginning of heaven and earth. A chaotic void scene appeared before Qin Fang's eyes, as if the heavens and earth were first opened. The first glimpse of life was the first to be birthed. Strolling through the endless nothingness, perhaps out of boredom or fatigue. This being performed heavenly means condensing wind, fire, and earth, causing them to gather into the earth, becoming the mandate of heaven. This scene was like the most shocking blockbuster in the world. A 10D film. Qin Fang was like the creator, quietly watching the scene in front of him. The land of heavenly destiny was getting bigger and bigger, more and more solid. Gradually green mountains, green water, the dome of the earth appeared. This being took a step, but it felt like the whole thing was fused with heavenly destiny, and could not be divided. In the end, this being chose to merge into the mandate of heaven, becoming the skeleton of the mandate of heaven, avoiding the collapse of the mandate of heaven. The first being in the void used his life to create a peaceful land in the void. The gods were the first to be conceived in the midst of endless years, and they wandered freely in this newborn land. So happy. Everything around them was so strange and interesting to them. At first, the gods were very peaceful, but gradually, there were always some gods who had other ideas, wanted to show their muscles, and began to invade, wanting to enslave other gods and occupy other gods' territories. The war began. This was a magnificent history, and a history of tears. Amidst the endless chaos, a new god was born. This new god displayed unrivaled talent, as well as terrifying strength that was so strong that it succeeded in ending the nearly 10,000 years of chaos of the gods. Thus, the first heavenly emperor appeared. Qin Fang was immersed in it, when suddenly the scene fast-forwarded to the conception of the divine beast. The two chi of green and yellow in the heavenly destiny were conceived and entangled in the void. And eventually 2 different eggs were branded deep in the earth of the heavenly destiny, wanting to hatch out with the core power of the heavenly destiny. These 2 were the prototype of the 2 dragons of time and space. Only the movement of devouring the core power of heaven's mandate was so loud that it was coincidentally detected by the first heavenly emperor. This was also the fate of the space-time dual dragons. Even if they had been born 3 years earlier, they would not have been detected by the heavenly emperor. It just so happened that when the heavenly emperor succeeded to the throne and wanted to have perfect control over the heavenly fate, these 2 divine beasts appeared. The most crucial thing was that the potential, as well as the strength, that these 2 divine beasts burst forth, surprisingly made the heavenly emperor also feel a certain threat. Naturally, the heavenly emperor could not tolerate the birth of these 2 freaks, so the heavenly emperor interfered with them. At first, the heavenly emperor simply didn't want them to continue to develop. However, it was found that the heavenly emperor could not do so at all, and the conception of these 2 eggs was unavoidable. So, the heavenly emperor gathered 100,000 deities, wanting to kill the silver dragon of time and the golden dragon of space in the instant they were conceived, while they were still very weak. The dragon of time, with a body the color of pure silver, was able to swim in the river of time and get a glimpse of the origin of heaven's destiny. The dragon of space, with a body the color of pure gold, was able to swim through the countless spaces of heaven's destiny coming and going as it pleased. The two should have worked together seamlessly, with no god being able to leave them behind. Unfortunately, the two divine beasts had just been conceived from within the egg and were in a period of ignorance, i.e. they suffered a fatal blow. The dragon of space wanted to unleash its natural skill and escape by traveling through space. However, the space in this article had already been blocked by the god of space amongst the ancient gods, making it impossible for them to escape. It wasn't that the spatial power controlled by the god of space was stronger than that held by the golden dragon of space. It was just that the golden dragon had just been conceived, and naturally, its mastery of space was not as profound as that of the god of space. Not to mention this sudden situation, the space golden dragon directly pulled its crotch. The space golden dragon was beaten into a sieve and died on the spot. As for its corpse, it was refined into a space golden ring by the heavenly emperor and thrown to his daughter as a toy. The space gold dragon, which should have been an absolute powerhouse in the heavens and earth. But then, it died right after it was hatched. As for the time silver dragon, the moment it sensed the danger, it directly activated its natural skill and leapt up into the long river of time. The long river of time. It was a very splendid scene. Even Qin Fang couldn't help but be mesmerized by it. The heavenly emperor and the other ancient deities had tried everything they could think of to drag the time silver dragon out of the long river of time. But in the end, they all failed. They could only watch as the time silver dragon disappeared into the long river of time and space, splashing up a flurry of time waves. The heavenly emperor watched the departing figure of the time silver dragon in silence for a long time. He always felt that the time silver dragon would become a great danger to his heart in the future. Maybe the time silver dragon would still appear in the near future and directly decimate him. The heavenly emperor returned and set up a series of measures against the time silver dragon. But unfortunately, after so many years, the time dragon never appeared again. And except for the first heavenly emperor, who was still obsessed with the silver dragon of time, the subsequent heavenly emperors never mentioned the dragon of time again. It was as if the silver dragon of time had completely disappeared without a trace. For so many years, among the ancient gods, the god of time was never born. Otherwise, the silver dragon of time might have nowhere to hide. The time silver dragon never appeared again for the ancient deities. But for the divine beast clan, the time silver dragon had appeared 3 times. The first time, the time silver dragon appeared to preserve the divine beast's fire. The time silver dragons died and fled. But the breeding of divine beasts did not stop. These divine beasts that were birthed by heaven and earth were naturally powerful, especially with a restless heart that always liked to make things happen. So the first heavenly emperor directly ordered the eradication of the divine beasts. This was a tragic and bloody history for the divine beasts clan. The divine beasts, like the 2 dragons of time and space, were enslaved when they were first conceived. What infuriated the divine beasts the most was that the heavenly emperor was so shameless as to directly declare that the divine beasts were fabricated by the deities, thus completely knocking the divine beasts to the dust and pitting them to the pillar of shame. The situation of the divine beasts was precarious, and the time silver dragon appeared and saved a large number of divine beast eggs, hatching them within the long river of time, incidentally passing on this history of the origin of the heavens mandate to the divine beasts of the future generations, sealing it in their memories, so that only those who had reached the top level of the gods would be able to awaken. White Zephyr was one of the few amongst the divine beasts that had awakened this memory. The second appearance of the dragon of time was a negotiation with the plague god. As for what exactly the two talked about, it was unknown. It was only after the negotiation that the divine beast clan was able to enter the 100,000 Great Mountains. It was important to know that the 100,000 Great Mountains occupied 1% of Heaven's Destiny's territory, second only to the human race's territory. As for the third appearance of the time silver dragon, it did not exist in Zai's memories, and seemed to have been sealed at a deeper level. Ding! You have exited the special scenario. Qin Fang exited, but his mind could not be calmed for a long time. Still immersed in it, unable to forget it. The power of this film. It simply shouldn't be too powerful. Ding! You have successfully taken this one quest. This only quest. Qin Fang took it. Quest reward, unknown. Qin Fang, the only any of the usual routine. Not given to see what the reward is. At this point, Qin Fang had already taken on 3 unique quests. The first unique quest, released by divine artisan Lu Long to break through the limits of blacksmithing. Qin Fang until now still had no clue. The second unique task. This was awesome. The Heavenly Destiny unique task, eradicating the scourge of the gods. This task was not something that could be accomplished nowadays. The third task was to find the Ring of Time. In contrast to these three unique tasks, perhaps it is still this third one that is simple. Firstly, after so many years of holding back, the Silver Dragon of Time should have come out. Secondly, the power of the Divine Beast clan has been raised to the extreme, and it's at war with the ancient gods. Could you still hold back and not appear? Just really don't want to take revenge. Thirdly, this was also Qin Fang's greatest reliance. In his previous life, Qin Fang had witnessed the emergence of the Time Silver Dragon. This sole task was not difficult. Mr. Me. This matter? Don't mention it to another person. Bai Zhe handed Qin Fang a you-know-what look. Qin Fang nodded silently. It wasn't time yet. The sky above the 100,000 great mountains. Countless divine beasts were still drawing on the power of heaven and earth to temper their own divine weapons. This was a major event, and almost all of the beasts' heirs were raising their heads to watch. The thorny porcupine god just wanted to ascend into the air and quench this body of thorns as a divine weapon. But he was shouted at by Bai Zhe. Porcupine, my brother. First teach the divine weapons forging method to the thousands of clansmen. That's the proper thing to do. Although the thorn porcupine god was indignant in his heart, he still gave up his position. Today, the divine weapon forging method of my divine beast clan is complete, and the method is passed down as follows. This was another special scene for Qin Fang. Only in the next second, the endless system beeps nearly drowned out Qin Fang. It was only because White Zephyr had transferred all the credit for this method to the player. Me. If you really want to tell the difference. The final formation of this method should have been the result of the player's idea and Bai Zhe's experimentation, and the two should have been given equal credit. However, Bai Zhe didn't care about this at all, and gave his honor to the player. Now, the entire Divine Beast clan recognized player Bai Zhe, and thanked him from the bottom of their hearts. Ding! Congratulations! You have gained the goodwill of the Divine Beast clan *100. Ding! Congratulations on gaining the Divine Beast clans. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining. Such system beep sounded continuously. In the light of an incense stick, the Divine Beast clan's goodwill towards Qin Fang namely reached a terrifying level. Ding! Congratulations on successfully condensing the heart of the Divine Beast. Heart of Divine Beast, an item condensed by the spirit of a Divine Beast from the 100,000 great mountains. Simply put, as long as he relied on the item, Qin Fang was able to walk horizontally within the 100,000 great mountains. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining an entry/exit permit for the 100,000 great mountains. This was a seal that Bai Zhe had given to Qin Fang. With this, Qin Fang could freely enter and exit the 100,000 great mountains. Otherwise, the next time he came back, he would be stopped. In the Divine Beast Paradise, Little Black returned and threw Qin Fang a map of the entire territory of the 100,000 great mountains mineral veins. Qin Fang merely glanced at it and froze. What the hell? The Divine Beast clan had stolen 30% of the mineral veins of the entire Heaven's Destiny. Right? At the bottom of the 100,000 mountains, there were all mineral veins, layer after layer, as if they were artificially piled up. And all of them were high-level mineral veins, with the lowest grade being legendary grade. For Qin Fang, this was simply great wealth. The most crucial thing was that the Divine Beast clan simply couldn't use so many mineral veins. Senior White Zephyr, the mineral deposits at the bottom of the ground of this 100,000 mountains? Look, I am able to purchase a little bit of it. Qin Fang was quite euphemistic in what he said. Mr. Me, aren't you slapping us in the face by saying this? Our Divine Beast clan? Is it such a petty beast? This underground mineral deposit? You can just take 10% of it. As for the rest, you will need to pay divine power crystals to purchase it. A sentence that made sense and also made Qin Fang's heart burn with a high desire to fight. Chapter 616 Divine Monkey Wine Posture of All Parties New Model. Mr. Me. This is the vein that the Divine Beast clan has mined over the years. White Zephyr did as he said and handed Qin Fang an item that looked like a bag. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the divine grade, Heaven Swallowing Bag. Qin Fang received it from Bai Zhe's hands, heavy, and could not help but activate his divine level scrying skill. Name, Heaven Swallowing Envelope. Description, crafted from the stomach sac of the Divine Beast, The heaven-swallowing whale. This was a divine artifact that was refined by the heaven-swallowing whale at the time of his death, using all the power of the divine beast in his body, combined with a trace of his obsession before he died. This refining technique, which Qin Fang had also seen in the divine beast crystals, was not imitative. Qin Fang probed the internal storage capacity. Internal storage capacity, 3 billion. This was already the largest storage prop Qin Fang had ever seen. Other than the ring of the golden dragon, within the heaven-swallowing bag, there was a mountain of forging materials neatly piled up. Only 80% of them were legendary grade vein materials, while 20% were only divine grade. Even so, it made Qin Fang ecstatic. This batch of materials, to be honest, at the very least, allowed Qin Fang to have no shortage of high-grade materials for 2 years. Qin Fang was so elated that he hurriedly looked his flattering eyes toward Xiao He. Xiao He, who was originally drinking wine, felt his scalp tingle, as if there was something evil staring at him. This batch of materials, all of them needed to be purified by Lord Xiao He. Otherwise, how long would Qin Fang have to forge them? 3 bottles of divine grade fine wine. I'll help you purify them. Xiao He communicated with Qin Fang in a bewildered manner and demanded a heavenly price. Qin Fang smilingly and decisively agreed, and then threw the heaven-swallowing bag to Little Black. Xiao He only took a glance. The whole person immediately began to doubt himself, widening a pair of cat eyes that looked like glazed glass, baring his teeth and staring fiercely at Qin Fang. Hey, the eyes of a person who wants to knife someone can't be hidden. The more Xiao He thought about it, the more angry he became. His fur zipped up and went into a state of rage. His glazed eyes seemed to be a little scarlet. 1,000 bottles of God-grade fine wine. Little Black renegotiated the price, quite like Qin Fang was going to die with him if he didn't agree. Qin Fang hurriedly pacified and agreed. 1,000 bottles is 1,000 bottles. Divine grade. Don't fool the cat. God grade. Definitely God grade. At this point, one person and one cat had negotiated the terms, and Little Black swallowed this bag into his stomach in one bite, turned around, leaving a dashing back, leaving Qin Fang alone to be anxious. Don't. This heaven-swallowing bag? I still want it. Hearing this, Little Black first blankly glanced at Qin Fang before ignoring him. The meaning was very obvious. Want it? Wait until the grandpa spews it out. Qin Fang was helpless. Elder White Zephyr. I wonder if the Divine Beast clan has any divine grade fine wine. Facing Qin Fang's inquiry, Baizé looked his eyes towards the apes in the distance. Old monkey, give me sir a few bottles of divine grade fine wine. The agile spirit monkey that jumped in the distance was similar to an ordinary ape, except that its fur color was slightly 1 point darker. The old monkey first bowed towards Qin Fang to show Qin Fang's contribution to the Divine Beast clan, and then with a slightly meaty look, he took out a dozen or so bottles of divine grade vermilion monkey wine from his backpack and handed it over to Qin Fang. Mr. Me, it's not easy to brew monkey's wine. Please forgive me. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining divine grade monkey wine *15. Qin Fang was slightly taken aback. Wasn't it just a divine grade liquor? As for that, however, when Qin Fang used his divine grade scrying skill and viewed it, he could not help but be shocked by the old monkey. Name, divine grade monkey liquor. Description, brewed using 9,999 types of god grade fruits. Function, can assist legendary grade beasts to break through to divine beasts with a 30% success rate. Remarks, can only be given to beasts that possess the natural talent of a divine beast. This. Qin Fang was shocked beyond words. This guy. Scary. With a 30% success rate. How could he say that he could successfully raise a few divine beasts? Qin Fang hurriedly put these 15 bottles of divine monkey wine into the ring of the golden dragon, not preparing to take them out again. As for Little Black, Qin Fang was certain that it would definitely be useless for him to devour this monkey wine. If Xiao He wanted to achieve godhood, he could only do so by devouring another body of a chaos god. This liquor, indeed, did not possess any use for Little Black. Just now, Little Black also wriggled his nose and sniffed it twice. The temptation was very low. Thank you for the god's gift. Qin Fang also bowed. This monkey wine was precious. Please also ask Mr. Me to wait a little while. We need to discuss which 5 of you will set out with you to slaughter the gods. Mr. White Zephyr arranged for Qin Fang to stay and asked him to wait patiently. This was also a helpless move. There were more than 60,000 divine beasts in the 100,000 Great Mountains. All of them were warlike people. Not to mention that this time, they were going out to fight with the gods. To fight for their lives. Who wouldn't want to go out first and be the first to fight with the gods? As for the danger? There was definitely some. But these divine beasts? Not afraid of danger. What they were most afraid of was not having a fight. This time, the quota to go out with Mr. Me should definitely be given to me. The old ox. What kind of status are you? Motherfucker. That you dare to rob? 9 Heavenly Centipede. Should be the one to follow me out. No matter from defense. Or from seniority. Fuck off. Do you guys have enough seniority? I'm a holy Qilin. The oldest generation of divine beasts. That's right. You guys still want to go out? What do you think? Can you kill a deity? It must be me who goes. Ancestral Dragon Senior. What are you still doing to make a scene? When Qin Fang left, the Divine Beast Paradise immediately quarreled within the Divine Beast Paradise. And the sound was as loud as a flood bell. Bai Zhe also had a huge headache, not knowing what to do. Decide with strength. Thus, a great melee unfolded within the Divine Beast Paradise. Qin Fang knew nothing about it, at the moment. He was riding the 9-colored heavenly winged horse, and wandering within the area of the 100,000 mountains. Along the way, because of the Divine Beast's heart, Qin Fang was treated with a high degree of courtesy. Mr. Me, your kindness to my Divine Beast clan is too great. Please accept this small token. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a legendary great fruit, the butterfly fruit. Yes, Mr. Me. This is a small token of my appreciation. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining almost every place Qin Fang went to. That is, there was such a thing that happened, causing Qin Fang to experience for the first time what it was like to receive a gift and receive a soft hand. It was helpless. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a huge uproar had been created. The Divine Beast clan was frantically sacrificing divine artifacts, and the power of heaven and earth in the heavenly destiny continent was constantly draining towards the 100,000 mountains. It was impossible to hide such a big commotion. Inside the Heavenly Emperor's order, the 100,000 great mountains are moving differently. The god of the undead was the first to release this news. With quite a hint of concern, the gods also frowned. Once slaves are just slaves. Even if they make a slight ripple again, we'll be able to suppress it. Right. Divine beasts are just that. Our former seats. So what is there to worry about? To be able to mobilize the power of the heavens and earth to operate. It looks like the divine beasts have made some progress over the years. At first, all the deities within the Heavenly Emperor's order did not take it seriously. But at the moment of the third day, the deities within the Heavenly Emperor's order couldn't sit still as they sensed the seriousness of the problem. No, something isn't right. The loss of heaven and earth power is too severe this time. Right. What exactly are these divine beasts doing? Surprisingly, they need so much power of heaven and earth? Can it be? Are the divine beasts side making constant breakthroughs? Check. Have to check. Coronation Heavenly Emperor. This matter has to be notified to Coronation Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor tilted up, tightly frowning as he looked in the direction of the 100,000 mountains. There was a vague uneasiness stirring in the heart of the Heavenly Emperor, always feeling that something big would happen in general. It was no exaggeration to say that this 100,000 great mountains had thinned the power of the heavens and earth of the entire heavenly destiny continent by 3 points. And it would take time to make up for it. Cha! The Heavenly Emperor gave the order that it had to be investigated. God of Death, figure out what caused this change in the 100,000 mountains, and grant you 3 divine beads. This was a reward from the Heavenly Emperor. The God of Death must be grateful. Subordinate will definitely do my best to investigate clearly. The God of Death left. The 100,000 mountains were still pumping the power of heaven and earth without stopping. The 10,000 races also felt it, and were amazed in their hearts. There were only so many ways to draw the power of the heavens and earth. The first was to break through to a divine spirit. The second, to refine a divine weapon. The third, to break through to a higher level of divine spirit. And the fourth. I wonder about the Divine Beast clan this time. Which one is it? Causing such a large-scale disturbance in the power of the heavens and earth was no small matter. All the races were speculating, but none of them could be certain. The plague Dharma god was perhaps the only one who knew exactly what was going on. The 100,000 great mountains had broken through the barriers and successfully forged divine artifacts. This was refining divine artifacts by the sea. Plague Dharma god stared. Looks like the 100,000 great mountains this time. Their strength is going to have a big boost. In the past, the conversation between the Time Silver Dragon and the Plague Dharma god. That is, said today's scene. Time Silver Dragon, if there is a day when the 100,000 great mountains devour the power of the heavens and the earth in massive quantities, that will be the time for us to counterattack the ancient gods. And it will be then that I will be completely revived. Plague Dharma god, why? Time Silver Dragon, because on this day in the future, the divine beasts forge their own divine weapons. Their strength increases greatly, and they have a bright master who can lead them to complete glory. The Plague Dharma god was silent. The Plague Dharma god believed in the words of the Time Silver Dragon. But it was too long ago. Still in the distant future. Today, seeing such a scene, the Plague Dharma god finally waited for this day. The Plague Dharma god no longer looked at the 100,000 mountains. But instead, he drank a cup of hot tea to himself and poured a cup for the opposite side as well, saying, I look forward to the day I see you again. Following the light of the Plague Dharma god's eyes, his opposite side was clearly empty. The constant decrease in the power of heaven and earth had no effect on the vast number of players in Heaven's Destiny. It was still time to brush up and play the game. Hey, these times feel so boring. Yeah, there's not even much news for me to brag about. The New Year's flavor nowadays is really getting less and less interesting. Yeah, this New Year has been very tasteless and boring. It's hard to bear. I want to watch the news. Scarlet news is fine. Brothers, do any of you have the latest news about the recent popular star? The stop she made to Broken Earth? These days, the players were going crazy. The days were bland, and everyone didn't like it. Just then, a system tone that resounded through Heaven's Destiny rang out. Ding! A brand new mode of Heaven's Destiny is about to open. Please look forward to it. Chapter 617 Heavenly Emperors Divine beat all of Heaven's Destiny knows about it. Heaven's Destiny was shaken by this, and countless players began to judge the new mode. A brand new mode for Heavenly Fate? I feel like there's absolutely no need for Heavenly Fate to come out with a brand new mode. After all, we haven't even reached the top yet. There's still a lot of playability right now. Brother, this is in terms of your thoughts alone. You know what? According to incomplete statistics, 1/10 of the players of Heaven's Destiny think that the plot is too single. The mode is too single. Almost at a glance can see the future. Without any playability. Bullshit. Still without any playability? I just exploded epic equipment yesterday. Directly sold 1.5 million copper coins. I'm happy. The new mode. I won't go to play. Hee. New mode. So looking forward to it. In response to the brand new mode of Heaven's Destiny, the players naturally had 1,000 faces. Overall, there was still some anticipation. Only that they didn't know what this brand new mode was. Do you guys have any insider information? I want to know what this brand new mode is. Dads, I'll give you 3 seconds to lay out the information on the brand new mode of Heaven's Destiny in front of me. My good big son. Then your dad will reluctantly tell you. The brand new model of Heaven's Mandate is not allowed to be disclosed at all. Any disclosure at this stage is false. Please do not believe it. Highly doubtful. Heaven's Destiny's brand new mode is the Extreme Wheelchair Office Race Mode. The moment these words came out, the entire Heaven's Destiny players were left speechless, itching to beat him to death. Ding! The brand new mode will be opened on the 1st of March. Please look forward to it. The system beep sounded again, giving the majority of players a specific time. Players nowadays could only wait. Counting the days. It was almost 10 days. So they could afford to wait. Time was like flowing water, slowly passing. The god of death came to the boundary of the 100,000 mountains, silently feeling the passage of the power of heaven and earth. Feeling the situation inside, the god of death couldn't enter. He wasn't stupid. The 100,000 great mountains had made such a commotion. No matter which way it was no longer a place he could set foot in. A messy fist still kills a teacher. Only this breath. So familiar feeling. Just as the god of death wanted to get close and take a closer look. Suddenly from within the 100,000 great mountains, thousands of divine beasts were reflected. Their eyes like ice, staring at the god of death and death. Attack. Leave the god of death behind. With regards to the god of death, the deity of Mount Chishia did not have any good looks. This deity, who had enslaved the Divine Beast clan, was even deeper. The bodies of the Divine Beast clan, after being abused and killed, were all claimed by the god of death, coalescing into an army of Divine Beast undead. This kind of behavior simply made the Divine Beast race suffer endless insults. After their deaths, none of them were allowed to die a good death. The god of death was not worried when he saw the 10,000 divine beasts reflected in their shadows. After all, there were once even more divine beasts than this. But when he saw the 10,000 divine artifacts, no, tens of thousands of divine artifacts that covered the sky, the god of death froze. A divine spirit? Surprisingly, they possessed the ability to refine divine artifacts. No wonder. All the power of the heavens and earth these days were refining divine artifacts. The god of death probed and just wanted to leave. In the next instant, space was solidified, and it was as if the god of death was caught in a quagmire, unable to struggle away at all. What is this? A brand new divine beast? The god of death was still relatively familiar with divine beasts. Before the ancient gods were sealed, there was absolutely no divine beast that possessed the power of space. The silver-colored phoenix cried. This was the space phoenix. Since the death of the space golden dragon, it was born, in charge of the power of space. For so many years, it was protected by the 100,000 mountains very well, without any loss. This time, it struck, and it even made it impossible for the god of death to escape. 10,000 divine beasts struck at the same time, and with the addition of a massive amount of divine artifacts, the god of death only lasted for a second. I died, cut off the supply of divine power, and let the god of death die completely. The silver phoenix immediately obeyed the order, and with absolute spatial control, cut off the connection between the god of death and the death abyss. This time, the god of death really panicked. This motherfucker. The god of death wanted to escape, but the feeling of being stuck in a quagmire was even deeper. And by the time he recovered, what awaited him was a second death. With only his own stored divine power, the god of death would be able to hold out for a maximum of 3 more times. After the third time, the god of death died completely. The divine beasts of the 100,000 great mountains let out cheers. After so many years, they had finally wiped out their previous shame and killed one of the ancient deities. Baizé stared closely at the celestial phenomena and couldn't help but frown. There were no celestial changes, which meant that the beheaded god of death was not his original body. Baizé sighed. It was helpless. The gods were cunning and afraid of death. How could they send their real bodies to this place? White Zephyr did not say much, but celebrated this great victory with the divine beasts. As for the matter of the divine artifacts being exposed, what can be said about that? It will be exposed later anyway. And as long as Mr. Me is strong, maybe the divine war with the ancient gods can be brought forward. Death Abyss. Indeed, the one who died before the 100,000 mountains wasn't the god of death's original body, but it also possessed 99% of his original body's strength. The god of death had learned a lesson from his last near-death experience, and had purposely separated a sliver of his spiritual power, a sliver of his chi and blood power to nurture in the springs of the abyss of death, to avoid his complete death. This time, thanks to his caution, he managed to save him. Although the death was not of the essence, it still left the god of death wounded, and it would take at least 10 years of light before he could recover his true strength. However, the god of death was not sad. On the contrary, very exuberant. At the first time, he took out the Heavenly Emperor's order and sent a private message to heaven and earth, reporting to the Heavenly Emperor. It has now been ascertained that the divine beasts within the 100,000 great mountains have mastered the divine weapon forging method, and are currently forging divine weapons on a large scale. And this tidal wave of heaven and earth's power was also triggered by this. When the Heavenly Emperor saw such news, it was the same as his guess. The Heavenly Emperor couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly as he looked towards the 100,000 great mountains, muttering under his breath, "Is it this time? Keep a close eye on it, and inform the 100,000 great mountains in a timely manner if there are any movements." This was the order he gave to the god of death. Coronation of the Heavenly Emperor. More than 10,000 divine beasts united to break up my entire body and strength. And amongst the divine beasts clan, the space phoenix has also appeared, cutting off my connection to the death fountain. The god of death appropriately cried out for Nait. After all, One couldn't just work and not be paid. Oh, hard work. God of death. Here's the divine bead that was promised to you. As for the extra one, give it to you to heal your wounds. The god of death was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked the heavenly emperor. Coronation of the heavenly emperor. My subordinate promises to complete the task. Cutting off the communication. The god of death surveyed the divine bead in his hand that looked like a pearl. A beautiful jade. And his eyes were filled with greed. Longing. This thing. Don't look at its size. Which was only the size of a fingernail cap. But the power that was birthed within it was endless. This was a treasure that was birthed from the power of the heavenly emperor. The god of death devoured one. And immediately felt the power within his body, returning at an extremely fast rate. In the time it took to burn incense, the god of death achieved the peak. Just one single piece. It allowed him to recover from his extremely weak state to his peak. This speed directly spared the god of death 10 years of effort. The god of death didn't dare to hesitate, summoning an endless number of divine beast skeletons, allowing them to lurk into the 100,000 mountains from the ground, probing the situation. Because the attributes were the same, lurking was very simple. The god of death was satisfied. This time, there should be no danger. The divine beasts within the 100,000 great mountains did not perceive it. Inside the heavenly emperor's decree, all gods, break through the seals as fast as you can. The great tribulation against my gods is coming soon. This was the voice of the heavenly emperor, calm as if it was telling a trivial matter. However, it was not difficult to hear many problems from these words. As a result, the seal deities each began to secretly exert themselves, all wanting to break through the seal as soon as possible. The gods all knew in their hearts, the great power is coming. The human race, the divine beast race, these big races, and the conflict between the gods is irreconcilable. Either you and I die. Is so cruel. The 15th day of the first month. Beep, 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 beep. Tick-tock. Alert, alert. Da-da-da-da. Alert, alert. This series of system beeps all rang out within the towns of the 10,000 races. In the realm of the 10,000 races, including the realm of the human race, there were at least 10 more deities that had broken free. As soon as these deities broke free, they unleashed a massive massacre on the towns they were in. Faced with the wrath of the deities, these towns were unanimous in their fate. Their cities were destroyed, and their people were annihilated. It was basically impossible for a legendary level city lord to resist the attack of the deities, even if they asked for help from the surrounding deities. What could they do when the deities of Mount Chixia arrived at this place? If they ran into a weak ancient deity, they would still be able to tangle with him and avoid causing even more killing. But if they ran into a very strong deity, the deity of Mount Chixia could only flee and allow the ancient deity to wreak havoc. What's more, the gods of Mount Chixia were beheaded by the ancient gods. Griffins. Want to resist? Die quietly in my torment? Oh humble ants and insects. Your taste is still so disgusting. This time, as my gods sweep the earth, you will be enslaved after all. Human race. Divine beast race. You'll have to pay the price after all. Plague Dharma God. How many more times will you be able to strike? The ancient gods constantly irritated the human race. The 10,000 races. The ancient deities that were revived within the towns and cities of the weaker. 10,000 races that didn't possess deities directly came to reign over the world, causing these races to declare which side they would stand on. Irrevocably. For a time, there were once again races that declared that they would work together with the ancient deities. For example, the reddish ant race. The strongest person of this race was only at the legendary level. So how could they fight with the ancient deities? The more powerful races that possessed the suppression of deities went to war with the ancient deities in the first place, forcing the ancient deities, whose strength had not yet been restored to its peak, to leave their hometowns. Otherwise, the fish would die. These ancient deities that had just broken through the seal had no choice but to leave. This representative, who would rather bend than break, was the dragon blood six-armed race. This race was a hybrid of the human race and the divine beasts. And the hatred between them and the ancient deities was larger than life. So if they didn't lack the strength and didn't want to start a war in their homeland, they might really bleed. As for the powerful, with a number of gods to suppress the 10,000 races, I'm sorry, just revived ancient deities become their practice. Slaughtered, directly returned to the spring of resurrection. Ancient deities are nothing more than that. Chapter 618. the 5 strongest divine beasts temporarily leaving the 100,000 mountains. The representative of this is the deep-sea demon crystal clan, born in the depths of the earth. The magic crystals possess the will to become a clan of their own. Even if they die, they will only turn into magic crystals again, and after millions of years, they will regenerate their consciousness. And to a certain extent, they are similar to gods. This race is not afraid to die, and the brain is one-sided. Said to hack you, is to hack you, who persuade not good. Once the god of the sea wanted to enslave the race, but the final result was the deep-sea magic crystal clan. All dead? No one survived. It was only when the god of plague learned that there was such a race in the world that he was able to restore it with his heavenly means. Since then, the clan has become a staunch ally of the human race. As for the deity clan, as long as they appear, they are dry. Not all of the powerful races are so courageous. There are also some soft-boned races. For example, the mechanical dream spirit race. The ancient deity sealed within the clan, the diamond Tyrannosaurus Rex, had just awakened, and had not yet escaped from its trap. So the clan had raised its ranks to join them. Tyrannosaurus God, we didn't want to seal you back then. It was all forced by the human race. Tyrannosaurus God, we will save you now. Mighty Tyrannosaurus God, there's a head for every grievance. We, the mechanical dream spirit race, are willing to submit. Facing such a humble race, the Tyrannosaurus God was very flattered and directly promised, as long as you help me open the seal, in the future, your mechanical dream spirit race can return to the embrace of the divine spirit clan. This promise, but also let the mechanical dream spirit tribe feel hard beautiful, licking the Tyrannosaurus Rex God's feet. Do their best to give him to crack the seal, until the 15th day of the first month. The seal of the Tyrannosaurus God was broken. The Tyrannosaurus God also kept his promise. After all, 1,000 gold to buy a horse's bones. If you renege, which race will still dare to defect in the future? The emergence of 10 ancient deities would bring about a chain reaction. For example, the Tyrannosaurus God had a high relationship with the winged dragon god. And this time, if the Tyrannosaurus God broke free, it would definitely go and help the winged dragon god break free as well. It was thought that it wouldn't take long for more and more ancient deities to break free. What surprised the 10,000 races the most was that almost all of the gods that had broken free were asking how many more times the plague Dharma god would be able to make a move, which made the 10,000 races a bit puzzled. This matter gradually festered, and only after the gods of the 10,000 races had this curiosity did the ancient gods make an announcement. After sealing us, the pestilence god is already at the end of his strength, and under the exhaustion of his heart. He has long since died. The current stage of the pestilence god is only a section of the projection, and has long since ceased to possess the heavenly means of the ancient times. When the ancient deities come out, they will definitely break this section of the pestilence god's projection, and let him completely become the past tense. All races, don't be fooled by the plague Dharma god again. He can't save you. Haha. The 10,000 races. They really are fragile races. Ah. If you're not careful, you'll be enslaved by us again. If the plague Dharma god is still alive, why doesn't he appear and reinforce the seal again? The 10,000 races. It's sad at the end. In the face of such mocking, provocative words from the ancient deities, although most of the races expressed their unwillingness to believe it, there were still many races that were unwilling to gamble, and didn't dare to do so. Immediately, there were dozens more races that chose to defect to the ancient deities. Fart her mother's arse. The plague Dharma god is still alive and well. Yeah. This time, the plague Dharma god didn't show up because he wanted to completely pacify the chaos. Ancient deities? You guys are jumping around happily now. And when you are liquidated later on, I hope that you can be so happy too. Ancient deities. How can there be any morality to speak of? All of them are a bunch of cruel and hypocritical deities. This was Mount Chishia's reply. Resounding. For a while, it was impossible to determine truth from falsehood. Qin Fang also heard this assertion, and could not help but yap and laugh. The claim that the plague Dharma god had died was simply nonsense. In his previous life, the plague Dharma god had even gone on a killing spree. Qin Fang didn't say much about it. Ding! Please enter the divine beast paradise. With a jolt, Qin Fang stopped his traveling around the 100,000 mountains and stepped into the divine beast paradise. Divine beast paradise. More than 60,000 divine beasts were all located here, waiting for Qin Fang's arrival. When Qin Fang took a look, the scene wasn't quite right. These divine beasts were more or less injured. Looking at the ancestral dragon, its original golden scales looked as if it had been forcibly torn apart, revealing the flesh and blood below, which looked very frightening. Then look at the holy Qilin. What happened to this unicorn? Why did it feel like it had been broken off? Besides, the amethyst demon bull. The original crystal clear skin was like a crystal. Now it was cracked, although it was more aesthetically pleasing. But seriously, wouldn't this defense power be reduced? These were the stronger divine beasts in Qin Fang's impression. All of them presented such injuries, not to mention the other divine beasts. Only heavier. Not the heaviest. There was none worse than the three-headed poison python god, who had simply been beaten to the point where she didn't even recognize her mother. This is? Qin Fang blurted out in curiosity. Mr. Me. This is our divine beasts once-a-year festival, the fighting festival. It's like this every year, using physical combat to select the strongest amongst the divine beasts. And it just so happens that we take advantage of this to select the 5 divine beasts that are most suitable to lead with you. Ancestral Dragon, Holy Qilin, Space Phoenix, Amethyst Demon Bull, Mutant Xuanwu. These were the 5 divine beasts that Bai Zhe had selected as the most suitable to follow Qin Fang away. These 5 divine beasts might not be the strongest in this fighting festival, but they were the most suitable to follow Qin Fang as he left. Firstly, there was the Ancestral Dragon. As a divine beast contemporary with Bai Zhe, the Ancestral Dragon had a deep understanding of ancient deities, and was able to act as a guide for Qin Fang, or in short, a living walking ancient dictionary. Furthermore, the Ancestral Dragon's qi and blood was also at its peak, and was also able to be used as a top deity. Next was the Holy Qilin, able to provide the team with the strongest healing ability, able to save anyone who didn't die instantly. This was what the team needed the most. After all, if they had to fight an ancient deity, how could they not see blood? Furthermore, the Spatial Phoenix. This was the only divine beast of the divine beast clan Xia Kingdom that had mastered the power of space. Not only was it able to cut off the connection between the gods and the springs, making it simpler to kill the gods, it was even more able to lead the gods to escape when they encountered absolute danger. For example, if this group of divine beasts were targeted by the Heavenly Emperor, they would also be able to escape in time. The fourth, on the other hand, was the Amethyst Demon Bull. This was the main attacker that Bai Zhe had specially selected. In this melee, the Amethyst Demon Bull was known to be explosive and unrivaled in combat, being surrounded by hundreds of divine beasts. But in the end, it was unharmed and defeated one by one. Even amongst the top deities, there weren't even a few that were able to cross swords with the Amethyst Demonic Bull. Lastly, there was the mutated divine beast Xuanwu. The Xuanwu was the strongest in terms of defense, and the divine beast had also undergone a mutation. This mutation, so that the already amazing defense Xuanwu transformed into Xianwang Xuanwu. The body of the tortoiseshell is no longer flesh and blood, but Xianwang Stone. Xianhuang Stone, known as the hardest substance in heaven and earth. This guy's defense? Bonkers hard. In the previous fighting festival, this guy didn't participate the entire time, but he was also attacked for 7 whole days by the divine beasts that had the intention to do so. Hey, guess what? More than 800 divine beasts froze and couldn't blast open his turtle shell. In the end, it could only be a matter of abandoning the Xianwang Xuanwu and going to battle with other divine beasts. These 5 divine beasts were enough to form a very strong fighting force if they were paired up. Qin Fang, as a veteran player, read White Zephyr's pairing in an instant and couldn't help but thank him. Senior White Zephyr, don't worry. Within a month, I'll have the Divine Beast clan promote at least 100 divine beasts. Mr. Me, this time, I'm counting on you. I only have one request. To come back alive. White Zephyr took on a human form, holding Qin Fang's hand tightly as he told him, I will, Elder Bai Zhe. Qin Fang pondered for a while and spoke. Seniors, in order to avoid the leakage of your scent, which would lead to the failure of our plan, I suggest signing a contract with me, so that we can also act better. At this, the 5 chosen divine beasts had you look at me, and I look at you. If they were contracted, wouldn't they become slaves again? Could it be that it was deliberately humiliating them? Faced with such a situation, Bai Zhe hurriedly came out to round up the situation. The Chaos God seniors have all been indentured. What are you guys still pretending about? A word woke up the dreamer. The ancestral dragon and other divine beasts were instantly not pretentious, but also raised a whole new question. Can we not have a contract space with the Chaos God, for fear that it would devour the divine beasts in one gulp? Don't worry, seniors. The contract we signed is a temporary contract. At most 3 months. That is, it will automatically be in contact. As for a separate contract space, this can also be done. Qin Fong smiled and spoke, reassuring the divine beasts. In that case, sign it. I can also sign. Pretentious? I can directly sign for 1,000,000 years. After the contract was signed, Qin Fong directly possessed 5 top godlike beaters. Elder White Zephyr. Wait for my good news. Qin Fong finished his speech, said a proper goodbye to the divine beasts, and departed. Ding. You have left the range of the 100,000 mountains. Qin Fong spent a huge amount of copper coins and activated his teleportation skill to return to Tianyang Town. Divine Beast Paradise. Let's wish them success. The rise of my Divine Beast clan depends on them. White Zephyr. Why don't you let us come out on a large scale? Yeah. It's not cool to hide like this. Hey. It's not the right time for us to come out. Bai Zhe uttered these meaningful words, leaving the divine beasts to speculate. Qin Fong returned to Tianyang Town and entered the city lord's mansion to check on the recent developments in Tianyang Town. Juve Tianyan, flourishing. Nothing untoward. Yujie, it's making money by the day. No need to ask about it. Black Widow, the guild as well. Business as usual. Hidden Earth is tackling a brand new copy. No harm done. Xueqing Air, in the middle of building a special item. Don't bother me. Qin Fong, why do I feel a bit detached from the masses? Especially Xueqing. How long has this been building? Surprisingly, she was still building. Qin Fong had no choice but to visit Teacherly Evil, informing him of this trip to the 100,000 mountains and asking if he could make a move to exterminate the ancient deities, and incidentally, give himself a layer of insurance. Teacher Lixia's strength was unfathomable. Even when he was facing the Heavenly Emperor, he still looked as if he was on cloud 9. If he told Teacher Lixia about this matter of slaughtering deities, he might be able to fish for himself at a critical moment. No matter what, it was not a loss anyway. Chapter 619, The Space Phoenix That Fell to Mortal Dust. Mr. Me. Let the Space Phoenix follow you at all times, so that it can also better ensure your safety. This was the voice of the ancestral dragon, advising Qin Fong. When you go out, you should be careful with everything. Qin Fong naturally obeyed and summoned the Space Phoenix, allowing her to remain palm-sized, as if she were a statue, standing on his shoulder. This was like the most exquisite work of art in the world, attracting side glances from passers-by. The Space Phoenix raised its head proudly, silently gazing at everything in front of it as if it were an emperor. This look was similar to caring for a retard, the top god of the Divine Beast clan. He had his own pride. Wow! What a beautiful pet! What is this? A phoenix? Huh? This player? Why do I feel like player me? Crap. It really is player me. Take a picture. Take a picture. Originally, the attention of the passing players was on the silver phoenix, but now they all landed on Qin Fong's body, requesting for a group photo, with the bolder ones directly nibbling on Qin Fong's face. The silver phoenix rolled its eyes from time to time, looking at these humans as if it did not understand what they were doing. Eyes disdainful. Heh. Stupid humans, He was helpless and turned around to change his face, which got rid of this group of sizzling players. As for the silver phoenix's condescension and disdain, Qin Fong was naturally able to sense it, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, they had the capital to be condescending. Private territory. Qin Fong searched round for Teacher Lixia, but could not find it, so he had no choice but to take out the special divine-grade monkey wine. Opening the cork, a mellow, saliva-inducing wine aroma dispersed out. This was pure divine-grade wine made from divine-grade fruits. And in just 3 breaths, the fragrance of the wine dispersed to the entire private territory. Lixia seemed to be in a deep sleep, only for his body's instincts to sniff the wine aroma, appearing in front of Qin Fong with his eyes closed, as if he was a walking corpse. But it was Lixia in such a state that directly caused the Space Phoenix's body to stiffen, its breathing to stop. and its eyes wouldn't even turn, as if it had truly become a wooden-bodied idol. A thing called extreme fear was constantly flowing in the body. Not only the Space Phoenix, but the 4 divine beasts that were contracted by Qin Fang. Even though they were within the contracted space at this moment, they also felt a force so terrifying that they could not resist it, bombarding the consciousness of all of them. These 4 top divine beasts, for a moment, kept their mouths shut, not daring to say a single word, especially the ancestral dragon. The shock in his heart was indescribable. In his impression, this one should have disappeared a long time ago. Ah, why would he still have some relationship with Qin Fang? Teacher, here. Qin Fang smilingly handed the divine-grade monkey wine to Licia. Good wine. Licia took a painful sip and awoke from his sleep, praising it heartily. You brat? This trip to the 100,000 mountains seems to have rubbed off on quite a few good things. Licia joked with Qin Fang, barring his mouth once again, as if he was reminiscing. Teacher, I still have it here. Qin Fang once again took out 3 or 4 bottles from the ring of the golden dragon and handed them to teacher Licia. Licia was not polite either, sipping it one sip at a time, baring his mouth every now and then. Good wine. In the next second, Licia was like a god of Taotai, easily ripping off one of the silver phoenix's wings and scorching it with bright red flames. Qin Fang, a face full of black lines. Teacher, that's not very nice of you. Eating my pet? Immediately, 2 questions surfaced in Qin Fang's mind. Firstly, what level of strength did teacher Licia's strength reach? Ah, with the spatial phoenix's instincts, it couldn't even escape. Second, why didn't the silver phoenix resist? Qin Fang twisted his head, and immediately saw a stupefied, fear-filled silver phoenix, who was humbly sealing its wounds with divine power, with its head lowered, not even daring to meet Li Qi's eyes. But still, resentment inevitably arose in his heart. Li Qi glared, unsatisfied? Space Phoenix, satisfied. Satisfied? It is my honor for you to be able to eat my wings. Qin Fang was perplexed. Space Phoenix? At least you are a top deity. As to be so humble? The Space Phoenix's arrogance, disdain in this evil can be gone. Bang! Along with the roasting of the flames, a strange aroma was transmitted into Qin Fang's mouth and nose, causing his appetite to increase greatly. Wine and food are most appropriate. Li Qi ate with a mouthful of wine and a mouthful of meat. The light of wanting to eat also flickered in Qin Fang's eyes, but Li Xie seemed to be unable to see it, as if he was eating on his own. Your body is too weak to eat these things. This was Li Xie's explanation. Qin Fang was helpless, and could only swallow his saliva silently. Only after Li Xie had eaten and drunk enough did he look at the Space Phoenix on Qin Fang's shoulder. This is my disciple. I know what you guys are going to do. But I will say this. Even if you guys die, nothing can happen to him. Otherwise, the entire Divine Beast clan will give him a burial. These words were individually transmitted to the Spatial Phoenix, as well as the Ancestral Dragon and other Divine Beasts. The Ancestral Dragon and the others hurriedly responded. Don't worry. Qin Fang knew nothing about this. Only after Li Xie had eaten and drank his fill did Qin Fang smile and mention his plan. Teacher Li Xie, I came here this time to tell you that I'm going to team up with the seniors of the Divine Beast clan to hunt gods. So I hope that you'll be able to come to the rescue at the critical moment. Don't worry. I'm talking about just in case. In general, there's no need for you to step in. When Qin Fang finished speaking, Li Xie instantly agreed and threw Qin Fang a token. This is my distress token. Crush it, and I will arrive. After hearing this, Qin Fang was overjoyed. Thank you, teacher. I will go now. Qin Fang took another look at the Spatial Phoenix on his shoulder, and again looked embarrassed. Teacher, can you heal it? Or else we won't be able to escape if we really run into a strong enemy. Only to see Li Qi throw out a splash of light blue water droplet-type beads. The Space Phoenix took a bite and swallowed it. In the next second, the Space Phoenix's injuries rapidly recovered, eventually arriving at the Upside Down, and even vaguely surpassing the Upside Down. Qin Fang was stunned. This was a little too fake. Qin Fang had originally guessed the identity of teacher Li Qiwei as high as possible, but now he saw that his guess was still conservative. Xia Tian. This last word, the Silver Phoenix still did not say it. Although Qin Fang was puzzled, he still couldn't guess. The Ancestral Dragon was rapidly shifting the goal of God slaughter, within the pet contract space. Originally, Ancestral Dragon thought that was such a strong configuration of the 5 divine beasts. How would he have to go and slaughter the top ancient gods? But now, Ancestral Dragon only wanted to live well. The target, the weakest ancient deity, Qin Fang, left, allowing the Ancestral Dragon to pick a target to hunt. Elder Space Phoenix. My teacher? Just who is it? Qin Fang inquired curiously. In the next second, one could only see the Space Phoenix's body inexplicably stiffen, its pupils constantly contracting, and the entire bird trembling uncontrollably. Mr. Me. Don't ask. When Elderly Sia wants to inform you, you will naturally know. The Spatial Phoenix had already lost the ability to speak. And this was still what the Ancestral Dragon had said. Qin Fang waved his hand and sighed. Hey, what else can be said? Teacherly is getting more and more mysterious yet. Qin Fang didn't ask any more questions and decisively submitted the Pestilence Dharma God's quest. As for the Space Phoenix, it continued to return to normal amidst the passage of time. At this moment, it had completely put down its condescension, discarded its disdain, and its eyes were filled with awe. Ding. Mission submission in progress. Ding. The mission has been perfectly submitted. Ding. In view of your excellent completion of this quest, congratulations on obtaining the Divine Grade 2-headed Demon's Lair Flower *2. The quest reward was directly doubled, and it was easy to see that the Plague Pharaoh was satisfied. Ding. Communication from the Plague FA God. Before Qin Fang could react, the communication was forcibly connected. Your mission this time was completed very well, allowing me to possess a preliminary understanding of the Divine Beast clan. Below, I have another task for you. I wonder if you agree. Qin Fang, agree. Agree? How can I not agree to this? Even if you don't know what the task is, one must decisively agree to it as well. Ding. Quest profile. Help the Divine Beast clan cultivate divine beasts. Quest reward. Legendary Grade Forging Insights *1. Ding. Special note. This quest is a recurring quest. Remarks. Every time you help the Divine Beast clan cultivate a divine beast, you will receive Legendary Grade Forging Insights *1. Gathering 100 Legendary Grade Forging Insights will allow you to flawlessly advance to become a Legendary Grade Blacksmith. Ding. You have successfully picked up this quest. The Plague Pharaoh hung up the communication. Qin Fang was very happy. The Plague Venerable God side was able to get the Legendary Grade Forging Insights, while the Divine Beast side was able to get the ores. It was life, pushing itself towards the top. The Divine Grade 2-headed Manslayer Demon Flower was casually thrown outside the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild residence by Qin Fang. The 2 vicious stamens immediately drilled out from the land. This was also considered to be another piece of protection. If the 10,000 Empty Lanes Guild encountered another monster attack or another guild siege, it would definitely give them a surprise. Elder Ancestral Dragon. Have you picked a target yet? Qin Fang inquired with some impatience. Mr. Me. My suggestion is to go and kill the god of the monolith among the ancient deities. Although this deity has a strong defense, its attack is not strong. So it is also a test stone to see our strength, and to be able to estimate the strength of the ancient deities. Is it progressing or regressing? Okay, I'm fine with all of that. Only where is this monolithic god's abyss? Mr. Me. I know the approximate location. Can you give me a map of the current stage of Heaven's destiny? I'll also be able to locate it better. Qin Fang, a map of Heaven's destiny. This is something that the gods should have. Right? Thus, Qin Fang dialed the communication of Force Prime. Elderly, give me a point of the map of the entire heavenly destiny. Qin Fang directly demanded it, although Li Qingqian was very reluctant to give it, who let his granddaughter take it from others. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Heavenly Fate map. You brat. What do you want the map for? God slaying. Don't believe me. Bragging. God Slayer, can you not shout at me? Li Qingqian didn't believe it. Qin Fang hemmed and hawed, but he didn't explain that much. Ding. You have hung up communication. The map of Heaven's destiny was thrown to the Ancestral Dragon, who merely glanced at it, namely lamenting the changes in the world and the vicissitudes of the sea. The approximate locations of Heaven's destiny had all changed a lot, except that Ancestral Dragon still used the memories in his mind to probe the location of the monolithic god. Space Phoenix. Tear through space. Let's head there. Chapter 620, Encountering the God of Space. In the middle of the special scene, Lee Dolly, who was cultivating and preparing to break through to the divine spirit, softly inquired, "Grandpa, what's wrong? Is it news from Qin Fong?" Li Qingtian acted unconcerned and spoke indifferently. "Mum asked me for a map of the entire heavenly destiny, saying that he was going to go and slaughter the gods." Forced Dolly was a little anxious. "Then let's hurry and go help." Although Li Dolly had not yet broken through to divine spirit, it was still a small improvement from earlier, and she couldn't wait to go out. Or rather, someone wanted to see Qin Fong in a hurry. Li Qingtian blankly glanced at her. This brat. He still doesn't know where he is going to fool around. Don't take care of him. Besides, if he really wants to hunt divine spirits, can he not call out to us? Just by virtue of his strength. Li Qingtian suddenly closed his mouth. Qin Fong. This kid's strength really couldn't be deduced by common sense. Every time they met, he would surprise him, talking about going to the God Slayer, saying that might actually be possible. It won't happen. You break through at ease. Even if you want to help Qin Fong, your strength must at least reach the God level. Li Qingshan comforted Li Dolly, and then sent a message to the deities that he knew in Mount Qixia to see where Qin Fong's trail had gone. The ancestral dragon accurately calculated the location of the monolithic deity, and the spatial phoenix directly shattered the space, leading the gods into the void, and streams of aurora borealis were constantly presented, making the journey of spatial teleportation no longer boring. Wow! So space teleportation is such a scene. This aurora is so beautiful. The aurora is the most beautiful luster of a broken small space, bursting out at the end of its life. Those who are good at using space will be mastered by space. Space Phoenix, you should also pay attention in the future. The ancestral dragon and the other divine beasts each let out their emotions. As for Xuanwu, he gave a word of advice. In the next second, Qin Fong and the others turned their heads, and they suddenly saw another group of people in the middle of the spatial passage. The spatial phoenix immediately assumed a fighting stance, mobilizing all of its strength within its body, ready to fight for its life at all times. The hearts of the ancestral dragon and the other divine beasts were also in their throats in an instant, mobilizing the power of the divine beasts within their bodies. While Qin Fong was always ready to crush the time merchant seal token, this was considered Qin Fong's only means of saving his life. This is the god of space. The voice of the ancestral dragon resounded, causing Qin Fong as well as the divine beasts to become even more worried. The god of space. This was a terrifying deity from the same period as the two dragons of time and space. During the time of the first heavenly emperor, the god of space era was a top deity. Let alone now. The god of space also saw the space phoenix, and couldn't help but stop his body and look at their strange pair in surprise. A lofty divine beast like the space phoenix had given permission for a lowly human to sit on her head? Could it be that there was something special about this human race? One must know that even if the divine beast clan had made some kind of deal with the human clan, it shouldn't be like this. The divine beast clan, originally conceived by heaven's mandate, was of the same clan and origin as the gods, so it naturally couldn't look down on the human clan that had been pinched out. Even if the divine beast clan was enslaved by the gods, even if the divine beast clan status was low as usual, it couldn't look at such an inferior race as the human race. Even the divine beast clan devoured and abused even more human races. The god of space was puzzled and wanted to discover the reason for this. Thus, the god of space utilized divine techniques space acceleration, space chaos, space shift, and so on to stop at the front end of the space phoenix and intercept their path. The space phoenix was stunned. Generally speaking, in this kind of spatial channel, the two sides appeared to be very close. But in reality, it was a gap of millions of miles. And even if they bumped into each other in the spatial channel, there wouldn't be any intersections, because the two sides will not be able to touch. But whoever thought? The god of space means even so heavenly. If compared with him, the god of space is like the sky between the terrifying sun and space phoenix, like the dust in the soil. The two sides basically do not have any comparability, especially in the middle of the spatial channel. The space phoenix felt that it had become a luxury to even escape with Qin Fong and the others. This made the space phoenix feel deeply powerless. Prepare for battle. The space phoenix could only spit out such words powerlessly. It had been a bad trip, and had even encountered the god of space in the middle of a spatial passage. So prepare to fight for your life. Even though once a war broke out, and cause the spatial passage to shatter. It would most likely result in both parties being banished into the endless void of space. But if they fought for their lives, they might still be able to live. And if they didn't, they would all have to die. Space Phoenix? The newly emerged god of space of the Divine Beast clan? It looks like your control over the power of space is still very young. The god of space directly forced the Space Phoenix to a halt and said seriously, this kind of look, without any aggression, was very pure. As if looking at a Taoist friend who was not alone in my path. Rather like a senior wanting to instruct his juniors. Very sincere. Only the Space Phoenix's face, still very icy, do not want to talk to him. And move to kill. The god of space didn't seem to be able to perceive it. Still talking to himself. Look at the situation. The human race has allied with the divine beast race, Right. You guys are going to hunt deities, This location? Is it hard to believe that it's a monolithic deity? It looks like he's really unlucky. Just by taking a glance. It gave Qin Fang and the others the feeling of swallowing ice in the cold winter months. Their bodies were bone-chillingly cold. This was being seen through everything? Was this a true top deity? Qin Fang looked squarely at the god of space. The god of space looked very old, white and pale, giving off a feeling of sunset in the western mountains and twilight. But the maintenance of the skin was spot on, still maintaining a baby-like tender red color. White robes, especially clean, elegant, as if he was an exiled immortal, with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face, without any killing intent, blocking Qin Fang and the others' way. This is a pair of how the eyes is so bright, so full of wisdom, full of feelings. The eyes of the god of space as if carrying the sun and the moon, as if wrapped in the dome of the sky space, very deep, so that people look at a glance that is to recognize their own smallness as well as fear. This kind of feeling was like a dusty human race, exiled in the boundless universe. Senior Space God, what do you want? At such a moment, it was still Qin Fang who was the first to open his mouth and inquire. The eyes of the god of space were certainly strong, but they were still slightly weaker than the plague Dharma god. Therefore, Qin Fang quickly returned to his mind. Qin Fang could see clearly, since the god of space had not struck out and destroyed them in the first place. Then, there must be something he wanted to say to them. The god of space looked at Qin Fang in surprise, and could not help but let out a light eep. Originally, in his perception, even if a divine beast was allied with the human race, it should be the divine beast race that dominated. Therefore, from the very beginning, the god of space did not want to take care of this human. However, the Space Phoenix had not opened its mouth. This human was the first to open its mouth, and the Space Phoenix did not refute it. So it was clear that this human was the main one. This is the first time I've ever seen a human being in the world, and I've never seen one. What secrets are hidden? The god of space was even more curious. I was thinking, is it possible that you were the one who helped the Divine Beast clan to summarize the method of forging divine artifacts? When these words came out, although Qin Fang did not move on the surface, the contraction of his pupils was keenly captured by the god of space, and the corners of his mouth turned upwards, revealing a smile that was surely so. Yes, since he couldn't hide it. Qin Fang simply admitted it graciously. Good skills. The god of space praised from the bottom of his heart. The rise of the Divine Beast clan is already irresistible. Let's do it this way. I'll give you a hand in cooperation. You and I will join hands to overthrow the current Heavenly Emperor's rule, and elect me as the new Heavenly Emperor. Naturally, after the great event has succeeded, you guys can also follow the example of the god of plague Dharma, and just give me the Divine Spirit clan a piece of peace. I promise that the Divine Spirit can never come out of the world. The god of space abruptly uttered such words. Qin Fang was directly baffled and expressed his incomprehension. Qin Fang, big brother? First time meeting? Huh? You're pouring your heart out with me and plotting for the throne. With an IQ like yours, it makes it hard for me to help you out. If this were in a palace drama, your old man probably wouldn't have survived more than an episode. Qin Fang couldn't understand the operation of the god of space. Yes. What are you able to offer? Ancestral Dragon's voice came out from within Qin Fang's body. He was still very interested in cooperation. Ancestral Dragon? Is that you? The god of space brought a touch of surprise with him, as if he was lamenting that the Ancestral Dragon was still alive. Ancestral Dragon's figure appeared out of nothingness, his vice-like eyes looking towards the god of space. What are you able to give? Ancestral Dragon inquired. I'm able to pretend that I never saw you and turn a blind eye. I'm able to intentionally isolate the rescue of the Heavenly Emperor's order when you're hunting gods. I'm able to act as an insider and pass on important information to you. And I'm able to shift the time of the Heavenly Emperor's emergence down the line to give your Divine Beast clan enough time to develop. These were the bargaining chips of the god of space. It had to be said that it was very heartwarming and enticing. I don't believe it. After being sealed by the plague Dharma god for so long. Your strength? How much is left? This was the questioning of the ancestral dragon. The seal set up by the plague Dharma god couldn't have any effect on me. On the first day it was set up. The next day I got out of the trap. The plague Dharma god once wanted to severely injure me. But I gave him the word that I exist in countless bilocations, capable of destroying at the very least 80% of the human race. Therefore, my strength has not decreased over the years, but instead has grown. Ancestral Dragon, do you want to try with me? Ancestral Dragon believed. I can promise to cooperate. The Ancestral Dragon secretly transmitted his voice to me. Qin Fang did not respond, but instead looked at the god of space. If I say that I don't agree to cooperate, what are you going to do? The smile on the god of space's face disappeared, slightly raising his hand. Spatial fluctuations immediately surfaced. Broken spatial fragments were continuously produced, and the aurora borealis became even more radiant. I'm sorry. If you then don't promise, I will have no choice but to destroy you all. Promise. Qin Fang hurriedly agreed. Right now, the form was inferior. Although he was forced to agree, Qin Fang still felt that with the brain of the god of space, it was impossible to make things happen. Seeing Qin Fang's agreement, the god of space directly left. Perhaps this was merely a minor hiccup for him. As he watched the god of space leave, Qin Fang could not help but curse a fool. Ancestral Dragon, on the other hand, looked at the back of the god of space. His eyes filled with admiration and awe. God of space, this is a true old demon. Chapter 621 Xiao Hei successfully stealing home. Xian Wang Xuanwu, what a terrifying god of space. I feel like my turtle shell. Can't carry his damage. Amethyst Demon Cow, Moo Moo Moo. As the most belligerent old cow in the Divine Beast clan. At this moment, he only dared to moo, and didn't dare to speak for fear that the god of space would hear him and clean him up. Sacred Qilin, the god of space does not lie. During the time the 10,000 gods were sealed, I once caught his aura in the interior of the 100,000 mountains. And he talked to Bai Zhe. These words, from the side, confirmed that the god of space was terrifying. Space Phoenix, #hashtag. Ancestral Dragon, me? Don't you feel that the god of space's move is a bit presumptuous? What kind of person cooperates with someone to rebel right off the bat? The Ancestral Dragon had lived for such a long time, and had long since become a beast essence. He was instantly able to capture the doorway of this, as well as Qin Fang's small mind. The longer one lived, the more transparent one could see some things. The god of space, this time, obviously had a chance encounter with us. But he got all the answers he wanted, such as the recent situation of the Divine Beast clan, such as your identity, your background, and then our purpose. But as for us, we still don't know anything about the god of space, or even where he goes. The god of space, from the beginning to the end, never took us seriously. Even when he said that he would cooperate, it was only to scam information. From start to finish, we were led by the god of space. And then again, is it hard to believe that you really think the god of space is that naive? Such an existence? But from the first heavenly emperor. That is, it is an old minister after so many heavenly emperors without falling. That is, he is able to see his mind. His means. I have to give you a reminder. You are still young. Do not underestimate the heroes of heaven and earth. The Ancestral Dragon finished analyzing Qin Fang. And only then did Qin Fang come to his senses. His heart penetratingly cold. This period of time when things were going smoothly, it really made Qin Fang a little fluttery, underestimating the heroes of the world. And today's incident was considered to be a complete wake-up call for Qin Fang. Qin Fang, so the clown is actually myself. Senior Ancestral Dragon. In the future, please always knock me down. Qin Fang bowed sincerely, bowing to the end. This time, Qin Fang was truly afraid and truly understood. The ancestral dragon returned. If one were to say who was under the greatest pressure when facing the god of space, there was none other than the space phoenix. Just now, the god of space had actually directly locked the spatial channel, depriving the space phoenix of its control over space. Only after the god of space left did the space phoenix barely regain control of space. Not to mention, the space phoenix's control over space was even higher. The space phoenix regained control of space and headed towards its destination. On this journey, no one spoke, and the divine beasts remained immersed in the shadow of the god of space. The god of space shattered space and descended in front of the plague Dharma god. The visitor is a guest. Please drink tea. Only you are 1 incense stick later than the scheduled time. The tea ceremony was also the pestilence Dharma god's way of hospitality. In the middle of the road, I bumped into a few interesting little guys, and incidentally chatted about this guy. By the way, I felt your breath on this little guy's body, so I didn't make things difficult for him. Plague Dharma god smiled without saying anything and pushed a cup of tea to the god of space. Click, click, click. The sound of space shattering rang out as Qin Feng and the others finally arrived at their destination. The abyss of the monolithic deity. The divine spirit's conception was like the earth cracking open and opening, and a massive amount of power gushed out from the ground. The monolithic abyss, as if it were the great rift valley of East Africa filled with yolk-colored mist, stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers, dividing the entire land as if it were the mouth of a Taotai, capable of devouring life at any time. The dense fog made it impossible to see what was below. The power of the gods inside the monolithic abyss is very dense, and the god of the monolith is still sealed by the plague Dharma god and hasn't been free from his trap yet. Inside, it's very empty. The holy Qilin was the most perceptive when it came to divine power. Qin Feng immediately summoned Little Black and had it go deep into the ground and start devouring the power of the monolithic god. Xiao He, who was devouring the mineral veins, felt irritated when it was suddenly interrupted. But sensing the rich divine power, it still lit up and leapt up to jump into the great rift valley. The ancestral dragon and the other divine beasts stared with wide eyes as they opened their divine level skills to investigate the situation underneath the abyss, only to see Xiao He transform into a terrifyingly huge beast, with a figure that, not much smaller than ancestral dragon, and then gulp down the power of the boulder gods in this place. Little Black's stomach, as if it was a bottomless pit, did not dropsy in the slightest. Plop plop plop. Little Black suddenly puckered his arse and plopped it hard twice. A huge amount of boulder god's spirit stone, that is, as if rain, constantly falling. In a short while, the ground of the abyss was covered with a layer of boulder spirit stones. The most crucial thing was that Xiao He's constant devouring and transforming was not considered an invasion for the monolithic abyss. So there was no Dharma spirit riot. This, stealing home silently, Space Phoenix, Ancestral Dragon, and the others entered within the contract space, avoiding the abyss rioting because of themselves. 100 pieces, 10,000 pieces, 100,000 pieces, 1,000,000 pieces. It wouldn't take long for the number of divine beasts to be able to rise swiftly. It was only until now that the ancestral dragon truly believed the prophecy about Bai Zhe. This was simply a blessing for the divine beast lineage. It's just that this divine spirit stone seems to have a flavor to it. Whatever. It's not like he devoured it himself anyway. Little Black devoured it for 3 days without sleep, during which time Qin Feng rewarded him with fine wine, which allowed the grayish-yellow-colored mist within the monolithic abyss to be swallowed up in its entirety, becoming yellow crystals that were piled up at the bottom of the ground. Qin Feng offered the golden dragon's ring to devour the gray and yellow-colored crystals in this place and collected them. And in the next second, Little Black viciously tore atop the boulder spring. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. At this time, the boulder deity that was sealed far away in the sky of the human race was as if he was crazy, constantly bombarding the seal, wanting to get out of the trap. He could feel that home had been stolen. Not only was the divine spiritual chi being ransacked, the divine spiritual springs were being devoured. The monolithic divine spiritual chi. This was nothing. Even if it was being devoured, as long as there was time, it would be able to be recovered. But the monolithic spring it couldn't be lost. This thing, it was his foundation. If it was completely devoured by this unknown terrifying existence, the monolith god spirit would not be able to be revived. Or worse, he would die permanently. Is it difficult? An ancient name flooded the monolithic deity's mind, the Chaos God. Wasn't it said? The Chaos God had disappeared long ago? As a deity that was closely related to the divine spirit Spring Eye. The demise of the divine spirit Spring Eye also made the corresponding deity feel incomparable pain. And the pain seemed to be like a wave that swept over and over. 30%, 40%, 50%, until the boulder spring was swallowed 60%. The boulder deity's pain stopped. It wasn't that Little Black's mouth was merciful, but after devouring 60% of it, Little Black's stomach directly rolled, and he could no longer eat it. Even if he took another bite, he would have to spit it out, with no choice but to return home. Qin Fang could only wait for Little Black to digest some of it. Hurry up. Qin Fang picked up Xiao He and put it within the contract space, summoned the Space Phoenix, and left at great speed. Qin Fang, hey, useless thing. This is simply far worse than Qin Fang himself. When Qin Fang forged a divine weapon, once it failed, it meant that he was able to extract 99% of the divine power in an instant, whereas Xiao He had devoured it for 3 days and 3 nights. And that was barely 30% of the divine power. According to Qin Fang's deduction, the current devouring of divine power crystals should be able to provide for 3 legendary level divine beast offspring to be promoted to become divine level. The next task was a long way to go. Ancestral dragon and other divine beasts. Who are we? What are we here for? Ancestral dragon and the other divine beasts felt helpless, as if they were here to go shopping. Within the Heavenly Emperor's order, it was very lively at the moment. Almost all of the gods were online and discussing together. The reason being that the weak god, the monolith, had suddenly released a shocking message. The Chaos God has revived, returned, and gone after my abyss. Monolith, you're damn well responsible for what you said. Did the Chaos God really return? Don't scare the gods. Marred. Chaos God. Wasn't he decimated? Chaos God. Grass. Heavenly Emperor. Call out to Heavenly Emperor. How to fix it? Inside the Heavenly Emperor's order, the heavens were in an uproar. These deities knew all too well about the fearsome nature of the Chaos God. Who wouldn't be afraid? The Heavenly Emperor had once told them that the Chaos God had returned. But the gods didn't take it seriously. And now that the Chaos God had struck, these ancient gods knew to be afraid, because they didn't know who was the Chaos God's target, who was next. Especially the gods that had just awakened from their slumber. When they learned of this news, they directly shut themselves up. Had I known that? Might as well not have awakened. Qin Fang returned to the Heavenly Sun Town and asked the Ancestral Dragon to formulate the next target, waiting for Little Black to awaken, so he could head there. However, there were 2 things that needed to be resolved. The first thing, namely, Little Black's divine grade fine wine. This guy. Now his tastes were getting more and more gripping as well. Basically not working without god-grade fine wine. The second thing, namely, was to speak to teacher Licia about the message of the God of Space. In the private territory, the God of Space is cooperating with you? Hunting gods? After hearing this, Licia couldn't help but laugh, telling Qin Fang that he didn't need to worry. It's not that I'm underestimating you now. Even the Divine Beast clan isn't even worthy of lifting the boots of the God of Space. He's messing around with you guys. No need to take it seriously. Teacher Licia's words were even more harsh, but they also made Qin Fang completely relax. Simply put, the God of Space's segment was too high for you guys to participate in yet. Don't worry. If the need arises, I will step in. God of Space. Fearless. These words gave Qin Fang great confidence again. Teacher Li Evil, can you still send me to the known world? Your fine wine. I see that it's all finished. This time, I'll go and stock up for you. Qin Fang's little calculations crackled. Licia could not help but smile, and once again threw Qin Fang a teleportation token. Qin Fang took it, and left with a smile on his face. In the Goblin Kingdom, Qin Fang successfully changed his face with the divine artifact, Boots of 10,000 Elephants, and blended in. Ding. Whether to purchase a divine grade fine wine *1. Purchase. 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 Qin Fang decisively acquired all of the god-grade fine wine within the Gnome supermarket, and then released the information for the acquisition, heavily purchasing Gnome spirit-grade fine wine. For a while, the greedy goblins raised the prices, and sold the god-grade wines to Qin Fang. Qin Fang did not care about this. After all, right now, He could not even spend all of his copper coins. Even if he spent 50 billion copper coins on purchasing the god-grade fine wine, it would only take 15 days for the business of the portal to earn back. Chapter 622 Goblin 1's research data in hand. Ding. Whether or not to spend 10 million copper coins and purchase a god-level fine wine. Rejected. Qin Fong had more money than he could spend. But he wasn't a fool. 10 million copper coins for a divine-grade fine wine. This was clearly treating him like an ingrate. Only that such an outrageous price could also reflect that 70% of the fine wines on the market in the Goblin Kingdom had been purchased by Qin Fong. Release permanent quest. Acquire god-grade fine wine at a price of 4 million per bottle. Qin Fong left behind this line of quests and just stopped purchasing divine-grade fine wine. This left the god-grade fine wine vendors, who had piled up a large batch of malicious hoards these days, in a daze. If these god-grade wines could not be sold at a good price, their copper coins would all go down the drain. These wine vendors wanted to contact Qin Fong. Even if they had to make a little less money, they had to sell them. However, Qin Fong didn't care about them at all, and didn't pay any attention to them at all. Instead of leaving the Goblin world, Qin Fong entered within the tall building of the Goblin King. Unbridled. This is the noble Goblin King's building. You have no right to enter. Quickly get lost. Before Qin Fong could get close, he was instantly chased back by the guards on his left and right, preventing him from getting close. Please also leave. Otherwise, we will use coercive measures against you. The Goblin guards activated the armed Goblin armor, and an intense light converged from the barrels. Qin Fong was not annoyed and cancelled the arming of the boots of manifestation, appearing with a human face and looking at the two guards with a calm expression. Inform the Goblin King that I am coming. Qin Fong did not display any might, simply standing in any direction, mimicking the aura of the Heavenly Emperor, the majesty of the Plague Dharma God. Human race. Alert. Alert. Attack. Attack. The goblins responsible for escorting the Goblin King's building were each overjoyed and attacked Qin Fong, wanting to take credit for their efforts. As for Qin Fong's majesty? Sorry. Couldn't feel it. Qin Fong froze. What the heck? Did I perform so unlike this? Qin Fong couldn't help but feel a hint of frustration. This was around the Goblin King's building. There were countless goblins surrounding it. Human race? How dare you come to my Goblin clan? Marred. Kill him. Kill him. I'll use his head as a urinal. What kind of thing dares to do that? Guards. Kill. Kill. Goblin clan. The strongest. The onlookers of the goblins were uproarious and laughing, as if they had seen Qin Fong's misery. Except that one of the goblin players in the group of goblins, who had once fought with Qin Fong, was extremely worried. The player who was the number one of the 10,000 clans. Why would he come to the Goblin clan? This goblin player keenly smelled a hint of something wrong. Maybe? What quest would appear later? Just watch quietly. In the next second, Qin Fong put on the Heavenly Emperor's necklace and stood still, seemingly waiting for the goblins to attack. The Heavenly Emperor, who was far away in the sky, once again detected Qin Fong's aura and couldn't help but sigh. This kid. Has he gone to the Goblin Kingdom to fox around again? Only today. The Heavenly Emperor was rather busy, so he did not bother to possess Qin Fong. The aura of the Heavenly Emperor was long and deep. At one time, all the legendary level goblins of the Goblin Kingdom, faced with this aura that seemed like the might of heaven, all of them knelt down on the ground, unrivaled fear flashing in their eyes. This aura, they were once familiar with. It was a fear that was imprinted in their bones. Even with the passage of 1,000 years, 10,000 years, it still became instinctive. As for the god-level gnomes, they felt an inexplicable panic in their mood, as if there was some terrifying existence that had descended. Yes, this is the aura of the Heavenly Emperor. These are spirits, in a hurry, appeared from their own premises. Even the Earth Spirit King, who was hiding underground and was researching, felt in an instant that this seemed to be the Heavenly Emperor. But the aura of this Heavenly Emperor didn't seem to be very pure. The Divine Spirit level goblins, in a panic, rushed towards the area where the Heavenly Emperor's pressure was bursting. The Goblin King, on the other hand, saw the figure of the fox-like Qin Fong. The Gnome King let out a sigh. Although he knew from his eyes that this brat was not a Heavenly Emperor, he still came to greet him with a stiff upper lip, because there was no telling when the Heavenly Emperor would namely possess him. Go to hell. Pretense? Brothers, the chance to make a mark has arrived. The human race, the low-level human race, actually followed the onslaught towards our royal city. The low-level goblins seemed to be unable to perceive the majesty of this stream, and still wanted to attack Qin Fang just coincidentally. Qin Fang was like a wooden fish, motionless. Wasn't this the best target? This is an odd law. Even if the human race under the leadership of the Plague Dharma God has become the first race of heavenly destiny, but there are still countless races that look down on the human race. At that very moment, a deity dressed in a god-rank geomancer's armor descended here, and was nearly scared out of his wits when he saw this scene. Stop! This goblin wearing a god-level armament emitted a terrifying light at the first moment, instantly melting these few goblins, who made a move. In a split second, 5 legend-rank goblins died. This master was the Heavenly Emperor. If one offended this lord, the entire goblin clan would have to be buried with him. Coronation of the Heavenly Emperor. The god-level goblins bowed and curtsied, acting very humbly. If it wasn't for the fact that so many clansmen were watching, this god-level goblin would have wanted to directly kneel down and show his submission. This was the despicable goblin clan. When facing the weak, they usually struck out strongly, abusing and even killing ruthlessly, while when facing the strong, they were coy and servile. Coronation of the Celestial Emperor. It's a shock. It's all because of the ignorance of my men. Another god-level gnome, flying here, hurriedly bowed and apologized. Please also invite the Heavenly Emperor Coronation to enter the hall to deliver it. This god-level gnome still knew better. It was hard to let the Heavenly Emperor Coronation drink tea in front of a large crowd. Thus, surrounded by a group of deities, Qin Fang entered the gnome portal as expected. Facing him was the Goblin King, who had arrived late, and with a simple arch of his hand, he indicated that he had met him. Without any further expression, Goblin King, solid. Not the Heavenly Emperor. What are you pretending to be? Qin Fang, from the Goblin King's attitude, he was also able to know that the goblin recognized his identity. But it was unhindered. This scene fell in the eyes of other god-level gnomes. This was an angry glare at the gnome king. This is disrespect to the Heavenly Emperor. If the Heavenly Emperor chastises the entire gnome clan, who's to blame? The goblin spirits, for the first time, were dissatisfied with the Goblin King. However, there were also some ambitious god-level goblins that saw the arrogance of the Goblin King and saw his demise. This is the Heavenly Emperor. This kind of attitude? It wasn't far from death. I have some things to talk to the Goblin King, so I'd like to ask all of you to evade. Although the various god-level goblins were filled with wrath in their hearts, they didn't dare to show it, and could only give up their positions to the Heavenly Emperor and the Goblin King. As for the goblins in the outside world, they were dismissed and not permitted to talk nonsense. This goblin player who had once fought with Qin Fang, his entire person had simply received a 10,000-point blast. This brat? When did he become a Heavenly Emperor? Deluded. The entire goblin clan has been deluded. Hee. In this, could there be something that can be manipulated? This goblin player fell into deep thought. Inside the Goblin King's research room. Coronation of the Celestial Emperor. If you have something to say, just say it. The Goblin King said in a slightly mocking manner before starting his own research on his new project. Goblin King, I won't beat around the bush with you. I want the Goblin Clan's entire research data on the Goblin armament. The Goblin source. Qin Fang opened the door and stated his request. This was the second purpose of Qin Fang's trip to the Goblin Clan. The Goblin King stopped the movements in his hands, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Good fellow. Who could have thought that the brain of a chaos god would fall into your hands? The Goblin King wasn't a fool. And from Qin Fang's mere words, that is, he pieced together the complete truth of the matter. Why did this guy need the research of the Goblin Clan? Wasn't it still wanting to study the chaos god's brain? It wasn't hard to guess. The Goblin King was very surprised. Originally, he thought that this thing would fall into the hands of the Heavenly Emperor. But it turned out that the Plague Dharma God had intervened. Originally, he thought that it would fall into the hands of the Plague Dharma God. But now, it was in the hands of this brat. In an instant, many thoughts surfaced in the Goblin King's mind. I'll give you the Goblin Clan's entire information on Goblin arms, but you have to share the Chaos God's brain with me. And I'm going to start my research all over again. This was the Goblin King's condition. Qin Fang's arrival had made the Goblin King understand what it meant to be a village in the dark. Originally, the Goblin King thought that his research had come to a permanent standstill. After all, even if he was strong, he wouldn't dare to go and talk nonsense to the Heavenly Emperor, the Plague Dharma God. Isn't that the old man hanging himself? Agreed. Qin Fang was quick to agree directly. But I also have a condition. The anti-Tian Emperor Goblin armament that you have researched. The anti-Plague Pharaoh God Goblin armament. I need the parameters. I need to share them. The Goblin King was silent. This guy. He also wanted to rebel against his own destiny. In that case, it was an ally. Agreed. The Goblin King didn't hesitate and directly agreed. Although this kid's Forge Master rank was only epic. But to be able to obtain the favor of the Goblin King, the Heavenly Emperor, he must not be a simple character. The information of the Goblin clan. I will send someone to get it for you. But shouldn't you also show some sincerity? Qin Fang directly summoned Xiao He. And the Chaos God's aura was unmistakable. Xiao He, who was eliminating his food with sleep, was suddenly awakened with a great temper, opening his dark and abyssal mouth, yawning, and a fearful aura burst out, sparing the Goblin King, who had also seen and eaten. This moment could not help but be shaken to the core. This is a revived Chaos God. This was not a half-assed, fox-like Heavenly Emperor like Qin Fang, but a true Chaos God. At this moment, the Goblin King knew how foolish he had been. The Chaos God had actually resurrected. And this made him open the Chaos God's brain? To fetch and use the Chaos Crystals? Coronation of the Celestial Emperor. All of our previous agreements are null and void. I was joking with you. Now I'll have someone go and get all the information about the Goblin Arms. Goblin King, scared. Scared. Really scared. At this moment, the Goblin King finally understood why this kid dared to break into the Goblin Kingdom single-handedly. With the Chaos God. Not to mention breaking into the Goblin Kingdom. Even going to the Heavenly Emperor for a stroll. This was enough. Your attitude. The Chaos God likes it a lot. Qin Fang gathered up Little Black and looked at the Goblin King with a smile on his face. You're a know-it-all. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Goblin One's research materials *1. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining. Chapter 623. Oh. What a lame excuse. Qin Fang was not polite, and loaded all of the Goblin One's books on Goblin armament into the Ring of the Golden Dragon. The Goblin King watched from the sidelines, his face full of bitterness, sighing at his luck, and wasting his own life. This guy is considered to have the cards to get rid of the Heavenly Emperor and get rid of the Plague Dharma God. If he can cultivate the Chaos God, it will not be a problem to break bread with these two in the future. Looking at himself again, it was really bullshit. Gnome King also want to get rid of the destiny of the established. Also want to be equal to the Emperor of the Sky. The Plague God. But the world is unpredictable. The creation of people, in the end, or an empty. If the King of Goblins is a little more ruthless, maybe dare to break the net with fish death. But the humility in his bones, the things that flow in his bloodline, have made him kneel down when facing the strong. This was the way of thinking of the Goblin clan. To kneel down. That is, it was impossible to be on your feet. Thank you, Goblin King, for your cooperation. Qin Fang loaded away all of the Goblin One's information about the Goblin armament before he looked at the Goblin King with a smile on his face. It's due. It's due. The Goblin King greeted him with a smile. Reading thousands of books is better than traveling thousands of miles. Why don't your excellency observe my refining of the Goblin arms here? And hopefully, I can give you a little bit of experience. The Goblin King was humble, but also intelligent. It can be. In that case, I'll trouble the Goblin King coronet. The Goblin King had the ordinary goblins prepare the materials, starting with the low-ranked goblin armaments, and forging them one by one for Qin Fang. Qin Fang watched patiently, as if he were a spectator. For the next period of time, Qin Fang benefited greatly from following the Goblin King, as he learnt to forge goblin arms. Every single day, the Gnome King would patiently explain to Qin Fang how to make power, how to forge, and how to use the power of heaven and earth. After a full month, Qin Fang finally understood the basic principles. To put it simply, the goblin armament possessed the three most core functions: breaking down energy, stabilizing energy, and applying energy. These 3 points were difficult for a traditional forger of the human race like Qin Fang. But after understanding the reasoning behind them, Qin Fang believed that it would not take long for him to be able to refine the human race's armament and enhance the strength of the human race. During this period of time, Qin Fang even personally demonstrated once, and also successfully forged a set of epic-level goblin arms. This now caused the Goblin King to be shocked with it. Aya's comprehension of forging was truly unspeakable. Genius, and could only be described as genius. Successfully forging an epic-level goblin armament also allowed Qin Fang to comprehend the hidden profession of the Goblin clan. Precision Goblin Blacksmith. The Goblin One's blacksmith profession, which was very common, was even choreographed based on the broken blacksmith memories in the Chaos God's brain, and was not systematic in the beginning. But after so many years of the Goblin One's additions and refinements, it only became systematic. Qin Fang, once again, took another step forward on the basis of the Goblin Blacksmith. Demon. The Goblin King sighed heartily when he saw the occupational light flickering out from Eye. Senior Goblin King. This is the transfer requirements for Precision Goblin Blacksmith. You can take a look, throw in a plum and return the favor. This was Qin Fang's attitude. This brand new hidden blacksmith profession of the Goblin clan. Qin Fang still stayed. Thank you, Mr. I, for these 30 days. Thank you for your guidance. Qin Fang bowed and threw out a Chaos Stone from his backpack. There is a need for this Chaos Stone to be able to help you in some way. After Qin Fang finished speaking, he turned around and left towards the outside. I've disturbed you during this time, Senior Gnome King. Goodbye. Qin Fang departed. However, before he left, Qin Fang still acquired a batch of divine great fine wine. The purpose of this trip to the Goblin clan had all been accomplished. So Qin Fang was still very happy. It was only that if he wanted to acquire divine grade fine wine next time, he would have to change the place all. The Goblin King gazed at Qin Fang's departing figure, and could not help but let out a sigh of relief. As long as the Chaos God remained in the Goblin Kingdom for a day, it was impossible for the Goblin King to fall asleep all. Just as Qin Fang was about to leave, countless goblins within the Goblin Kingdom quickly gathered in front of the Goblin King's sculpture, as if they were flies that had smelled the rotten odor. At the head of the group was the one goblin player who had once fought with Qin Fang. And at the moment, it was as if he was the hero, standing high above, pointing out the mountains and rivers, rather like a feeling of waving a sword in the air, uncovering the true face of the Heavenly Emperor. He is not the Heavenly Emperor. The Geomancer clan should not be compelled. Liar. This person is a liar. Deities, don't be fooled by this kind of person. This person? It's a human. Don't be fooled. We have traced the fine wine of the Goblin clan to his pitfalls. We must not let him go. This person is carrying a great secret of our known clan. Such voices continue to ring out, blocking Qin Fang's footsteps. Each and every goblin's eyes carried an extremely strong anger. Only that they were all hiding within the so-called goblin arms, coloring their hearts. Seeing this scene, Qin Fang could not help but feel a little amused. Goblin King, why don't you take care of it? Qin Fang twisted his head and looked at the Goblin King in a bland manner. The Goblin King, who was standing beside Qin Fang at the moment, felt a sense of crisis. I am angry. Although it is not comparable to the Heavenly Emperor, it is still possible for a Chaos God to appear and wipe out 99% of the guys from the Goblin clan. Ah! Unbridled. This is the coronation of the Heavenly Emperor. You and the others quickly retreat. The Goblin King hurriedly stepped in, wanting to drink back these brainless goblins. He knew in his heart that the gnomes at this moment were simply dancing on a tightrope, hovering back and forth on the edge of a knife. The slightest carelessness would most likely ripen the disaster of extinction. Nearly 30% of the Goblin clan had gathered here, and things seemed to be getting out of hand. Gnome King, I think you're also blinded by your old eyes. What kind of Heavenly Emperor is this? This is just an ordinary human race. This was a deity of the Gnome clan, who also appeared and blocked Qin Fang's path. Not only that, there were even 7 or 8 more deities that stood together behind this Earth Spirit, backing him up. Qin Fang instantly understood that there were deities standing behind him. No wonder he was able to gather such a large scale. The King of the Goblins has taken the initiative to be more favorable to the human race, and conspire together to take away the wealth of my Goblin clan. And during this period of time, the vast amount of forging information of my Goblin clan has been previewed and taken away by the sun. I advise you to better leave the wealth of my goblin clan behind. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave today. Goblin King. You are a traitor to your clan. Where would a goblin like you be qualified to stay in the position of Goblin King? Hurry up and abdicate, and let the Grand Elder take the throne. Goblin King. You've done all the bad things. Today you have to abdicate even if you don't. Gnome King. What are you doing? For a time, the gnome spirits were a mass of anger, blaming the Gnome King for one thing, abdication. The moment Qin Fong had just descended, these Earth spirits had really thought that Qin Fong was the Heavenly Emperor. But as time passed, the Earth spirits felt more and more unlike him. This Heavenly Emperor. It seemed to be a bit sneaky. After combining the tokens of this gnome from the gnome warriors, these god-level gnomes realized that this kid really wasn't the Heavenly Emperor. Thus, the gods of the gnomes, one after another, lashed out, wanting to target the Goblin King. 1. The Goblin King to abdicate, and 2. For me to hand over the wealth of my entire body. From the words of the Goblin warriors, these goblin spirits knew the identity of I, the blacksmith, and the most profitable blacksmith. And looking at his bravado of throwing away money when he purchased the god-grade fine wine. That is, it was not difficult to see how strong his wealth was. This time, it was necessary to make him leave all of his wealth behind. Gnome King. Are you able to handle it? Qin Fong wasn't going to make a move right now, but wanted to see the level of the Gnome King. In the distance, Qin Fong saw the first Goblin King who was cowering within the goblin group. At the moment, he was quite eager to give it a try, his eyes erupting with a hot, refined light, as if he would be able to rise to the top and become the Goblin King again if both sides lost. The first Goblin King seemed to have caught Qin Fong's message and could not help but heave a smile. This brat, too, seemed to think that Qin Fong was not a Heavenly Emperor. Since that's the case, don't blame me. The Goblin King shook the Goblin King's token in his hand and shouted loudly, God-level goblins, all of you come out to suppress the rebellion. The Goblin King honestly wasn't very afraid of the rebellion of these deities. It was just a bunch of clowns. At most 10 of the goblin spirits had rebelled, but the ones who didn't participate in the rebellion were several hundred of them. So dealing with these small hairs wasn't a breeze. As soon as these words came out, the entire Goblin King's building erupted with voices. Neat and tidy. Please also ask the Goblin King to calm the chaos first. Please also ask the Goblin King to calm the chaos first. Please also ask the Goblin King to calm the chaos first. I also ask the Goblin King to prove his innocence first. Please also ask the Goblin King to prove innocence first. This voice directly shows the attitude. Hey, we're not participating. Angry or not? The Gnome King froze. This was clearly these rebellious gnome spirits that had made some sort of deal with these watching gnome gods. In that case, anti-Heavenly Emperor armor. Out. The Earth Spirit King wasn't going to hide, and immediately offered the anti-Heavenly Emperor goblin armor to suppress the rebellion. The anti-Heavenly Emperor gnome armor. This was the first time Qin Fong had seen the Gnome King wearing it. Just after putting it on, an aura that was enough to shock the heavens and shake the earth burst out, causing Qin Fong to feel a gust of chilling sensation that forced him to do so. The 9 goblins wore god-level armaments and fought together with the Goblin King. At a moment like this, it was already considered an arrow on the string that had to be fired. Qin Fong, on the other hand, was prepared to stand aside and quietly watch a good show. However, there was also a god-level goblin that targeted Qin Fong. Not only that, nearly 100 legend-ranked goblins had also come down to the field armed. There were even more outrageous ones. The goblin players were also ready to strike, simply treating Qin Fong as a humanoid boss and wanting to go and swipe him. Qin Fong, who am I inviting? I. Hand over your ill-gotten gains in the Goblin Kingdom. I. Don't try to dodge the political law. It's impossible. I. Do you remember me? I'll give you a guarantee that as long as you hand over all of your god-grade fine wine, and pay compensation of 100 billion copper coins along the way, you'll be left in peace. These words made Qin Fong laugh in anger. Since you guys are so inappropriate, then don't blame me either. Appear, my divine beast. Top divine beast, Xian Huang Xian Wu. Take position. Top beast, ancestral dragon. Take your place. Top divine beast, amethyst demon bull. Take position. Top beast, holy Karen. In position. Top divine beast, space phoenix. Take position. The 5 topmost divine beasts would magnify their figures tens of thousands of times, and appear in the sky above the goblin kingdom. For a time, a terrifying pressure filled the air. In the light of this month, these divine beasts were on the verge of fading out as birds. Today, they were finally released by Qin Fong. This was definitely going to be a big mess. Chapter 624 Extortion and Snitching. Mr. Me. Are you going to tear all these weak deities apart? The amethyst demon bull's double fists thumped, producing an overwhelming sound effect, as if it was a sonic boom. And its battle intent was fierce, rising up to the sky, as if it had been looking forward to this massacre for a long time. Mr. Me. You order it. A gust of spatial vortexes and spatial cracks had already appeared around the Space Phoenix, each of which flickered with a dangerous light, causing the group of goblins' dull hairs to stand up. Involuntarily, the Holy Griffin, on the other hand, began to transform, becoming a black ink griffin with a dangerous aura. A strand of toxins that weakened the aura was ready to go. The Xianwang Xuanwu opened its eyes and blandly condensed the shield of Xuanwu, adding it to the divine beasts. A pale yellow eggshell instantly appeared around the divine beasts, giving them the ultimate defense. The ancestral dragon drooped his eyes, seemingly not participating in this battle. But the aura he emitted was also the strongest. It appeared to be careless, but the rhythm of the entire scene was all within his grasp. These 5 divine beasts, individually, were capable of destroying the goblin clan, let alone 5 of them appearing on the same stage. To know, although the goblin clan claimed hundreds of gods armed, but really reached the top gods into obsessive goblin armament, but also a set of goblin king, other goblin spirit. Just know the breadth of this strand. Let a person trembling, powerless. These goblins only then understood that they had provoked a what kind of existence all originally made of ferocious goblin players. At this moment, without exception, all closed their mouths, no longer dared to shout. There was nothing they could do. The pressure of the divine beast put them in a state of blindness. Their attributes were almost weakened by 80%, not to mention fighting, even lifting up their heads. They were not necessarily able to do so. Every single one of the goblins under the legend rank felt a squeeze, like spatial compression, as if 2 houses had collapsed and squeezed them in the middle. For their part, each of these goblins loaded with divine-grade goblin armaments retreated, despair appearing in their eyes, their repulsive eyeballs constantly swirling, as if they were thinking about how to give me an explanation and avoid this crisis. As for the Earth spirit that had threatened Qin Fong just now, he was surrounded by 5 top divine beasts at the moment, and nearly all of them were scared to the point of peeing their trousers. For his part, what kind of sins had he created, that such a dog-blooded plot could even be stumbled upon by him? Not only them, even the Goblin King stopped fighting in an instant and stayed on the sidelines. The Goblin King had thought that I was very strong, and that Qin Fong would use the Chaos God to overturn the situation. But he really hadn't thought that I also possessed such a terrifying undercurrent. This power to overthrow the Goblin clan was truly enough. The aura of these 5 divine beasts made him feel an endless sense of oppression that was truly despairing. Qin Fong, At first, I had thought that Ancestral Dragon and the others were weak, facing the god of space in a coy manner. At this moment, Qin Fong came to understand. It wasn't that these 5 divine beasts were weak. Don't believe me? Look at the situation at this moment. The 5 divine beasts, intimidating a clan, silencing the entire goblin clan, all thinking of how to apologize to Qin Fong. Rather, the god of space was too strong. Simply too strong, making these extremely powerful 5 divine beasts useless. Mr. We believe that you are innocent. This matter, it was all instigated by this goblin. Among these 7 or 8 gnome spirits that were besieging the Gnome King, there were also those who reacted quickly, instantly putting the entire fault on this one gnome player. The goblin player who was originally still imagining that his life would definitely be beautiful in the future. His face turned pale at this moment. This unloading the mill to kill the donkey is not some too fast This knife, so fast, fell on their own body? This is also a method that can't be helped. These gnome spirits don't want to die. Naturally, they have to sacrifice others. By the way, we embrace the status of the Goblin King, since the misunderstanding is lifted. Do you think so? The gnome's face changed very quickly. It could be called a dog's face, changing at the drop of a hat. This action also caused Qin Fang to give a gasp of laughter all of a sudden. Let's kill one first to establish our authority. Qin Fang pretended that he couldn't hear and signaled the Amethyst Demon Bull to make a move. Qin Fang, no way. There can't really be someone who thinks that when they make a mistake. They just need to admit it. How could they be so naive? How can this work without paying a certain price in blood? The Amethyst Magic Bull was ordered to leave only a purple shadow in the sky. When he appeared in the degree, the goblin wearing god-level goblin armor had already appeared unarmed in the hands of the Amethyst Magic Bull, and was struggling and begging to be surrounded in a panic. As for his divine-grade goblin armor, it had long since become a pile of broken copper and iron, falling to the ground, not possessing any light, not possessing any spirituality. This kind of equipment, for the Amethyst Magic Bull, with a papier-mâché almost. Really do not know why. The goblins will take him as the biggest dependence. Cannot figure out? Obviously their own strength is the most powerful guarantee. Well, Amethyst Magic Bull, weak, really weak. With a click, this goblin's neck was broken by the Amethyst Demon Bull, and his life breath instantly drained away at an extremely high speed, eventually dying. The Amethyst Demon Bull casually threw the corpses of these goblins and returned to Qin Fang's back. I am the one who stole the information of the Goblin Clan. I am the one who purchased the Goblin Clan's divine grade wine at a low level. I really am not a heavenly emperor. Oh yeah, the Goblin one's most secretive war. I also took it. What can you guys do with me? Qin Fang pulled out his ears before putting them in front of his mouth and blowing on them, raising his head and speaking to them with disdain, not hiding what he had done in the Goblin One clan in the slightest. I'm standing here now. I welcome you to take revenge and reclaim everything that belongs to you. But please also remember that there's only this one chance off. I'll point 3 times. If no goblins attack, I'll have to say my conditions law. Qin Fang laughed fiercely, as if he was the most evil demon in heaven and earth. The corner of his mouth seemed to be dripping with blood. Coronation Celestial Emperor. You are joking. This is all a misunderstanding. Yes. Coronation Celestial Emperor. Under the heavens. Other than you. Who else would be able to enslave the Divine Beast clan? Coronation Celestial Emperor. This time it was our Goblin clan that was wrong. We are willing to be punished. These goblins are unintelligent and have disturbed you. We will punish them severely. Coronation of the Heavenly Emperor. Please also be magnanimous and spare us. Before these troublemaking goblins could speak within, the goblins within the Goblin King's building, each of them fawningly appeared, begging for Qin Fang's forgiveness in a low voice, before quickly taking down these rebellious goblins and tying them aside to wait for the Celestial Emperor's sentencing. Oh! Interesting. Really interesting. Qin Fang applauded before continuing. This matter was originally a family matter of the Goblin clan. I shouldn't have interfered. But since I stepped in, you guys should compensate me for my labor in any case. How about this? God-ranked fine wine * 1000. Each God-ranked goblin compensates 1 billion copper coins. This matter? This is over. This was extortion. Naked extortion. These god-level gnomes immediately turned ugly, demanding their money? This was even worse than killing them. However, in a whirlwind, facing Qin Fang's intimidation, these Earth spirits quickly switched their mouths. Give. We give. The situation was so aggressive that it was impossible not to give. Copper coins were fine to say the least, but divine grade fine wine, one really couldn't take out 1,000 bottles all. In desperation, these goblins dug up their ancestral graves, and only then did they barely manage to get enough. Qin Fang was satisfied. However, it was only the Goblin Kingdom. But for any other race, Qin Fang wouldn't have been able to extort so smoothly. You are all welcome to continue questioning me. Qin Fang led the 5 divine beasts and left. Coronation of the Celestial Emperor. You are welcome to come and guide your work once again. The Gnome King said so with great humility. This was the shrewdness of the Gnome King. In order to prevent these gnome spirits from settling scores in autumn, he took the lead to climb into a relationship with Qin Fang. Qin Fang also ignored him and directly left. The Goblin King snorted coldly, stripped this rebellious goblin of his god-level goblin armament, and directly executed him. The position of the Goblin King was once again solidified. These goblin spirits, who did not dare to say anything, silently watched the Goblin King enter his research chamber. As for the first Goblin King, he sighed in his heart. His eyes, how could he have gone blind? His ears? Why did he listen to the slanderous words? This motherfucker is not the heavenly emperor. In the future, whoever says that I am not the emperor of heaven, I will be in a hurry with them. This time, it was originally the perfect opportunity to be able to have me help him return to the throne. But unfortunately, he wasted it. Qin Fang returned to Tianyang town. The harvest this time was very rich. Nearly 400 billion copper coins was thrown by Qin Fang to Yuze for 200 billion, and to Black Widow for 200 billion. The plans for the teleportation portal, the infrastructure of the Yang town. This was all money that needed to be spent. As for the divine grade fine wine, a full 1,500 bottles were hoarded. Qin Fang sent over 100 bottles to tutor Li Qi first. You made such a big mess in the goblin world? Only giving me 100 bottles? Then you'll set up your own follow-up. Li Xia was very dissatisfied. Qin Fang. Follow-up? Where was there any follow-up? Could it be that the goblin world still dared to target him? Look for yourself. Li Qi threw Qin Fang a petition. This was the known world's plea, which had been sent to Mount Qixia for the Plague Dharma God Senior to decide. Human Wei, impersonating the identity of the Heavenly Emperor, suspected of having an affair with the Divine Spirit Heavenly Emperor, stealing the secrets of my gnomish clan, abusing my gnomish clan's deities, and squeezing my gnomish clan's wine and copper coins. I request that the Plague Dharma God sanction this. Qin Fang left on the front foot, and the Goblin One clan sued on the back foot, and this one's complaint was sent directly to the human emperor. Qin Fang froze. Should he be so shameless? Your secret? It looks like it can't be kept anymore. Qin Fang knew what teacher Li Xia was saying again. Coordinates. It was indelible. As long as the gods of Mount Qixia arrived here and inspected Qin Fang's body, they would be able to discover it. At that time, what awaited Qin Fang would most likely be a sealed treatment and permanent confinement within a small black room. Coordinate. This was a potential threat. Not to mention, Qin Fang had already been possessed by the Heavenly Emperor several times, not knowing what he had done. What about the human emperor's attitude? What about the attitude of Mount Qixia? What about the attitude of the Plague Dharma God? Qin Fang had to know about some of these. And if it was unfavorable to himself, Qin Fang would have to run away. Even if he was in the company of divine beasts, he couldn't just sit here and wait for death. Li Xia extended his hand. The meaning of this was very obvious. Qin Fang added 100 bottles of divine grade wine upwards until the 1,000th bottle. And only then was Li Xia satisfied. My suggestion is to run. Qin Fang's eyes widened. Qin Fang, teacher, I suspect that you're intentionally pitting me for divine fine wine. Chapter 625. A brand new mode. Random occupation experience. The human emperor's attitude. A thorough investigation. After all, the heavenly emperor has a lot at stake. The Plague Dharma God can't be contacted. And as for Mount Qixia's attitude, it's also a thorough investigation, and has already sent out deities that are already on their way. Li Qi added 2 sentences. But the central meaning was still for Qin Fang to run away. Run? Where can I run to? Qin Fang looked at Li Xia without any good breath. This old man, he doesn't talk about martial virtues. Originally, Qin Fang thought that teacher Li Xia would be able to have some way to help him escape this calamity. The Divine Beast Clan. Doesn't it regard you as its seat minister? You can go to the Divine Beast Clan to take refuge. And when your Forge Master rank reaches the divine level, all of these small problems will become a thing of the past. And no one will be mentioning them. Now that you've fled, it can only be considered insufficient evidence. At most, it will be counted as you being afraid of the crime. But the suspicion of the crime will be exonerated. So when you advance to become a deity and cleanse yourself of the park, you can just come back again. Teacher Li Evil's words made him not know how to retort for a moment. This might be the optimal solution. But Qin Fang didn't want to leave. Teacher Li Evil? If the Goblin Clan were to be fooled, wouldn't this problem be solved? Qin Fang presented his idea with a killing intent. Well, yes, it's solved head-on. And you'll be nailed directly to the pillar of shame. Do you think the gods of Mount Qixia are all fools? Li Xia blankly glanced at Qin Fang. This kid. Why did he look so stupid? Ugh. Qin Fang sighed. Teacher, what about Tianyang town? What about my 10,000 people group? Don't worry. I've got it all covered. I'll help you out. Teacher Li Xia leisurely sipped his fine wine without a care in the world. Alright. I'm going to kill a few deities while hiding in the Divine Beast clan's territory. Well, remember to use the boots of 10,000 elephants to conceal your form. Licia finished speaking. That is, he did not pay attention to Qin Fang, and savored the fine wine on his own. Qin Fang turned to leave, and communicated with the ancestral dragon within the contract space. Elder Ancestral Dragon, have you picked the next deity to hunt? It's been ready for action for a long time now. This time, Ancestral Dragon and the others chose an ancient deity that had long since escaped from the trap and was currently recuperating within the deity Abyss. Cold Ice Abyss, the god of cold ice, as the first echelon of deities that had broken through the seal, had kept a very low profile during this period of time, perhaps knowing that his strength was inferior to others. The god of ice hid within the cold ice abyss after destroying the heavenly ice town, working hard to recover his strength. During this period of time, he did not dare to go out in the slightest, for fear of being liquidated by the human race. After all, this time, in order for the heavenly emperor to be satisfied with his actions, it couldn't be said that he wasn't black. This is an entire town's life, and his hands were destroyed. Oh, if the human race wanted to take revenge, they would definitely be the first to look for him and vent their anger. Within the cold ice abyss, the god of ice was still relaxed. After all, he didn't believe that the human race would dare to go deep into his abyss and take him away. It was impossible, and the human race did not possess such strength. These days, the god of ice and cold immersed himself in the cold ice spring every day, and his strength improved every day. After another month, the god of ice and cold strength would be fully restored. At that time, even if he went out for a wave, the human race would not be able to do anything about it. The god of ice and cold was just getting comfortable when suddenly he saw a spatial crack being torn open. The god of cold ice instantly covered his armor and fell to one knee. This kind of dazzling appearance should be the god of space in his impression, and as the god of space was far above him in terms of both strength and status, kneeling on one knee was as it should be. Otherwise, if he angered the god of space, this would have unpredictable consequences. Huh? Surprisingly kneeling down to greet him? Qin Fang just saw the scene. His entire being was dumbfounded. Even though Qin Fang had seen a lot, where had he seen such a scene? This was a deity. So humble? The god of cold ice also heard Qin Fang's voice. It was very childish, and it didn't seem to be the god of space. So the god of cold ice hurriedly raised his head, and this look caused him to be dumbfounded, and his mind was filled with endless anger. Human race? A humble human race that dared to arrive at his cold ice abyss and taunt him. The most crucial thing was that he was actually worshipping the human race on one knee. This could not be tolerated. The current deity had to be destroyed. This was the only thought in the god of cold ice's mind. Human race? Go to hell. The god of ice crazily catalyzed the divine power within his body. The CPU directly overloaded. The cold ice springs rioted. A terrifying blue storm swept through, as if it was going to completely freeze and cover Qin Fang. This was the ultimate ice amongst the human race. Even a deity would not necessarily be able to withstand it. Qin Fang did not panic in the slightest and opened the contract space. Ancestral Dragon Seniors, come out to work. Little Black, give me the divine power to swallow this place. Qin Fang summoned the 6 divine beasts, and then quietly propped up his shield, enjoying the shield of the Xuanwu divine beast and sipping his drink. The appearance of the ancestral dragon, the holy Qilin, and the other 5 top divine beasts instantly made the god of cold ice feel like falling into an ice cave. The god of cold ice wanted to land on the heavenly emperor's order and ask for help, and the news that the divine beasts had joined forces with the human race must be passed on. However, the Space Phoenix quickly truncated space, making this place a separate small world, and no information could be transmitted out. Quick battle. 5 top divine beasts surrounded the god of ice. The god of cold ice laughed miserably twice. This really wasn't something he could fight against. This piece of small space, so that he could not perceive the divine power of the outside world. This is not waiting to die on the line. The god of ice could not have imagined that the human race would join forces with the divine beasts, and that the target of the strike would be him. Ahem. Also blame the god of ice is too closed, such as if he landed on the order of the heavenly emperor in the past few days. Also be able to know that the divine beasts and Qin Fang teamed up with the matter. Also be able to do a little preparation in advance. The god of ice died, and was directly transformed into the frost of heaven and earth. As for the cold ice spring, the egg of the god of ice was regenerated. Little Black was rapidly devouring the cold ice god spirit of this place, under the stimulation of the divine grade fine wine. He also took a few quick bites of the cold ice spring eye before slowly digesting it. A day later, Qin Fang and the others left. And as for the cold ice abyss, it had long been a wreck. The god-level cold ice plants and the like had all been scavenged. And the god-level cold ice had all been taken away by Qin Fang as he dug into the ground. The cold ice springs, 20% of the range was still left. 80% were all devoured by Little Black. The egg of the god of ice was shivering and hiding within the eye of the ice fountain by instinct, fearing that Xiao He would even devour him in one gulp. Monster. This is really a monster. This cold ice spring eye, even if it is ruined 90%, even if it is rebred, it will take 1,000,000 years of light. The space phoenix intentionally stirred up the space of this place, confusing the breath. Even if other gods find this place, they don't know who made the move. Inside the Heavenly Emperor's order, why have the divine beasts been so quiet lately? Yeah, we haven't heard of any of the deities being beheaded either. Is it possible that the divine beasts have been frightened by the Heavenly Emperor, so they don't dare to attack? Hee. It's possible. Annoying. Really annoying. In order to prevent the divine beasts from targeting us, we are now 3 or 5 deities gathered together. This was also a helpless move. After Little Black had finished digesting in 2 days, Qin Fang struck again. At this time, the deities from Mount Qixia also arrived at Tianyang Town. Please ask the Tianyang Town City Lord to go out for questioning. The deities' words were cold. After all, from Profile 3, the Tianyang Town Lord was merely an epic blacksmith for all intents and purposes. No one paid any attention to him. Feeling somewhat insulted, this deity once again raised his voice, causing the entire Tianyang Town to buzz. At this time, Li Qi's voice lazily recalled. The Heavenly Sun City Lord went out and has yet to return. You can wait. This deity immediately stormed out. What kind of thing dares to disobey the orders of Mount Qixia? And then again, who are you? Dare. Li Qi, for such a deity, directly slapped him to clear his head. Terrified, this deity fled in a panic, preparing to return to Mount Qixia to look for help. Mount Qixia. When the human emperor heard this answer, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The prophet god was also silent, and in his heart, he had an okay opinion of Qin Fang. This kid, he's not too stupid. As for the reinforcements that this deity had requested, no one paid any attention to him. Are you kidding me? That's evil. How dare you go a second time? This deity originally belongs to the category of prick, specially set over to let Li Qi sanctioned. Who knows? He is still naive. Was kept in the dark. Know nothing. This matter was then shelved. These times, to say the biggest news, is the brand new mode of Heaven's Destiny. Ding! The brand new mode of Heaven's Destiny has been opened. Random Occupation Experience Mode. Introduction. Players entering this mode will be randomly transferred into one of the 10,000 races occupations for a month-long experience. Note: gains made within this month will be added to the main character. Note: the original rank can be retained to add to the game experience. This model made a large number of players pursue it, but it also made a lot of players scoff. Che, I've waited for so long, and you've given me such a muddled mode? Grass. It's really rubbish. Heaven's Destiny is going downhill. Solid. This game. It's going to cool off. Right. This mode? Can it also be considered a brand new mode? I'm going to puke. These players, who hadn't even played it yet, were the first to spit on it. As for the players who had truly experienced it, they couldn't help but exclaim, Destiny really understands me. Haha. This experience across races. It's novel. This mode. It's very Ness. Brother, I strongly suggest you play it. This mode. Wang Xiaoyu. Vote. As long as the players who had randomly played it once, none of them were praising it. Thus, the word of mouth for this brand new mode was polarized. This mode. Qin Fang also wanted to experience it all. But alas, his mission hadn't been completed yet. In a month's time, Qin Fang had moved from place to place, constantly slaughtering ancient deities, and 30% of the deities that had escaped from the seal and were hiding in the divine abyss were killed by Qin Fang. This was also considered to be a way to buy more time for the human race. On this day, Qin Fang and the others dared to enter the Wind God's divine spirit abyss, and fled in an instant. There was no other reason to do so. The Wind God's divine spirit abyss had gathered at least 3,000 deities. It was a setup, deliberately waiting for Qin Fang to jump in. Fortunately, thanks to the Space Phoenix's reinforcement, this allowed them to escape smoothly. It was also fortunate that the Space Phoenix had reacted in time. If he had been a step late, Qin Fang wouldn't have been able to escape. Qin Fang, that was close. Chapter 626 Ancient Precognition God Pestilence Dharma God Quest Completion. This was not the first time Qin Fang had jumped into the trap, but the third time. From the moment after Qin Fang hunted the ninth deity, the Heavenly Emperor's order was in an uproar. You all know, right? I have a good relationship with the God of Cold Ice. But guess what? I went to the Cold Ice Abyss yesterday to visit the God of Cold Ice. The God of Cold Ice is dead, and the Cold Ice Springs are all destroyed. Only 20% left. Crap. This should be the Divine Beast clan striking again. This? Why do I feel like it's a Chaos God? Wait. All of a sudden I have a bold idea. Could this be the Divine Beasts joining forces with the Chaos Gods? Not only is it the God of Ice, the God of Earth, who is better with me, is also dead. Recently, it has been found that a lot of deities have been decimated. You and I have to be careful, Law. After a unanimous paragraph from this group of deities, it turned out that 7 or 8 deities had died. Didn't this cause panic? So these deities spontaneously organized themselves together to fight against the Divine Beast clan, the Chaos Gods Alliance. Among them, one had to mention the absolute strongest among the ancient deities, the Precognition God. This deity was able to foresee what was about to happen in the near future. And thus, Qin Fang and the others were caught blind, starting from the 10th deity, almost daring to enter the abyss. That is, being watched. Dozens of deities watched them. By now, hundreds of deities stared at them, making them so creeped out that they could only flee in panic. Although many of these deities were divine phantoms, it was enough to make them drink a pot of water. And if they were not careful, they would all die. The most crucial thing was that the Heavenly Emperor, who was also concerned about this matter, did not know when he would suddenly appear. Qin Fang and the others fled to the small city in the borderland, the City of Water, and rested slightly. Hey, Ancestral Dragon Senior, why is it that our traces can always be captured? Once or twice, Qin Fang still thought that it was his bad luck. But 3 times, 4 times, if Qin Fang still thought so, he really was a stick in the mud. The Ancestral Dragon and the other divine beasts were also in deep thought, and even wondered for a moment if a beast tip had appeared, deliberately passing information to the gods. But after careful thought, it seemed unlikely. What was the motive? What are the benefits? Furthermore, these divine beasts stayed together every day. Where would they have the opportunity to commit a crime? Ancestral Dragon, do you still remember the Precognition God among the ancient deities? This was the voice of Xian Huangxian Wu. This old gentleman, although he usually wasn't too talkative, was able to enlighten Qin Fang and the others with every word. Ancestral Dragon instantly reacted. Right. Why did I forget about this old fellow? As Ancestral Dragon recounted, Qin Fang realized who the two of them were talking about. Ancient deity of lofty status, Precognition God. The deity seemed to have a little bit of an edge with the attribute of time, and was able to foretell things in the future. In its normal state, it could foretell up to a month. But if it paid a certain price, it could foretell things for a year, or even several years. Once, with such an ability, it made the Divine Beast clan suffer. Not only the Divine Beast clan, but all the clans had suffered. This Precognition God, too, had left to become in existence second only to the first Heavenly Emperor. Only according to the rumors, the Precognition God anticipated the third Heavenly Emperor's accession, thus being obliterated by the second Heavenly Emperor. Why did he still appear? The rumors, they must be false. After all, who would be willing to kill such a deity? The most crucial thing is, couldn't the Precognition God foresee his own death? Couldn't it be circumvented in advance? These are all possibilities. So I boldly deduce that the Precognition God is not dead and is targeting us at this moment. We need to think of a way out. If we can't deal with it, I suggest canceling the god slaughter. Otherwise, the next time, my intuition tells me that it will be dangerous. The Xian Huangxianwu finished speaking. That is, he closed his eyes once again. Qin Fang, ancestral dragon, and the others were directly silent. Xuanwu's guess was correct, and his intuition was accurate. This time when he was in danger, Xuanwu had also mentioned it once. Thus the Space Phoenix was able to react in the first instance and tear through space to escape. In that case, let's vote on whether to continue the god slaughter or return to the 100,000 mountains. Qin Fang initiated a vote, which was eventually passed unanimously to return to the 100,000 great mountains to recuperate. The Space Phoenix immediately tore through space and led the divine beasts to return. Ding! Welcome to the 100,000 great mountains. Qin Fang sighed. It was hard to believe that the future light of day could only be forged in the 100,000 great mountains. Although the forging materials in this place were abundant, and the forging experience values were countless, he always felt that something was missing. In the sky above the 100,000 great mountains, there were still divine beasts forging divine artifacts with their own shells every day. The lands of heaven and earth were constantly pouring in. Qin Fang's return had instantly caused a large number of divine beasts to be ecstatic, especially those that were not yet equipped with divine weapons. I am their only hope. Ding! Divine Beast by Zay invites you to enter the Divine Beast Paradise. Do you agree? Agree. Mr. Me. You have returned. White Zephyr was very enthusiastic, but he could also tell that Qin Fang was a little down. This time, I nearly got besieged by the deities in my attack, and I only ended up bringing back this much divine power crystals. As he spoke, Qin Fang threw out divine power crystals in tens of thousands from the ring of the golden dragon. White Zephyr was looking dumbfounded at the side. Mr. Me. Do you call this little? This batch of divine power crystals is enough for 100,000 mountains and 1,000 legendary level divine beast heirs to become deities. In other words, you went out on a trip and helped the divine beast clan increase its battle power by 1,000 divine beasts at the level of divine beasts. What a terrifying statistic this is. Bai Zai suspected that Qin Fang was pretending. Deliberately? Why was it that Qin Fang was able to help the divine beast clan cultivate 1,000 divine spirits by merely plundering 9 divine spirits? There were mainly 2 points. Firstly, this batch of legendary level beasts had already absorbed enough attributes, power, and all that was missing was the divine power crystals. Secondly, the ancient deities had been sealed for too long, resulting in the divine power within their abyss being too dense. After all, every divine abyss was a terrifying existence capable of providing Qin Fang with 1,000 divine artifacts yet. It wasn't strange to have this achievement. Mr. Me. You are truly a blessing for my divine beast clan. Bai Zai excitedly held Qin Fang's hand, the joy within his heart difficult to express. Senior Bai Zai, there's no need to be like this. Only this legendary grade, God grade material? Do you see? When will it be able to be honored? What Qin Fang wanted most was still the materials. During this period of time, although Xiao He was busy devouring divine spirit qi, he was also able to digest the pure materials along the way. In Qin Fang's hands, he possessed at the very least 1,000 materials for forging divine weapons, and 10 materials for forging divine weapons. In his previous life, these materials were unattainable for Qin Fang, and if he wanted one, he would need to pay the price of an old nose. But in this life, he was able to obtain them so easily. It was really a matter of creation. These are all thanks to the Chaos God. Qin Fang summoned Xiao He to help him claim a few bottles of God-level fine wine. God-grade fine wine. It's due. It's all due. I have it here. Many divine beasts could not help but take out their own treasured fine wines and hand them to Qin Fang. That being the case, I'll take the place of the Chaos God and thank you all. Qin Fang received it with a smile, and hundreds more bottles of divine-grade fine wine arrived. The attitude of these divine beasts towards him, Qin Fang could slightly sense, was more familiar than before. This was also the way it should be. After all, in the beginning, Qin Fang had relied solely on White Zephyr's prophecy and could be said to have mingled. But now, with his own means, Qin Fang had managed to gain their respect. Seniors of the divine beasts, it is currently impossible to strike, so we can only rest and recuperate for the time being. Qin Fang informed the divine beasts about the precognition god. After hearing this, these divine beasts couldn't help but look grave. Qin Fang didn't say much to them and directly excused himself to forge equipment. Take care, Mr. Me. I will deliver the divine artifacts to your residence later. Bai Fang's former place of residence was now occupied by Qin Fang and had become his palace. Qin Fang threw Xiao He a bottle of divine-grade wine to moisten his intestines, before dumping out the legendary-grade ores. All of them. Xiao He was also forceful. Poof poof poof. And the scene was harmonious for a while. Qin Fang sorted through this batch of materials, carefully studying the various forging insights to increase his depth. Qin Fang was not in the least bit in a hurry. He was waiting for one of the Divine Beasts clan to break through the 100 Divine Beasts with his divine power crystals. If this happened, Qin Fang would be able to advance to the rank of a legendary forge master, which was a great temptation. Once he was promoted to become a legendary forge master, wouldn't divine weapons be at his fingertips? In the blink of an eye, Qin Fang had studied for 10 days. These days, there are divine beasts breaking through one after another. But to Qin Fang, there is no effect. Ding. Communication from Zhang Tu. Do you agree? Agreed. Boss. Which race have you gone to experience? Which profession? Let's go and break through the world again. Zhang Tu's words caused the corners of Qin Fang's mouth to rise slightly. This kid. He still remembered old me. Qin Fang had disappeared for so many days. Only Shui Qing'er had called him a few communications. Shuge Tianyan had reported the situation a few times, as well as Yu Zhe's report, and Black Widow's report. As for Hidden Earth, he had lost his fucking connection long ago. Mard, I thought you forgot about me after you married Little Tree. How was it? Was the honeymoon trip comfortable? Qin Fang joked. The Tree of Life and the Hidden Earth had long been eye to eye. The month before, the two tied the knot, but no one could not notify, so they told their close ones. For this reason, Qin Fang had even postponed his plan to slaughter the gods for a day to help the two of them consummate their marriage. It couldn't be helped that both of them were poor people whose parents had died long ago. So Qin Fang became the witness. The honeymoon tour, on the other hand, was a stroll through heaven's destiny with all expenses paid. The addition of the nutrient pod allowed the two of them to be in the realm of the world, and it was also considered to be a sense of ceremony. As for the new model that Zhang Tu had spoken of, Qin Fang had also heard of it, but had never had the time to play around with it. After all, there were still a whole lot of things weighing on him. These things, without smoothing them out, how could he go and experience this new mode? For example, right now, the promotion of the 100 Divine Beasts was almost complete, and Qin Fang was about to be promoted to the legendary rank of blacksmith. Once the promotion was successful, Qin Fang's gaming experience would be greatly enhanced. Even with this brand new mode, what about retaining the rank? At that time, wouldn't it be great for Qin Fang to hang a bunch of kids with a legendary level existence? Chapter 627 Promotion to Legendary Grade Forger. Boss, this brand new mode, it's simply not too cool. I'm within the Mechanical Titan clan. This is really too cool. Hidden Earth smiled shyly and scratched his head, looking forward to fighting alongside Qin Fang. You kid, play first. Old me still has a large family to take care of. Not long after, Qin Fang was just about to start forging a batch of equipment when the Tree of Life's communication called. Captain, this brand new mode. It's so much fun. No restrictions on professions. No restrictions on races. It's so cool. I'm not a priest anymore, but a brand new wind elf, controlling the secret arts of the wind. Well, when I'm done with this period of time, I'll go play with you guys. Qin Fang hung up the communication again. Qin Fang, have you played this brand new mode of Heaven's Destiny? This was Black Widow's voice. During this period of time, because Yang City was gradually getting on track, Black Widow also had more time to enter Heaven's Destiny to play. The brand new mode, as if it had started a brand new journey, was novel. Not yet. I've been rather busy lately. When I'm done with this period of time, I'll play with you all. After Qin Fang finished speaking, he spoke to Black Widow for a while. That is, he hung up the communication. After hanging up the communication, Qin Fang couldn't help but light a spark and exhale smoke between his mouth and nose. In his previous life, Qin Fang was under house arrest by the Phoenix, and could only forge equipment and die to fulfill orders for the Phoenix Guild. This brand new mode of Heaven's Destiny, although it was making a lot of noise, he had only experienced it 2 or 3 times, and each time it was very short-lived. To say that he was looking forward to it, Qin Fang definitely had it, but not as deeply as Black Widow, Tree of Life, Hidden Earth and the others. Qin Fong, it's a pity how it's a lifetime. But it's still something to have fun with. After all, this time the brand new mode. Qin Fong remembers that even 10 years later, there are countless players to follow. Because even if each occupation only has a month's chance to experience these nearly 10,000 races and countless occupations, you can't experience them all. In the previous generation, there were also a lot of players making different cheats, specifically to increase the game experience. This was considered one of the most successful models of Heaven's Destiny. Qin Fong snuffed out the spark and sighed as he started forging equipment. Divine weapons. Qin Fong didn't forge them for the time being. Instead, he forged a large batch of epic and legendary grade equipment. There was no other reason. This equipment was good for sale. At this stage, 90% of the market share of these two levels of equipment was basically grasped by Qin Fong. Especially Yuzhe, this treacherous businessman. Obviously warehouse are epic level, legendary level equipment. But hard to create a kind of goods very little illusion. Deliberately starvation marketing. So that each piece of epic level, legendary level equipment price, not to fall too much. Only even if he was being frugal. After 2 months of digestion, this batch of equipment was digested. Qin Fong only had to open the furnace and help him forge it again. The epic level materials. During this period of time, Yuzhe had also helped Qin Fong acquire quite a few of them. The mining team within the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild had also unearthed quite a few of them, which was definitely enough. Since he had nothing to do, Qin Fong thought that he could simply forge a massive amount of epic grade equipment at once. Higher level equipment. The difficulty of forging increased. But for Qin Fong, this was all muscle memory. He hadn't even known how many he had forged in his previous life. It was easy. It was simple. 70 level epic grade equipment. At this stage, these blacksmiths basically couldn't forge it, because of the multiplication of difficulty. A level 60 epic equipment required the matching of 100 materials, but above level 70, at the very least, 500 different materials were required. These materials with each other, purification, are very difficult. The main thing is the subsequent fusion. Have to forge master step by step to figure out. Eventually, even if successful. But also have to spend a lot of materials. Through countless times of failure. All of this was the accumulation of experience. Therefore, this batch of 70 level equipment forged by Qin Fong was sure to be a huge hit. The forging of this 70 level epic equipment, even if it was only forging 50% of it, it would take Qin Fong 4 hours to succeed. And every day, even if Qin Fong didn't sleep or rest, he would be able to forge it 6 times at the most. If it were before, 6 times might not be much. At most 600 pieces of equipment. But now, 6,000 pieces of epic grade equipment. Or 600 pieces of legendary grade equipment. This speed was comparable to 6,000 epic level blacksmiths working at the same time. And all of them had to be forged successfully. This was how terrifying Qin Fong was. Qin Fong's forging continued for a full month. Heaven's Destiny had transformed from a cold winter month, with chilling winds, to a vibrant spring blossom. Within this month, Qin Fong was almost sleepless, knowing only forging, and had created 140,000 pieces of epic grade equipment, and 4,000 pieces of legendary grade equipment. This batch of equipment was incomparable to the level 60 equipment that Qin Fong had previously forged. To put it simply, the price of each piece had to be at least 1,000,000 copper coins before it could be sold. Unless other epic level forges mastered the forging method, so that the price could slowly come down. Qin Fong sent this batch of equipment, all packaged up and sent to Yuzhe, letting him watch and deal with it. Heaven's Destiny. Huh? Your town has also opened a 10,000 empty alley grocery store? Yeah. Just opened it. I heard that it's opening today, and there's epic level equipment for sale. The 10,000 empty alley group. Almost wherever the portal opens a shop. According to Yuzhe's planning, when the 10,000 empty alley grocery shop opens up all over the towns of the entire heavenly fate, then he will be able to use this to become a god. And a unique and unrivaled god. Is that so? Let's go. Let's go and take a look. The players, in groups of 3 or 5, all wanted to go over and take a look. But there were a certain number of players that acted with scorn. The epic level equipment of this 10,000 empty alleys are all 60 level. There is no meaning. Have not had 70 level gold level equipment attributes or Hyatt. No meaning. That is, just established a few days ago. The price war. I kinda like it. 10,000 people empty alley grocery shop just started business. Surely the first to fight the price war. Attract other customers. Form customer adhesion. It was only that other superstores were also fighting a price war, resulting in 10,000 empty lane not having any competitiveness. It just so happened that Yuze had obtained this batch of level 70 epic level equipment from Qin Fong. If it was level 60 epic equipment, it really didn't have any impact. But if it was level 70 epic equipment, it could make a group of players gather around and want to take a look. After all, the current market had yet to see 70 level epic equipment. I've heard that there are also 70 level legendary level equipment. What? Legendary grade equipment. Crikey. Go. Go. The top powerhouses had just happened to be promoted to level 70 after 2 months of sleepless efforts. This level 70 legendary grade equipment was simply tailor-made for them. These days, in order to better complete the god tier quests, Qin Fong had been in a state of disconnection. Originally, some of the regular big customers who wanted to get high-level equipment could only go to 10,000 empty alleys to buy it. From Qin Fong's personal perspective, this was not conducive to his development. But from the perspective of the 10,000 empty lane guild, this was the right decision. And every time a high transaction price was paid, it was a kind of publicity for the 10,000 empty lane grocery store. In the end, the 10,000 empty lane grocery store, its fame would grow. 70 levels of epic grade, legendary grade equipment, once again, made 10,000 empty lane a hit. Qin Fong did not care about this. Within this month, the first batch of legendary grade beasts had successfully broken through to become divine beasts with the help of Qin Fong's divine power crystals. This batch of divine beasts held a strong sense of gratitude towards Qin Fong. And on the occasion of their promotion to divine beasts, they even came to pay Qin Fong a special visit. Qin Fong had no choice but to promise that he would definitely send them a set of divine artifacts when he achieved divine craftsmanship. This was also considered a belated meet and greet gift. At the same time, the divine grade quest that the Plague Dharma god had set for Qin Fong was also completed. Ding! Congratulations on completing the Plague Venerable God's God level quest. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the legendary rank Blacksmith's Forge Insights. Qin Fong couldn't help but grow his mouth as he surveyed this copy of the insights. It was as big as a football field. Qin Fong, how long will it take me to read all these heart secretaries? I might as well give myself the legendary grade forging heart. I'll be able to learn it with just one post. Qin Fong was helpless. The shortcut to promote to legendary grade blacksmith. The Plague FA god had found himself a good one. As long as it was up to Qin Fong if he wanted it or not. Do you want it? It was definitely going to be Senior Divine Smith Lu Long. Give me a batch of legendary grade forging tips. Teacher Licia. Give me a batch of legendary grade forging tips. Since they all had to be read, then Qin Fong simply took in this realm. Thus, nearly as many as 3 playgrounds of forging insights were thrown in front of Qin Fong. Divine artisan Lu Long, this kid. Finally copying a proper job. It's not easy. But isn't this kid a bit overambitious to be reading legendary level insights? Licia, I hope you can get out of your own way. These divine artisans. They all had high hopes for Qin Fong. Qin Fong closed his eyes. Completely. This time, even when the newly promoted divine beasts paid their respects, Qin Fong did not bother. Even the communications from Black Widow and Shui Qin. Qin Fong did not answer any of them. And the entire person was truly in a state of disconnection. No one could contact Qin Fong. Black Widow had to go by Qin Fong's nutritional pod every day to see if his vital signs were normal. Only when she saw that it was normal, then she would put her heart down and go deal with the matters of Yang City. Qin Fong was immersed in the world of forging, unable to extricate himself. Spring passed into autumn. Qin Fong was in seclusion for 5 months. By the time he appeared in the degree, his entire person was completely different. In the past, from Qin Fong's body, you were able to perceive a faint smoldering aura that was unique to forging masters. But now that you were looking at Qin Fong, his aura was very internalized, and every move he made seemed to be natural. Even a faint trace of divine might flow through Qin Fong's body, especially his eyes. Before Qin Fong's promotion, his eyes were purely clear, giving the impression that he did not possess any city. Nowadays, they were completely different. Abyssal deep. and carried a majesty of their own. Being promoted to the legendary rank of blacksmith also allowed Qin Fang to successfully comprehend his first aura type skill, legendary increase. Forgers whose heaven's mandate human ranks did not reach the legendary rank were able to receive a certain increase under this aura of Qin Fang's, boosting the success rate of their forging. This skill, to an ordinary player, was a divine skill. Ding! Let's congratulate player Jin for becoming the first legendary ranked forge master in the Heaven's Destiny continent. Chapter 628, Heaven's Destiny Blessing, minus 50% success rate. That system tone resounded throughout Heaven's Destiny. For a time, almost 90% of the blacksmiths in Heaven's Destiny were darkened, feeling that the mountain over their own heads, instead of being removed, was even heavier. After half a year of hard work, a few blacksmiths had gradually been promoted to the epic level. Because of this, they knew the difficulty of promoting an epic level blacksmith, which was almost the top guilds, aided by their full strength, before it was completed with great difficulty. So they knew even more about the difficulty of promoting to a legendary level blacksmith. According to today's forging experience, it would take at least 2 years before they could be promoted to become a legendary level blacksmith. And this would still require the full assistance of their respective guilds before they could reach it. However, now, Player Jin was actually 1 step ahead of them. 2 years ahead of them, i.e. promoted to become a legendary ranked blacksmith. At this moment, the human blacksmiths of the entire Heaven's Destiny felt a dimness in front of their eyes. Within these 2 years, it seemed like they would be living under Qin Fang's shadow again. The epic level blacksmith of the Songhai Guild looked up at the sky with a very sad and angry mood. Originally, he had thought that Player Jin had disappeared for such a long period of time, and when he reappeared, he would surely be obliterated into obscurity. But who would have thought that he would bring such a kingly bomb? This epic level blacksmith, who had already forged 70 to 80 pieces of 70 level epic level equipment, was just waiting for the more 10,000 people to divide the group. But who had thought that the result would be like this? Although the time passed half a year, the average level that the players promoted within this half a year was 3 levels. The later it gets, the slower it escalates. And with the unsealing of the gods, and the constant stirring of the divine spirit, the attributes of all kinds of monsters have been strengthened across the board. And it's even more difficult to want to hunt them down. This blacksmith wants to vomit blood. Player me return. Is not forging legendary level equipment as simple as drinking water? Who also want his epic level equipment Not to mention? Player me this kind of unconventional guy. Who knows if he can forge a divine weapon If this kid really forges a divine weapon, the entire blacksmiths of Heaven's Destiny will be able to give up learning this profession. Is it too late to give up the profession of blacksmithing? It's really shit. Player Jin's equipment. It sells for a lot of money. Legendary grade equipment. Sold to you for 100,000 copper coins? Motherfucker. Player me hurry up and put out some powerful equipment. I can't even hack monsters now. One can only say that the sorrow and joy in the world are different. The blacksmiths are sad. But the players who have the financial resources to buy legendary levels, this is elation. And the ordinary commoners are emotionless. Player me promoted to become a legendary level blacksmith. So powerful. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the only title in Heaven's Mandate, Legendary Grade Forge Master. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Mandate of Heaven. Ding. Congratulations to Player me for obtaining the Heavenly Fate Blessing. Ding. Player me's forging success rate minus 50%. This system tone rang out, causing Qin Fang to be instantly overjoyed. This reward was good. What Qin Fang wanted was this kind of reward. Otherwise, he was really afraid that when forging equipment, he would suddenly succeed. Wouldn't this be a blind delay? Forging epic level equipment would take 4 hours. Forging legendary level equipment would take even more time. And as for forging divine artifacts, it would take 3, 4, 5 or 6 days at the very least. If this was suddenly a successful forging, Qin Fang was going to cry to death. This reward came at the right time. Qin Fang thought so. But the Heaven's Destiny blacksmiths were baffled. I've read little. Don't blindside me. Is this a reward? Old chap? Heaven's Destiny. I feel like you're playing with players I'm Hee. I've been playing Heavenly Fate for so long, but I've never seen this kind of reward before. This is where the Bodhisattva opened his eyes. Even to player me into the line such a restriction. Shutan. This hard As if 9 volts day. drank a cup of cold drink. Hey, you say strange. My mood all of a sudden not so block panic. It really should be that sentence. The one who can't see you the most is not others. It's exactly the peers the blacksmiths of the heaven's destiny human race. No, the blacksmiths of the 10,000 races. When they heard this voice, they couldn't mention how happy they were. And they were close to giving heaven's destiny 2 strings of firecrackers to celebrate. The treasurer with the purchasing power of legendary grade equipment frowned slightly. In that case, the price of legendary grade equipment, is it not going to be higher? Just then, the message sent to them by 10,000 people arrived. To celebrate the chairman's promotion to become a legendary ranked blacksmith. All legendary ranked equipment in the future will be discounted by 10%. When these top tycoons saw this smattering of information, they couldn't help but have a playful smile at the corner of their mouths, as if they saw Yuze's dilemma. To be honest, at this moment, Yuze was as uncomfortable as eating a dead fly. This guy had only just sent out the news of the discount to the group to suddenly learn that the success rate of the boss's forging had been weakened by 50%. Wasn't this bullshit? This means that from now on, the boss forging a piece of equipment only be able to have a 50% chance of forging success. How much material to waste? How much time to waste? Even if the boss was able to forge level 70, or even level 80 epic and legendary equipment, what was the use? That success rate was too low. And what it would ultimately lead to would definitely be a spike in price. And what about him? Instead of raising the price, on the contrary, he even discounted the price by 90%. This, Yuze wanted to spit out blood and wanted to give himself 2 fists. This was if the boss knew about it. Fainted. This decision of Yuze was really fainted. But now this message can be withdrawn? Definitely not. If withdrawn, this means that the 10,000 Empty Alley group will be faithless. Although not so much as to be given up by these tycoons, but also definitely hurt the bones. Rain Zephyr helpless. This matter, he can only be pinching the nose to admit. If there is any difference in price that is too big, Yuze can only subsidize it himself. Ding. Communication from Yuze. Is it answered? Answer. Qin Fong was still puzzled as to why Yuze suddenly called the communication. As soon as he picked up, Yuze informed Qin Fong of this matter, willingly accepting the punishment, and wanting to retire as the chairman of the board of directors of 10,000 Empty Lane, who knew that after hearing this, Qin Fong did not have any sarcasm, chastisement, but praised. Yuze, this is a good move on your part. It can better increase the stickiness of your customers. By the way, in a few days, I will forge a batch of equipment for you. Wait, I'm a bit busy right now. Hang up first. I'll call you later. Qin Fong hung up the communication. There was nothing else. The top divine beasts of the Divine Beast clan had come to celebrate for Qin Fong. Mr. Me. This half year of seclusion, it looks like you have gained a lot. Congratulations to Mr. Me. You have been promoted to become a legend-ranked Forge Master. Mr. Me. This is a great joyous event for the Divine Beast clans. It has to be lively. Yes. 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 Let's organize a wrestling match once again to celebrate. Mr. Me. As I observe your aura, you're not far from being a divine artisan. With the arrival of these divine beasts, Qin Fong couldn't afford not to entertain them, and immediately vacated a large area, taking out vast quantities of alcohol and drinking with them. This revelry lasted for 2 days before it came to an end. In the Divine Beast Paradise, Qin Fong already had the authority to enter alone at this moment, and was able to open a meeting for the entire Divine Beast clan. During this period of time, I will be refining a batch of legendary grade equipment for the Divine Beast clan. So please ask Elder White Zephyr to inform the entire 100,000 mountains of such a news. And within 3 days, send the materials to me. In addition, I can also attempt to refine divine weapons, but there is no guarantee that I will succeed. Also give me the materials first, as well as the preconceived diagrams, and the rest. Leave it to me. Qin Fong was going to start forging and enhancing the Divine Beast space. Mr. Me. There's no need to work so hard. By Zay's side, Mr. Me is really exhausting himself for the Divine Beast clan. It's only been 2 days since he was promoted to the legendary rank of blacksmith, and he's starting to think about the Divine Beast clan. What kind of broad-mindedness is this? Senior White Zephyr, I reckon that I'll have to leave the 100,000 mountains in a few days. So, please also hurry up. These words were given to Bai Zhe by the private law. After reading it, Bai Zhe did not move and began to inform and collect the materials for forging divine beast equipment. Bai Zhe knew in his heart that an existence like Qin Fang could not stay in the divine beast clan forever. The time Qin Fang waited was not wasted. Using the pure legendary grade materials that Xiao He had digested over the past half year, he began to forge legendary grade equipment suitable for use by the human race. 8 hours later, Qin Fang barely managed to quench the entire forging process to the extent of 50%. Oops. The temperature control seemed to have gone wrong, directly becoming a pile of charcoal. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Obtaining 1,000 times return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining an 80th level legendary equipment, Greedy Wolf's Fury * 1000. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. And obtaining 1,000 times return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining level 80 legendary grade equipment, Lunar Holy Light Crossbow Arrow * 1000. Within 3 days, Qin Fang had failed to forge 9 times. But these 9 times, surprisingly, none of them had triggered a blitz and could not appear as a divine weapon. This made Qin Fang a little surprised. Could it be that the blast return had disappeared? Ding. Upon detection, the host's level has not yet reached the divine level, and therefore cannot trigger the blast return. Qin Fang was completely dead in the water. Qin Fang didn't dwell on it too much. These 9,000 pieces of legendary grade equipment should be enough for Yu Zhe to digest for a while. Thus, Qin Fang sent it to Yu Zhe in the form of an email. When Yu Zhe received Qin Fang's email, he was already prepared in his mind that it should be a few hundred pieces, or even a few dozen. Hey, the cost had risen, and he still had to sell it at a low price. It was all his fault. But in the next instant, when Yu Zhe saw the 9,000 pieces of legendary equipment, he lost his ability to think, and was in a state of complete confusion. Didn't it say that the boss's forging success rate had dropped by 50%? Why do I feel so false? This fucking is a drop? Why do I feel like it's gone up? This is a full 9,000 pieces. Yu Zhe is going to suspect that his eyes are blinking. This guy. Even within his clan, these equipments were quite the explosive existence. Yu Zhe. In a few days, I'll give you another batch of legendary grade equipment. You sell them first. After Qin Fang finished speaking, he hung up the communication, leaving only Yu Zhe in the wind, in the 100,000 mountains. After 3 days of waiting, there were enough 200,000 legendary grade beasts to sign up. But only 50,000 legendary grade beasts were able to give their materials, and the rest were all licking their chops to see if they could be accommodated. As for the registration of divine beasts, there were more than 10,000, and each of them was able to produce materials. But Qin Fang really didn't ever have such a great ability. Chapter 629 Seal of the Heavenly Emperor. This, the Divine Beast's Divine Weapon Forge. I can only choose 10 at most. Qin Fang was also in a difficult position. After all, the time required to forge divine weapons was too long. Bai Zhe was also in a difficult position. After all, there were really too many divine beasts that had signed up. I'll help you choose. You can forge the legendary grade beast equipment first. Bai Zhe ended up helping Qin Fang harden this matter. As for how these final 10 slots were decided, Qin Fang did not care. The materials for the legendary grade beast equipment were really varied. The bones of beasts, sharp beaks, claws, and so on. Everything was available. Qin Fang started forging, supplemented with gold and iron materials. Knock, knock, knock. At the moment when Qin Fang was forging, there was a slight change in Mount Qixia. Mount Qixia. The prophet god knew that Qin Fang had been promoted to become a legend-ranked blacksmith, and a small smile spread out from the corner of his mouth. This kid's forging talent was really nothing to write home about. It was only half a year ago that he had comprehended the level of a legendary grade forge master. It looked like it wouldn't take long for the human race to be able to have one more divine artisan, and that too a divine artisan who was still in the middle of his prime. As the sun was rising, on a whim, the seer god couldn't help but divine Qin Fang's fortune. But the final result showed that it was very bad. The prophet god's face was immediately gloomy, and he wanted to divine again to peer into the heavens. But he could not see anything. Prophet god, Qin Fang is in great trouble. Can it be stopped? It couldn't, because the prophet god didn't know when Qin Fang would be in trouble. Qin Fang's promotion was supposed to be a happy event, but because of this divination, it became a distracting event. The divine artisan Lu Long was drinking bitterly at this moment. This kid, really defying his expectations. Very good, very much giving him a long face. This shameless Lu Long, in Qixia Mountain, always declared that Qin Fang was his disciple. And now that his disciple had become a legend-ranked blacksmith, he naturally had a good face. But this instantly made the other divine smiths look down on him. And, just your disciple is a legendary level blacksmith. Ours are all good, and we don't see the same publicity as you. Divine Smith Lu Long wanted to say that Qin Fang was different. But after thinking about it, he shut his mouth. The human emperor also knew about Qin Fang's promotion to legendary grade blacksmith. He wanted to undo the arrest of Qin Fang. After all, the unwarranted speculation of a goblin race in the district. That is, chilling the geniuses of the human race. It is not suitable. Right? There was also the point that it had been half a year since the incident, and the goblin race would not necessarily be able to remember it. However, the human emperor had just proposed this preliminaries, i.e., he suffered violent opposition from Mount Qixia. These deities still felt that it should be thoroughly investigated, until Qin Fang was suspected by no one. This theorem of suspicion of a crime from the innocent did not exist for the deities of Mount Qixia. Unable to do so, the human emperor was not saying anything, and could only give the divine craftsman Lu Long a wink, telling the player not to appear for a short period of time. During this period of time, the deities of Mount Qixia were rather busy. After all, the unsealing of the ancient deities had become a nail in the coffin. And every single day, there were almost always deities unsealing and causing great harm to the human race. And the deities of Mount Qixia needed to rush to their aid at all times. Now, the seer gods no longer expected to be able to decapitate the ancient deities. They only wished to preserve the town and its inhabitants. As a result, teleportation gates were being vigorously constructed for the major medium-sized towns sealed with deities. In the past, the heavens mandate human race build teleportation gates between large towns. But teleportation gates between medium-sized towns were not built because the resources were too expensive, time-consuming and labor-intensive, and other reasons. Now, it was uniformly constructed. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to keep it at all. The cost of this portal construction needed to be raised by the large and medium-sized towns themselves by finding a way to raise it. Thus, the power of the players stepped in. The pinnacle of the Songhai Guild directly invested in the construction of 100% of the 3 medium-sized towns' teleports. This was a large sum of money. You have to know that the construction of portals is not necessarily 100% profitable. The risk is great. If the ancient gods under the medium-sized towns break through the seal, directly slaughter the city, destroy the city, this several hundred billion investment can be directly hit the water. This is a big gamble. If the gamble is successful, the portal construction is completed, and the ancient gods have not been revived. Everything is fine, and even be able to make a big profit. If the gamble fails, it will hurt the bones and bones. Not all guilds are as big as Songhai Guild. These sealed ancient gods of medium-sized towns to build the portal. More is to take the mode of cooperation. The major guilds cooperated with each other. You contribute a little. I contribute a little. Even if it fails, you will be able to lose a little less. But if it succeeds, the gains will be reduced a lot with it. Throughout Heaven's destiny, no one knew that the 10,000 Empty Alley group had contracted the full construction of 12 medium-sized town teleportation portals. This was a shocking gamble. If these 12 towns were all destroyed by the gods, the 10,000 Empty Lanes Guild wouldn't be able to turn around for at least 10 years. But if the bet was successful, it would directly rank amongst the top-tier groups. And it wouldn't be a stretch to help Qin Fang marry Shui Qinger. Yuze was bold, but he was confident. Ahem. To be precise, there was inside information. Inside the Heavenly Emperor's order. Congratulations to the Divine God for getting out of the trap. He. It's rather me who should be congratulating. Yusheng. You for getting out of the trap. Cloud God. Did you get out of trouble too? It's a pity that the gods of Mount Qixia reacted too quickly. Otherwise, I would have definitely slaughtered a human city as an example to others. Right. It's good to get out of the trap. Let's patiently regain our strength first. This human race won't be able to bounce around for a few days. when this glimpse of the plague Dharma god's phantom completely disappears. This heaven's mandate will still be ours after all. The deities within the heavenly emperor's decree who had escaped from the trap congratulated each other. These deities had been sealed for so many years. But they were truly suffocating. Even if these deities were unable to make a move, they would still have their subordinates make a move and begin to launch an invasion of the human race. The demigod-level minions of all the deities awoke from their slumber and began their attacks on the human towns. In the center of heaven's destiny, the area where the heavenly emperor was sealed. The heavenly emperor had obviously also heard about Player Jin's promotion to become a legendary ranked blacksmith, and could not help but stop the work he was doing to wear down the seals and probe Qin Fang's location. Divine Beast 1? It looks like the Divine Beast clan has really joined forces with me. This brat? To be able to break through to the legendary level so quickly. Could it be with the help of a Divine Beast? Hey, kid. It looks like it's time to give you a bit of a jolt. As the Heavenly Emperor, how could he not know that as long as Qin Fang was promoted to become a divine artisan, he would be out of his control? However, would the Heavenly Emperor be so easy and let the player me out of his control? Impossible. Player me was a good move for him. In a flash, the Heavenly Emperor condensed a golden yellow purple seal, inscribed countless lines, and using Qin Fang as the coordinates, he threw this seal into Qin Fang's body. Ding! The Heavenly Emperor has unleashed an attack on you. The Heavenly Emperor Seal. Celestial Emperor Seal. Starting today, your level is completely sealed, and you cannot progress. Qin Fang, spitting blood. The Heavenly Emperor was really shameless. Qin Fang had originally thought that the Heavenly Emperor would not strike at him. Buzzing. This pure gold-purple seal was branded onto Qin Fang's brow, sealing everything about him. For example, if Qin Fang was reading about forging tips at the moment, not a single bit of experience value would be gained. Even if he watched a divine artisan forging, he wouldn't gain any experience value. The path to promotion to divine artisan was blocked by the Celestial Emperor. Ding! Forging failed. This time, it was a direct forging failure. Qin Fang began to take deep breaths to calm himself. Kill! The Heavenly Emperor must be killed. After a long time, Qin Fang calmed down, still forging according to his method. Forging to the moment of 50%. It directly failed. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a legendary grade beast equipment, Fierce Tiger Claws *1000. This 1000 pieces of Fierce Tiger Sharp Claws could not just be a single one, asking Qin Fang to forge this one piece of equipment. This one's legendary grade beasts were able to equip, as long as it was the Beast's clan. Almost all of them were able to wear it. This was also considered an unexpected pleasure. Ding! Congratulations on your forging failure. Receive a 1000-fold return. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a legendary grade beast equipment, Cold Ice Skeleton Tip Beak *1000. This equipment was also, as it were, 1000 legendary grade beasts were able to wear and equip. Ding! Dong! Qin Fang's forging sound did not stop. After more than 10 days, Qin Fang had finally finished forging all the equipment of these 50,000 legendary grade beasts. In this, Qin Fang had also curried favor. For example, for the same type of equipment, Qin Fang did not forge them over and over again. In the end, Qin Fang handed over this batch of equipment to these legendary beasts, and handed over 500,000 extra legendary beast equipment to Bai Zhe to manage, so that he would be able to directly give it to the legendary beasts in the future if any of them asked for it. When White Zephyr saw such a large batch of equipment, the entire divine beast was naive and instantly lost his mind. What was this situation? It was clear that it had only been forged for more than 10 days. So why was there so much more equipment? Bai Zhe was a little puzzled as to why this was the case. Elder Bai Zhe, you don't need to ask so many questions. I have a question that I want to ask you. This Heavenly Emperor seal was like a time bomb to Qin Fang, so he could only ask Bai Zhe if he could remove it. The first time Bai Zhe saw this Heavenly Emperor seal, infinite worries surfaced in his mind, and he eventually gave Qin Fang the answer that it could not be removed. In the entire Divine Beast clan, there had yet to be an existence that could rival the Heavenly Emperor. Mr. Me, if you want to remove it, it is estimated that only the Plague Dharma God will be able to help you. This was also considered to be pointing out a clear path to Qin Fang. Senior White Zephyr, give me divine grade materials. Let's see if I can forge a divine weapon. Qin Fong had just obtained the divine-grade materials from Bai Zai's hands, and was just about to forge it, when this pure gold-purple seal instantly erupted with a brilliant light, restricting Qin Fong's every move. Ding! You are unable to forge a divine weapon. Qin Fong spat out blood. This Heavenly Emperor seal. Marred. Qin Fong immediately summoned Xiao He, wanting Xiao He to try and see if he could devour this Heavenly Emperor seal. The bewildered little black appeared, shaking his head, looking at this seal on Qin Fong's forehead, and nearly biting Qin Fong's nose. In the end, no matter how hard little black tried and how much he devoured it, this seal was like a flower in the mirror and a moon in the water, not subject to any control, and little black was unable to devour it. Qin Fong gave up. Elder White Zephyr, I may have to leave first. As long as the Heavenly Emperor's imprint is not touched, I will be a puppet as long as I am. Qin Fong looked at the sky, and Bai Zai smiled bitterly. The Heavenly Emperor was truly the sharpest knife that lay across the heads of all races. Even if the Divine Beast clan possessed 100,000 divine beasts, if no one was able to counteract the Heavenly Emperor, the end result would be a crushing defeat. Chapter 630 Dialogue between the Dragon of Space and the Heavenly Emperor. Qin Fong was ready to leave and go find teacher Li Xie. Maybe his old man would have a solution. Or worse, he would directly look for the traitor of time and space, the plague Dharma god, and he would always be able to solve it. Wait a moment. I still have a way. After thinking for a long time, Bai Zai finally decided to use the Divine Beast's underpinnings to try and see if he could erase this power. The Divine Beast clan, as a powerful race birthed by heaven's mandate, how could they not have an undercurrent? To be honest, this undercurrent, which Bai Zai was not prepared to take out earlier, was nothing more than the fact that the harvest that Qin Fong had brought to the Divine Beast clan was not enough to move him. This was the reality. Even if Qin Fong was the legendary Divine Beast clan's heavenly destiny, it was common for beasts to include a little defense. Now, Bai Zai suddenly wanted to take a gamble. Firstly, it was to break the Heavenly Emperor's plot. And secondly, it was to make Qin Fong possess a more favorable feeling towards the Divine Beast clan. As expected, a hopeful light appeared in Qin Fong's eyes, and his goodwill towards the Divine Beast clan increased greatly. In that case, thank you so much, Senior White Zephyr. Bai Zai opened up another small space within the Divine Beast paradise, allowing Qin Fong to follow him in. As soon as he stepped in, Qin Fong saw two statues that were incomparably huge, and Qin Fong stood at the feet of the statues as if they were dust. Even the ancestral dragon that had regained its true form was only the size of a fingernail cap before the statues here. The two dragons of time and space? Qin Fong cried out in shock. This golden and silver, majestic and incomparable dragon statue was enough to inform the crowd of what this was. Qin Fong tilted his head, but he could not even get a glimpse of the whole thing. Comparable to a planet. This is the heritage left behind by our Divine Beast clan. In times of danger, it is able to summon the time, space giant dragon of the long river of time, to help my Divine Beast clan survive the calamity. From the ancient times until now, our Divine Beast clan has only summoned it once. And this time, it's the second time. I hope that the Dragon of Time can solve your problem. Bai Zai spoke, letting Qin Fong know the price required for this summoning. From today onwards, I, and the Divine Beast clan will be proud of each other. This was Qin Fong's promise. This was because Qin Fong noticed that if he did not make a promise, it was very likely that Bai Zai would, indeed, only show him, White Zephyr of the later life. Today, I hereby summon the Dragon of Space Senior again to help me get rid of the Heavenly Emperor's mark. And I also ask the Dragon of Space Senior to show himself. Qin Fong was puzzled. Didn't he say that the Dragon of Space had been slain? Why was it still able to summon the Dragon of Space? Buzzing. The entire statue was suddenly resurrected after 10 seconds of silence. And a huge rumbling sound appeared in the firmament as a gleaming dragon of pure gold floated up and danced, soaring freely in this area of space. Eventually, the dragon's body coiled around, truly resembling a planet as it floated in front of Qin Fong. Its eyes scarlet, each and every one of its scales resembling a great mountain, while the dragon's horns were the heart of the firmament. This scene directly made Qin Fong look dumbfounded. The Dragon of Space? It was still alive. Elder Dragon of Space, please also probe me and get rid of the Heavenly Emperor's power. Bai Zai bowed and made a bow. The eyes of the god of space fell on Qin Fang's body. And for a moment, from Qin Fang's perspective, he could only see a bright red color. And then he spiraled into a state of coma. And his perception of the outside world was basically zero. And from Bai Zai's perspective, Qin Fang's body was cut up in an instant, shattered into countless particles, suspended in the firmament as if they were pixelated dots. And the dragon of space was in these pixelated dots, constantly probing the heavenly emperor's power. It was also the first time that Bai Zai had seen such a sight, and he could not help but exclaim that it was divine. The dragon of space. If he didn't die back then, why would his divine beast clan be in such a state? This means, simply made Bai Zai look dumbfounded. This was the most esoteric use of the power of space, which even the god of space among the ancient gods could not accomplish. The dragon of space continuously probed, and eventually extracted the mark of the heavenly emperor, coordinates and other substances that did not belong to Qin Fang, and condensed them all into a small colorful ball. Bai Zai watched from the side, his entire being dumbfounded. This kid, how did he get involved with so many gods? The god of darkness? God of light? Goddess of life? The god of heavenly fire? The gnomes? Elves? The one that shocked him the most was the heavenly emperor. Did this kid think his life was too long? Luckily, the god of space was able to remove it perfectly. Otherwise, when Qin Fang was promoted to the moment of the divine artisan, these forces would also appear at the first opportunity, suppressing Qin Fang and preventing him from making a breakthrough. Buzzing, a light blue-colored light flickered as Qin Fang recovered. At this moment, Qin Fang, who had awakened from his coma, only felt refreshed, as if the shackles on his body had been opened, causing him to feel a sense of relief. And he could not help but let out a long whistle. My problem has been solved. White Zephyr, my divine beast clan. Has it encountered any danger? The god of space emitted a planetary sound, which was heard in his ears, buzzing, and Qin Fang could not capture any useful information. Just as Bai Zai was about to speak, Qin Fang's eyes were instantly covered in pitch black, his back and hands on his back. His aura was heavenly, blending with the heavens and the earth, and the majesty of heaven's mandate was born. Qin Fang blinked his eyes and opened them again. They no longer belonged to Qin Fang, but to the heavenly emperor. At this moment, the heavenly emperor was curiously surveying his surroundings, and when he saw the gigantic statue of the two dragons of time and space, he could not help but let out a cry of astonishment. The two dragons of space and time. This divine beast clan. It's true that it still hides its cards. The heavenly emperor smiled bashfully, as if a large stone in his chest had fallen to the ground. Dragons of space and time. Are you able to hear the dialogue between you and I? As usual, the heavenly emperor replied with a cosmic voice, as if it was violently fluctuating. No, not obviously removing your breath completely. Why? The dragon of space was taken aback, as if he didn't believe that the heavenly emperor was able to reach this place. Originally, I couldn't and can't reach this place, but you even touched my heavenly emperor seal, so I could only come and take a look. But I'm disappointed. Is that all you're capable of? The heavenly emperor shook his head, seemingly unable to look at the dragon of space. A far cry from the dragon of space he had expected. Heavenly emperor, you and dare to bully my god of space. I'll fight you. White Zephyr wanted to pique his anger, but unfortunately, just as he got up, he was suppressed by the pressure of the heavenly emperor's raised hand, making it difficult for him to move. Right now, it's not yet the time for divine beasts and gods to go to war completely, so you might as well endure it. The heavenly emperor levitated and stood before the head of the god of space, worthy of being the most perfect creation of heaven's destiny. Unfortunately, the body became the golden dragon's ring. The heavenly emperor said, unable to help but rub the golden dragon's ring that Qin Fang wore. What do you want? The statue of the god of space softened. This kind of existence, he really couldn't win. Even at his peak, he wouldn't necessarily be able to arm wrestle with the heavenly emperor, let alone now. The current dragon of space may seem strong, but it was merely the intent of a fragment of the long river of time intercepted by the dragon of time and nurtured within the statue in order to be resurrected. After so many years, the god of space had barely reached the level of a top divine beast. However, at this moment of perception, the perception between him and the heavenly emperor was like a rift in the heavens. The The Heavenly Emperor seemed to have broken through to another realm long ago. A far cry from him. I want to see the Dragon of Time. The Heavenly Emperor stated his true purpose. To be honest, a minor character like the Dragon of Space was able to be crushed to death with his own hands when he was in person in his main body. Whereas the Dragon of Time was the one that gave him the most headache. This fellow, from the time of the first Heavenly Emperor, hiding until now, never showing his face. Surely he was planning something very big, I also don't know where the Dragon of Time is. And he never told me the summoning method. Not to any of the Divine Beast clan. And besides, you know, he's able to hunker down in the River of Time. So he might have seen this scene long ago. This old thing, sinister as it is, throwing me out as a shield while he himself manipulates and plots behind the scenes. The Dragon of Space was very barefaced. Directly insulting. Even with the intention of wanting to die. The Celestial Emperor looked into his eyes. This old boy. It seemed that he had not lied. Furthermore, with this legendary level body of Qin Fang's, it was again impossible to obliterate the Dragon of Space. The Heavenly Emperor once again danced to the statue of the Dragon of Time. And through the eyes of the Dragon of Time, he seemed to be seeing something. After a long time, the Heavenly Emperor waved his hand, indicating that he was bored. Little dragon, stop trying to fight against my mark. It's not something you can remove. By the way, recently, the Divine Beast clan can strike appropriately. Here's a list of disobedient deities. The Heavenly Emperor condensed the void and dropped down a list. The identities of 100 ancient deities. The Heavenly Emperor departed. The Dragon of Space. White Zephyr looked at each other, and still decided to inform Qin Fang of the truth. After listening, Qin Fang's essence was slightly weakened by a few points. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. Hey, still not working? This is the list given by the Heavenly Emperor. I have decided to have the Divine Beast clan strike. This was by Zay's decision. The Heavenly Emperor gave it on purpose. Could it be fraudulent? This was Qin Fang's formal suspicion. No, it won't be. The Heavenly Emperor is just trying to use our hands to remove dissidents. White Zephyr saw it clearly, and immediately began to order his troops. As for the Dragon of Space, it once again became a lofty sculpture, as if it had never recovered from a reoccurrence. As for Qin Fang, he apologized to Bai Zai before taking his leave. After all, it was his reason, which led to the Heavenly Emperor arriving here and knowing the secrets of the Divine Beast clan. Mr. Me, I should be the one to say sorry for not being able to help you. The two of them exchanged pleasantries for a while, and Qin Fang chose to leave. This time, the removal of the God of Space did not come to nothing. Inside Qin Fang's body, other than the mark of the Heavenly Emperor, the coordinates left behind by the other gods in Qin Fang's body were all removed. God of Darkness, have my coordinates been removed? After 2 years of gestation, the God of Darkness had reemerged. Only it was still weak and cowering in the dark abyss, not daring to appear. God of Light, An idle move made casually. And it was uprooted? It looks like it's still serving a purpose. Goddess of Life, Brother Heavenly Emperor, was it you who made the move? All the deities who had a relationship with Qin Fang felt it at once. But it was not a problem. Within the Heavenly Sun Town, Qin Fang took a look. Although he had only been away for almost a year, the entire human Heavenly Sun Town had changed greatly. The first was the size of the town. The outer areas and whatnot were finally established, filled with a modern sense of congestion. Second is the town's population. This kind of large town at least can accommodate 50 million lives. Now, the streets were crowded with people and a few foreigners. At the very least, there were more than 40 million people. It was very lively. Chapter 631 Qin Fang's Terrifying Value. The construction of Tianyang Town was very well done, and the policies given were very favorable, immediately ushering in a large number of NPCs. And the increase in the number of NPCs would also produce countless tasks, indirectly making Tianyang Town more prosperous. This was also considered a virtuous cycle. The most crucial thing was that Tianyang Town was safe. For almost half a year, almost all medium-sized towns and large towns had shaken a few times. But Tianyang Town was as safe as ever, without any deities appearing. Qin Fang saw the changes in Tianyang Town in his eyes, and was happy in his heart. Almost 30% of the shops on the streets were deeded to the 10,000 empty lane group. Even if they didn't use them themselves but rented them out, it was still a large sum of money. Qin Fang walked all the way here and saw at least 10 or so shops of 10,000 empty alleys. And this was only the area he passed through in the outer city. With the addition of the 9 teleportation portals towering in the firmament, this was even more of a treasure bowl for the 10,000 empty alley group. Qin Fang put all this in his heart and walked towards the city lord's mansion's direction, ready to listen to Zhuge Tianyan's report. Along the way, Qin Fang acted in a very low profile for fear of being recognized. City lord's mansion. Qin Fang took out his own token and stepped in calmly. Who are you? How dare you break into the boundary of the city lord's mansion? The city guards, who were responsible for guarding the city lord's mansion, immediately assumed a fighting stance. Qin Fang flashed out the city lord's token, and these city guards immediately knelt on one knee. Not bad. Qin Fang sighed in admiration. The quality of these city guards guarding the gate had unexpectedly reached the epic level. Large towns could really be different. One would have to know that in the past, in medium-sized towns, epic level existences would be able to become 10,000 captains. Lord City Lord, do you need me to report to Mr. Zhuge Tianyan? No. No need. Just tell me where Mr. Zhuge Tianyan is. Oh, Lord City Master. At this moment, Mr. Zhuge Tianyan should be in the council hall, discussing the construction of the sub-city with a few powerful merchants. Qin Fang listened and pondered as he headed off on his own. A sub-city was a small city built to defend a large town. Wanting to build it, the copper coins foreseen in this. This was not a small amount. Inside the hall of deliberation, before Qin Fang even stepped in, he heard the news that Zhuge Tianyan was blowing his beard and eyes out. You guys are robbing while the fire is burning. With such a high price, even if the sub-city is built and raised, our Tianyang town will not even be able to have a mouthful of soup. You guys, shameless. Qin Fang was astonished. In his impression, Mr. Zhuge Tianyan had always been gentle and elegant. What conditions had these luxurious merchants offered that made even Mr. Zhuge Tianyan storm out? After listening outside the door for a while, Qin Fang's fire also came up. Magnificent Merchant 1, Mr. Zhuge Tianming. I know the financial situation of Tianyang town better than you do. The construction of the sub-city requires us to invest about 1 trillion copper coins in the early stages, and a full 5 trillion in the later stages. We have to earn this money back. Right? Deluxe Merchant 2, yes. Mr. Zhuge Tianshui. You can't let us contribute and not get any return. Right? Deluxe Merchant 3, Mr. Zhuge Tianmian. You have to be clear. The construction of this sub-city is not us begging you, but you begging us. Can't you handle the twists and turns in this? Magnificent Merchant 4, Mr. Heavenly Fate. We risked our lives to build the sub-city, and that's a responsibility we have to take on as well, in case one day the Tianyang town suddenly collapses with a bang. Wouldn't you say that our investment has gone down the drain? These luxurious merchants spoke one by one, seemingly eating up Zhuge Tianyan. If they followed their plan, this sub-city would basically be counted as a sub-city for these magnificent merchants, and Tianyang town would merely be able to get a sum of money from the sale of the land. This matter? I have to think about it. I have to report it to the city lord. Zhuge Tianyan wanted to procrastinate a bit. Good. Then give Zhuge Tianyan a day's time. After all, we are also quite busy. If you refuse, please say so earlier. After the luxurious merchants finished speaking, they were just about to leave when Qin Fang walked in with a light pace. The matter of the district vice city. Qin, will vote for it. Qin Fang opened his mouth with such words, causing the 5 great magnate merchants to frown and look at Qin Fang with a rather unfavorable expression. What the hell? Halfway there was even a hardened stalwart causing trouble. The matter of Tianyang town's vice city was something that the 5 great merchants had contacted in advance, and had come together to make a joint effort to earn benefits. But just when they thought that the nail was in the coffin, someone else even stepped in. These 5 merchants are all people. Cannot help but look to Zhuge Tianyan. Hard doubt. This is not Zhuge Tianyan's too. Specially used to pressure the price. For a while, the 5 magnificent merchants did not speak, silently watching. Your Excellency, are you also competing for the right to build a vice city? Qin Fang sent a message to Zhuge Tianyan, asking him to cooperate. After all, the construction of this sub-city, so far Heaven's destiny is the only one to do so. And in the future, there will definitely be quite a lot of revenue. Qin Fang deliberately said this. I wonder what your Excellency's conditions are. the overall construction of the sub-city. I will collectively contract it, but the annual proceeds after the completion of the construction will be split 50-50. After hearing what Qin Fang said, these powerful merchants instantly understood that this kid was Zhuge Tianyan's trust. After all, which normal merchant would take the initiative to suppress the price? Splitting the bill 50-50. Of course, one would still be able to earn copper coins. But how could it be as refreshing as earning 99% directly? Good. Zhuge Tianyan looked towards the 5 luxury merchants. The meaning was already very obvious. You 5? If you give up, I will cooperate with someone else. Mr. Zhuge Tianyan. Nowadays, this world is full of crooks. Haha. Since Mr. Zhuge Heavenly Fate has found a good family, we'll leave now. Right. 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 We won't participate in this matter of building a sub-city. These powerful merchants are also human. It's obvious that it's a trust? We're stupid. This move of retreating as advancing directly made Zhuge Tianyan's life hard to bear. 5 luxury merchants exchanged glances and directly left. They made up their minds. As long as Zhuge Tianyan shouted at them, this last mouthful of soup, but also from Zhuge Tianyan's mouth to share out another 50%. However, even after they left the city lord's mansion, they did not hear Zhuge Tianyan call out to them. Zhuge Tianyan, am I stupid? Lord City Lord, you have finally returned. You've invested in the copper coins of this sub-city. About 1 trillion coins in the early stages. Zhuge Tianyan seemed to be afraid of Qin Fang's refusal. So he gave Qin Fang a detailed account of the benefits of building a sub-city. For example, early warning. For example, arching the royal city. For example, I don't have any money, but I can give you 300 divine artifacts. You see to the arrangements. This was Qin Fang's answer. Copper coins, he didn't have. But divine weapons, he had plenty. Zhuge Tianyan froze for a while, and a relieved smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The price of these 300 divine artifacts could be more than 1 trillion copper coins. As long as Zhuge Tianyan was able to sell them. A big profit. Good. Zhuge Tianyan decisively agreed. In the next few moments, Zhuge Tianyan gave Qin Fang a report on the situation in Tianyang town. Military. Tianyang town had prepared an entire establishment of 1 million native city guards. The Tianyang chief legion leader, who was the strongest, reaching the realm of a demigod, was personally recruited by Zhuge Tianyan. The heads of the major sub-legions, on the other hand, were at the legendary level of strength. And as for the ordinary city guards, they had to reach the gold level at the very least before they were qualified to join. This was a very strong force. But at the same time, it also required a great deal of expenditure. If it wasn't for the thriving business of Tianyang town, it wouldn't have been possible to afford these native city guards. As for the warrior city guards within Tianyang town, the number was even higher, exceeding 10 million. Luckily, Tianyang town did not need to pay them. Otherwise, even if Tianyang town earned more copper coins, it would not be enough to share. Overall, Tianyang town was able to completely rely on itself to withstand the attack of the deities, and was able to delay until the rescue of the deities from Mount Qixia arrived. In terms of commerce, 97% of the shops in Tianyang town were rented out. The annual rent was an astronomical value. These leases were signed annually, and if business was too good, price increases were not impossible. The construction of the residential area is also under construction. Originally, Zhuge Tianyan was not optimistic about Tianyang town's real estate. But who knew? Just still to land it. Was these warriors are bought empty. 10,000 copper coins per square meter. Are scrambling to buy, helpless. The opening price of the second phase can only be increased by 100%. 20,000 copper coins a square meter. The best lot. Even 12,000 copper coins a square meter. Even so, it was also snapped up, which made Zhuge Tianming feel the enthusiasm of the simple Chinese people. Entertainment, traveling, legal regulations and other aspects. Zhuge Tianyan gave Qin Fang an introduction one by one. Not long after, the sky was dark. This day, Qin Fang listened very attentively. Finally, Qin Fang inquired, how many copper coins are still on the books of Tianyang town? Zhuge Tianyan was instantly alert and stretched out a finger. 1 billion copper coins can be spent. But these copper coins include next month's wages for the city guards, the funds to repair the residence sewers, and in a word, There is no money to be had. To be honest, in just 1 year's time, Tianyang Town, a newly promoted large-scale town, was able to develop to this point, which was already beyond many people's expectations. The 5 powerful merchants within Tianyang Town, on the other hand, were a little uncertain in their hearts. What's going on here? Why hadn't they been contacted yet? Could it be that this kid wasn't a trustee, but a real magnate merchant? These magnificent merchants put their heads together and spent a night of apprehension. Tomorrow, if Shugatinyan was still not ready to contact them, that is, the attack and defense would be easy. It was night. Qin Fang left the city lord's mansion and stepped into the 10,000 People's Alley group. Yuzhe had waited for the whole day, and was suddenly excited to introduce Qin Fang to the current map of the 10,000 Empty Lane group. Boss, our 10,000 Empty Lane group has a total number of members, 3,1200,000, spread across 6 large towns, 44 medium-sized towns, and 120 small towns. Among them, the number of 9-star grades has reached 10,084. The number of 8-star grades has reached 533,001. And the remaining grades have to be at the lowest level of 5. As per your request, 10,000 people will not be able to use any of the foreign warriors. All of them will be our brothers and sisters. Even Qin Fang, hearing such a value for the first time, could not help but be taken aback. In these half a year, was the 10,000 Empty Lanes group on steroids? This number of people, this speed of expansion, rose exponentially. Chapter 632 Hall of Fame Number 1. The 10,000 People Empty Alley group has set up auction houses within most of these towns, set up superstores and other brick-and-mortar shops, and even more so, managed to gain a firm foothold by fighting a price war. The number of people affiliated with our various types of vice professional forging has also reached more than 6 million. And the daily output is very considerable, basically able to achieve a balance of income and expenditure. And there is a slight surplus. However, these are all small amounts of money. The bigger investment is the construction of the teleportation portal. As long as we announce the establishment of a teleportation gate in that town, the lord of that town will immediately open the door for us. Not only has the price of the teleportation gate been knocked down, but it has also knocked down the price of our shop's purchase price as well. Boss, don't worry about these towns. I've communicated with my deity friends in advance to discuss the matter. It's impossible for there to be a deity rebellion. Our investment can definitely return 1,000-fold. Then there's our teleportation business. So far we've communicated with 10 large towns and 50 medium-sized towns that are willing to open 2-way teleportation portals with us, to share things with each other. More are still in communication. After listening to his business map, Qin Fang was very satisfied with Yuzhe. This kid is really a talent. Let's put it this way. How much profit is there in a year? To be honest, saying so much, something so empty. It would be better to tell Qin Fang how many copper coins he was able to share. Boss, at the end of this year's it's expected that we'll be able to reach 5 trillion copper coins. What about me? How much will I be able to share? Qin Fang cried out in joy. It's not easy. So many copper coins. So he won't be asked to post his own money anymore. This 10,000 People Empty Alley group, was it finally able to break away from its own help? And was able to give back to itself? Ahem. You may not be able to share a single cent. All your earnings have been disposed of by me to discuss the opening of the 11th portal. Qin Fang's face instantly sank and drooped, together. I still can't share a single cent. What about the accounts? How much am I able to predict? Qin Fang asked undeterred. Other big bosses, don't they all embezzle company money? Boss, you are able to embezzle 10 billion copper coins. But if you do, the normal operation of our group will be greatly affected, and many of our plans will have to come to a halt. This is not good news for us. Qin Fang was completely speechless, and in his mind, he was thinking about whether he should change the CO. Right. Yuza, what about the Light of Evolution plan? This was what Qin Fang was most concerned about. Boss, the Light of Evolution plan is steadily progressing. Almost well-known researchers of Heaven's Destiny have been tapped by me in Tianyang Town, having won the Nobel Prize in Biology. That is, there are more than 80 of them. All of the scientific researchers, totaling 10,083. The supporting auxiliary staff, amounting to more than 30,000, are located underground in Tianyang Town's main residence, which is also the best and safest area after discussing with Zhuge Tianyan. In order to meet the equipment requirements of these researchers, before and after, the 10,000 Empty Lane Group has invested 1 trillion copper coins. Yuze honestly said that he was a little bit of a meathead. With this amount of copper coins, if it was used to develop the group, the 10,000 Empty Lanes Group would definitely be able to go to the next level. Do they have any research results? Not yet. Nothing more than research on the spying Great Dragon. Research on the power of the 10,000 races. Research on the bones of the 10,000 races. And bloodlines. This was what caused Yuze the most pain. Investing so many coins, and not getting any return. Although it was clear in Yuze's mind that scientific research was not something that could be achieved overnight. It still felt heartbreaking. By the way, boss, if you can support each of the 3 trillion copper coins, I think the 10,000 Empty Lane Group can develop better. And this evolutionary light project, I guarantee that I will complete it properly for you. Qin Fang twisted his head and wanted to leave. This motherfucker. Still asking him for money. Is it easy for him to earn a little money? Qin Fang stopped in his tracks. What about your star level? Still at the 9th level? Controlling such a large empire. If it's still level 9, isn't it a bit overwhelming? In case something slips up. Hee. Qin Fang wanted to replace Yuze. Hee. Boss, you've finally seen it. I condensed the divine position of the god of commerce, and I'll become a god in a matter of days. Suddenly hearing these words from Yuze, Qin Fang's heart became even more clogged, and he quickly left the place. Qin Fang was thinking of exchanging the 9-star Rain Zephyr, but he was not stupid. The Rain Zephyr that was about to become a god, this was a treasure. He definitely had to stay. Yuze said Qin Fang away, and when he returned, 300 divine artifacts had appeared in his hands. Ahem. Of course, this was softly coaxed to get awe. Only these divine artifacts. How come they were all only usable by ancient deities? In that case, the price would be much lower. After all, where in heaven's destiny are there so many collectors? Yuze dared to think out of the box. Should we sell this batch of divine artifacts of the ancient deities to the ancient deities? Not too good. In case it is discovered, the hat of collaborating with the enemy will not be taken off. Emerging from the group of 10,000 people, Qin Fang took a deep breath for 10 seconds, which barely calmed himself. This old boy, he can really give people a hard time. The key is that you still can't replace him. The 10,000 Empty Lane Guild. Qin Fang entered it and checked the recent situation. Zhang Ming appeared and took this review very seriously. After all, I, as a big boss, usually didn't come. City Lord, this is the financial report of our 10,000 Empty Lanes Guild. You can take a look at it. As Qin Fang flipped through it, Zhang Ming introduced it to Qin Fang. The last half year has been the most rapidly developing half year for our 10,000 Empty Lane Guild, with the number of guild members reaching 58,000. With all the members originating from Yang City, and every single one of them having signed a contract. Thanks to you and Black Widow's love, I'm still temporarily acting as the vice president, responsible for managing the entire 10,000 Empty Lanes Guild. So I'll give you a report on the specific situation below. Firstly, it's the financial aspect. All of the players of our 10,000 Empty Lane Guild, on top of leveling up, are able to produce an average of roughly 1 billion copper coins of revenue per month. 50% of this amount is used to build the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild, and 50% of it is used to fund the construction of Yang City. 1 billion copper coins, this is the lowest average. The highest average, once a January's earnings reached 10 billion. This is the guild members collectively hunting legendary level monsters. The decapitation of the drop came from unattainable. After listening to this, Qin Fang nodded his head frequently, which was not bad at all. Although the January harvest was not as good as a divine artifact of his own, I guess, but it was worth praising. After all, he was still able to support the construction of Yang City. President, this month's profit will be able to reach 3 billion at the very least. And in the future, our earnings will simply rise by the day. In the light of the greater part of the year, the new generation of guys in the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild are simply like bamboo shoots after the rain, constantly coming out of the tips. Especially the 14 and 15-year-old children. This operation, this reaction, simply absolute. You probably don't know. This Hall of Fame ranking, among the top 100, Our 10,000 Empty Lane Guild has 6 people. In addition to you, Hidden Earth, and the Tree of Life, there are 3 newcomers. With the addition of your legendary grade equipment, they managed to be ranked in the 97th, 96th, and 93rd Hall of Fame positions. Qin Fong froze. The Hall of Fame rankings had even come out. It looked like he had mishandled a lot of things. The highest 93 ranking for newcomer players. But traveling to don't underestimate this ranking. This had already surpassed the 1.4 billion Heaven's Destiny players. These 3 newcomer players. Every few days, there will be advertisers looking for them. And they will also be able to create additional value. All these Qin Fong expressed indifference. What about my ranking? Qin Fong inquired on a whim. Your ranking is deservedly number 1. Because of this, no one in our 10,000 Lives Guild among the Heavenly Orders knows about you. The Hidden Earth's ranking is 34th. And the Tree of Life is 87th. Saying this, Zhang Ming handed Qin Fong a small booklet. Hall of Fame number 1, me president of the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild, the boss behind the 10,000 Empty Lane Group. Lord of a large-scale Tiannong town. Controller of the Divine Beast Xiaohei. Owner of the Divine Ride 9-colored Heavenly Winged Horse. Epic Forge Master, changed to Legendary Forge Master, champion of the 10,000 Clans Competition Solo Match. Champion of the 10,000 Clans Competition Team Match. Battle Records, defeated Bastard Sky. Defeated Rainy Knight. Defeated Legendary Grade Boss. Defeated Divine Spirit Boss. This string of titles made Qin Fong wonder how he could be so bullish. In comparison, Hidden Earth, the Tree of Life was just rubbing it in a little bit. But don't underestimate this rubbing it in a little bit. It was enough to make the duo's rankings rise dramatically, attracting the envy of many people. Qin Fong looked up at the sky, rather having a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. How long had it been? Surprisingly, it was all different. In his previous life, Qin Fong still remembered the 2 great gods, Rainy Knight and Rain Lightning, firmly occupying the 1st and 2nd positions. But now, these 2 could only settle for the 2nd and 3rd. Qin Fong was satisfied. Continue. President Zhang Ming. Qin Fong was beautiful for a while, and allowed Zhang Ming to continue. City Lord, within our 10,000 Empty Lane Guild, according to the requirements you set up, with Batian as a unit, those who are able to defeat Batian are considered first-rate experts. And today, the number of first-rate experts within the guild has reached 1,020. There are 12 super first-rate experts. And as for second-rate experts, there are roughly around 100,000. And this number is still increasing. According to our 10,000 Empty Alley Guild's final elimination system, this number can continue to increase. And the goal that the Black Widow Vice City Lord has set for us is to strive for all first-rate experts. What? Qin Fong was stunned. 500,000? All first-rate experts? This was a bit of a joke. As for being able to have so many first-rate experts, Qin Fong was not surprised at all. After all, his video had been used as the basic learning video for the 10,000 Empty Lanes Guild. It was reasonable to be able to have a few first-class experts appear, in addition to the legendary grade equipment that he had provided. If this didn't reach the level of a super first-class expert, all of these 10,000 Empty Lanes Guild players would be able to head but their heads to their deaths. Good. You did a good job. Keep up the good work. Qin Fong patted Zhang Ming's shoulder and told him to keep up the good work before he left the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild. Ding. Whether or not to quit Heaven's Destiny. Quit. After half a year, Qin Fong finally left Heaven's Destiny and pushed open the door of the nutritional pod. When he breathed in the slightly turbid air again, he was still a little less adapted. But this was what it felt like to be truly alive. The tingling electric current stimulated Qin Fong's cellular activity, putting him at the peak of his state. Although he had slept for 6 months, Qin Fong's body was, compared to before he slept, better. This was the power of the nutritional pod. Chapter 633 The Vice City begins construction. The evil couldn't. Qin Fong pushed open the portal, letting the cool moonlight sprinkle on his body. The breeze came. Everything was so pleasant. Lord City Lord, you have awakened. I will go and tell Lord Qin Linger. The female city guards, who were responsible for guarding Qin Fong, had been replaced with a group of new ones that Qin Fong did not recognize. Qin Fong smiled and greeted them. But what he got was detachment, rushing to kneel on the ground, which made Qin Fong a little uncomfortable. A little like a feeling of being on his back. In the past, The older batch of city guards would have joked and joked with Qin Fang. It made Qin Fang somewhat incomprehensible. But fortunately, in a short while of light, Black Widow arrived at this place and told them to leave. And only then did this feeling of discomfort subside. Explain it to me. Qin Fang pointed at the two who had left and inquired in a slightly irritated manner. So much territory? Who am I going to let manage it? Robots? It can only be our oldest batch of trusted people. For so many towns, the people who were in the beginning with my batch have already all been dispatched by me. Even your guards. No exception. That's not all. When the next batch of people are trained, they'll have to all be thrown out as well, in order to stabilize our territory. Black Widow was tired too. In the beginning, everyone thought that having more territory was a good thing. But who would have thought that the follow-up would be the trouble? Manpower, material power, military power, technological power. All of these have to be in place. Between each item and each item, it must be perfectly matched. Otherwise, how to die do not know. Once Black Widow simply let 500 heavily armed men to accept a town. The early stage is very smooth. These mobs are very cooperative. But who knows? Only 3 or 4 days of light. These 500 elite, but were killed. After the subsequent examination, the cause of death is also very sad. Drinking poisonous liquid, was poisoned to death. And the motive of these mobs? They simply wanted to sell the equipment of this group of elites for copper coins. Although the subsequent Black Widow, in a fit of rage, exterminated the entire town's mobs, it was impossible to resurrect those who died. From then on, Black Widow no longer dares to be careless. Every time she goes out to accept the town, she must match the power of all 4 sides, strike together, and strive for the fastest time to receive in the most secure way. If someone riots, even if there is only a small seedling, it is still a kill. In this chaotic world, if you don't kill, the only thing waiting for you is to be killed. The progress of receiving towns slowed down, and every town had to be carefully checked. This half a year's worth of light. This slowly received 70% of the towns. Got it. Qin Fang didn't understand at first, but now he understood. So it turned out that the development of Yang City wasn't just a matter of giving money. Although copper coins could solve the problem, it was not the whole problem. It's been hard for you during this period of time. How has Yang City changed recently? Qin Fang still wanted to know. Yang City. I have newly taken in 1 million women, giving them the hope of rebirth. This group of people I am training, you should understand their energy. Black Widow lit active. Quite a heartbreaking feeling. This chaotic world was, quite frankly, fucked up. The status of women was lower than goods. These were women cleared from the middle of the received towns, living worse than a dog. And some of them were so rigid that they had just given birth to a child, and directly strangled him with their hands. Well. You just watch the arrangement. Dignity, this thing is sometimes very scary. Once lost and regaining it, it would explode with unimaginable power. Recently within Yang City, I have promoted 9 new executives, each responsible for managing commerce, healthcare, education, etc. This was Black Widow's personnel arrangement. After all, the veteran generals were all sent out to open up new towns. As for the military, it was firmly grasped in Black Widow's hands. No one could move it. This was Black Widow's principle and his foundation. Nowadays, the development of our Yang City is flourishing, and it is similar to the small towns of Heaven's Destiny, whether it's in terms of medical care or anything else. If you have the time, you can go and take a look for yourself. In addition, Yang City currently has 7 towns under it, more than 80 villages. These are all completely recovered. There are still 3 towns that are resisting. At most half a year. All of these territories are ours. From these words, it was not difficult for Qin Fang to hear Black Widow's exhaustion. Even when she introduced herself to Qin Fang, she was breathless. Hard work. Qin Fang swept Black Widow into his arms, and within a short while, Black Widow fell into a deep sleep. Qin Fang was also motionless, quietly looking at Black Widow's cheeks. Without realizing it, Black Widow had white hair. Qin Fang raised his head and looked towards the Sky City. This lifetime's relationship. It seemed like something was going to go wrong. Xueqing was his deep love, but Black Widow, without knowing when, had unexpectedly intruded into his heart as well. At first, Qin Fang was unwilling to face this problem. But now, it seemed like he had to face it. Qin Fang also fell asleep. When Qin Fang awoke, he suddenly realized that at some point, he was already lying inside the nutritional pod. Black Widow had covered him with a quilt, and there was a lunch box placed right next to him. And when he opened it, the aroma was overwhelming. Nutrient solution can maintain the body's needs, but how can it satisfy the appetite? Qin Fang snorted and ate. Within Yang City, Qin Fang disguised himself and started to wander around. The power system was fully restored. The whole Yang City looked very lively, with red and green billboards. It was a bit like before the catastrophe. Medical system cannot be regarded as a complete recovery, but the basic diseases has been able to treat. A brand new 3A hospital rose, giving residents great convenience. Business system is also a complete recovery, as long as you are legitimate transactions that can be recognized. But if not, legitimate black trade is to let the city guards deal with. Banks have been established by the Black Widow, and daily full, whether it is to deposit money or loan. Endless. This race bred from the yellow earth. No matter when. Never forget to save money. Education system you can learn from, but also have to innovate. After all, the children of the mandate of heaven to read until the university. Copying. Yangcheng's finances cannot afford. And Yangcheng, there is no such condition. Can only be compulsory education for 6 years. The rest of the need for tuition fees. These rescued women, they also had to study. Qin Fang walked all the way and looked all the way. Phew. Everything was flourishing. Then, he was relieved. As for what other towns were like, Qin Fang didn't want to care. Ding. Welcome to logging into Heaven's Destiny. Qin Fang once again had lunch with Black Widow, left behind several billions of copper coins, and returned to Heaven's Destiny. Within the town of Tianyang, the 5 magnificent merchants were sitting on wax. From yesterday to the noon of the second day, this Yuga Heaven's mandate really wasn't contacting them. This heck. It's hard not to believe that little character from yesterday. Is it true? Could it be that Tianyang town really got the copper coins to build a sub-city? If this was true, the calculations of these powerful merchants would be in vain. Shall we? Let's go and ask. Gotta go ask. But don't show too much eagerness. I don't believe it. I reckon Zhuge Tianyan is also very anxious. But he's just deliberately hanging on to us. What do you guys say? It's possible. It's possible. Then we'll be waiting. The magnificent merchants met for lunch. And in the afternoon, not being able to wait any longer, the 5 magnificent merchants joined together in a calamity to ask Zhuge Tianming, Mr. Zhuge Tianyan, please still give us an answer. If we do not agree to our request, we will leave now. The attitude of these powerful merchants was still hard. I wish you all a safe journey. Zhuge Tianyan directly served tea to send off the guests. What a joke. With this divine weapon of the city lord, he was enough to start the construction on his own. And when the framework was up, there was still no worry about the lack of investors moving in. This money, since these 5 luxury businessmen do not want to earn. Naturally, there are other people to earn. At this moment, Zhuge Tianyan heart this cool. Damn. Then a cup of frozen drink on a hot summer day are cool. This time, it was the turn of the 5 merchants to be dumbfounded. Damn. Is it even true? This time, Zhuge Tianyan really wants to leave them behind. One of the merchants just wanted to open his mouth to stay and soften up. But he was stopped by another merchant, arched his hand, and led the crowd to leave. After coming out, this magnificent merchant said disdainfully, "This is Zhuge Tianyan's trick of wanting to escape. We're leaving now. I believe it won't take long for him to beg us." The 5 magnificent merchants left. After waiting for a day, they suddenly discovered that Zhuge Tianyan had started to attract investment and was ready to start construction, which meant that this guy was really getting money. This time, these so-called luxury merchants couldn't sit still. This business must be engaged. Earn too much. 5 trillion project. Easily able to earn nearly 500 billion. Not to mention the subsequent earnings. These luxury businessmen, although luxury, but not to the point, depending on 500 billion as the realm of the dung. On the surface, the 5 luxury businessmen, after meeting, discussion, who is not prepared to pull down the face, would Zhuge Tianyan say good words? This project, the big deal is not to do Everyone is impassioned, all proud. But who would have thought that the afternoon was all together in the front of the city lord's house gathered, each blushing. But the magnates are also seeing a big storm, a sentence to cover up the past. The commons step into the city lord's house ready to talk to Shuga Tianmai to discuss the matter of the shares. We have plenty of money. At the moment do not have the intention of investment. This was Zhuge Tianyan's reply, which was suddenly ambiguous. In the end, unable to withstand the softening of these powerful merchants, Zhuge Tianyan reluctantly agreed to their shareholding, and 5 families will contribute 5 trillion copper coins, occupying a total of 45% of the shares. This was the price of Zhuge Tianyan. The faces of the 5 great magnate merchants were very ugly, but in the end, they still signed, although such a contract made them earn more than 70% less copper coins. It was still profitable. Moreover, when the secondary city was built, as long as it wasn't a natural or man-made disaster, they would be able to share the dividends every year. This 5 trillion copper coins was enough for the sub-city of Tianyang town to be built up. And it was more than enough. Qin Fang learned about this and stopped bothering about it, believing that Zhuge Tianyan would be able to handle it. In the private territory, Qin Fang opened a bottle of divine grade fine wine and sought out teacher Li Xie. Teacher, this heavenly emperor's mark. Are you able to get rid of it? After working for so many days, he finally found teacher Li Evil and asked about the matter at hand. The mark of the heavenly emperor. I can't resolve it. Li Xie was very barefaced and told Qin Fang that he couldn't resolve it. Qin Fang had no choice but to accompany teacher Li Xie to drink a cup of divine grade wine. Not to mention, it was quite delicious. Chapter 630 for the only quest. Comprehend the 7 emotional forces. The 3rd emotion power. Have you experienced it? After drinking the same bottle of divine grade wine, Li Qi inquired. Qin Fang spread out his hand, and 3 different colors of light flowed in his palm. The 3rd emotion that Qin Fang comprehended was sorrow. May I ask, was there anyone in heaven and earth who was sadder than him? This feeling of being subjected to the heavenly emperor and not knowing when he would be replaced made him feel desperate and deeply powerless. Difficult. Life was really difficult. Not bad. When you experience the 7th power of emotions, I'll give you a great chance. Ding. Divine Artisan Li Qi releases the only mission to you understand the 7 different kinds of forging power. Quest reward none. Qin Fang, Air. The 4th unique quest now. Unfortunately, Qin Fang hadn't even completed the first unique quest he had taken on yet. Teacher Li Xie. Under the heavens. Is there anyone else who can help me lift the heavenly emperor seal? Qin Fang was unwilling. There was still hope in his heart. Li Xie was silent for a moment and raised 3 fingers. Under the heavens. There should be 5 existences who can break the heavenly emperor seal. Qin Fang immediately pricked up his ears and listened patiently. First, the heavenly emperor himself. Qin Fang blankly glanced at Li Xie. Teacher, I suspect you're farting. Li Xie seemed to be impervious to Qin Fang's eyes as he continued to speak. In the 2nd word, it is the plague Dharma god. Qin Fang nodded his head. It was similar to what he had guessed. In the 3rd place, it is the time and space merchant. As long as you give him enough price, he should be able to help you get rid of it as well. However, with this value of yours, it is expected that the time and space merchant will not make a move. Qin Fang? Qin Fang laughed in the bottom of his heart. Hey, teacher, you don't know my exact worth. This batch of nearly 1,000 divine artifacts of mine? And you still can't ask a time and space merchant to make a move? What kind of joke is that? Li Xie laughed meaningfully, not saying anything to Qin Fang. The 4th, on the other hand, is the Dragon of Time. It's just that no one knows of his traces. Hiding into the river of time and space. No one can detect his shadow. Even me. I have never met with him. The 5th, on the other hand, is the god of fate of the Fate clan. Qin Fang frowned. Destiny clan? It seemed like he had never heard of it before. Even in his previous life, he had never heard of it. The Fate clan is very ancient, even older than the first heavenly emperor. For each clan, there is only one person who lives in deep seclusion and hardly ever gets involved in the affairs of the heavenly fate. However, it is incomparably powerful. No one dares to mess with it easily. And even when a heavenly emperor sees it, he has to nod his head in greeting. Qin Fang understood. Another dead end. Right now, It was only going to search for the plague Dharma god. And searching for the time and space merchants was still slightly more reliable. The last method that can't be considered a method. I hope it's useful to you. You can choose to become a god in an alternative way. Step out on your own path and see if you can avoid the seal of the Heavenly Emperor. Once you are promoted to become a god, the Heavenly Emperor seal is considered to be null and void. This path was the most difficult. Throughout the ages, it seemed that the only forge master who could step out of his own path was, perhaps, Li Xie. Even if Qin Fang comprehended the 7 emotional powers and managed to step onto the path that Li Xie had once taken, he still could not become a god. Teacher Li Evil, are you able to say a little bit about how you comprehended the brand new path of forging? By virtue of Qin Fang's own, this alternative path to becoming a god might not be completed for him. So he could only turn to Li Xie for help, asking about Li Xie's path to see if he could learn a thing or two from it. Li Xie looked at Qin Fang seriously. My way is not suitable for you. But if you really want to hear about it, I can also tell you about it. When I was 60 years old, my forging had already reached the peak divine level, and I was feeling 100 times bored. When an idea suddenly popped into my mind, this ordinary forging? What's the point? How about leveling up again? Such an idea gradually took root and sprouted in my mind. Eventually, I requested my father to seal my memories, abolish my forge master realm, and start from scratch. Finally, at the age of 1024, I managed to comprehend the alternative emotion forging method. This also made my forging path wider and broader, and allowed me to see countless landscapes. Qin Fang shook his head straight after hearing this. 1,000 years. This really can't be learned. The most crucial thing was that teacher Li Xie was an unprecedented genius. A super genius who had reached peak deity at the age of 60. Even such a genius had taken 1,000 years of light. Wouldn't it take tens of thousands of years if it were Qin Fang? But with his lifespan, would it be able to support him in comprehending for tens of thousands of years? This was clearly unrealistic. P.S. Just give up. Qin Fang looked at the sky. Comprehending a brand new forging method requires enlightenment as well as experience. Li Xie finished, as if the youthful years had surfaced in his mind. Let me tell you, Qin Fang, you have too little perception. Becoming a god is already very difficult, let alone walking out of the path that belongs to you. Qin Fang nodded, and he understood. Even if he had the experiences of his previous life as a base, it would only make it simpler for him to become a god. Teacher? Do you think I can fool the Heavenly Emperor seal if I change my occupation to a different one? Suddenly, Qin Fang had a flash of light and thought of the hottest brand new mode of heavenly fate recently. I wonder if he could escape the eyes of the Heavenly Emperor if he entered it. There is this possibility. You can try it. Li Xie understood what Qin Fang was thinking and could only let him try it. Qin Fang nodded silently. Qin Fang, where is Little Black? Li Xie once again opened a bottle of divine grade fine wine and inquired about Xiao Hei's whereabouts. Qin Fang immediately summoned Xiao Hei to make their grandparents and grandchildren happy. Little Black was still playing around with Li Qi as before, asking for wine. Qin Fang looked at Li Xie with a grudge. I knew it. Little Blackie, you're the one who brought it down. Now there are customers' feedbacks, saying that the equipment produced by 10,000 Empty Lane has a smell of alcohol, suspecting that the forger drinks at work, and requesting 10,000 Empty Lane Group to conduct a thorough investigation. This guy scared Qin Fang. Only when Xiao Hei and Li Qi were both drunk did Qin Fang put away Xiao Hei, covered Li Qi with a blanket, and turned to leave. Qin Fang summoned the time and space merchant at the first opportunity. The time and space merchant, who was wandering in the long river of time and space, sensed Qin Fang's summons, and in the next second, appeared beside him, looking at him with a smile on his face. Kid, what are you trading again today? Every time he traded with player me, it gave the time and space merchant an inexplicable feeling. Senior, I want to request you to help me get rid of the Heavenly Emperor seal. As he said that, the Heavenly Emperor seal on Qin Fang's brow flickered with light. The time and space merchant carefully observed and studied it, before finally saying with difficulty, although I don't know how you offended the Heavenly Emperor, but to be able to have such a seal placed by the Heavenly Emperor, I think that there must be quite a lot of grudges between you and the Heavenly Emperor. Getting rid of the seal is not expensive. Probably one divine artifact I will be able to help. But because of this matter of karma with the Heavenly Emperor, this copper coin needs to be paid twice. About 2,000 divine artifacts. It seems to me that you don't possess that many divine artifacts in your backpack. The time and space merchant finished, giving Qin Fang 5 seconds to think about it. You can think about it. It could be seen that the time and space merchant wanted to make the sale. Qin Fang, on the other hand, was incomparably hesitant. This was a full 2,000 divine artifacts. Was it worth it? I'm sorry, Elder Spacetime Merchant. I need to think about it. You can go around within the Tianyang town first, and after 3 days, I will give you an exact reply. Qin Fang hesitated. Really hesitated. What was the concept of 2,000 divine artifacts? This meant that Tianyang town was able to build 7 or 8 sub-cities all. The most crucial thing was that Qin Fang was currently unable to forge divine artifacts. Even divine spirit divine artifacts. So for a moment, where would one go to find so many divine artifacts? 1,000 divine artifacts. This was not a small amount. At this moment, Qin Fang was a bit regretful. Why didn't he forge many divine artifacts earlier? He was afraid to do so. And now he was sitting on wax. Qin Fang also finally understood why Teacher Licia said that he was not worth enough. So it turned out that all these bigwigs were able to tell how much they were worth. The time and space merchant left. Based on the coordinates, and with the help of Teacher Li Evil, Qin Fang traveled to the territory of the Plague Dharma God. The familiar wooden house. The familiar stone table. But it was empty. Senior Plague Dharma God, the late generation has something to ask for your help. Qin Fang knocked on the door and called out. But for a full 5 minutes, no one answered. Ding. Plague Dharma God is not in. You can leave a message after the beep. This was the doorbell's message system. Senior Pestilence Dharma God. Senior Me, I request your help in lifting the Heavenly Emperor's seal. In the future, whenever you have any errands to perform, I will spare no effort to complete them. Ding. Message completed. Qin Fang left. Within the Heavenly Sun town, Qin Fang patiently pondered. Qin Fang, can we replace it with a legendary grade equipment? Qin Fang, the forging of divine artifacts. Hey, I'll be damned. Qin Fang, it's too hard for me. Isn't it? Qin Fang was torn. Really torn. 3 days of light passed by in a flash. And the time merchant took the initiative to approach Qin Fang. Senior Plague Dharma God. The latecomer has an ungrateful request. Qin Fang was a little embarrassed. You say. Can you first take credit and help me get rid of it first? I guarantee that I will settle this 1,000 pieces of divine artifacts for you within a month. And even, I am willing to pay you an additional 10 pieces of divine artifacts as interest. It was the turn of the time and space merchant to be in a difficult position. In all these years, the time and space merchant had never made a sale like this. Qin Fang, if you had come across me earlier, you would have done this long ago. Yes, but the interest rate has to be increased. Pay me an additional 30 divine artifacts when you pay back the bill in the first month. And if you don't settle it within the first month, for every month that passes, increase it by 10 divine artifacts. In the end, the temporal merchant agreed to Qin Fang's proposal. This was the best proposal that Qin Fang had thought hard about for 3 days. What was the difficulty now? Qin Fang couldn't afford to pay for 2,000 pieces. Why? Because the Heavenly Emperor had sealed his talent for forging divine artifacts. And the time and space merchant, in turn, wanted 2,000 pieces of divine artifacts. And Qin Fang, well, couldn't afford it. This formed a circle. The way Qin Fang wanted to break the circle was very simple. Find a third party to borrow 1,000 pieces of divine artifacts. Let the time and space merchant break his seal. And then, he would forge the divine artifacts and return them to the third party. On top of that, there was an even simpler way, directly letting the time and space merchant take credit. Originally, Qin Fang thought that the time and space merchant would disagree. But now, he agreed. So things were simple all. Please also help me. Senior time and space merchant. Qin Fang bowed to the end and paid the spacetime merchant the only 1,000 divine artifacts he had left on him. At this point, the number of divine artifacts on Qin Fang's body was emptied. Chapter 635 Divine Beast Artifact. Ancestral Dragon's Shield 1000. You relax. The time and space merchant touched the Heavenly Emperor's seal with his own power. In the next second, Qin Fang's consciousness was plunged into an incomparably dark abyss. No longer able to perceive everything in the outside world. The Heavenly Emperor, through the Heavenly Emperor seal, once again occupied Qin Fang's body. Oh! A time and space merchant? The Heavenly Emperor thought, who was so bold as to dare to touch his seal once again. Surprisingly, it was the most mysterious time and space merchant of Heaven's destiny. This guy. He couldn't see through him and didn't know his exact strength. But maybe he could really get rid of the seals he had placed on me. Well, a deal. I'll let me remove you. The Heavenly Emperor learned of this. Orthopedically. With a serious look. Did you promise? This kid. How many coins you were given? I, Heavenly Emperor, will give you double. You should trust my strength. If it was not necessary. The Heavenly Emperor still did not want to get into a fight with the time and space merchant. Your price is certainly satisfactory to me. But this is not a matter of money. When you do things, you have to be first come first served. Right? The Heavenly Emperor could sense the time and space merchant's undercurrent, desperately trying to suppress his anger. Time and space merchant. You have to think clearly. If you help me, that means you are an enemy of me. Don't blame me for taking action against you in the future. Seeing that the lure failed, the Heavenly Emperor directly threatened, wanting to make the time and space merchant know what to do. Cut. This was the reply from the space-time merchant, filled with disdain. It's been many years since someone spoke to me like this. Do you remember why the last Heavenly Emperor suddenly died? The time and space merchant coalesced an image of the last Heavenly Emperor, who was killed by the time and space merchant in an attempt to snatch his pouch. The image was clear and frightening. And it also caused the current Heavenly Emperor to completely shut his mouth, panic appearing in his eyes, as well as a hint of realization. The death of the previous Heavenly Emperor used to be the greatest unsolved mystery of Heaven's mandate. And now, this problem was perfectly solved. And it turned out that it was the time and space merchant who had moved. What else could this Heavenly Emperor say but to concede? To know. The strength of the previous Heavenly Emperor was not even close to his strength, though. As for revenge, do I look like a fool to you? The last Heavenly Emperor's grudge. Why should this Heavenly Emperor take revenge? The time and space merchant raised his hand. The power of time flowed and a picture appeared. Ding. The picture stopped at the moment when the Heavenly Emperor's seal was about to enter Qin Fang's body. The time merchant casually fished it out, and the seal transformed into a seed, successfully appearing in the time merchant's hands. As for the Heavenly Emperor's silhouette, it looked deeply at Qin Fang and chose to leave. This little fellow. His vigor was not small. The space-time merchant put this seed within the space-time traveling bag, so it might be able to be used in the future. The Heavenly Emperor's essence just wanted to erase this glimpse of power, but found that he could no longer perceive it. At that moment, his heart flinched, wanting to capture the space-time merchant's aura and discuss whether he could buy back this glimpse of his power. However, the time and space merchant's aura could no longer be felt. Qin Fang's consciousness rose from the endless abyss and returned to his body. At this moment, he sensed lightness after a long time, feeling the complete return of his power. This feeling was akin to returning to the plains region from a plateau, with his entire brain in a stage of exuberance. Elder Time Merchant? Has it succeeded? Qin Fang inquired as he checked his own body and did not find any abnormalities. Mum, it's successful. Receiving the time and space merchant's reply, Qin Fang's chosen heart was finally put down. Senior Time and Space Merchant, I wonder if you have any props able to prevent the Heavenly Emperor from invading me again? The time-space merchant became Qin Fang's hope. Last time, the Plague Dharma God had also given him a brand new power that was able to fight against the Heavenly Emperor. Perhaps because it was too long ago, causing Qin Fang to still be hit. Yes, but you can't afford it. 300 divine artifacts. Qin Fang, when did divine artifacts become a unit of purchase? Hegemony, I don't know. When did I become a unit of strength? I owe you. Qin Fang was also in debt, and directly opened his mouth with a big grin. This is the Heart of Time, a prop of the Time Department. Worth 300 divine artifacts, wear it successfully, and you can construct an infinite cycle of time beside you. And all sentient god-level forces will be eschewed. A star-like light flashed before Qin Fang's eyes. This thing. He needed it. This was simply tailor-made for him. Buy. Qin Fang immediately made up his mind. This thing. He had to take it. As long as he wore this Heart of Time, He would no longer be afraid of forging god-level equipment in the future. Oh, I'm sorry. As you are already in arrears, you are unable to purchase it. You can only pay off your last arrears before you are able to purchase it. Time merchants also had their own bottom line, alright. Seeing this, Qin Fang immediately understood. Senior time merchant, we'll see you in a month. Qin Fang took out his props and tore through the portal of the 100,000 mountains, descending to this place, and began to forge the divine beast's divine artifact. Ding. Forging divine artifacts is incredibly difficult. Sure, you want to forge it, promoting to the legendary rank of blacksmith and lifting the seal of the heavenly emperor seal. Qin Fang's mind appeared with such a system. Beep. Forge. What hesitation was there in this? Qin Fang immediately took out the scales of the ancestral dragon, struck them, and quenched them. 100%, 2%, 10%. In the 100,000 mountains, the ancestral dragon that was originally slumbering suddenly felt the loss of divine power in his body. Although it was very little, it was enough to make the ancestral dragon alert. And after awakening, he began to probe the surroundings and began to probe the source of the loss of divine power. Eventually, the ancestral dragon locked onto the area where Qin Fang was. The ancestral dragon was instantly ready to strike in an instant and annihilate this place. To dare to strike at him in his territory. This was too bold. Ancestral dragon, don't. In the nick of time, Bai Zai's voice rang out with anxiety. Bai Zai was the first to know about Qin Fang's arrival at the 100,000 mountains. And the forging of the divine artifact was also in Bai Zai's sight. The ancestral dragon stopped his hand. And only then did he see that it was Mr. Mi. Luckily, he did not make a move. But why? Mr. Mi forging a divine weapon would cause the power of the divine beast in his body to drain away. The ancestral dragon plopped down in the firmament and waited quietly, judging from Mr. Mi's forging process. Even if the forging is successful, this is nothing more than extracting 1,000th of his divine beast power, and he will easily be able to make up for it. No matter. Let Mr. Mi forge. This is after all an advancement of the divine beast clan across the ages. For a while, almost all of the divine beasts and all of the non-divine beasts within the 100,000 great mountains cast their eyes here, wanting to witness this grand event. 30%. 40%. The ancestral dragon sensed the loss of power within his body and remained silent. That's it? It's perfectly capable of withstanding it. 45%. 49%. 50%. 52%. The ancestral dragon was still able to withstand it. However, in the next second, Qin Fang's forging suddenly went awry. The temperature of the flame was not regulated at once, and the scales of the ancestral dragon shattered, causing the entire forging to fail. The ancestral dragon sighed. Hey, it was clearly about to succeed. At the same time, the ancestral dragon could feel the force gradually leaving. The divine beasts on the sidelines also sighed in their hearts. This, AI. Is this a failure? White Zephyr, That's not right. Why are the corners of Mr. I's mouth? With a smile. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Ding. Congratulations on your 1,000-fold return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a divine artifact. Ancestral Dragon's Shield *1000. Now, Qin Fang's heart finally relaxed. This time, the money owed to the time merchant was finally able to be settled. Ancestral Dragon, on the other hand, he was instantly unlucky. In the perception of the ancestral dragon, the firmament seemed to have cracked open an endless black hole, crazily devouring the divine beast power within his body. In a short 10 seconds, the divine beast power in the ancestral dragon's body had lost 50%, 60%, 70%. Only after the mighty ancestral dragon had completely become a weak little worm did the suction force stop. The power within the ancestral dragon's body was all extracted by him, and he was paralyzed on the ground, unable to move. This scene frightened Bai Zai and hurriedly healed the ancestral dragon. After a slight investigation, the ancestral dragon at this moment was like an empty frame, and was nearly about to harm its origin. What's going on here? Brother ancestral dragon? What's wrong with you? Enemy attack? Is it an enemy attack? Is it the despicable deities that have struck out against us? Marred. I knew it. The divine beasts looked around vigilantly, but did not find any danger. So they surrounded the ancestral dragon to avoid him being decapitated. And at this moment, the ancestral dragon was definitely considered to be in the most dangerous moment. Xian Huang Xian Wu attached 9 layers of defense to Ancestral Dragon in the first instance, while the Emerald Swan, the Dragon of Life, quickly healed Ancestral Dragon so that he could recover as much as possible. This is a loss of power. I need to recuperate. The Ancestral Dragon thought so weakly, but his eyes couldn't help but throw themselves on Qin Fang's body. This matter? The Ancestral Dragon always felt that it had something to do with Qin Fang. At that very moment, the Ancestral Spirit felt an imprint flying out from within itself, which seemed to be branded on Qin Fang's body. The Ancestral Dragon immediately took the imprint of this one into his body. This is a coordinate. It is harmful to Mr. Me. When Qin Fang saw this appearance of the Ancestral Dragon, his heart was also very weak. This damn. Qin Fang hurriedly put away the Ancestral Dragon's scales. If this was forging the Ancestral Dragon's scales, the Ancestral Dragon might be smoked alive. This should be the backlash of forging a divine weapon. White Zephyr combined the before and after and gave this answer to the crowd of divine beasts. For a while, the divine beasts looked their eyes towards Qin Fang with a thirsty look in their eyes. Big brother? You must not be forged my divine artifact. I don't want to die yet. Mr. Me. Please don't forge divine artifacts anymore. Mr. Me. My divine weapon is not in a hurry. It really isn't. Right. Mr. Me. It's not too late to wait for you to forge again when you've been promoted to a divine artisan. Right. 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 Mr. Me. You need to rest now. These words directly disliked Qin Fang, leaving him speechless. Qin Fang, hey. It looks like we can't be forging divine beast equipment anymore. Then? Which clan's equipment should one forge? The Goblin clan? Unable to forge it. Ancient gods? Didn't dare to forge it. Qin Fang suddenly thought of a race, the elves. This guy. The 8-winged elf king had disappeared for so long. He didn't know where he had gone. It shouldn't matter if I quietly forged the divine artifacts of the elf clan. With regards to the elf one race, Qin Fang was confident that he didn't owe anything to them. But the elf one clan was playing him like a monkey. Disgusting. Truly disgusting. Chapter 636 Exclusive Quest, Reinventing the Chaos God. As soon as he said he would do it, Qin Fang took out the Elf 1 clan's god-rank materials and started forging. Ding! A knocking sound rang out as the power of the divine spirit began to stir. 100%. The divine beasts within the 100,000 mountains were each tense. Don't. Big brother. Don't mess with us. I'm forging a divine artifact of the Elf clan. Don't worry. Qin Fang said so, reassuring the divine beasts. Phew. Hearing this, the divine beasts breathed a sigh of relief. Knock. 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 40%. 50%. Within the gap in space, the 8-winged elf king, who was originally devouring the elven artifact, suddenly felt the power within his body frantically draining away. This kind of feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. After a year of devouring, the 8-winged elf king's level had reached the level of an intermediate deity. As for the divine artifacts that had been left for him within the elf clan, there were still almost 80% of them. And these divine artifacts were enough for him to raise his own strength to the level of a peak divine spirit, capable of arm wrestling with the heavenly emperor. The 8-winged elf king decisively awoke from his sleep and probed the divine power within his body. This was? Who triggered it? The 8-winged elf king wanted to cut off this connection, but suddenly realized that this connection, which was very close to him, could not be stopped or cut off at all. Helplessly, the 8-winged elf king could only just let it happen. 52%. Qin Fang cut off the supply of divine power at the first moment, allowing his own forging to fail. For a time, the vast amount of elven divine power in the 8-winged elf king's body was rapidly extracted. The 8-winged elf king, who was originally in high spirits, became skin and bones in an instant, and his body's essence was drained. The 8-winged elf king's heart was filled with extreme fear. Who was it? Who was it? Who had attacked him? Is it the heavenly emperor? He was trying to kill everyone. In the end, the 8-winged elf king still had a breath left, like a piece of mud, paralyzed on the ground. His eyes gray. The world was full of malice to him. For a long time, the 8-winged elf king's heart lit up a burning vitality. The king of the elf clan. Only one person left. If he also died, the elf clan that is considered a complete decline. He couldn't die. He couldn't die. He had to live. So, the 8-winged elf king began to devour the elf artifacts, recovering his own strength. The elf god tree has not yet been cultivated by him. Otherwise, what was extracted this time was the power of the elf god tree, not the power of the 8-winged elf king. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Ding. Congratulations on your 1,000-fold return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 1,000 artifacts. Life Elf Vine Armor * 1000. Qin Fong was overjoyed. While these divine beasts suspected that Qin Fong's mental state was problematic, this wasn't a psychosis. To be so happy after failing to forge? These 1,000 pieces of divine artifacts made Qin Fong's mind drop completely. After all, he was able to pay off the time and space merchant's debts. When Qin Fong looked at the time, 3 days had already passed, and the time he had agreed with the time and space merchant had arrived. Thus, instead of forging, Qin Fong returned to Tianyang Town and communicated with the time and space merchant Senior. Senior, here, this is the amount owed from last time. Qin Fong directly counted out 1,000 pieces of divine artifacts and traded them to the space-time merchant. The time and space merchant was surprised, not thinking that within 3 days, this kid had actually done it. You and I are clear. The time-space merchant tore up the contract of arrears he had made with Qin Fong. By the way, Senior Time and Space Merchant, I still want to purchase the Heart of Time and Space. Qin Fong once again took out 300 pieces of divine artifacts and handed them over to the time-space merchant. The space-time merchant opened his special heavenly eyes to check my pearlescent aura. This look was simply shocking. My aura was still dazzling. It looked like there were still a lot of divine artifacts within this kid's backpack. Promise. Give. The transaction between the time and space merchant and Qin Fong proceeded, and an attribute-less transparent gemstone appeared in Qin Fong's hand. The gemstone took on an irregular shape and shone with an aura that belonged uniquely to time. Elder Time Merchant, is this fellow able to completely shield me from the coordinates placed on me by the gods? Theoretically it can. Time and Space Merchant Senior. If it's ineffective, I'll have to refund my money. My reputation is definitely guaranteed. If it's not effective, I'm willing to refund tenfold. Qin Fong and the Time and Space Merchant signed the contract once again. This time, Qin Fong was finally able to start forging divine weapons with impunity. By the way, Senior Time and Space Merchant, do you have any Forge Master's Divine Seed here? What's the approximate price? If one wanted to forge a divine artifact, divine grade materials and divine positions were both indispensable. The 2 divine artifacts that Qin Fong had forged just now had utilized Teacher Li Xie's divine position. But unfortunately, after forging them twice, they were taken away by Teacher Li Xie. So Qin Fong was only able to fend for himself. There, the price of each divine bit is 1 divine weapon. And because it is detached from its original owner, the effect it can produce is only once. In other words, it can only be forged once. This, if an ordinary legend-ranked forger heard this, would definitely be unwilling to purchase it. This kind of disposable item, which could not necessarily be forged successfully to obtain a divine artifact, but the cost was a divine artifact. Wasn't this a lack of heart? However, when Qin Fong heard it, his heart immediately beat faster, and he pulled out 50 divine artifacts from the Ring of the Golden Dragon. Elder Time Merchant, first give me 50 divine seats for forges. It was a chance for other people, but for Qin Fong, it was a blood profit without loss. The Time and Space Merchant was astonished, as if he hadn't expected Qin Fong to say such words. I only have 10 disposable divine bits in my inventory. Just give me 10 divine artifacts. Although the Time and Space Merchant did not know what Qin Fong wanted, he still traded to him. Elder Time and Space Merchant, I want to acquire a large number of this Forgemaster's divine bit. You watch the operation. For each Forgemaster's divine bit, I'll give you the price of 2 divine artifacts. What do you think about that? Qin Fong took the initiative to raise the price. It was the first time the Time Merchant had heard such a request, so he agreed to Qin Fong's request. It's fine. I'll help you search for it. The Space-Time Merchant left. Qin Fong, on the other hand, surveyed the 10 godheads in his hand and began to select his target among the ancient deities. Mard. Wait for death. Qin Fong could be a very vindictive fellow. If it wasn't for the forging materials of the Heavenless Emperor, Qin Fong really wanted to forge the Heavenly Emperor's exclusive equipment and discuss this fellow. At this moment, in Qin Fong's Golden Dragon's ring, there were only 690 pieces of divine artifacts left, which seemed like a lot, But it really wasn't much. Qin Fong was just about to forge when the communication from the Plague Dharma god called. What is it that you're looking for me for? It must be that the Plague Dharma god had returned and saw Qin Fong's message. And that was why he called Qin Fong's communication. Senior Plague Dharma god. I was going to ask you to help me lift the Heavenly Emperor's seal. But Senior Time Trader has already lifted it for me. So it's fine now. By the way, Senior Plague Dharma god, if you have any tasks for me, I will be more than happy to serve. Qin Fong made things clear in short words, before smilingly asking for a task from the Plague Dharma god. If there is a task, there really is one at the moment. The seal of the 5 extreme lands has been pretty much broken by the Heavenly Emperor. And if my expectations are good, in 3 years at the most, the Heavenly Emperor will be able to get out of his trap. And now, you are needed to complete an important task. Letting Little Black devour the bodies of the Chaos Gods in the other 4 pole lands. Making room to seal part of the Heavenly Emperor's body once again. As for the time left for you, it's only 2 years. If you don't complete it within 2 years, it will be a failure of the game by default. Hearing this, Qin Fong could not help but inquire. Elder Plague Dharma God, is Little Black able to beat the limbs of a Chaos God? This was a Chaos God. Even if it was crippled, its strength shouldn't be weak. Don't worry. I will step in at the critical moment. Only after receiving the promise from the Plague Dharma God did Qin Fong's heart drop. Ding. The Plague Dharma God releases an exclusive quest to you. Remake the Chaos God. Quest reward. Divine Artisan Blessing. Divine Artisan Bestowment. You can break through to become a Divine Artisan with the help of the bestowal of blessings. When Qin Fong saw such a quest reward, he was instantly beautiful and happy. It was still the Plague Dharma God Senior who understood him. Ding. You have successfully received this exclusive quest. 2 years. Not much time left for you. I hope you can succeed. The Plague Dharma God hung up the communication. And at the same time, Qin Fong's mind was flooded with memories of his previous life. In his previous life, at the moment of the 5th year of the opening of the Heaven's Mandate, the Heavenly Emperor broke the seal. This battle between the 10,000 races and the ancient deities had truly entered a white-hot stage. And for 3 years, the dog's brain was almost beaten out. Qin Fong seemed to remember that in his previous life, there seemed to be a player who released a piece of confessional post, the full text of which probably meant, "It's all my fault for not ever completing the quest of the Plague Dharma God," which led to the Heavenly Emperor's unsealing. Qin Fong froze. This? He couldn't be talking about this time. Well, it was very likely. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the special prop for Pole Locator. Introduction. Can assist in finding the place where the Chaos God's body is sealed. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the special prop, Plague Token. Introduction. Can assist you in entering a special seal. All of these props were able to assist Qin Fong in getting closer to the sealed Chaos God's limbs in a better way. Qin Fong sorted out these props and began to fuse the disposable divine positions in preparation for forging divine weapons. Qin Fong was prepared to take on the God of Death first. This old boy, who had posed a danger to him many times before. However, Tianyang Town was clearly not the best area. This was something that the Heavenly Sun Town might not necessarily be able to withstand if the God of Death followed this flow of power to find it. Tearing and pulling, Qin Fong tore open the portal of the 100,000 mountains and stepped into it. 100,000 mountains. This is the best place. Hey, do these ancient gods dare to come in? Surely they wouldn't dare. This was the best place to take the blame. Qin Fong greeted by Zhe and was in no hurry to forge. Instead, he contacted Divine Craftsman Lu Long and asked him to be the messenger. What happened to old brother Qin Fong? Qin Fong had successfully been promoted to become a legendary ranked blacksmith. His status had naturally risen, and he was directly addressed as old brother, signaling his authenticity. Elder Lu Long, I would like you to report to the prophet god of Mount Qixia that I am prepared to take action against the following 10 deities, having avenged the humiliation that the Heavenly Emperor has inflicted on me. These 10 deities are the God of Death, the God of Stars, the God of Fire, the God of Earth, the God of Wind, the God of Electricity, and the God of the Great Cow. Qin Fong named 10 ancient deities in a row, all of which were strong gods. As soon as Divine Artisan Lu Long heard this, he felt his brain buzzing. This kid? Couldn't it be that he was joking? Are you sure? Old brother Qin Fong? Godsmith Lu Long couldn't believe it. But Qin Fang repeated himself and hung up the communication. Divine craftsman Lu Long had no choice but to report to the prophet god. Qin Fang, on the other hand, took a deep breath, took out the death god's spirit stone ejected by Little Black, and started forging. For a moment, the god of death, who was running around, suddenly felt a hint of something wrong as the power in his body drained away. This feeling, it was very wrong. 10%, 30%, 40%. Chapter 637, Slaying the God of Death. All Souls Territory. It was a large conference hall, with stars, sun and moon, and other decorations set on it in a regular manner. Inside the conference hall, the patriarch of the All Souls clan, as well as the 10 elders, were on both sides, bowing slightly, while at the throne position, the god of death was seated. The All Souls clan was not strong, and there was only one deity within the clan, and it was only a primary deity. Therefore, with the arrival of the god of death, they could only assume the posture of a weakling. Otherwise, the god of death would be able to completely wipe out this race with his own strength. The god of death sat on a high platform and forcefully gave the All Souls race two choices. One was to submit and promise favors, and the other was to be completely wiped out. The patriarchs and elders of the All Souls race listened patiently, not daring to transgress in the slightest. Suddenly, the god of death's face changed drastically, and all of his aura began to be unstable. At first, the power of death in his body was like a small stream, slowly flowing lost. However, as time passed, this terrifying flow was like a large river, swiftly flowing away. The god of death closed his mouth as he desperately tried to control the power of death within his body. But it was out of his control. Who was it? Who was targeting him? Was it the human race? The god of death wanted to follow the flow of power and detect who was messing with him. In the next second, his consciousness followed to the 100,000 mountains, as if the heavenly chances were being confused, as if he had run into a ghostly wall, unable to pinpoint who it was. The god of death was afraid. Really afraid, but he could not show it, only in the cheeks above the emergence of anger, as if it was the precursor to the eruption of a volcano. At this moment, the All Souls clan patriarchs, the elders of the various chills, more than shrinking this head, for fear of being affected by the pool fish. The god of death just wanted to communicate with the heavenly emperor and ask for his help. But in the next instant, the feeling of extracting power suddenly disappeared. The god of death stopped the movement in his hands, feeling as if this was all an illusion. Extracting 1/5 of the power in his body? What was this for? Supreme God? What are you doing? The old patriarch of the All Souls race boldly and softly inquired. The god of death glanced at him indifferently and did not speak. Ding. Forging failed. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 1,000-fold return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the god of death artifact. Eternal Night Sleeping Gloves *1000. Qin Fang quietly looked at the death artifact in his backpack with great satisfaction in his heart. I'm sure the god of death situation is very difficult at the moment. Indeed, originally, the god of death thought that there was no obstacle. But unexpectedly, an inexplicable ferocious beast suddenly awakened in the void, staring him dead in the face, making the god of death feel scared. In the end, the illusory bite devoured all of the divine power within the god of death's body, and then transformed into the illusory, once again devouring 1/3 of the god of death's abyss. This was also because the god of death's depth was deep. Otherwise, he would definitely be seriously injured. Even so, the god of death couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood, only to feel a burst of blackness before his eyes. And the feeling of weakness took advantage of the situation, wanting to make him fall asleep. At this moment, he was weak to the extreme. If he was in the death abyss, the god of death would definitely fall into a deep sleep to repair his injuries. However, at this moment, it was in the All Souls race, and although this race was not strong, which race still did not possess any backhanders, the god of death bit through his tongue and refined a mouthful of essence blood, and barely managed to raise his spirits, with disdain and disgust in his eyes. The All Souls race. Are they rejoining the ancient gods? I need the answer now. The god of death sacrificed his own innate divine weapon, his might soaring to the extreme in the blink of an eye, bringing the All Souls patriarch a great sense of oppression. The All Souls patriarch honestly had his own little thoughts. The god of death, in this state, was obviously heavily injured? Should we kill the god of death? It didn't seem difficult. If one killed the god of death, it would definitely be considered a defection to the plague Dharma god. And one would definitely be able to obtain the plague Dharma god's shelter. If one defected to the ancient gods, one might still be cannon fodder. How should one choose? The All Souls Patriarch was silent for a while. Even the threat of the god of death. He pretended to be deaf as he pondered, weighing the pros and cons. All Souls, do you want to die? The dark aura around the god of death soared once again, and the pressure was so great that the All Souls Patriarch felt even more threatened by death. We need to discuss. Please also ask the Supreme God to give us a little time. The All Souls Patriarch still wanted to stall. I see that you are looking for death. The god of death gathered his strongest strike, wanting to kill the All Souls Patriarch in an instant. However, this strike collided with the All Souls Patriarch's shield. And dong! The sound of vibrations resounded continuously. The All Souls Patriarch's heart immediately had a bottom, while the god of death felt bad. This strike, the strongest strike of the god of death in its current state, was even lightly blocked by the All Souls Patriarch, which meant that the All Souls Patriarch had hidden a very deep strength. When the All Souls Patriarch saw the god of death in such a state, his heart immediately made up its mind and gave a few elders a wink. Now, the 10 elders of the All Souls clan instantly understood what the clan chief was thinking. Buzzing. These 10 elders no longer suppressed their realms. And heck, all of them were deities. And the lowest ranked ones were mid-ranked deities. And the highest, peak deities. The god of death knew that something bad had happened. In the next moment, the All Souls Patriarch also let go of the restraints on his strength. And the strength of the peak deities was visible. God of death. This era, it's no longer the era of ancient deities. After so many years, even a pig would be able to walk a long way on the deity rank. The All Souls race that you thought was the All Souls race from the ancient times has long since ceased to be the All Souls race from the ancient times. All Souls have the strength? Why don't you fight for it? Seal, the patriarch of the 10,000 spirit race, including the 11 elders, instantly formed an 11 by 11 god-level square formation seal to avoid the god of death from escaping. 10,000 spirits. It looks like I have underestimated you. But do you think that you like this? Will be able to fight against me? It's simply hilarious. Heart of death. Beat. Under the god of death's desperate attempt to die, he mobilized the power of death and fought with these 11 of the 10,000 spirit gods. And the two sides were at loggerheads. The All Souls Patriarch sacrificed his divine artifacts to suppress the god of death, but without cutting off the addition of the power of death to the god of death. In a short period of time, it was really impossible to kill it. No matter. Since the All Souls Patriarch dared to make a move, he was extremely 100% certain. This great hall of All Souls was also not a vegetarian, and was able to provide the All Souls deity with god-level power. And fighting the god of death for a year would not be a problem. Moreover, the All Souls race had already asked the Pestilence Dharma god for help, hoping that the Pestilence Dharma god would arrive a little earlier. The god of death wasn't worried in the slightest. Asking for help? Wouldn't he? Just then, the god of death once again felt uncomfortable, and the power in his body began to slowly drain away again. This time, the god of death's heart fell to the bottom. Don't. If it comes again like this, he will definitely have to die here today. Qin Fang, he. I'm just going to get you killed. A deity as strong as Ancestral Dragon was weakened to the point of becoming a dog after being forged with a divine weapon once. What about the god of death? Marred. I wonder if he can withstand it a second time. No matter. Even if he couldn't withstand it, Qin Fang was going to forge it. The big deal was to just whip him to death. 30%. 40%. 53%. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Ding. Congratulations on receiving a 1,000-fold return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the death artifact. Uneasy death gaze, scythe, * 1000. Qin Fang's heart was soothed. The god of death was really strong. Not bad. Not bad. Within the great hall of All Souls, the god of death, who was originally good at putting up a fight, was suddenly smashed into skin and bones, with no more divine power existing within his body, and the entire person seemed to have aged millions of years. This is not all. His death spring, directly extracted 99%, can also be regarded as dry. along with the god of death's backhand arranged within the spring, was also drained of power. Death. Dang. 11 gods of the 10,000 spirit race joined hands in a strike that seemed to be able to break through the heavens. And the god of death died. For a time, the entire heaven's destiny began to cry in the heavens. In the sky above the god of death's abyss, scarlet-colored rain inexplicably appeared, falling continuously, first a drizzle, then becoming a downpour. And the sky, it was as if it had cracked open a slit. This was the scene of the death of an ancient deity. At this moment, the entire heaven's destiny was shaken. The god of death had actually died? The 10,000 spirits clan, have killed the god of death today. And with this as a lesson, I would like to work together with the human clan. This was the voice of the clan leader of the 10,000 spirits. At a moment like this, it was definitely a sign of the heart. Moreover, this was a great opportunity to become famous. Although he didn't know what was going on with the god of death, the matter of his death could be counted against the All Souls clan. This time, the Heavenly Emperor's order exploded. What's going on? Why do I feel like things aren't right? The god of death, so powerful. How could he be beheaded by the All Souls clan? The 10,000 spirits clan. I remember it's a small clan. How could they slaughter a god? Heavenly Emperor. Shout out to Heavenly Emperor. All 100,000 deities awoke from their slumber and called out to the Heavenly Emperor, requesting that the Heavenly Emperor probe what was going on. To be honest, the Heavenly Emperor was also confused. The Heavenly Emperor had indeed received a plea for help from the god of death, and his doppelganger had also set out at the first opportunity. But who would have thought that the doppelganger of the plague Dharma god would also set out and intercept him? The Heavenly Emperor had no choice but to deal with the plague Dharma god first, expecting the god of death to be able to hold out a little longer. Who would have thought that this kid wouldn't even be able to last 3 hours? Isn't this bullshit? There was definitely something fishy in this. Even if the god of death was weak, it wasn't something that the clan of All Souls could obliterate in 3 hours. Precognition god. Can you retrace the situation before the death of the god of death? The Heavenly Emperor ordered, allowing the god of precognition to go back in time. The god of precognition received the order and tried to backtrack. But instead, he directly spat out a mouthful of blood, reporting back to the Heavenly Emperor. The power of time has been blocked by a terrifying existence, and it is impossible to backtrack. The Heavenly Emperor, as well as the gods present, all became worried. This kind of unknown crisis was the most worrying. Coronation of the Heavenly Emperor. How is the situation with the god of death? The star god half bowed and inquired about the situation in the god of death abyss. There is still 0.10% of the abyss of death left that is not broken. If we want to rebreed the god of death, it will take 1,000,000 years at the very least. And this time, all of the god of death's intentions have collapsed. And even if they were to be birthed once again, they would not be the god of death anymore. A single sentence caused everyone within the entire Heavenly Emperor order to fall silent, especially the star god, whose face was the most unsightly, and whose anger was practically overflowing. From ancient times, the god of death had treated him as if he was a big brother. But now, he was suddenly told that the god of death was dead. Chapter 638 Li Qi, son of the Heavenly Emperor. I was able to determine whether it was the plague Dharma god. The god of death asked me for help in the first place. And on my way there, I was stopped by the plague Dharma god. And the murderer was someone else. The Heavenly Emperor looked around the circle. These ancient deities were even more worried, fearing their own deaths. Only the star god's pair of starry eyes were filled with rage and hatred. Star god, the god of death is given to you to probe. Make sure to find out the cause in a short period of time. The Heavenly Emperor directly threw this tricky task to the star god, and then comforted. The god of death isn't impossible to recover from. This brat is afraid of death, and has left an origin with me. So if there is enough divine power, he might be able to be perfectly resurrected. This was the hope that the Heavenly Emperor gave the star god, as well as an option for him. This huge amount of divine power, the Heavenly Emperor wasn't prepared to give out. So in that case, it could only come from the star god. It depended on how deep the bond between the star god and the god of death was. Li. Yes. Subordinate honors the order. The star god hurriedly bowed to the Heavenly Emperor, a light of hope flashing in his eyes. Coronation of the Heavenly Emperor. Please grant me permission to avenge my elder brother, the god of death, before going on to resuscitate him with a massive amount of divine power. The star god expressed his heart's desire, and it was in the presence of thousands of gods, and could not be changed. Senior precognition god. Is it possible to deduce who it was that laid a cruel hand on the god of death? The star god's overwhelmingly invincible figure was reflected within the heavenly emperor's decree, and with a hint of pleading, he looked towards the precognition god. The precognition god shook his head, indicating that he himself did not know. I'm the god of precognition, not the god of crime solving. How would I know? Star god, He says he's a god of foreknowledge. But why the hell can't he foresee the god of death dying? So, it's also able to lay out awe. It's a false name. However, these 3 words gave the star god a goal. The star god looked at the gods, dragged out the god of golden wolves from amongst them, and threatened, "Come with me to the abyss of death, and take a good sniff to see just who struck?" The god of golden wolf couldn't help but slander. Mard, I'm the god of golden wolf, not the god of golden dog. Can you give some face? However, on the surface, the god of the golden wolf was very aggrieved, and first looked at the heavenly emperor for help. Seeing the heavenly emperor's acquiescence, and only then looked at the star god with a wail. Star god, my body is still sealed in the goblin clan, and I can't go out, so I may not be able to help you. Hearing this, the star god told him that he didn't need to worry, and that he would save him from being trapped within 3 breaths. Thus, the god of golden wolves began to wait longingly. The god of golden wolves couldn't help but tsk his tongue, and crossed his legs in a relaxed mood. Look, this chance to get out of the trap. Isn't it coming? Dignity? What is dignity? The star god arrived at the goblin kingdom in an instant with the great power of the stars. This despicable race. The star god didn't even look at it. Disgusting. Buzzing. A brilliant pillar of light appeared between heaven and earth, traveling straight to the underworld and guiding the god of the golden wolf up. The gnome king investigated this scene and didn't dare to hesitate, hurriedly leading the crowd of gnomes to kneel on the ground, waiting for the star god's judgment, begging to live. This was the goblin clan, wagging their tails and begging for mercy. Star god did not even look at this disgusting goblin clan. Cold snort. That is, chose to leave. The goblin clan was like a great amnesty. As for the unsealed golden wolf god, can only report to the plague dharma god. Let him decide. Goblin king, hey, it's so hard for me. Death abyss. The star god arrived here with the god of golden wolves. The god of golden wolves hurriedly performed his own divine skill, 10,000-mile tracking. As long as a wisp of scent was left behind here, even if it was erased, the god of golden wolves would be able to capture it. The god of golden wolves kept sniffing and smelling, and as time passed, the god of golden wolves became more and more alarmed, and his complexion was filled with worry. Lord Star God, this place, there does not exist any foreign scent. The cause of Lord Death God's death, I cannot detect it. The god of the golden wolf was humble, informing weakly, not even daring to raise his head to look at the star god for fear of having his dog's neck snapped. The power of the star god was something that the god of golden wolves had perceived. This kid, he was only second to the heavenly emperor. There's no need for you. You go and seek out the heavenly emperor. The god of golden wolves originally thought that the star god would be furious, but raising his head to watch silently, the star god was calm, unable to see any joy or anger, but underneath this calmness were waves that made the gods afraid. Thank you, Lord Star God. The god of the golden wolf hurriedly fled and left this place, afraid of being pinched to death by the star god. The star god snorted, cut. As far as that goes? You still need to look at your master to beat a dog? Your master is the heavenly emperor. How could I make a move on you? The only reason why the star god stopped probing was because within his body, there was also this faint suction, and the star god's power began to drain away. The star god had reason to suspect that this situation was consistent with the situation of the god of death. Who was it? Striking from behind? The star god followed this smudge of suction and began to probe. Eventually he locked onto the 100,000 mountains, and his heart couldn't help but beat a drum and frown. To be honest, even the star god was very wary of the 100,000 great mountains. The divine beast clan's heel was no different from that of a deity. And then, there were so many years of stable development. The star god really didn't dare to enter rashly. The star god began to wait patiently. This level of extraction of divine power, even if it was to extract him for a year. No. 10 years. It was impossible for the star god to die. So why did the god of death die? Behind this? Isn't there more hidden information? This wait. That is, it was the light of a day. The star god felt that the star god's power in his body had been extracted by 1,000. It was only that he mobilized the stars in the sky. And it only took him 3 breaths to make up for it. At that very moment, the star god suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness all over his body, as if he was being targeted by the strongest evil creatures birthed in the heavens and earth. With his brain shutting down and his mind frozen, this feeling was like a speck of dust in the heavens and earth. And suddenly a giant dragon the size of a planet appeared in front of him, causing his mind and worldview to be greatly impacted. The star god wanted to flee, quickly shifting his form. But no matter where he fled to, this force followed in death. In the next instant, the underworld seemed to open a bloody mouth, devouring 1/2 of the star god's divine power. Only then did this feeling of being locked in place stop. After the star god's calamity, all of this, he truly realized how helpless the god of death was before he died. This feeling of powerlessness, this feeling of crushing defeat, shattered all of the star god's pride, making him realize his insignificance and his incompetence all over again. Ding! Congratulations on your forging failure. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a 1,000-fold return. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a divine artifact. Star God's Gaze *1000. Qin Fong smiled as he looked at the 1,000 divine artifacts that were neatly arranged within the golden dragon's ring. In a soothing mood. Prepare to prepare. One more time. Qin Fong took out the 4th of the disposable forging divine bits and started forging. Thud. 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 The divine energy within the star god's body began to drain once again. The star god seemed to know the reason for the death of the god of death. Only did this slow loss possess a relationship with the violent devouring? This was a question. The star god was prepared to try something. And now was the best chance. In the light of another day, this loss came to an abrupt end. And then the invincible existence in the firmament locked onto the star god once again. The star god perceived carefully. This power. It seemed to be out of place. Why did it feel like it wasn't the same creature as last time? Buzz. Another bite. Extracting 80% of the power from the star god's body. The star god hid within the abyss of the god of death, feeling the power within this body, and let out a leisurely sigh. Big brother god of death. This revenge of yours? I may not be able to avenge you. This was too difficult. This strand of power, even perceiving it, made him feel the intent of death. Although he didn't know why this terrifying creature only devoured his divine power and didn't kill him. As long as this kind of creature moved to kill him, the star god would definitely die in the blink of an eye. As he spoke, the star god contacted the heavenly emperor alone within the heavenly emperor's order. Coronation Celestial Emperor. The cause of death of the god of death has been found. The heavenly emperor silently refrained from speaking, which caused the star god's heart to thump. Is it possible? Coronation Celestial Emperor knew something? Tell me your opinion? The heavenly emperor pondered for an instant stick before speaking. On the heavenly destiny continent, it seems that there still exists a force hidden in the deepest depths that can easily erase us. The god of death should have been killed by them. And I deduce that this force is hidden in the 100,000 mountains. The star god informed the heavenly emperor of his conjecture and what he had encountered, in every detail. Who knew that after hearing this, the heavenly emperor would actually agree with part of the star god's idea? Well, you're pretty much what I thought. I was also targeted by this terrifying creature once. But according to my analyses, the controller of this force should be the human race. And I have a specific person in mind. A drop of blood from the heavenly emperor of Tianyang Town. At the time of his death, the heavenly emperor's original body also felt the aura of this infinitely powerful creature, which horrified him and made him afraid to come out. The heavenly emperor was afraid of death. He was afraid that once he came out into the world, he would be swallowed in one gulp by this terrifying creature. Who is the object of your suspicion? The star god desperately wanted to know the answer, wanting to go and avenge the god of death, the evil god, the son of the second heavenly emperor. The heavenly emperor leisurely spat out the name, with a long-term reminiscence in his eyes. Upon hearing this name, the star god's body couldn't help but tremble. Upon careful consideration, it was really possible. This was a guy that was claimed to be even more terrifying than the second heavenly emperor. Evil god. condensing the supreme evil power of heaven and earth to become a god. According to rumors, the second heavenly emperor's abdication also had something to do with the evil god. Could it be? Is it really him? This guy? Is he still alive? The evil god has been reincarnated. In this life, he is Lycia, a human, a peak divine blacksmith. I don't dare to move him. After hearing this, the star god still didn't dare to move. The shadow of a man and the name of a tree. This one was a master who killed without blinking an eye. In the star god's mind, he couldn't help but recall the last time he was forced back by Li Qi. This guy. If you upset him, he would hack you to death in minutes. At this moment, another absurd thought suddenly surfaced in the star god's mind. This evil god wouldn't be so careful that he wanted to chop up all the deities that had besieged the heavenly sun town last time. Right? Heavenly Flame was dead. The god of death was also dead. He was also being targeted. End of story. Would he die? Give up. Big brother death. It's better to let him die for now. Lately, I need to recover my strength to deal with the unknown crisis. The heavenly emperor didn't say anything more. He just told the star god to be careful. Hide in the shadows and investigate. Don't die. Chapter 639. 10,000 people empty the Tyrant Guild's conspiracy. Did the star god still dare to investigate? To be honest, he wimped out. He didn't dare to continue investigating. He was afraid of dying. Really afraid of dying. The star god had managed to survive from the ancient times to the present. And if he continued to investigate, he might really provoke the evil god and be killed. In which case, the star god would really be dead. To know, even the heavenly emperor also can't help but be abashed. Dare not go to investigate again. What about him? Disgusted with his own life? As for the hatred of the god of death? One can only say that brothers are like clothes. So if you lose them, you lose them. The star god directly escaped the fate of the heavens. Hiding in the universe, on the one hand, is a better absorption of the power of the stars. To fight for a faster time to break through. On the other hand, it is also a refuge. As for the 10,000 spirit race, it seemed to have been forgotten by the ancient gods. The heavenly emperor did not bother. The star god did not bother. The only consolation that made the 10,000 spirit race slightly calmer was that the plague Dharma god had issued an edict. The 10,000 spirit race had received the blessing of the human race. And if anyone dared to target the 10,000 spirit race, it would be considered a provocation against the human race. And they would directly go to war. With this, the ancient deities all collected their minds to a certain extent. As for the 10,000 spirit race, they breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. This wave, it was not a loss. At the light of the seventh day, Qin Fang rested for a while, and started forging the fifth divine weapon. This time, it was the turn of the other deities to be unlucky. Within the heavenly emperor's decree, every day, there were deities carefully asking the star god if he had found out who was behind the scenes, wanting to know the answer, so that they could avoid it. But the star god never replied. Cough, cough, cough. It is not that he does not reply, but the star god has long left the heavenly order, cannot receive information. With such a death-fearing star god, even the heavenly emperor couldn't help but be stupefied, not knowing what to say for a moment. Recently, the gods have been vigilant, and the dregs hidden in the shadows are close to being caught by my fox's tail. This was the heavenly emperor's response. And for now, this was all he could do to appease the hearts of the gods. The second day, another deity's body was drained of divine power. Only it didn't involve the divine fountain, making him uncontrollably joyful and hurriedly report such news to all the deities. I didn't die. I really didn't die. On the third day, another deity was overjoyed. I didn't die either. Fourth day. The fifth day. The chosen deities were all celebrating after the calamity. Although the divine power within their bodies needed roughly 3 months to completely recover, it was already too much better than the direct death of the god of death. The divine artifacts within Qin Fang's golden dragon ring had broken through 10,000, which was a huge progress. Qin Fang was so happy that he wanted to start forging again. But unfortunately, he did not have enough divine bits at one time. At this moment, Qin Fang couldn't help but think about whether or not he should urge the time and space merchant. This efficiency is too low. Time and space merchant, achoo. Who is this person who has such a deep grudge against him? If the time and space merchant returned at this moment, When he saw the bejeweled aura emanating from Qin Fang's body, he might be directly startled. Inside the Heavenly Emperor's order, this group of gods who had survived the calamity were each like experts, sharing their experiences. I was hiding within the Divine Spirit Springs, and based on my speculation, the Divine Spirit Springs should be able to guarantee, to a certain extent, that our lives will not be eroded. You're wrong with this statement. Where is the Divine Spirit Spring? I suspect that it's the help of the divine grade armor that the Heavenly Emperor bestowed upon me. No, it's not a suspicion. It's a real existence. This kid, with a promising future, knows how to put gold on the Heavenly Emperor's face. I also feel that this time it was really a fluke. But I was able to avoid the danger. All because I kept meditating on the Heavenly Emperor's brilliance in my heart. I think it must be the Heavenly Emperor who played a role in the underworld and scared this thug away. This deity, moreover, was a horse's arse god. Heavenly Emperor, don't really say it. It's quite flattering. These deities summed it all up in one sentence. Believe in Heavenly Emperor. Get eternal life. But Heavenly Emperor knew in his heart that this was not his role at all. The Heavenly Emperor was still confused, not knowing how he should handle this matter. But the fact that none of these ancient deities had died was already the best news. If the murderer stopped next, the influence of this matter would continue to diminish until it was forgotten. Originally, I was a pawn laid down by the Heavenly Emperor, ready to deal a fatal blow to Lycia at a critical moment. But unfortunately, I was probed by this kid to break the law enforcement, and even cleared away his Heavenly Emperor's mark. This kid is not a simple character. The Heavenly Emperor remembered the name of me, the follow-up, or rely on him to become a breakthrough. Within the Heavenly Emperor's order, silence gradually fell. Qin Fang divided this 10,000 pieces of artifacts into categories, respectively: Leading Yang City, 10,000 Empty Alley Group, Tianyang Town, each 300 pieces. Let them respond to emergencies. The rest are in his backpack quietly lying. At this stage, this large number of artifacts cannot be large-scale out of the world. Otherwise, it will directly collapse the currency system of Heaven's destiny. Ding. Player hegemony requests communication. Answer. Elder brother me. Hurry up and give me a large batch of legendary grade equipment. Our guild is going to brush the latest copy. Right. And give me a batch of epic level equipment. I'm going to make the Lychee Guild look good. Heck. Really able to load me up. Batian had always kept in touch with Player Jin, and didn't need to travel to the 10,000 Empty Alley Group. I.e., he was able to purchase legendary grade equipment without any other reason. Bastard Sky's checkout was really too painful, allowing Qin Fang's equipment to be realized quickly. Who wouldn't like a guy like that? Therefore, in the light of this year, the development of the Hegemony Guild was also very rapid. And just like that, it had almost eaten up 30% of the Thick Earth Town's market share, and had successfully stood firm, steadily marching towards the goal of being a super first-class guild. Tianyang Town. Batian was in the way of Qin Fang's face, and directly chose to give up. Otherwise, if two tigers fight, there will be a death. This is what Qin Fang is not willing to see, and what Batian is not willing to see. So there was the matter of relocation of Batian Guild, and there was also the matter of Qin Fang and Batian's conspiracy. The first step was for Batian Guild to join hands with 10,000 Empty Lanes Guild and use many dirty and dishonorable means to successfully play other guilds within Tianyang Town to death, so that they would voluntarily acknowledge 10,000 Empty Lanes Guild supremacy, and incidentally stomp on their guilds to death. The tactics involved were not enough to mention, and the situation of two supers and many weaker guilds was directly established after the incident. These small guilds were very indignant in their hearts, thinking that Hegemony, 10,000 Air Lane will have a battle, just waiting to see a good show between them. After all, these two old boys really are inappropriate crab. However, this is the conflict between the guilds, from ancient times to the present. Can only admit that the skills are not as good as others. These small weak guilds wait for a long time. These two guilds' final results is to let all the living beings are shocked. This motherfucker? Hegemony Guild transferred all of its market share to the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild, and the overall guild managed to arrive at Thick Earth Town 3 months ago under the auspices of the teleportation portal. The Hegemony Guild, surprisingly, had directly abandoned the Tianyang Town, which caused a group of players to be shocked. What the hell was this? Why did it feel so out of place? The players didn't understand. But this was the second step between Qin Fang and the Hegemony Guild. Thick Earth Town, which was also a large town. Qin Fang and Bastard Sky's plan was very simple. Instead of two strong guilds joining forces to jointly divide a large town, it would be better for the two guilds to jointly divide the market share of the two large towns. Thus, there was this plan. Hegemony Guild and 10,000 Empty Lane Guild joined forces, first allowing 10,000 Empty Lane Guild to become the hegemon in Tianyang Town. And then 10,000 Empty Lane Guild would once again help Hegemony Guild to become the unrivaled hegemon of Thick Earth Town. That said, the saying that a strong dragon could not suppress a snake was very reasonable. But if there were two strong dragons, they would also be able to forcefully choke the head of the snake, making him unable to make any waves. Within Thick Earth Town, there was originally a sub-guild of Bastard Heavenly Guild, but it was only a medium guild that couldn't make much of a splash. But after Bastard Heavenly Guild joined in, it instantly became a mega guild. This naturally caused the other guilds to resent it, and they wanted to breach the Bastard Heavenly Guild's quarters, making him disappear completely. Unfortunately, the guilds within the Thick Earth Towns clearly looked down on the Bastardly Heavenly Guild, and instead of succeeding, they were instead overthrown by the Bastardly Heavenly Guild with 7 or 8 guild residences, coupled with the participation of the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild. It made the Hegemony Heaven Guild even stronger, and it was even more of a force to be reckoned with. If it wasn't for the fact that Batian wanted to stabilize the situation so as not to become a target, the life stones of these guilds, Batian would have been able to hack them over. However, the 10,000 Empty Alley Guild will leave one day. Hegemony can't really be offended at all. Hegemony could only offend a number of people and bring them together to form a whole new class. To put it simply, this piece of cake in Thick Earth Town was lifted off the table by Batian, who moved the bench and kicked 2 or 3 people to successfully take their seats. The support from the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild continued, and this batch of Qin Fang's equipment, namely, was the price of his support. After all, the Hegemony Guild had left almost everything within Tianyang Town to Qin Fang. So how could Qin Fang not show his support? Ding. The transaction is in progress. Ding. You have obtained legendary grade equipment *10,000. At this moment, even Batian was shocked by Qin Fang's large sum of money. Goodness. What kind of terrifying existence is this? Legendary grade equipment was even on 10,000. As for epic level equipment, it was 100,000 to start with. With the addition of this batch of equipment, Batian directly took off. My old brother. When my old brother took Thick Earth Town and I will start the third step of the plan After Bastard Sky finished speaking, he namely hung up the communication. The corner of Qin Fang's mouth rose slightly. As for the third step of the plan, it must be to occupy the third large town again With the passage of time, Bartion, Qin Fang's appetite would always grow bigger and bigger. When your strength reaches a certain level, the development of this guild will be like a snowball, actively pushing you, constantly moving forward, making you a giant existence. Ding. Shui Qinger is calling with a communication. Is it answered? Answer. During this year's light, Qin Fang's contact with Shui Qinger was very minimal. Even in communication, it was just a few sentences, and Shui Qinger hung up. There was nothing else. Busy. Not only was Qin Fang busy, Shui Qinger was also very busy. Qin Fang was busy promoting himself to become a legendary blacksmith, while Shui Qinger was busy developing her weapons. Qinger. What's wrong? Qin Fang's tone was very gentle, and his eyes were full of love. But in his heart, he felt like a thorn had been inserted, and it also felt like it was his own time love, which seemed to have been divided partially to Black Widow. Nothing. Just want to hear your voice. By the way, have you earned enough copper coins? When are you going to marry me? Shui Qinger was all smiles as she asked Qin Fang in a joking manner. Soon. Soon. I will definitely marry you. At most next year. Qin Fang's heart had been remembering this matter. As long as Qin Fang's rank could arrive at the divine level, then he would have enough confidence to marry Shui Qinger. Okay. I'll wait for you, yo. Right. Brother Qin Fang. Aren't you going to ascend to the Sky City? Chapter 640 Shui Qinger's Secret. Shui Qinger was mischievous, her tone revealing a hint of shyness, as if she had thought of something that made her shy. During these more than half a year of light, even if Shui Qinger's affairs were busy, she would still go to see Qin Fang's parents. asking if they needed any help. If they needed more resources? How was their health? Each time, Qin Fang's parents, on the other hand, waved their hands, saying that there was everything here. Nothing was lacking. Even if they did lack something, this intelligent butler would be able to make it up in the first place. Only the eyes that looked at Shui Qinger. This was clearly the eyes that looked at their future daughter-in-law. Mother Qin even brought the mottled traces of the silver bracelet she carried in her hand, which was no longer considered round, to Shui Qinger's hand. This was a silver bracelet. Not to mention in the Sky City, even in the broken earth, wasn't worth much money. The most valuable thing was the meaning of it, which represented Qin Fang's intended daughter-in-law. Shui Qinger received it with a reddened face. This half year of living in the Sky City had made both of Qin Fang's oldest and youngest look about 10 years younger. The originally dark, rural crop-landed men were now lean, tanned men. The original coy rural women were now slightly less coy rural women. Even though these two had stayed in the Sky City for the majority of the year, the habits that should be there were still unchangeable. This hard-working and simple character had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the two. These two basically didn't dare to go out, because everything consumed here is too expensive. A simple bottle of mineral water requires 10,000 copper coins, and the more expensive water that can fight aging is 1,000,000 copper coins. This made the two old men only dare to drink a little bit of ordinary tap water, which was cheap. As for the beno, it is more expensive. Each box has to be 100,000 copper coins. Nutrition is very rich, and can be active cells. This directly scared the two old dare not eat. The first 3 days of landing in the City of the Sky, living hungry, if not for the timely arrival of Snow Clearer. These two may become the first, the second starvation in the City of the Sky of the residents. There was no way to tell. When Qin Fang learned about this matter, he had repeatedly told the two fairy parents that he was now spending millions of copper coins per minute, so that they could spend as much as they wanted, and never save. However, these two froze to maintain the most basic state of being alive on the line. The copper coins that Qin Fang had given them were all being saved up by them in preparation for marrying their wives. After all, the bride price in the Sky City, I heard that it was frighteningly high, and it wasn't counted in copper coins, but in gold coins. Qin Fang was also very helpless about this, and could only transfer the copper coins to Shui Qinger, so that she could help take care of the duo's food and clothing. However, there was a period of time when Shui Qinger was really too busy, so she helped the two old men and added a brand new intelligent robot, which was basically able to solve 50% of the problems in Sky City. The other 50% of the problem, the two divine parents were unwilling to pay. So who could solve this? Even more irritating words. This old two immortals' attitude towards Qin Fang's copper coins was to save them all up. And for the food sent by Shui Qinger, they ate every bit of it. And in some cases, they even took the initiative to tell Shui Qinger that this one was delicious, and that one was delicious. And it seemed that they didn't treat Shui Qinger as outsiders. It seemed that Shui Qinger's money didn't count. And it really made people feel angry and amused. Before dialing the communication with Qin Fang, Shui Qinger had just come out from the residence of the two immortals' parents. And Qin Fang's parents began to ask sideways about how much dowry was needed to marry Shui Qinger, and asked if they could get married first. To be honest, Shui Qinger's temper was already considered good, but she still felt uncomfortable in her heart. Qinger, I haven't been able to ascend to the Sky City recently. This young city still needs me. Qin Fang sighed and informed Shui Qinger. But in his heart, he was thinking about Black Widow's shadow. Because Shui Qinger just wanted to say the Black Widow's name. But fortunately, her brain reacted quickly and came to an abrupt end. Otherwise, it would be Qin Fang's turn to sit on wax. That was how Shui Qinger was. Even at times like this, she was still thinking about Qin Fang. Shui Qinger, who was holding her arms and clenching her fists on the side, was full of arrogant snowy indifference. Her anger rushed straight to her heart. It was too much to slap Shui Qinger directly, so that she would wake up. Exasperated, Shui Qinger was on the verge of dying of anger. She could not wait to directly drill into Qin Fang's body at this moment and tear his mouth apart. Shui Qinger seemed to have sensed that Shui Qinger's mood was not right, and hurriedly said good night to Qin Fang before hanging up the communication. Qin Fang, it's only noon now. Why would Shui Qinger say good night? Qin Fang didn't think much about it, and began to sort out the items in the Golden Dragon's ring. At this moment, Sky City. A luxurious palace. A certain luxurious room. Schwebinger directly stomped on Schwechinger's communication apparatus. And only then was she able to let out a vicious breath. Schwechinger. Are you a fool? This evidence is right in front of you. Why don't you believe it? Schwebinger waved the photos of Qin Fang. Black Widow's ambiguous relationship in the middle of Yang City. In the middle of the room. Which, there was no lack of 2 or 3 photos of the two of them, at a distance of minus 0.15 meters. This was the reason for Schwebinger's anger. This thing, Qin Fang, was simply the scum of the scum. Obviously cheating on his wife. But acting like a fucking innocent little virgin. Disgusting. Really disgusting. When Schwebinger heard every word Qin Fang uttered, she couldn't wait to send a slap directly to his face. As for Schwechinger, Schwebinger couldn't afford to hit him. But now, she had to hit him. Without hitting him, this little ninny simply couldn't come to her senses. Snapping, Schwebinger's cool hand fell onto Schwechinger's face. I'm begging you. Wake up. Okay. This brat. He doesn't deserve your love at all. Schwebinger did not understand why Schwechinger loved this man so deeply. To Qin Fang's parents, she was obedient, able to take care of everything, afraid that the two old men would bump into each other. But what about Qin Fang? But what about Qin Fang? Is he using minus 0.15 to repay Schwechinger? Schwebinger even mentioned that Schwechinger felt unworthy. Schwebinger's entire body was a little hysterical. She wanted to go crazy. Schwechinger collected these photos on the ground and changed to a pleading tone. Sister, can you not tell Father this matter? I will deal with it. As Schwebinger looked at the Schwechinger with this appearance, her heart's beating became even more violent, and her anger kept pounding up as she forcibly suppressed the urge to slap Schwechinger again and left the room. This fool really is a fool. Marred. Schwebinger had a rare outburst of foul language. Schwechinger, sister. 12 years of feelings. You wouldn't understand. This silly boy. He needs me Otherwise, he'll do something wrong again. Schwechinger touched Qin Fang's picture, automatically ignoring Black Widow. A deep smile could not help but appear at the corner of her mouth. 2 small dimples. Very pretty. The Heavenly Destiny continent. Qin Fang organized all the props. Equipment in the Golden Dragon's ring in separate categories, to avoid any confusion. And then summoned Xiao He, used the positioning of the Plague Dharma God, and headed directly to the land of the Four Poles, preparing to devour the Chaos God's body, completing the Plague Dharma God's exclusive mission, and rescuing Heaven's destiny, because of the matter of forging divine weapons, and wanting to take revenge on the Heavenly Emperor. It caused Qin Fang to delay for half a month of light. Now, Qin Fang was finally able to spare some time, and moved to depart. Qin Fang checked the hidden earth, the current occupation of the Tree of Life, the destination where it was located. It was completely different from his. And it looked like this trip, once again, could only be traveled by Qin Fang alone. Ding. This four-pole land is in the territory of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. Qin Fang probed the basic information, and then opened the brand new mode of Heaven's Mandate, and descended to the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race. Ding. Welcome to experience the brand new mode of Heaven's Mandate. Looking forward to your evaluation. Ding. Your occupation is being transformed. Ding. You have successfully transformed into a mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ding. Your level will not change. Ding. Your pet will not change. Ding. The items in your storage ring will not change. The only thing that would change would be Qin Fang's profession and skills. Qin Fang opened his eyes. A novel experience flowed into his heart. At this moment, he was viewing the entire world from a completely new perspective. Everything was so much more mesmerizing. Firstly, the scenery that Qin Fang saw was completely different. It was an aerial scene dozens of meters high, and it seemed as if he could see flying birds circling around his own waist and in front of his eyes. It was as if one could touch the white clouds as soon as one raised one's head. As if one could touch the sky as soon as one jumped up. What is this? Qin Fang spread out his own front claws. Inexplicably felt an incomparable sense of power. The hormones brought about by this kind of machinery continued to soar wildly. Pure gold and pure silver colors intersected into the metal, bringing Qin Fang a strong visual impact. This was the sharp claw. Simply waving it twice, the firmament seemed to be cut through. Lowering his head, twisting and turning. Qin Fang reluctantly saw the full picture of himself. The thick mechanical giant legs strongly supported Qin Fang's body, making him stand like a pillar in the sky. The terrifying strength coming from these legs caused Qin Fang to jump twice. Whoosh! Jumping 100 meters high. This fellow. Truly terrifying. This mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex that was covered in the colors of gold and silver. All over its body. Almost all of it was covered. Especially on its back were terrifying spikes that appeared. With an amazing defensive power, and at the same time being able to inflict an extremely high amount of damage. Qin Fang could not help but open his own attribute panel. Name, Qin Fang. Profile, Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex Clan I. Race, Gold and Silver Mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Rank, Legendary. Attributes. Power, 999,999,999. With this nearly 100 million strength. It was considered a true humanoid murder weapon. Speed, 999999999. A speed of 10 million attributes wasn't considered strong. But it definitely wasn't low either. Especially with such a huge body size. This was even more rare and precious. Physique, 999999999. With a physique of nearly a billion. Combined with an unparalleled defense. This was something that even a deity would not necessarily be able to kill Qin Fang with a single punch. Spirit, 9999999. Elf-wise, this was perhaps Qin Fang's only weakness so far. Even so, these millions of spirit points surpassed many legendary level beasts. Physical defense, 999999999. Magic defense, 9999999. Life value, 99999999999. 999 billion blood. What the hell? Is this really a legendary level existence? Why does it feel so godlike all the way around? Passive skill Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rage. Each strike brings a rage value. The higher the rage value, the higher the power that can be erupted. Passive skill Slow Healing. Every second on the way to battle, 1/10,000th of your blood is restored. Passive skill Heart of Steel. Stay put and double your defense. When Qin Fang saw such a passive skill, the entire person namely couldn't hold back any longer and couldn't help but raise his voice to the sky. This simply shouldn't be too pleasurable. The legendary grade Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. Qin Fang was willing to call it the strongest on the surface of the earth. Active skill, Unlearned. Ding. The Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex's active skill. You can spend copper coins to learn it. And when the experience is over, you can choose to get a 90% refund. This meant that Heaven's Mandate needed to take a 10% rebate. Ding. Is the skill panel clicked? Yes. Was Qin Fang a character who lacked money? In a flash, he purchased all the skills on the skill panel that he clicked open. Ding. 100 million copper coins are required to purchase all of them. Please be careful with your purchases. 100 million copper coins? Purchasing a full 500 plus Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex skills. This also meant that Qin Fang had directly lost 10 million. Chapter 641 Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. Purchasing all the skills of the Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan at the legendary level, and below allowed Qin Fang's gaming experience to be directly pulled full circle. It was only that so many skills still needed some time to be honed, as well as paired, before they could burst out with the most powerful force. Qin Fang first surveyed the surroundings, being in the desert in the middle of nowhere. So he directly transformed into a little newbie and began to test each skill. A feeling that was really novel. Kinetic Light Wave. Dang. Qin Fang's chest directly opened, and a terrifying ray wrapped in green light shot out. Inquisitive Bazooka. Click. A terrifying ray of light shot out from Qin Fang's back. Turning on the tracking mode. It had to hit the target. Mechanical Replacement. Ding. Please take out a suitable prop and replace it with the current one. With the passage of time, this desert had long since become full of holes. And Qin Fang had finally thoroughly understood the skills of the Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race, and had worked out a few combos. Qin Fang felt incomparably powerful. He was willing to call it the strongest race under the god level. However, where there were advantages and disadvantages, every one of Qin Fang's skills required him to spend a huge amount of copper coins, and buy special shells to replenish them. It was as if Qin Fang became the gun body while his skills were the bullets. For example, the skill Ultimate Rocket Launcher. When this rocket launcher ran out, one would need to spend copper coins to purchase it. Otherwise, the skill for this item would be gray and could not be used. The same was true for other skills. Normal and ordinary skills were generally not expensive, between 10 and 10,000 copper coins, but once the skill reached the epic and legendary level, the lowest selling price of the skill was 50,000 copper coins, and the highest legendary level skill even reached 1,000,000 copper coins. Qin Fong spat out his blood. This dam. If one battle was fought, it would cost at least 10 million copper coins. What's more, Qin Fong's body had to be serviced every 10 days to see if there was a problem with the part somewhere. Did it need to be replaced? This race? It seemed like a bit of a rip-off. The only good news was that as long as Qin Fong had enough copper coins, he would be able to constantly unleash legendary level skills. This was perhaps the only bright spot of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race. Qin Fong was just about to test how much damage a legendary rank skill could cause, when the blue-colored mechanical flying dragon descended beside Qin Fong in the distance. Qin Fong hurriedly stopped. He felt the angry, disgruntled eyes of the mechanical flying dragon. Qin Fong took a look around, and after he calmed down, he realized that the desert was already devastated by his bombardment. Then, a playful smile appeared at the corner of Qin Fong's mouth. "Who are you? Why are you bombarding my territory indiscriminately?" Zip, zip, zip. Electric current-like sounds rang out. If Qin Fong was a human, he would definitely not understand. But right now, he was unhindered. This person just came up and demanded cultivation. "I'm sorry. I didn't know this was your territory. I'm willing to compensate." Qin Fong grinned at the corner of his mouth, wanting to play with him. This azure-colored pale dragon seemed to see that Qin Fong's attitude was quite good. His face softened, and the dark barrels of his cannons that were erected behind his back were also collected by him at this moment. This Sonlong was an epic-level existence, and was also considered a party hegemon. Just the intimidation alone meant that a portion of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus could not withstand it. "Are you new here?" The azure pale dragon's eyes were puzzled. Receiving Qin Fong's exact reply, the Jean Blue pale dragon's eyes instantly flashed brightly. "Hello. To reacquaint myself, I'm from the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan, Storm. I belong to the pale mechanical pterodactyl. The deities of my clan have long projected that in the near future as well as in the future, there will be a large number of beings who will come to experience the might of my mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan in a special form. And you should be one of them." Qin Fong frowned, indicating that he didn't quite understand. So, Tyrannosaurus gave him a detailed explanation. Simply put, the brand new model of Heaven's Mandate successfully merged with the 10,000 races without being so abrupt. A special eye appeared in the vault of each clan, which was also known as the Eye of Illusion of the 10,000 Spirits. The patriarchs of each clan were informed in advance by Heaven's Mandate, so that they could also prepare in advance to avoid any confusion. It had to be said that this aspect of Heaven's Mandate's work was still quite spot on. The Eye of 10,000 Spirit Illusion. Every time it flashed, it meant that an outsider had joined. The clan leader's hands are able to keep the bottom. Leaving, the clan leader will also know. In this half a year of light, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan had already received a lot of outsiders, and had gradually figured out the doorway of this. To put it simply, these outsiders were like tourists, only wearing the clothes of a local mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan, on the other hand, was like a scenic spot. The scenic area to do? That is, let the tourists put on the body of the copper coins. I'll stay. Incidentally, let the tourists play happy. Happy. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex even specialized in planning out this desert area as a birthplace for foreign clansmen, and has long arranged for a guide hidden in the shadows to act as their guide. In these half a year of light, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clansmen, who were like old Grease, were able to tell at a glance which were the big spenders and which were the dirtbags. For example, Qin Fong? This was the big shot of big shots. Epic skills that were released without wanting to die. This was too rich. Earthy. Thus, the azure-colored mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex was the first to grab the good job of receiving Qin Fong. Unable to do so, the other mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rexes could only wait here again for their next target. The damage you have done to this desert is irreversible, and according to the rules of our mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, you will be fined 1,000,000 copper coins. The blue-colored mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex had an empty mouth and was about to extract Qin Fong's 1,000,000 copper coins. Qin Fong was also considered to be an old hobgoblin. As soon as this mechanical Songlong opened his mouth, he knew what fart he was going to collapse. Give me the exclusive toll ticket of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. Qin Fong, hee. Before I came here, I had read the article Autobiography of the Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex by Xiao Bai. Right? In this piece of article, the author, Xiao Bai, recounted his encounters all the way from the miserable perspective of being pitted. From just entering to leave. This is simply more wonderful than the Tang Monk 81 difficulties. The plot directly ups and downs. The final conclusion given. This mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan kills without blood and eats people without spitting out bones. This motherfucker nearly made him leave 2 kidneys behind. After reading, Qin Fong directly backhanded reward 30 copper coins. After all, it is not easy to create. And this experience, even more chilling. The reason why Qin Fong knew to ask for a ticket was because Qin Fong saw another article released by the official Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. Welcome to the Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. In this article, everything was explained from the clan leader's point of view. Everything in the Mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan was explicitly priced. So please don't be fooled. Especially don't trust the black intermediaries. This is also helpless. The clan leader of the Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan's original intention was good. Setting up the birthplace, placing the map, placing the Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan's instructions. Originally, all of this was distributed for free. But among the Mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan, there were bad people. These bad guys directly claimed all these free things, and then kept them in mind. If the Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex tribe replenishes for free, these bad guys will once again collect all of them, because they were of the same race. No one could say anything, waiting for other outsiders to come again, at a high price to sell these free information to them. This is still relatively conscientious. If one came across a black-hearted one, it would be like this azure-colored Songlong who directly demanded millions of copper coins from Qin Fong. This desert area was meant for players to familiarize themselves with their skills. And with a gust of wind, the damage to the desert would definitely be smoothed out. But there were such black-hearted merchants who demanded compensation. As an outsider, under the uncertainty, this copper coin will definitely be handed over. Above the interactive section, the number of people who had been cheated was already countless. Qin Fong, in response, naturally could not give it. Once this azure-colored pale dragon heard Qin Fong's words, he hurriedly smiled and laughed. You really know how to joke. We all don't open bills. By the way, I suggest you pay this money as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will affect your gaming experience. In serious cases, you will also be kicked out of the Mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan's territory. This black-hearted merchant wanted to continue cheating money, and added intimidation. So if one's mental quality was not good, there was a real possibility that they would be fooled by him. Storm's heart wasn't in the right place either. This kid seemed to know something. Qin Fong directly mobilized his legendary grade cannon barrel, and aimed it at this azure-colored Cthulhu. What did you just say? I don't seem to have heard it clearly. Qin Fong pulled out his ears, feeling bored, and he didn't want to pretend anymore. This azure-colored pale dragon was instantly stunned. A legendary level of oppression? How could it be? Just now, he had clearly watched Qin Fong experimenting with epic-level skills. How did he become a legendary-level big shot all of a sudden? I heard that the Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan is catching crooks like you lately, huh? I wonder what your bounty is. Qin Fong said playfully. From the very beginning, Qin Fong knew everything. After all, if Qin Fong was going to come to the Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, how could he not do his homework in advance? Was he really letting people be deceived? Oh, this place cannot be moved. Fearful. This Tyrannosaurus only knew fear at this moment. This sentence did not wait for him to finish. The legendary level of light pierced through this place. The original blue-colored pale dragon, which had become a black dragon at this moment, was breathless and limp on the ground, with more than 90% of the machinery throughout its body damaged, basically losing its fighting ability. This legendary level skill had directly knocked out 99% of his blood, attributes, and all. Qin Fong didn't spoil him either, directly dragging his body. He was about to head to the real Mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan's territory. The Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rexes that were onlookers, at the first moment, averted their eyes, not daring to meet Qin Fong's eyes. This was definitely a ruthless character. A legend-ranked terrifying Tyrannosaurus Rex. This was no joke. In a short while, Qin Fang arrived at an open field that was so endless that he couldn't see the edge at all. Because of the different races, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan hardly built houses, and the clansmen all galloped across the endless grass. 3 to 5 groups, 7 to 8 teams, even if the same mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, but also divided into many types, such as Qin Fang, that is the largest Tyrannosaurus Rex. He lifted and pulled the pterodactyls, and spiky dragons and so on, living hundreds of millions of years ago in the Jurassic era. Because the Tyrannosaurus Rex had the largest number and was the strongest, it was also called the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. Above the plains, the number of mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex only increased. The huge long-trailed dragon was preferentially nibbling on the grass, humming a couple of phrases from time to time. The extremely fast lightning dragon was playing hide-and-seek in groups of 3 to 5. The huge Tyrannosaurus Rex, on the other hand, was hissing to the sky, as if proclaiming its own might. Here, this was considered the true territory of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. At this time, before Qin Fang could take the initiative to ask, several Tyrannosaurus Rexes with red stars engraved on their mechanical armor came to Qin Fang's side and asked him what was going on. These were the city guards of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan. Perhaps they saw that Qin Fang was also a Tyrannosaurus Rex, so they were very cordial. Qin Fang informed him of what had happened, and incidentally took out 10,000 copper coins and handed them to these city guard Tyrannosaurus Rexes. Black intermediary. Qin Fang did not give a penny, but these regular city guards still have to give a little. As expected, these mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex city guards got the copper coins, and were more enthusiastic towards Qin Fang, taking the initiative to introduce him to the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex, and showed a strong welcome. Chapter 642 Legendary Great Flying Wings. Elder brother me? You're from the human race. These mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rexes quickly fought with Qin Fang. For no other reason. These Tyrannosaurus Rexes responsible for maintaining law and order were also legendary great existences. If Qin Fang was merely an epic level fellow, these city guards would definitely not take care of him. Even if Qin Fang was also a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even if Qin Fang gave tens of thousands of copper coins to the crowd, they wouldn't bother with him. Are all of you old brothers native Tyrannosaurus Rexes? Qin Fang did not put on any airs, and directly shouted, old brothers. Mum, we have been living on this land since ancient times. But this 10,000 spirit illusion I heard that it is also able to transform us into the 10,000 races. So if I have the chance, I would like to visit the human race as well. Not only were the warriors who had joined Heaven's mandate able to experience this brand new mode, the native beings of the 10,000 races were also able to do so. Good. If all of you old brothers really want to go, you must go to the human race. At that time, I will give you all a reception. My little brother is not talented. He still possesses a certain amount of prestige in the human race. In the midst of chatting with these Tyrannosaurus Rexes again, Qin Fang finally understood the functioning structure of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan, as the strongest clan amongst the 10,000 clans, had 130 divine spirit level existences on the surface, which was a very exaggerated value. And as for the legendary level existences, it was even more so, as it directly broke through 10,000. After all, the luxury to let the legendary level guys patrol can be imagined. The strongest was none other than the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god, which was the top deity of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan, and according to the rumors, had once obliterated 7 or 8 deities, and his combat power was very astounding. The rest of these 100 deities were also very powerful, each of them maintaining an undefeated record of fighting deities in their hands. This was also the reason why the Chaos God's body, suppressed in this place, was safe. Really safe. The clansmen of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex? Very few. No more than 10 million. But the area of territory occupied is not small. A full 1/10 of the area of a human race, which also guarantees to a certain extent that the amount of resources each pure mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex receives is basically unlimited. From birth. Small mechanical dragon. That will be the clan free training. Until he became purple gold level. We'll suspend funding. Let him stand on his own feet. That said, but every year, the clan will still issue a whole year of resources. Save a bit of use. A year does not work is also no problem. This led to the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan's happiness index is very high. Every day is not with other mechanical dragons to race who runs fast. That is, race whose horns grow longer, whose feet are more stinky, for several days without washing. Such a life. They are very happy. But not all mechanical dragons were willing to lie flat. There were also some that worked hard and kept replacing their own parts, wanting to make themselves stronger and fiercer. Qin Fang felt envious from the bottom of his heart. Wasn't this the lying flat that humans dreamed of? Older brother, do you have something to do? If you're not busy, go drink some motor oil. These legendary level Tyrannosaurus Rexes swept Qin Fang's small paws around him, and they grabbed him and walked towards him. When in Rome, machine oil was the fine wine of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan. Old brother, don't you guys need to maintain order in this place? Qin Fang was still considerate for them. No need. Everyone is a mechanical dragon anyway. It's not like they can die. Besides, appropriate activities will help the body to be healthier. This is a good thing. Hearing this, Qin Fang did not push back and followed this group of hundreds of meters tall Tyrannosaurus Rexes to leave. Such a situation made the bronze level, gold level mechanical dragons on the side red-eyed. All of them were equally human. Why were they so miserable? Knock. 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 The running of several legend-ranked Tyrannosaurus Rexes directly caused the entire grassland to tremble. In a short while of light, Qin Fang and the others arrived at a stone, super large square. The endless ground was paved with green-colored stones, surrounding a huge movable square. Above this plaza, there existed all sorts of knickknacks and snacks. For example, the various props of the human race, screaming chickens, bumper cars, video games and whatnot, all played by smaller mechanical dragons. Then, there was the huge barbecue, the thighs of unknown animals, being roasted with moist oil and looking very tasty. Simply put, this was the nearest place for leisure and entertainment. Qin Fang was led by the crowd of Tyrannosaurus Rexes to a beer house. Yuck. Motor oil house. Old brothers, drink openly. Old brothers treat. It was said to be a beer house, but it was actually an open-air, black pool of water run by the mechanical Triceratops. Those who wanted to drink drink motor oil lined up directly. Qin Fang and the others lined up in the 40th place, waiting with great difficulty. Qin Fang first paid 70,000 copper coins, and the price of each cup was 10,000 copper coins. To be honest, this price was really not low. Only to see the Triceratops scooping it up from the middle of the water pool and thoughtfully feeding it to the mouths of these Tyrannosaurus Rexes. After all, these Tyrannosaurus Rex's small claws were too short to feed into their mouths. Please make up your own comical pictures of dinosaurs drinking. The Tyrannosaurus Rexes instantly tasted it greedily, and from time to time, they even stuck out their tongues and licked off the ones that oozed out from the edge area, with a very intoxicated look, as if it was the manna of heaven and earth. Qin Fang also wanted to taste it, and grew his mouth, allowing this black motor oil to be poured into his own mouth. It was really the flavor of wine. A strong aroma of alcohol continuously hit his nostrils, while the stimulating flavor of alcohol hit his taste buds. The tip of his tongue. The originally sober head couldn't help but start to swoon. This guy. What a strong wine. Yuck. Motor oil. Qin Fang was already in a daze. And these legendary level Tyrannosaurus Rexes once again pulled Qin Fang and started lining up. The 7th cup. Qin Fang's body collapsed heavily and fell into a deep sleep. This machine oil. It was too strong. When Qin Fang woke up, it was already nighttime. This square was heck of a lot more lively than it was during the day. The lights were on, and the Tyrannosaurus Rexes were all singing and dancing. Beautiful songs were constantly being sung. Qin Fang was honestly not that surprised. After all, the previous life has already proved, once in the blue star extinct, but ruled for hundreds of millions of years of dinosaurs are also equipped with wisdom, is also equipped with civilization. So what? What's wrong with a drink? What's wrong with dancing? Dinosaurs can only hiss at the sky every day? Qin Fang easily blended in, and even threw millions of copper coins at the lightning dragons to start setting off fireworks. And for a while, the atmosphere reached its peak, and the mechanical dragons were having a great time. The second day, Qin Fang once again played with these legendary level city guards, and under Qin Fang's constant throwing money to treat them to meals and drinking machine oil. The goodwill soared. On the 3rd day, Qin Fong spread out the map of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race and took out the Pestilence Dharma God's positioning system to probe the location of the Chaos God's seal. Phew. After relaxing for 2 days, it was time to start getting busy with business. One must know that Xiao He within the pet space had been in a state of mania for the past few days, seemingly complaining about how Qin Fong hadn't done his business yet. As for this intoxicating machine oil, Qin Fong had also purchased 2 bottles for Xiao He so that he could have a taste of it. Who knew that as soon as the machine oil was in his mouth, Xiao He hurriedly spat it out and looked at Qin Fong with a grudging look, as if he was questioning him. Why are you trying to harm me? Is this fucking wine? Buzzing. A red point of light that shone with a dangerous aura appeared on the map of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race. And when Qin Fong looked at it, this place was clearly the most central area of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race. This place on the map was marked by a black skeleton, causing Qin Fong to express his incomprehension. Older brother? Are you going here? At this moment, the legendary ranked Tyrannosaurus Rex, who had been hungover all night, awoke and inquired with bleary eyes. Mum, I'm going to this place for a bit of business. Qin Fong concealed the crucial information. This is my clan's forbidden land. If you trespass, there is a possibility that you will suffer from the mighty baptism of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus God as well as the many mechanical gods, which will cause great harm to you. The legendary class Tyrannosaurus Rex kindly advised Qin Fong not to go to his death. There had been many small children who had mistakenly trespassed into this place, had suffered serious shocks, and the higher their strength, the greater the shock they suffered. In order to completely dispel this thought of mine, he explained to Qin Fong the stories about this area. From his mouth Qin Fong learned, this most central area seemed to be sealed with some unimaginable existence, and once it was released, it might endanger the entire mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. So the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex God chose to suppress this place for the sake of the future of the entire clan. Not only the mechanical Tyrannosaurus God, as long as the deities of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus race, after being promoted to the divine position, they would all take the initiative to go to this place to reinforce the seal and ensure the safety of the entire race. What kind of fearlessness was this? However, while reinforcing the seals, these deities would release endless pressure that ordinary mechanical dragons could not withstand. So this place was classified as a forbidden area, and mechanical dragons below the divine level were not allowed to enter. Qin Fong was surprised. So there was such a history in this. Having said that, I still want to go in. Qin Fong had reasons why he had to go in. After all, this was the wreckage of a chaos god. This was an exclusive mission of a chaos god. As long as I speak to all the gods from the heart, I'm sure they'll still agree. This was Qin Fong's best thought. And he didn't know exactly what was going on. Seeing that he could not persuade Qin Fong, this legend-ranked Tyrannosaurus Rex had no choice but to inquire. Old brother, how are you going to travel? If you only rely on your 2 legs, you will have to run for a month. By then, even if your experience time is up, you won't be able to arrive. Qin Fong froze. Right. And hurriedly bowed. Please also help me. Old brother. At times like this, it reflected Qin Fong's wisdom. Having spent 3 days brushing up his goodwill, it was finally lined up today. Old brother, I have a pair of modified legendary grade flying wings here. 10 million copper coins. Sold to you. These days, Qin Fong had a slight understanding of the prices of this place. To sell a legendary grade flying wing for only 10 million copper coins was definitely a cheap sale. Old brother, am I able to make you suffer? Qin Fong directly traded him 12 million copper coins. Old brother, I'll be rude to you. I do have a use for this legendary level wing. Ding. Congratulations on your successful transaction. Ding. Is it worn? Where? After a burst of dazzling light, behind Qin Fong's huge body, a flash of huge feathered wings filled with metallic texture, black and white, and pure mechanical handmade winds appeared. Qin Fong tried to fan. Buzz. Gusts of wind swept. The surrounding Tyrannosaurus Rex instantly backed up. The huge power dragged the body towards the dome of the sky to rise up, which made Qin Fong feel even more astonished. As Qin Fong fanned out faster and faster, his figure was getting higher and higher. Gradually the Tyrannosaurus Rex on top of the ground became a black dot in his eyes, and the whole huge square became a disc. Without any further hesitation, Qin Fong flapped towards the distant central area. The Chaos God's body. I'm coming. Little Black licked his lips, seemingly waiting for his treat. Chapter 643, Entering the Forbidden Land. Mechanical Dragon God. At first, Qin Fong's flight was very tender. Unable to control the direction. Unable to avoid obstacles and so on. In short, it was full of conditions. But after a period of adjustment, Qin Fong's flight was becoming more and more enjoyable and refreshing. Quite like the soundness of an eagle striking the sky. In the past, Qin Fong used to ride the 9-colored heavenly winged horse, and could not feel the joy of self-flying. This time, once he experienced it, he no longer wanted to ride a mount. At that moment, the system beep that spoiled the fun rang out. Ding. Please pay 30,000 copper coins. Ding. The balance is insufficient. The legendary class wing is about to lose power. Qin Fong, spitting blood. I'm really going to thank Ah. What's this? Copper coins powered legendary class wings. This shit? A 15-minute experience card? Although Qin Fong's heart was dissatisfied, he still quickly charged in copper coins. Ding. Sufficient energy. Qin Fong once again flapped his wings and began to fly. In the end, Qin Fong was certain this legendary level wing needed to be recharged with 30,000 copper coins every 10 minutes. Otherwise it would simply strike and throw Qin Fong down. In order to avoid being thrown into the ground, Qin Fong could only keep recharging his copper coins. At this moment, Qin Fong was as disgusted as if he had eaten fly poop. Had this legendary ranked Tyrannosaurus Rex tricked him? To be honest, it didn't. After all, 10 million copper coins to purchase a legendary grade wing? How could it be so cheap? There must be something fishy in this. But unfortunately, Qin Fong succeeded in purchasing it. And only then did he realize that there was something fishy about it. Returns? He had already flown so far, so it wasn't necessary. Qin Fong was flying in the dome of the sky. And in his boredom, he clicked on the query. And only then did he realize that the wing of this legendary class was not normal. This legendary class wing was not normal. The energy it swallowed was too fast, which was not normal. To put it simply, this legendary class wing was like a broken fuel tank. Although Qin Fong kept refueling, and he was able to keep running, the oil scattered on the road was more. 30,000 copper coins? How could it support Qin Fong's flight for 30 minutes? Qin Fong weighed the map. If he wanted to fly to the central region, he would need at least 3 more days. And if he were to follow the current price of fuel, Qin Fong would need 13 million copper coins. This fucking directly exceeded the price of purchasing this legendary grade wing. Therefore, Qin Fong directly landed from a high altitude and started to analyze the problems of this wing from the perspective of a professional blacksmith. In just 3 seconds, Qin Fong knew the problem. After all, forging is the same. All roads do not deviate from their roots. It is only the moment of forging. The pattern appeared to be wrong, and there is a certain loophole. If the legendary blacksmith Qin Fong repairs it, it will take less than 5 minutes. That will be able to be undamaged. Only now Qin Fong. How could he forge it? He couldn't even pinch the forging hammer with his small claws, coupled with his strength at the moment. Maybe if he hit the hammer, this legendary class wing would not have the need to exist anymore, and it would be directly destroyed. At this moment, Qin Fang's understood what it meant to be a skillful woman who could not cook without rice. Little Black? Come out and do me a favor? Qin Fong was also desperate and directly summoned Little Black, asking him to fill in the missing lines and patch up the loopholes that existed. Xiao He listened to Qin Fong's account. He was baffled. Boss? I am merely a pet. You this? Isn't it a bit too much? Only looking at Qin Fong's expression, Xiao He could only helplessly choose to give it a try. Xiao He. Yes. That's where. Little Blackie. Try to link the entire ripple. Xiao He. Try to grind the ore of this piece into a powder and apply it evenly. Pet Xiao He was forced to become Forger Xiao He. In the end, Xiao He, who had been busy for 10 minutes, drilled out of the wing with a tired face and collapsed on the ground without any image. This job? Don't ever let him do it again. It was simply torturing the cat. Qin Fong once again wore this legendary grade wing, and suddenly found that both holes had been repaired by Xiao He. In this way, 30,000 copper coins could support Qin Fong's flight for 30 minutes. Originally it needed 13 million copper coins to reach the destination, but now it only needed more than 4 million. and because the repair was completed. This legendary class wing was faster and could take less time. Little Black, you're awesome. Little Black, you really are a genius. Qin Fang praised Xiaohe and set off once again. The central region of the Forbidden Land. After spending 48 hours without sleep, Qin Fang finally arrived at this place. As far as the eye could see, this place was jagged and rocky, as if it was a stone desert made up of stones. And small grasses with tenacious vitality were struggling to grow up from amongst the piles of stones. Feeling the vigor of life, just as Qin Fang approached, he felt a wave of pressure bursting through, like an invisible barrier that did not allow any living beings to enter. High up in the sky, the divine pressure felt was very strong. And on the ground, the pressure was slightly weakened. For this type of pressure, Qin Fang said that he had no pressure at all and took a big step into it. 1 meter, no feeling. 5 meters, no feeling. 10 meters, no feeling. 15 meters? No. It seemed to be a bit oppressed. 20 meters? No. No. Why is this squeezing feeling so strong? It feels like the internal organs are going to be squeezed flat. Qin Fang braced himself to walk through 25 meters. He could already hear the machinery all over his body bumping and a sharp pain entering his mind. 30 meters. 40 meters. Qin Fang's facial expression had twisted. This had already arrived at his limit. The mechanical structures all over his body had been destroyed to the 7th degree, embedded in his flesh and blood, causing him to wail in pain. The most crucial thing was Qin Fang's heart, which had arrived at its limit and was on the verge of exploding. This pressure was too strong. He really couldn't enter. Qin Fang had no choice but to quickly withdraw from the interior and use the healing radiance to start healing on himself. Tiny nanobots quickly repaired Qin Fang's injuries. This? Can't get in. What to do? Qin Fang summoned Little Black and asked him to try to see if he could enter. Xiaohe braced himself and stepped through 50 meters, but ultimately failed. Unable to go deeper. Qin Fang had visually estimated with his naked eyes that in order to reach the central area of the Forbidden Land, he would have to have walked over 10,000 steps at the very least. But now, 30 steps would be too much to bear. Qin Fang began to think wildly. Becoming a god would allow him to enter it. But now? Where to go to become a god? Especially becoming a god with a mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex? Ding. Whether to open encyclopedic knowledge. Yes. Query. How does a mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex become a god? Answer. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race has 3 ways to become a god. The first is to realize the divine position. The second is to inherit the divine position. The third type, replacing the components of the divine rank and forcibly becoming a god. After reading this, Qin Fang was furious. What kind of dangling thing? Eventually, Qin Fang thought of a way. Ding. Are you wearing the boots of 10,000 elephants? This boots of the 10,000 elephants was the only divine artifact that Qin Fang was able to wear so far. This divine artifact seemed to be very special. Everything else was gray, showing that Qin Fang was unable to wear it. Ding. Simulating Force Prime. Qin Fang had the best relationship with Force Prime and the most ironclad goodwill. So the boots of 10,000 elephants were able to forcefully simulate it. Only simulating a deity would only last for a maximum of 5 minutes. Qin Fang, that's enough. When Qin Fang's divinity around his body and everything was perfectly camouflaged, he made an instant decision and rushed into this mighty pressure that was like a deep sea. As expected, this pressure could not cause any harm to Qin Fang. And with this one prop, Qin Fang directly ran 10,000 meters and arrived at the core of the Forbidden Land. At this place, no pressure could be sensed. And even if Qin Fang withdrew his boots of 10,000 elephants, there was no danger. Qin Fang breathed heavily, praising his own resourcefulness. Raising his head, Qin Fang surveyed the situation of this place. Just as he took a look, Qin Fang was startled. It was because he saw a group of densely packed big feet stepping on top of the white jade ground, followed by thick calves pouring into his eyes, all of them shimmering with a metallic light that made people shudder. Qin Fang was shocked to know that his size was already considered very large. But now, he could only see the calves of these mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rexes when he was standing upright. How huge should these divine mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rexes be? Qin Fang raised his head and instantly saw a full 100 huge heads with their heads lowered, looking at him suspiciously. These mechanical dragons were of different races. But the only thing they had in common was, their size was very huge. The heads of these Tyrannosaurus rexes were all bigger than Qin Fang's entire body. It went without saying that this was a mechanical dragon deity. Qin Fang fell silent. Greetings, seniors. Qin Fang bowed and smiled. After all, a hand outstretched was not a smile. Pa! Qin Fang was directly whipped to the side by a tail. Who are you? Why are you trespassing into my clan's forbidden land? This was a tricorn dragon god, his body covered in red machinery, coldly questioning Qin Fang, the same one who had smacked him just now, his eyes filled with disdain and even disgust. Just now, the disguise of Qin Fang's boots of 10,000 elephants was all in their eyes. Seniors, don't fight. Don't fight. I'm the human Raishin, the city lord of the large Tiannong town, a legendary ranked forger, the forgotten friend of the divine artisan Lu Long, the personal disciple of the divine artisan Li Xie, the chosen one of the plague Dharma god, the messenger of the heavenly emperor, the savior of the divine beast clan, the prophet god of the elf clan, and the biggest customer of the time and space merchants. Qin Fang quickly spat out this list of titles. That being said, these 100 mechanical dragon gods were dumbfounded. Impossible. How could the heavenly emperor's chosen one be the same person as the plague Dharma god's chosen one? Right. The heavenly emperor and the plague Dharma god are like water and fire. Who doesn't know this? You brat? Just who is it? The mechanical dragon deities had released their own might. But they didn't dare to push Qin Fang too much. After all, Qin Fang's string of titles was too intimidating to the mechanical dragons. And most crucially, he really did have the aura of these deities he was talking about on his body. Qin Fang was flabbergasted. Just now, his heart was straight, and he kind of said spit out his mouth. But one had to find a remedy. Qin Fang took out the boots of 10,000 elephants, shook them twice, and inquired disdainfully, "Recognize it? The youngest daughter of the heavenly emperor's favorite. Only it was bestowed upon me. Besides, how could you possibly know? Pestilence Dharma god. The heavenly emperor couldn't have chosen me at the same time? Qin Fang, so many big flags. If I don't bullshit, I'm sorry for the people behind me." Thus, Qin Fang began to bullshit and fool around. This time, I have been ordered by the plague Dharma god to remove the bodies of the chaos gods in this place. And I would like to ask all the gods to be magnanimous and be able to allow me to completely this one task. After Qin Fang finished speaking, he took out the props given to him by the plague Dharma god, and then bowed towards the crowd of mechanical dragon gods, his manners very much in place. What did you say? It was Elder Plague Dharma god who sent you here. Yes, this is indeed the scent of the plague Fa god. But that doesn't prove your identity. In case you stole this, your strength is only at the legendary level. How can you help us? Yes, your strength is too weak, isn't it? We don't believe it. We don't believe it. It would be more like it if the plague Dharma god himself came. These mechanical dragon gods were all obstructing Qin Fang with your words. And their eyes were constantly switching, as if they were winking at other mechanical dragons. Qin Fang instantly understood. It looked like this journey to devour the chaos god might not go smoothly. This place. There are definitely secrets. Chapter 644 70,000 Divine Beasts mightily suppressing the mechanical dragon god. The matter of removing the chaos god's remains? Evening Generation still possesses a certain degree of certainty. Please also allow Senior to try. Qin Fang didn't care what these mechanical dragon gods said. He was just saying, I want to see the remains of the chaos god. I want to purify the remains of the chaos god. Please don't stop me. You brat. We are doing this for our own good. But you are so insensitive? The remains of the chaos god. Humph. Is this something you can see? With your current strength? The moment you see the wreckage of the chaos god, you will become flying ash. You can't handle it. Little doll. We are doing this for your own good. Don't be insensitive here. Right. Letting the person behind you descend on my mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan is more or less the same. You? No. Perhaps it was because Qin Fang's attitude made the many mechanical Tyrannosaurus deities uncomfortable, and the words took on a trace of dissatisfaction. Resentment. After hearing this, Qin Fang had a plan in his mind. The remains of chaos gods were all treasures. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan must have received endless benefits from it. Just like the Goblin clan. With the brains of the chaos gods, they managed to become one of the strongest clans, with the number of deities breaking into the hundreds. But all of this success is also the brain of the Chaos God. Defeat is also the brain of the Chaos God. Once it was lost, the Goblin clan would gradually slip from the peak, and even become a weak clan again. This is also something irreversible. Such as now, the Goblin clan had encountered a great problem. The source of the Goblin had stopped being produced, and the newly born Goblins were no longer able to obtain the source of the Goblin. This directly wiped out the future of the Goblin clan. Legendary God-level Goblins were discussing whether to start a battle in order to compete for more Goblin sources. These were unavoidable, and once a conflict was born, it was impossible to remove it. Is this the case with the Goblin clan? It must be the same for the Mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan. The remains of the Chaos God had become an inseparable treasure of the Mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan. And now, Qin Fang wanted to take away the remains of the Chaos God. How could these Mechanical Tyrannosaurus gods agree to that? Qin Fang, could these Mechanical Dragon gods, whose numbers had broken into the hundreds, be benefiting from the remains of the Chaos God? At the thought of this, Qin Fang had a headache. This guy. What to do? The Chaos God's brain. This was something that the Heavenly Emperor showed up, and the Plague Dharma God showed up. And this was how he got it. Now what? All of you Mechanical Dragon gods. The remains of the Chaos God. I must take it away today. If you are dissatisfied, you can go and seek out Senior Plague Dharma God. I think he will reason with you. Qin Fang directly brought out the Plague Dharma God to break the situation. Che, the Plague Dharma God is just that. My clan's patriarch might have long since arrived at the same realm as him. These Mechanical Dragon gods. Su had really drifted. Right. The human race is only 700 deities? My Mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan? Why do I need to continue to cling to the human race and live at their whims? The number of deities of the human race was not many. 700. And they were 3 times weaker than normal deities. The deities of the Mechanical Tyrannosaurus race were basically able to fight 2 for 1. This was their backbone. The most crucial thing was that the Plague Dharma God had sealed them here all these years, making them very unhappy. After all, to be so strong, but not being able to go out and act like a bully. This feeling, it was like a brocade night. It's fine if you don't talk about the Plague Dharma God. Once you talk about the Plague Dharma God, get the hell out of here. These Mechanical Dragon gods seemed to have a great deal of resentment towards the Plague Dharma God. When Qin Fang took a look at their eyes, he instantly understood that these Mechanical Dragon gods had also been affected by the remains of the Chaos God. The eyes were filled with the scarlet color of the sense of chaos. At this point, the original tiny bit of resentment in their hearts would explode infinitely, and grow without limit under the addition of this chaos. Qin Fang sighed, truly in agreement with the Goblin clan. The treachery, cunningness, and deceitfulness of the Goblin clan was originally self-contained within their nature, and with the addition of the interference of the chaos, it caused this clan to completely run off the railsly. Senior, today before Qin Fang could finish, these Mechanical Dragon gods namely felt annoyed, and once again rewarded Qin Fang with a tail. Qin Fang's large body seemed like a rag bag, swaying non-stop and flying out backwards. This was the gods, and Qin Fang was as fragile as a child in front of them. Roll, roll, roll. The broken 100 Mechanical Dragon gods each emitted a roaring sound, fusing together. Even Qin Fang could not withstand it, only feeling his eardrums rupture and his cranium rumble, leaving him in a state of dizziness. Marred. It's really giving face. Ancestral Dragon appears. The Xin Huang Xuanwu appears. Amethyst Demon Bull present. Space Phoenix now. Holy Qilin now. Qin Fang had always spoken kindly. And what did he get? It was indifference, mockery, and contempt. Since this is so, no more pretense. Showdown. Use strength to overpower old me. Then let me show you all who is the most horizontal. These 5 top divine beasts as soon as the scene that spread all the might, the body constantly enlarged. Dong. The ancestral dragon hissed, as if the unconquered mountain collapsed. The destructive aura cohesion, breaking the 100 of Mechanical Dragon gods, have spat out a mouthful of blood. 2 steps back. This was the strength of the top divine beasts. The body of the Mechanical Dragon god was already large enough, but in front of these 5 divine beasts, it was as small as dust, and the toes of the ancestral dragon could not be seen at all. It was no exaggeration to say that with the ancestral dragon and the others, they were able to easily wipe out these Mechanical Dragon gods in front of Qin Fang. As a result, the mechanical dragon gods that were playing horizontal with Qin Fan just a moment ago shriveled up at this moment, not daring to come forward again. But the resentment in their hearts was accumulating, ready to explode at any moment. Divine Beast Clan? Deceiving people too much. Are you guys going to start a great war? Buzzing. From the depths of the Forbidden Land, hundreds of mechanical dragon gods were once again drilled out in thousands of forms. Even the sea dragon horses were able to become gods. So it had to be said that the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan still had some redeeming qualities. At this moment, Qin Fan also finally understood why the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race dared to look down on the human race. It turned out that they had such a strong backbone. Divine Beast race. Today will not end in death. The mechanical dragon god at the head spat out these words. Click, click, click. Mechanical textured sounds came to mind as the turrets continued to gather power. Oh! Amir Jr. You dare to fight hard with my Divine Beast clan? The Space Phoenix laughed. And between the waves of its wings, countless spatial cracks were opened, linking the 100,000 mountains. I wonder, Your Excellency, can you withstand the wrath of my Divine Beast clan? Within these spatial cracks, divine beasts constantly appeared, blossoming with terrifying might. But they didn't cross the spatial cracks either, instead confronting the crowd of mechanical dragon gods. 100, 500, 1,000, 5,000. These mechanical dragon gods kept counting, the fear in their eyes growing deeper and deeper. 10,000, 30,000. At this moment, the mechanical dragon gods had a bit of a numb feeling in their scalps. Surprisingly, so many divine beasts? 50,000, 70,000. The invincible beliefs in the hearts of the mechanical dragon gods collapsed, and they no longer dared to go wild. With the current divine beasts underpinnings, 50,000 divine beasts totaling the mechanical dragon god clan would bring them a devastating blow. All along, these mechanical dragon gods thought that the plague god shielding was an obstacle, a barrier affecting their ability to go out and show off their skills. But today, they realized that this was the umbrella that the plague god had purposely set up for them. If there hadn't been this layer of barriers, perhaps the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan would have been exterminated long ago. It was like waking up from a dream. These mechanical Tyrannosaurus gods, one after another, stepped back to show their submission. Today's matter? We were wrong. Please bear with the Divine Beast clan. To be able to bend and stretch was to be a husband. Could it be that these mechanical dragon gods were going to stick their necks out and let the Divine Beast clan kill them all? At the same time, outside the Forbidden Land, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan also detected the abnormality of the Forbidden Land. After all, these divine beasts' first clan size was so huge that it directly obscured half of the firmament. How could they not see it? This was still the result of the ancestral dragon's convergence. If he really spread out his entire body, the territory of this mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan was not enough for him to take a role. It was too small, too suffocating. What is this? My chow. This seems to be a divine beast. What a strong might. Huh? No, that's not right. What are these divine beasts doing in the middle of my clan's forbidden land? Yeah. Can it be that they're plotting against us? My chow. The sky is cracking. Really? Such an answer to a crack? What's going on? Hurry up and take a picture. This is sent to the interactive board. But it's all copper coins. Nowadays, the interactive board had opened the 10,000 races board, allowing people to know about the 10,000 races without having to leave their homes. And the end was bustling with activity. The local legend-ranked mechanical dragon clan wanted to rush to this place, wanting to support the mechanical dragon god. So a large number of flying mechanical dragons rose up in the firmament, within the Forbidden Land. Since the mechanical dragon god had already bowed its head, the spatial phoenix collected its divine abilities, and the spatial cracks gradually healed. Qin Fan stepped forward at this moment, raising his head proudly. Now? Are we able to talk properly? Mard. Really a bunch of cheap bones. Coaxing didn't work. They had to come hard. Senior. Please also. This is the mechanical dragon god in the word second only to the tyrannical dragon of the vault of steel pterodactyls. Body purple light suffused. Sharp place. Flashing horrible cold light. Just now, it is he took the initiative to open his mouth, to be with the divine beasts of a race of immortality. It is also his first to take the lead to surrender. But before he could finish, Qin Fan namely interrupted him. You are not qualified enough to speak to me. Let your clan leader come. Qin Fang was humiliating. Starkly humiliating. Qin Fang marred. Only you guys can play around with me like a rag bag? You? The face of the vaulted winged dragon god was very ugly. His machinery was all bulging, as if his teeth were about to be gritted, and the coldness in his eyes was capable of knifing Qin Fang to death. Before he could speak, the other mechanical dragon god had already spoken. Eh? The ancestral dragon immediately swiped its tail, sweeping this mechanical dragon god aside. Qin Fang, what the hell? The guy who gives a shit. You? All of these mechanical dragon gods' eyes flashed with anger. But the crowning winged dragon stopped them, not daring them to act rashly. Now? The form is not as good as others. The slightest carelessness will bring about the destruction of the mechanical dragon race. Do you dare to do it again? Don't dare to look. Even if the ancestral dragon hands can only endure, please wait for a while. I will go to wake up the patriarch. The mechanical vaulted winged dragon suppressed its inner rage and returned to the center of the Forbidden Land. It was then that Qin Fang was able to easily inspect the situation of this place. It was a square paved with white jade. A very large area, roughly 1/10 the size of the ancestral dragon's body. Large enough for these huge mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan deities to move around without being crowded in the slightest. Qin Fang waited silently. Not long after, Qin Fang, the ancestral dragon, and the others detected an existence not weaker than them awakening in the depths of the Forbidden Land. The aura was very ancient, as if it was from the same period as the ancestral dragon of the Divine Beast clan. Little dragon? Is that you? The ancestral dragon felt that the aura was very familiar, and could not help but feel a slight movement in his heart. But after so many years, he was somewhat unsure. So he said in a questioning tone, "Big brother ancestral dragon? Is it really you?" At this moment, the owner of this newly awakened breath was obviously even more excited. His voice penetrated and his figure moved quickly. Nearby, Qin Fang finally saw this legendary top deity, the mechanical tyrant dragon god. Chapter 645 The Center of the Forbidden Land Divine Mining Vein. Fixing his eyes on it. What a majestic mechanical Tyrannosaurus god. His body was 100 feet tall, and he topped the list amongst all the mechanical dragon gods. As if he was a behemoth, even in front of the ancestral dragon. He was 1/10 of its size. The Tyrannosaurus god's mechanical body did not emit any light, but was a simple black color, looking very inconspicuous. However, the aura of a deity that was emitted was not a single star stronger than these mechanical dragon gods. Vaguely, it reached the level of an ancestral dragon, but felt slightly weaker. This powerful being's eyes showed longing and remembrance, looking towards the ancestral dragon as if he had been moved with true feelings. Old brother, long time no see. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex god was genuinely moved, his mechanical arm gripping the ancestral dragon's dragon claw in a death grip. Little dragon, it's really you. A trace of reminiscence also surfaced in ancestral dragon's eyes. It was still ancient times, when the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god, ancestral dragon belonged to the same deity, the pet of the god of the sun. The god of the sun. This was a terrifying existence that was strong enough to be ranked in the top 10 amongst the ancient deities, controlling the power of the star Great Sunday. Like the god of heavenly fire, the god of heavenly sun, all belong to the jurisdiction of the god of the sun, and are considered to be his subordinate deities. Ancestral dragon, mechanical Tyrannosaurus god Su both belong to the dragon family. The relationship between the two was very good, because when he was enslaved, ancestral dragon's strength had already reached the god level, while mechanical Tyrannosaurus god was still legendary level, and ancestral dragon took much care of him. At the hands of the god of the sun, they spent millions of years, until the rise of the plague Dharma god sealed the god of the sun. Only then were the two freed and returned to their own races respectively. After so many years, the strength of both of them had made great progress. Now that they met, it was also considered the first reunion of the two after so many years of separation. Ancestral dragon old brother, congratulations on furthering your strength. You're not bad either. Your strength has unexpectedly progressed so quickly. In the end, ancestral dragon was the one who was most surprised when the mechanical tyrant dragon god parted ways with him. He was only at the level of a primary god, but now, his might was already no weaker than his own, reaching the peak of a top god. This kid? Can't it be that he has eaten some kind of divine elixir? The ancestral dragon looked again, and immediately detected a hint of something wrong. At the bottom of his eyes, there was a touch of darkness. Was this being affected by the remains of the Chaos God? Having said that, ancestral dragon still did not take it to heart. Older brother, quickly, follow me to the area in the center. And you and I will have a painful drink today. The invitation from the mechanical Tyrannosaurus God caused ancestral dragon to drop his defenses as well. Just like back then, he also often drank hard liquor with the mechanical tyrant dragon god. And looking back now, it was truly a miserable yet pleasant time. Becoming the mount of a deity was tragic, but drinking wine with the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god was pleasant. The ancestral dragon, Holy Qilin, and the others all followed into the central core area. The central core area was a deep pit, so deep that the bottom could not be seen, and in the distance was a huge, strange building without a roof. And the flying mechanical dragon god was currently busy carrying huge stones up and down, throwing them into the building. All four sides of the building were in a closed state, and no one knew what was going on inside. Qin Fong and the others, on the other hand, were guided by the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god to the other side, on top of a platform of huge lapis lazuli. Mo sang, "Bring me my treasured fine wine." Click, 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 click. After a burst of transformations, the body of this hundreds of feet mechanical Tyrannosaurus god shrunk drastically, leaving it only 3 feet tall. The ancestral dragon and other divine beasts did the same, shrinking their own bodies. Qin Fong, are you guys polite? This transformation skill? I haven't learned it yet. In this instant, Qin Fong became the biggest Tyrannosaurus Rex. Mo sang, that is, the pale-winged dragon from earlier, followed the orders of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god, and dug out several hundred bottles of divine-grade wine from the special underground in the distance. This was booze, not motor oil. Ancestral dragon old brother, this batch of fine wine. But from the time you and I got out of the trap, I purposely buried it, just waiting for the day when you and I will meet again and drink it all again. Old brother ancestral dragon, you are unaware of how much I have missed you all these years. These brothers, although I have never met them, but since they are good brothers of big brother ancestral dragon, together, drink this bottle bitterly. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus god kept on greeting, and the Holy Qilin and the other divine beasts weren't bashful either, picking up the altar and just drying off. Qin Fong drank a bottle, unable to taste any flavor. It was just like water. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus god thoughtfully noticed this scene and purposely switched Qin Fong to a divine-grade engine oil so that he could taste it once again. Who is this little old brother? How is he able to hang out with old brother? As the wine was being drunk, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god couldn't help but inquire so. Qin Fong was not annoyed and directly spoke his name once again. After the mechanical tyrant dragon god heard this, the shocked look above his cheeks did not look like a disguise, and he hurriedly apologized and spoke. So it is the Tianyang City Lord in person. Shame. Shame. This mechanical Tyrannosaurus god was also a human savant. So many of Qin Fong's names. Once he heard that they were all borrowed from other people, even if they were compliments, it would inevitably make Qin Fong uncomfortable. But this Tianyang City Lord was something that he had done in real life, and it was still very comfortable to be praised. Qin Fong couldn't help but lower his wariness of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god by 3 points. Little brother, since we are destined to be together, you and I will not get drunk today. Where is the wine? Mo sang. Once again serve the wine. A few hundred jars of wine were simply not enough to drink. That is, an hour. That is, to see the bottom. Unable to do anything else, Mo sang could only go and carry the wine once again. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus god accompanied the divine beasts and drank bitterly, while the other mechanical dragon gods, on the other hand, didn't know what they were busy with in the middle of a huge building in the distance. Many times Qin Fong tried to open his mouth to talk about the news of the Chaos God, but he was sidetracked by the mechanical tyrant dragon god with words. Once or twice was fine, but 3 times, 4 times, Qin Fong realized that something was wrong. The ancestral dragon and the other divine beasts had even sensed something was wrong long ago. Older brother, this wine is able to be drunk at any time, but we have to get down to business first. The things that Senior Plague Dharma God has explained. You say? Don't we have to do it as soon as possible? The mechanical Tyrannosaurus god served the 3rd batch of drinks, still wanting to spar with ancestral dragon. However, Ancestral Dragon stopped him, wanting to get down to business first. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus god's eyes locked with Ancestral Dragon's, as if there were flashes of electricity. But it was quickly masked by the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god. Old brother Ancestral Dragon, after you finish this altar, I will personally take you guys to obliterate the remains of the Chaos God. Ancestral Dragon had no choice but to drink another altar of pain. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus god, on the other hand, looked towards the huge building in the distance without a trace. It wasn't until the vast winged dragon threw him a reassuring look that the mechanical tyrant dragon god breathed a sigh of relief. Old brother mechanical treasure dragon god, I wonder now, can we go and get busy with business first? Naturally. Follow me here. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus god also stopped making excuses and directly got up, leading Ancestral Dragon and the others towards the bottom of the deep pit. Old brother Ancestral Dragon, there's one thing I've kept from you. As soon as the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god said this, Qin Fang, Sacred Qilin, Ancestral Dragon, and the others all thumped in their hearts and couldn't help but display a fighting stance. Ancestral Dragon, old brother, the remains of the Chaos God died long ago, many years ago, completely losing its spirituality. Not only that, his wrecked body has already been transformed into a cherished vein of minerals over the ancient ages. Old brother Ancestral Dragon, you should also be well aware of how many good things the Chaos God has devoured. The grade of the mineral veins that his wreckage has transformed into are very high. The most basic ones are all god-level veins, and the highest ones are those of the top gods. And the energy of these veins is very pure. Just need to quench it with flames. That is to say, can get a large number of cherished pure god-level materials. And this god-level materials can easily be fused with my mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race. This vein, I'm not hiding from you, Lee. These years by my mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex tribe mining 7 or 8. Zulong, old brother, do you know where my strength of this body? It's all from the pure, or purified from within this vein. Our mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan's newest deities are basically relying on this same method to get us where we are today. Old brother Ancestral Dragon, it's not that we don't cooperate, but we really can't cooperate. I know that you guys definitely won't believe me. So let's do it this way. You and I will go deeper into the ore veins together and investigate together. Seeing is believing. After the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god finished speaking, the Ancestral Dragon and the other divine beasts couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that the situation? Would it really be like this? Qin Fang's mind couldn't help but think of the goblin world. As if it really was like this. The brains of the Chaos Gods had also long been petrified, becoming countless veins of minerals that grew the goblin clan. Could it be that the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god clan was the same? In the middle of a deep, pitch-black cave. Just after entering it, Qin Fang was shocked. This deep pit was excavated to a depth of 10,000 meters and a width of 1,000 meters. This was a huge project. Qin Fang ascended above the forehead of the Ancestral Dragon and followed the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex to dive into the ground of the deep pit. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus spread its pitch-black, non-existent wings and took the lead, diving down quickly. After a long time, Qin Fang and the others landed on the ground. The temperature of the ground was very high, and the environment was very harsh. But to these divine beasts, it was not worth mentioning. Countless mining holes intertwined and accumulated, as if it was a labyrinth. To the eye, mysterious ores were interspersed amongst the earth, amongst the rocks, building into unusual pits. Mechanical dragon god's mining is also very violent. Sharp machinery directly cut, and then the huge ore will be carried on the back. Flying out can be. As for the collapse of this deep pit, it is not the slightest bit worried. Anyway, these mechanical dragon gods will not die. Compared to the goblin clan who relied on external objects to become gods, the mechanical tyrant god clan used the pure, or veins of the chaos gods, to integrate into their own bodies to become gods. As Qin Fang surveyed his surroundings, he was able to sense the dense chaos god's aura, which was very scattered. Qin Fang used his own machinery to rise a small piece of the chaos gods, and used his god-level skills to investigate. Ding. Probing complete. Ore of chaos. Note, excellent forging material. The ores in this place were of different colors. And naturally, the types were different as well. Qin Fang once again dug out a piece and used his god-level skill to investigate. Ding. Probing complete. Divine grade, stone of gun gold. Stone of gun gene. A high-grade divine grade material. Capable of forging high-grade divine weapons. Very precious. Qin Fang dug again. And this place was really consistent with what the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god had said. The ore was at least divine grade. And very pure. Qin Fang instantly understood why these mechanical tyrant gods were able to ascend so quickly. The Chaos Stone was able to enhance the quality of divine weapons, while the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan treated their own bodies as divine weapons. It was no exaggeration to say that this Chaos Stone and the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan were simply a perfect match. Coupled with this endless amount of divine grade ores, this was simply God's way of allowing the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan to rise to prominence. Qin Fang thought of something and stared at the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god's eyes unabashedly and inquired, I wonder, did the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god clan dig out the Chaos God's 5 organs? Here, sealed in the Plague Dharma God's message, were the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of the Chaos God. It was also because of this that it was able to breed pure veins as well as Chaos Stones. Qin Fang's words immediately caused the mechanical Tyrannosaurus God's face to change slightly, and his speech was a little unnatural. What are you talking about? Little friend of mine? How come I don't know? When these words came out, Qin Fang instantly understood that the mechanical tyrant dragon god was definitely hiding something. Chapter 646 The Chaos God Awakens. Qin Fang was able to understand that, just like the Chaos God's brain that the Goblin clan had unearthed, he must have hidden it for his own research and use. Even though he knew that it was dangerous, he still didn't want to give it away. The King of Goblins firmly believes that the Chaos God's brain holds the hope of the complete rise of the Goblin clan, and the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex god's heart is naturally the same. Firmly believes that the organs and bowels of this hidden in the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan's hope of the complete rise of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. The panic in the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god's heart was suppressed by him for the first time. And then he looked at Qin Fang with a hint of surprise. This kid was able to know the inner workings of this, so he must have seen the remains of a similar Chaos God before. This brat? Who exactly was it? Originally, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god wanted to fool the ancestral dragon and the others, and just send them away safely. But now look. This kid. He's not too easy to fool. Senior mechanical Tyrannosaurus god. You don't need to hide with me. The brain of the Chaos God sealed under the ground of the Goblin clan has already been taken away by Senior Pestilence Dharma God. Purification. At that time, I was an eyewitness, so I know the inside story. These so-called Chaos Stones, the top God-level ores, were nothing more than the accompanying ores of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Not worth mentioning. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels of a true Chaos God contain the intent of a Chaos God. I wonder if you have often heard the Chaos Gods call to you, giving you constant guidance on your path to godhood? All of these are the Chaos God's compulsions. And once you do experiment, you become the Chaos God's puppet. You have to think clearly. The Goblin King also possesses the combat power of a top deity, but he still doesn't dare to rebel against the Plague Dharma God and respectfully send out the Chaos God's brain. This is something that you cannot grasp. Qin Fang did not hide anything at all, informing the mechanical Tyrannosaurus God's seniors of what he knew. 9 truths and 1 lie. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus God's heart sank. These circumstances were exactly the same as what Qin Fang had said. But then, he did not show any strange colors on the surface, and even remained blank, as if he did not know what Qin Fang was saying again. Furthermore, you may not be aware that the Heavenly Emperor is also collecting the remains of the Chaos Gods. If the Heavenly Emperor descends here first, he won't be as nice as the Plague Dharma God. Perhaps you, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan, will have to become the mounts, pets of the divine beasts again. This was a threat, but it also depended on whether the mechanical Tyrannosaurus God listened or not. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus God was not intimidated by Qin Fang's tripe, and still spoke with a calm face. I don't understand what you're saying. If you have the ability, you can have the Plague Dharma God himself arrive, putting up a fight. Directly putting up a fight. I'm just dead set against admitting it. What can you do with me? AI. If I'm right, the Chaos God's 5 viscera and 6 bowels should be within that huge building. Ancestral Dragon Senior. Let's go over there now. Qin Fang said out loud, since the mechanical tyrant dragon god wasn't prepared to listen after all the good words. Qin Fang was ready to lift the table off. Just now. So many mechanical dragon gods were constantly busy. What else could it be for? 1. Wanting to cover something up. 2. Wanting to speed up the research. And 3. The chaos god would awaken. No matter which point it was. It proved that there was definitely a deep secret hidden within the huge building. There was only one reason why Qin Fang was in such a hurry. The Plague Dharma god had talked to him about the fact that the chaos god did not have any residual intent within his brain. Which was something very abnormal. Logically speaking, even though the chaos god had been defeated by the heavenly emperor, he hadn't completely died. The greatest possibility for this intention to exist in the brain. Because of its uniqueness, it was able to nurture his intention. But at this moment, it was non-existent in the brain. Then, the remaining remains of the chaos god sealed in the four-pole land. That is, there is a possibility that it is the hiding place of the chaos god's intention. For so many years, the chaos god's thoughts had been developing in secret, and might have recovered their strength long ago. This was what the Plague Dharma god was most worried about. And it was also what Qin Fang was most worried about. When Ancestral Dragon and the other divine beasts saw that the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god was hesitant, they immediately wanted to move. To be honest, Ancestral Dragon had a good relationship with the mechanical tyrant dragon god. But when it came to Qin Fang's orders, he still had to listen. Little dragon, don't make things difficult for us. The Ancestral Dragon squared his shoulders and took 2 steps forward to show his own attitude. At this moment, the mechanical tyrant dragon gods suddenly stopped their figures. Coloring. Brother Ancestral Dragon? Do you really want to help this human race? The tens of thousands of years of affection between you and I. And you're just going to abandon it like this? The mechanical Tyrannosaurus god still wanted to play the emotional card. But with these words, it was instantly exposed. Firstly, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race possessed the remains of the Chaos God. And secondly, the remains were really within the huge building. The paths are different. This Chaos God's wreckage. You really can't grasp it. Haven't you noticed that all of your mechanical Tyrannosaurus race's deities have been infected? If the Chaos God revives, you are all his puppets. Ancestral Dragon saw very clearly. More than 700 mechanical Tyrannosaurus deities. Almost every single one of their eyes were flashing red. No longer clear. In his heart, he vaguely guessed something. Marred. The power of a Chaos God? Is it that easy to harness? Brother Ancestral Dragon, I'm fine. And I won't hand over the remains of this Chaos God. If you want to start a battle, then we of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan fight to the death. The mechanical tyrant dragon god spat out these words, completely tearing his face off. Within the deep pit's mines, the figures of nearly 500 mechanical Tyrannosaurus gods drilled out, their eyes turning red as they stared at Qin Fang and the others, ready to strike at all times. Mechanical tyrant dragon god? Where did you get that confidence? Even the first heavenly emperor could only take measures to seal the chaos god when faced with it. Is it possible that you are able to match the heavenly emperor? You think you can control the chaos god? Little did you know that you fell into the trap of the chaos god. Ancestral Dragon cursed angrily, trying to wake up the mechanical tyrant dragon god. But obviously, it was useless. Ancestral Dragon elder brother, now that you've left, I'll still treat you as my big brother. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus god gave a direct expulsion order. Qin Fang didn't want to say much. So let's fight directly. The more time dragged on, the more it triggered a whole new set of problems. Thus, a battle between the top deities erupted within this deep pit. The Ancestral Dragon condensed countless scales and shields as the strongest defense, the strongest attack, and fought with the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god. The Amethyst Demon Bull thumped his fists. These days, he was a bit itchy again. It's just right to move around with these juniors. It's also a way to instruct them. The Space Phoenix mobilized the power of space. Subtle spatial cracks appeared. These mechanical dragon gods simply couldn't carry them. They were torn apart and fell into the spatial cracks. The Holy Qilin was in the middle, responsible for the healing of all the divine beasts, while the Xianhuang Xuanwu was attaching extreme defense to the divine beasts, so that the divine beasts would no longer have to worry about anything. Qin Fang, who had top-notch defenses applied by Xianhuang Xuanwu, stood at the top of Xianhuang Xuanwu's head and quietly watched the battle. The Ancestral Dragon was very strong. Even the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex god had been promoted to become a top deity, and was being suppressed by the Ancestral Dragon at the moment. I think it won't take long for him to recover his strength. As for the other primary mechanical dragon god, Amethyst Magic Cow is simply a punch a small child, directly bombarded to make them lose the ability to fight. Space Phoenix is even sharper. In her hands of the mechanical dragon god, basically are missing arms and legs, losing combat power. Simply summarized, this was a massacre. The mechanical dragon gods were discarded at the bottom of the deep pit like dumplings. Ah, brother ancestral dragon, do you really want to drive them to extinction? This is my mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan's chance. Why are you snatching it? Can't you just let my mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race develop peacefully? The mechanical Tyrannosaurus god roared in rage, his entire being in a state of madness. And his attacks became even more severe for a time. Go to hell. Go to hell. Even if I die, I will make your divine beast clan pay the price. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus god's body emitted an aura that didn't belong to him and belonged exclusively to the Chaos gods, causing him to lose his mind in an instant and become a killing machine. AI. The ancestral dragon sighed. Why is this so? Why is this so? Not only did the mechanical tyrant dragon god change, these 500 mechanical dragon gods attacking the amethyst demon bull also lost their minds in an instant as their eyes turned scarlet, and their combat power rose in a straight line, at the very least doubling. Now, even the amethyst demon bull and the space phoenix felt a burst of strain. No matter what, these two are not prepared to fight to the death. Crippling is enough. The force in this was much harder to grasp. Laid down a deadly hand. Qin Fang. As an onlooker, he could see the most clearly. If he didn't strike with a deadly hand, the amethyst demon bull would definitely encounter a crisis of death. Laid down a deadly hand. This was the voice of the ancestral dragon, who knew that he couldn't save the mechanical tyrant dragon god clan. This clan, basically, had fallen. Senior Xian Huang Xian Wu. Send me up. This battle, since Qin Fang couldn't help much, he naturally had to go within the huge building to see what the real situation was. What kind of secrets were hidden within this huge building? To be honest, even though both sides had already started fighting, Qin Fang still felt blindsided, feeling that this battle was inexplicable. Good. Xian Huang Xuanwu immediately got up and danced towards the high sky. These mechanical dragon gods wanted to intercept, but they simply couldn't do so and could only watch Qin Fang Xuanwu leave the huge building. Qin Fang looked down directly from the top. With just one glance, Qin Fang felt that his feet were floating, and it was as if his essence had been drained out of him. He couldn't help but take 7 or 8 steps backwards, and then he sat down on the ground with his buttocks, a look of horror in his eyes. This? What happened? Xian Huang Xuanwu couldn't help the curiosity in his heart, and took a glance towards the interior. Just one glance. That is to say, let him, this kind of veteran top deity, couldn't help but tremble, as if he had seen the abyss in general. Xian Huang Xuanwu couldn't even stabilize his own figure, and quickly fell down from the height. Only after Xian Huang Xuanwu had settled his mind did he ask in a low voice, "What you and I saw just now, Mr. Jin? Was it real?" Qin Fang also awoke from his state of disorientation. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He sorted out his thoughts and looked at Xian Huang Xianwu. It should be real. Should we not go and take a look again? Qin Fang said so, but his footsteps were very honest. Not going a step. Mr. Me. It's better for you to go. Don't you have a legendary level wing? You are also able to lift off. Xian Huang Xuanwu was quite like, I won't go even if I die. Qin Fang also didn't dare to go forward, simply because the image he had just seen was too frightening. Within the huge building, there was clearly Qin Fang's gigantic figure, and with an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 647. Legs going weak. Within this huge building, there existed a heavenly mechanical dragon god's body. 10,000 feet. An absolute behemoth. Identical to Qin Fang's form at this moment. Even if it was the pattern of each and every one of them, and the gaps between the machinery, all of them were identical. This, the entire thing, was an enlarged version of Qin Fang's form at this moment. Underneath the feet of this gigantic mechanical dragon god's body, there were different kinds of mechanical dragon gods that were prostrate on the ground, contributing their divine power as if they were activating this terrifying weapon. And just now, the reason why Qin Fang was shocked, namely because this huge mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex god suddenly raised his head, looking up, this appearance of an evil smile. What appeared in his eyes? was clearly the figure of Qin Fang's human race. Qin Fang was shocked. Why was the figure within this huge building actually him? And it was still him, who looked like an evil spirit. This aura was also similar to him, only elevated 1,000,000 times. Qin Fang didn't dare to look again. This feeling was like looking in a mirror, and what he saw was still a giganticized version of himself. The fear of the unknown, mixed with the fear of giants, made Qin Fang lose his concentration. Even Xian Wang Xuanwu was shivering with fear at the first moment. What he saw was not only the giganticized Qin Fang's body, but the Chaos God's intention. From within the eyes of this giganticized machinery, Xian Wang Xuanwu saw the Chaos God that had once given him the chills. One must know that the Chaos God back then had used divine beasts as food. Xian Wang Xuanwu had once seen divine beasts of the same level as himself being swallowed into the abdomen by the Chaos God as if they were sucking on spaghetti, becoming feces. Therefore, at this moment, he saw the instant. That is, no longer dare to look. Senior Xuanwu, what are you seeing? Qin Fang fixed his mind and inquired thus. I see the Chaos God. The peak Chaos God. He is smiling towards me. Qin Fang. Elder Xuanwu. That's not right. It's clearly me that I see. Only it's me after the giganticization. The moment these words came out, Xian Huang Xianwu's figure trembled even more severely. Yes, this is the terror of the Chaos God. What everyone sees is as different as possible. But there is no doubt that it will make the person you fear the most in your heart. Qin Fang, is it hard to fear me the most? No. The me that fears the mechanical Tyrannosaurus God the most? Xian Wang Xuanwu seemed to be able to see Qin Fang's doubt, and continued to add. There is also a possibility that what you saw was actually, by far, the true body of the Chaos God. That is to say that the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan successfully resurrected the Chaos God and gave it a completely new body. After listening to this, Qin Fang's heart instantly knew that this was perhaps the most relevant speculation to the current situation. Senior Xuanwu, what do we do now? The activation of the Chaos God's death definitely requires a massive amount of divine power. I seem to have seen the progress bar of the activation just now. It seems that there is still 70% left. This is our chance. If we are able to sever this connection, we might be able to avoid the awakening of the Chaos God. Mr. Me, this might be our only chance. Hurry up and go up and see. How far has the progress bar reached? Xuanwu wanted Qin Fang to climb to the top and go check the situation. Qin Fang blankly glanced at Xian Wang Xuanwu. Such a dangerous job? Why don't you go? Xian Wang Xuanwu, my legs are weak. I can't fly. Qin Fang, that's a powerful reason. I can't help it. At this time, the voice of the ancestral dragon rang out, asking what was the situation at the upper end. Xian Huang Xianwu directly informed him of the details. The Chaos God is about to awaken. Hearing this, the ancestral dragon, who had originally wanted to support Xian Wang Xuanwu, instantly caved in and never spoke again. He even gave a wink to the Space Phoenix and other divine beasts, telling them to fight slower and not to go up and send them to their deaths. Ancestral dragon, weak legs. Weak legs. The Space Phoenix, on the other hand, had quite the aura of a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. I'm going to go back up. So you guys take your time to fight. In 3 breaths, the Space Phoenix returned, its heart beating wildly, unable to hold back the trembling. I'd better help you guys. The Space Phoenix went to look at the Chaos God's body. This kind of trembling from the depths of her soul made her not dare to stay any longer, as if she would be devoured by the Chaos God if she stayed for even one more second. Space Phoenix, weak legs. Weak legs. This is too unbearable. The ancestral dragon and the other divine beasts did not say anything sardonic either, as they knew the horror of it. Qin Fang had seen the spatial phoenix emerge from the deep pit and thought that he would be able to help in the battle. But little did he know that after just a glance, that he would jump into the deep pit once again. This action caused deep black lines to appear on the top of Qin Fang's forehead. Playing? Big brother? Not really. Qin Fang couldn't help but look at Xian Wang Xuanwu. Xian Wang Xuanwu hurriedly looked away. Don't look at me, Mr. Me. I'm really weak in the legs. Gulp. Qin Fang swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, and once again got up to investigate. Only that Qin Fang was always ready to summon the Plague Dharma God. This current situation was no longer something that Qin Fang could grasp. Buzzing, the wings of steel rose behind Qin Fang's back. And in the midst of flapping, it carried Qin Fang up into the air. And then he landed smoothly on the top of the huge building and looked at it once again. At this moment, what was reflected in Qin Fang's eyes was still the huge mechanical body. The mechanical dragon god underneath this mechanical body was contributing its own divine power. Its divine position. When Qin Fang looked again, the progress bar had come to 60%. Qin Fang took a deep breath. This speed? Surprisingly this fast? Little Black? Can you devour the core of it? Within the pet space? Xiao He was restless. His crystalline fur standing on end, pacing back and forth. Hissing sounds constantly erupting between his throat. And when he stopped, he was constantly scratching the ground with his claws. Looking at this, it was nervous, scared and excited. But there was also a hint of worry mixed in. This kind of situation. Qin Fang had seen it before. Last time? This was also the same reaction when Little Black wanted to devour the power of heaven and earth. That was why Qin Fang had asked such a question. When Little Black heard Qin Fang's words, he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. A warm light bursting out from his eyes, transmitting to Qin Fang its true feelings. I can try, but there is a possibility that it will be devoured by the Chaos God Reverse. At this moment, Little Black had no bottom in his heart. It wasn't like devouring the power of the Heavenly Emperor. Little Black knew that it was impossible for the Heavenly Emperor to reverse devour him. But the Chaos God's 5 viscera and 6 bowels, which were of the same origin as him, might be able to assimilate him. It was dangerous. Since this was the case, Qin Fang that is, he couldn't let Little Black take the risk. Little Blackie, don't worry. This Chaos God's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. You're set to devour them. Essence flashed in Qin Fang's eyes before he directly contacted the Plague Dharma God. Under this current situation, Qin Fang could no longer grasp it. Senior Plague Dharma God, I can't solve this matter. I need you to step in. Qin Fang dialed the Pestilence Dharma God's communication and told him all about the situation of this place. The Plague Dharma God froze for a while, but decided to step in. The Chaos God could not awaken. This was his bottom line. Thus, a sliver of the Pestilence Dharma God's figure tore through space and descended on this place. As soon as Qin Fang saw the figure of the Plague Dharma God, his heart and mind were greatly calmed. And as for the Xian Wang Xuanwu, all of a sudden, his legs didn't go weak. Pestilence Dharma God. This was the pin that fixed the sea. The Plague Dharma God blankly glanced at Qin Fang before ascending into the air to investigate the situation at this moment. This Chaos God is really powerful. Actually really depositing its own intent within its 5 viscera and 6 bowels. The Plague Dharma God couldn't help but praise the Chaos God's boldness. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan is greedy. This was the Plague Dharma God's assessment of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race. Back then, the reason why the Plague Dharma God had let the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan guard the Chaos God's body was merely because of their honesty and simplicity. And he hoped that they wouldn't be compelled by the Chaos God. But looking at it at the moment, the patriarch of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan was, well, ambitious. Only this ambition had managed to send the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan to the brink of extinction. Nowadays, the deities of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, which was almost counted as a total wipeout, were parasited by the Chaos God and became his puppets. One of the Chaos God's innate skills, parasitism. Once parasited by the Chaos God, one would become a loyal puppet of the Chaos God, unable to betray. However, they would retain their memories and retain their strength. Just the Chaos God's orders, which they could not disobey. Even if they were told to die, they could only obey. This was a very terrifying skill, and one that gave the ancient deity the biggest headache. This was because he simply didn't know if the deities around him were being parasitized, and if they could still be trusted. During the time of the ancient deities, there had been at least 100 deities that were killed by the most trusted deities around them. This was also the reason why the first heavenly emperor had to eradicate the Chaos Gods. Senior Plague Dharma God, please also make your move. Senior Plague Dharma God, please also make your move to eradicate the scourge of the Chaos God. Qin Fang, Xian Huang Xuanwu all voiced out in such a manner, inviting Plague Dharma God Senior to take action. Good. The Plague Dharma God fixed his eyes, raised his hand, and a stream of gray air, black air, and 7 colored air, as if they were small snakes, drilled into this gigantic mechanical Tyrannosaurus god. Qin Fang was able to feel that the Chaos God's aura was declining, and he was also able to feel that a terrifying force was awakening within the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. In the next instant, the illusory true body of the Chaos God coalesced in front of Qin Fang's eyes, and little black within the pet space throbbed and tangled even more. This feeling of wanting to fight, wanting to devour, but being afraid of death, was portrayed by little black. The Xian Wang Xuanwu's calf tummy couldn't help but tremble once again. His legs went weak. His legs went weak. Qin Fang opened his eyes wide, and saw the true form of the Chaos God. Wasn't this the Tao Tai? Thought it was some terrifying deity? Che. Qin Fang barred his mouth in disdain, his inner worries completely becoming a thing of the past at this moment. Qin Fang also gave Xuanwu a disdainful glance. This? As for this? It wasn't to be? A slave of the human race? Surprisingly, they are also able to achieve the body of a deity? The Chaos God opened his eyes and buzzed, his eyes resting on Qin Fang's body for a moment before locking eyes with the Plague Dharma God. This was the language of an ancient deity, automatically carrying the pressure of divine power, as if the power of the rules of heaven and earth surrounded him, oppressing the Chaos God. The Chaos God was rather idle, seemingly completely unaware of the present-day situation. No, perhaps he was aware of the current situation, but he didn't care at all. This was a great confidence in his own strength. It was also contempt for the human race. Chaos God, you shouldn't have reappeared? The Plague Dharma God had his hands behind his back, and was also confident, not putting the Chaos God in his eyes. Oh, has a former slave turned over into a master? How dare you be so arrogant and cocky? You have to know? Even the Heavenly Emperor wouldn't dare to talk to me like this in front of me. Your reliance? Is it this special power? Watch me devour it for you. The Chaos God's figure opened his mouth, revealing countless white teeth, and with a single suck, the special energy of the Plague Dharma God within the huge mechanical dragon god was instantly swallowed into his stomach and began to digest. The Chaos God couldn't help but burp and praised. This is a brand new power. It tastes good. Human brat? Is there any more? More. Chapter 648 Divine Skill, Parasitism. When Xian Wang Xuanwu saw the scene, he could not help but feel his little legs and stomach soften once again. This? What should I do? Surprisingly, even the Plague Dharma God could do nothing to him. Could it be that under the heavens, no one could sanction the Chaos God? Should I tell Ancestral Dragon and the others? Let them run away quickly. Xian Wang Xuanwu couldn't see any hint of a possibility of a turnaround. The Plague Dharma God wasn't worried or afraid, still remaining calm and faintly spitting out a sentence. Good. In the next second, the fingertips of the Pestilence Dharma God continued to hunt out light gray-colored gases that merged into the illusory body of the Chaos God. The Chaos God, on the other hand, kept devouring it, which had a slight hint of enjoyment to it. This power of yours is good. From now on, you will follow me around and prepare to create this power for me. The Chaos God said this as if it was a gift. That's right. That little turtle. Hurry up and send it to my mouth. Otherwise, when I cannon brand you, you'll be in for a treat. The Chaos God shifted his eyes toward Xian Wang Xuanwu. Thus, Qin Fang, that is, saw a scene that blew his mind. Xian Wang Xuanwu even summoned a stream of water and cleaned himself all over. And then he wanted to take the initiative to transform into the Chaos God's food, wanting to send it to his mouth. Xian Wang Xuanwu, oops. I can't control my body, Chaos God, not bad. Count on you, little turtle, to have some eyesight. Knowing that old me never eats dirty things. Not bad. Not bad. In that case, I'll give you a pain in the arse. Qin Fang, what is your old man doing? Do you still have some pride and dignity of a top divine beast? At this moment, even the Plague Dharma God was dumbfounded. This kind of power of letting a top divine beast die with a single sentence. He had never experienced it in his life. This Chaos God was really strong. If Qin Fang combined his own experiences, it was not difficult to see some clues. After all, when Qin Fang had ascended the 100,000 mountains and had not summoned Little Black, the divine beast had an attitude towards him. When Xiao He was summoned, the divine beasts had another attitude towards him. It could be said that the entire race of divine beasts was extremely afraid of the Chaos God. The Chaos God was satisfied with the Xian Wang Xuanwu's performance before turning his eyes towards Qin Fang. There is a familiar aura of mine on your body. It should be another remnant of mine. I suggest that you give me my remnant. In that case, I will still be able to spare your life. When dealing with Qin Fang, the Chaos God was full of threats, itching to kill Qin Fang immediately and seize his remains. When Qin Fang looked at the Chaos God, it was as if he was looking at a fool. Qin Fang, hello, thought can't see the current situation. Senior Plague Dharma God was still in a clouded state. You've decided to eat us? Junior? It's dangerous for you to think like that. You even gave Little Black to you. Why do you have such a big face? Where did the retard come from? Is it hard to believe that all these years of sealing have degraded your brain as well? Oh, I forgot. You don't have a brain right now. Your brain has been sealed separately too. Qin Fang's words were very poisonous and straight. Just to rub salt into the Chaos God's wound yet. It was only that although Qin Fang was just, he still dodged towards the divine beast of the Plague Dharma God. Seeing such a brave Mr. Wei, Xian Wang Xuanwu, who was taking the initiative to feed, couldn't help but stop and look at Qin Fang with little stars in his eyes. This is too bullish. Xian Wang Xuanwu, from today onwards, Mr. Mi is the king of the divine beasts. The Chaos God's face sank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the eyes that looked at Qin Fang seemed as if they were looking at a dead person. Che, a mere tout eye. How dare you call yourself a Chaos God? I pooh. Qin Fang began to fuel to the fire. The Pestilence Dharma God had no attitude towards this, and remained in a cloudy state, constantly feeding the Chaos God with the power of pestilence. Today, you must die. No one can protect you. Qin Fang, I'm afraid of you. From Qin Fang's perspective, the Chaos God's silhouette had become grayish-black in color. This was clearly a symptom of being too deeply poisoned. But unfortunately, this Chaos God's brain was not very good. As if he really couldn't feel it. Mard, die for me. As he spoke, a light blue-colored seed appeared in the Chaos God's body, wanting to merge into Qin Fang's body. This was the seed of parasitism. As long as it was planted by the Chaos God, it would become the puppet of the Chaos God. You die for me. In a flash, the Plague Dharma God threw out a plague flame, colliding with the parasitic middle. Buzzing, the plague fire burned, igniting this parasitic seed into ashes. Plague Dharma God, I see. Your innate skill? It turns out there's only one. It was at this moment that the Plague Dharma God was able to completely relax. When the first Heavenly Emperor cut and sealed the Chaos God, it was not only his physical body that was divided, but also his innate skill. The Chaos God originally possessed 9 of the strongest innate skills. But after being cut up by the Heavenly Emperor, only one innate skill remained in the remains of each region. The Chaos God's brain in the Goblin world possessed the original skill of splitting, and basically did not possess any resistance ability. The Chaos God's remains in the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race's territory possessed the ability of parasitism. This also allowed the Chaos God to start parasitizing the mechanical Tyrannosaurus God, and gradually devour the entire mechanical Tyrannosaurus race, all of them becoming his slaves and his hope for recovery. With the Chaos God's parasitic skill, the Plague Law God was good to deal with. Now this Chaos God's virtual shadow was being directly taken by the Plague Dharma God. You? When the Chaos God's silhouette heard this, a rare flash of fear, panic appeared in its eyes, and it quickly fled back into the body of this huge mechanical dragon god in a puff of smoke. This is the remains of the Chaos God is prepared to give itself to build a physical body. With this strong body, he may be able to step by step to find their own remains back, to recover to the peak state. This cunning human guessed right. At this moment his strength, really only a miserable life skills. The reason why he showed up just now, that is, he wanted to rely on the might of the ancient times, that can force these little scums to actively feed into his mouth. At first, the plan was quite successful. Seeing this, Xian Wang Xuanwu was about to fall into his mouth, helping him to awaken the second innate skill. But who knew that this cunning mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex had broken it down? Mard, this little guy, must die. Qin Fang's big mechanical mouth grinned. If the Plague Dharma God Senior isn't panicking, what's he panicking about? Besides, what was the use of him panicking? Plague Dharma God Senior, hurry up and cut off his intention. Little Black is still in a hurry to devour it. To be honest, Qin Fang was also very keen on this parasitic skill. This guy, If Xiaohei learn it, wouldn't it be wow? Don't dare to think about it. Don't dare to think about it. The Plague Dharma God just wanted to detonate the Plague Divine power that he had just accumulated. But in a flash, this power? The Plague FA God could no longer perceive it. Is it hard to believe? Was this Chaos God's remains really able to devour his Plague Divine power? The Plague Venerable God didn't believe it. This was absolutely impossible. Clearly this Chaos God's remains did not awaken the innate skill of devouring divine power. Oh. You still don't understand the innate skill of parasitism. Ah. The Chaos God returned. And this huge mechanical Tyrannosaurus God opened his eyes. And his refined light shot up the sky. And his might covered the sun and the moon. This innate skill of parasitism is able to help me apportion your divine power. The damage done to me. To my puppets as well. Ah. In the next second, these puppet-like mechanical dragon gods, on the other hand, shone with a grayish-black color throughout their bodies. And huge amounts of damage emerged above their heads as they directly died. This was the terrifying aspect of the Plague Dharma God's skill. However, I have to thank you as well then. It was because of your help that I was able to quickly devour their godhood and activate the true power within this mechanical Tyrannosaurus God. Qin Fong saw that the progress bar of activation reached full value in the span of a breath. And this gigantic mechanical tyrant dragon god was activated. A terrifying pressure began to fill the air, putting Qin Fong in a situation where he felt like he was in a stormy situation above the sea. Qin Fong looked towards the Pestilence Dharma God Senior to see if he was in a hurry. If the Pestilence Dharma God Senior wasn't in a hurry, this matter wouldn't be afraid. At first glance, the Plague Dharma God Senior frowned. It's hard to believe that this matter. It's hard to do. This huge mechanical dragon god. It's not easy to kill. The Plague Dharma God seemed to have seen the future scene. Parasitic puppet. Become my sustenance. This huge mechanical Tyrannosaurus god got up and recited a mysterious incantation. In a flash, only the kneeling mechanical tyrant god on the ground saw a complete loss of clarity in his eyes, leaving only fervor behind. And then, they split their own machinery, divine positions, and divine power, all of which were integrated into the body of this huge mechanical tyrant dragon god. The Chaos God's aura was rising every moment. The Plague FA God wanted to attack, but the divine power shield that the Chaos God held up surrounded his circumference with 720 degrees of deathlessness, making it impossible for the Plague FA God's skills to blast at his body surface. Xian Huang Xian Wu. Attack! Qin Fong spat out these words, wanting to get this top god involved in the battle. Xian Huang Xuan Wu. His legs are weak. He really can't fight. Qin Fong, air. Old chap. Ah. Next time? Definitely not able to bring a divine beast to hunt the remains of a chaos god. It's simply a liability. Although Qin Fong was weak, he still didn't want money to throw out skills. Million copper coins. Million copper coins. Millions of copper coins. Legendary level skills were constantly thrown out. But the damage done to the chaos god? Almost zero. Legendary level? God level. The perception of this was too great. Not to mention that the Chaos God's strength was at the very least at the level of a top god by virtue of the so-called giant mechanical Tyrannosaurus God. His power was still deepening. Plague Dharma God Senior? What should we do? Qin Fong inquired. But the Plague Dharma God was silent. Buzz? 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 This was the sound of the gods of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan flying up from the deep pit, each with scarlet eyes. Puppets generally heading towards the Chaos God's gigantic body. Divine power. Machinery. Divine positions. And so on, all merging into it. The Chaos God's strength once again increased violently. To be honest, this huge mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex God's body was the masterpiece of the Chaos God after so many years of slumber. The strength of this race was very strong. Even at the level of a deity, it was strong. And so the Chaos God's body, that is, was built using this race's body as a blueprint, using the extreme ores he had devoured for so many years as raw materials. He was very satisfied with this body that he eventually built, even when compared to his original physical body. In particular, the idea of fusing all the gods of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan was genius, gathering the geniuses of a clan to create an even more terrifying Chaos God. This was originally what Chaos Gods did in the ancient times, only having lost his original divine skill, devouring. This Chaos God remnant was only able to find another way. But this path, too, was considered to have been traveled by him. Strong. Really strong. Qin Fang watched in a daze, not knowing how to stop it for a while. The plague Dharma divine principle also stopped striking and waited patiently, as if it wanted to give him a fatal blow. Xian Wang Xuanwu. Legs are weak. Legs are weak. Chapter 649. Forging, Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex Divine Artifacts. Beneath the deep pit, the ancestral dragon and the other divine beasts watched these mechanical dragon gods leave. And they couldn't help but stop their movements, looking at each other before glancing at the firmament at the top. At this moment, these 4 divine beasts really didn't want to go up. Even though they were in the middle of a deep pit, they were able to sense the terrifying Chaos God's aura above them. Wasn't this killing them? This was a Chaos God, the nemesis of the divine beast clan. What to do? Should we go up? I'm a bit weak in the legs. Ahem. I'm also a little weak in the legs. Forget it. Let's go up. We can't let Xuanwu face it alone. Right. Mister, we are still up there. As they spoke, the 4 top divine beasts broke through the worries and fears in their hearts and rushed straight up above the deep pit. Ancestral Dragon fixed his eyes on them, and instantly knew in his heart. Isn't this Lord Plague Dharma God? Oops. I should have said so earlier. If we had known that the Lord Plague Dharma God was here, why would we still be worried? Plague God? This is a ruthless person who can seal the Heavenly Emperor. This kind of existence. Is it not easy to kill this so-called Chaos God? It's simply not too easy. The ancestral dragon shifted his eyes and rested on the body of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus God, and could not help but feel sorry for him. This guy. Once he had a really good relationship with. But unfortunately, he went astray and was targeted by the Chaos God, thus becoming the puppet of the Chaos God. One wrong step. But one wrong step all. Now, looking at this mechanical Tyrannosaurus God again. Sadness. Ancestral Dragon wanted to go to the rescue, but his legs really didn't listen to him. Moreover, now, he couldn't save it either. Ancestral Dragon could only look helplessly at the Plague Dharma God, going to request the Plague Dharma God to see if he could save the mechanical Tyrant Dragon God. I'm able to suppress the parasitic seed in their bodies with the Plague Flame. But rescuing? I can't do it. This was the answer of the Plague Dharma God. An Ancestral Dragon could only endure the pain and agree. He didn't want to let his good brother, just like that, die for no reason and become a sustenance for the Chaos God. Good. The Plague Dharma God agreed to Ancestral Dragon's request. And in the next instant, more than 600 plague flames, like fireflies, drilled into the bodies of these mechanical dragon gods, causing their sanity to briefly return to clarity. This plague fire was fighting against the parasitic seed, making the parasitic seed temporarily ineffective. If it was a newly parasitic seed, the plague flame would be able to burn it. But now, it was basically impossible. This parasitic seed had already fused with their divine position, with their divine power, and with everything they had. If the parasitic seed perished, they would have to die as well. This was the most embarrassing thing at the moment. What's going on here? Huh? My memories. How did we end up here? Ah. Head hurts. My chow. Whose memories are these? These aren't my memories. Chaos God? Did we dig the Chaos God out? The mechanical dragon gods all had splitting headaches, and were fusing the lost memories. In 3 breaths, all of these mechanical dragon gods understood everything and knew what had happened. And each of their faces were filled with endless remorse. And when they looked at Qin Fang and the others, they were also filled with a buildup of self-reproach, remorse, and apologies. Especially the mechanical Tyrannosaurus God, whose complexion was the most complicated, tilted his head to look at the sky. And then he looked at the ancestral dragon. Good brother. You're right. This power, it really wasn't something we grasped. Clansman of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan. I'm sorry for you. Elder Plague Dharma God. I have let you down all. I'm sorry. I'm the one who caused everything at the moment At this moment, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus God remembered everything. Many years ago, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus God was still merely a primary deity, and he had just been rescued by the Plague Dharma God from the hands of the ancient deities and returned to his own clan. At that time, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan was only a small clan, with only 1 deity-level existence, only 2 legend-level existences, and the rest of them were small shrimps. The rest were all small shrimps. This was the weakest clan amongst the 10,000 clans. In those days, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god was very distressed. He did not know how to revitalize the entire mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan. While being distressed, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god bombarded the ground with his fist. And only then did he realize that the ground of this mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan's territory was full of cherished mineral veins. These god-grade veins were the fastest way for the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan to rise. With these god-level veins, the strength of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan continued to increase. And in just a few years, there were 7 or 8 more god-level existences, which allowed the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god to determine that this was the hope for the rise of their mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan. Thus, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan began to dig deeper. 1,000 feet. 2,000 zhang. With the depth of the excavation, the strength of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race is also in the rapid ascension. Just 100 years of light. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race of the number of gods that broke 10. And almost every 10 years, there will be a brand new gods promoted. But the good times don't last long. In the first 1,000 years, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex god dug out something extraordinary, a heart with the power of chaos. This thing, with the power of compulsion. Almost the instant the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex played it out, it was compelled by the chaos god's intention contained within the heart, parasitizing it and becoming his slave. Thus, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex's miserable life began. Under the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god's leadership, the entirety of the mechanical dragon gods fell and became the chaos god's puppets, helping the chaos god to begin forging his gigantic body. Perhaps sensing that the speed at which the 100 mechanical Tyrannosaurus gods were building was too slow, the chaos god once again created more mechanical Tyrannosaurus gods, parasitizing them, enslaving them, and allowing them to add to his own body. In the end, he was able to devour them in one bite, completing his own complete metamorphosis. This was the chaos god's entire plan. This was also the misery of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan. Was the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god wrong? He wasn't wrong. He was just caught by the chaos god. At this moment, thousands of memories flooded his mind, causing the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god's heart to be filled with extreme guilt. Because of him, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan suffered heavy casualties. Because of him, the entire heaven's mandate might have been impacted. He was the guilty one. Elder brother ancestral dragon, help me take care of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan. Senior plague dharma god. 1,000 mistakes are my fault. Please don't spread to the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus god spat out these 2 words before transforming into the brightest light in the heavens and earth. He blew himself up. This was perhaps the only way of salvation that the mechanical tyrant dragon god could think of. He wanted to use the last of his own light and heat to see if he could break through the chaos god's defenses, and if he could cause damage to him. Clan chief. Clan chief. Clan chief. These mechanical dragon gods were equally grieved in their hearts. This was their patriarch. At this moment. But he had permanently left them. These mechanical dragon gods looked at this huge mechanical Tyrannosaurus god's body that was occupied by the chaos god. And everyone's heart did not feel good. This was all their fault. Marred. The patriarch dared to blow himself up. Wouldn't I dare? Chaos god. Our mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan isn't afraid of you. Die for me. Self-detonation. Self-detonation. Plague Dharma God Senior. Please still give us revenge. In an instant, this entirety of mechanical dragon gods, all of them blew themselves up, becoming the most brilliant afterglow in the heavens and earth. These mechanical dragon gods, with their own lives, interpreted what was called tragic. Is the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex wrong? It's probably right. After all, who does not want to become stronger? Poor steel reptiles. Do you think that by blowing yourselves up, you will be able to cause harm to me? How could that be? The chaos god laughed wildly, and then swallowed all of these mechanical dragon gods' power scattered between the heavens and earth into his own body to complete his final metamorphosis. This scene caused Qin Fang's nameless fire to rise. It caused the divine beast to rage. It made the plague Dharma god frown. This was something that the crowd had not expected. As for the chaos god, he had devoured the 700 mechanical dragon gods' divine power, divine positions, machinery, and so on, completely breaking through into an entirely new realm. This realm was stronger than the top gods. This was the realm that the chaos god had once reached. A realm where it would be impossible to decimate the Chaos God if it wasn't for the thousands of deities joining forces. Ah, what a soothing feeling. It's as if I've regained my peak strength. The Chaos God was obsessed with his own strength now. Intoxicated. Oh, say, how do you guys want to die? The Chaos God felt invincible in itself. This lifetime of resurrection, his ability to survive would be greatly enhanced because of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race's fleshly body. Oh, you divine beasts? What are you still waiting for? Why don't you quickly and obediently become my rations? The Chaos God branched out once again. This time, however, Ancestral Dragon was no longer afraid and firmly prepared to strike. Fear? Was it useful? The mechanical Tyrannosaurus God dying like this? Ancestral Dragon wanted to avenge him. The Space Phoenix and the others also completely pleased the fear in their hearts and prepared to face the Chaos God head-on. Qin Fang, on the other hand, looked at the Plague Dharma God, wanting to know what he thought. Senior Plague Dharma God, will we be able to win? To be honest, Qin Fang's heart was bottomless. Facing such a strong Chaos God, this seemed insurmountable. You must be the one who ties the bell. You are the optimal solution. Qin Fang expressed his lack of understanding. But seeing the forging hammer that the Plague Dharma God had given him, and the forging divine position that he had given him, Qin Fang instantly understood, and the brightest light shone in his eyes. So that's how it is. This Chaos God could really be smart but not smart enough. This mechanical Tyrannosaurus race's body was certainly powerful, but it was also naturally restrained by Qin Fang. Ah! Qin Fang, preparing to forge the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race's divine weapon. Did divine weapons exist for the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race? The answer was yes. It existed. The divine seat that the Plague Dharma God handed to Qin Fang? That is, it was the divine bit of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race. This was what he had intercepted just now. A forged divine bit that had not been fused by the Chaos God. Qin Fang directly fused it, and then took out the god-level materials from this underground and started forging. The divine artifacts of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan were not too far from the divine artifacts of the divine beast clan. Only that they had changed from horny ones to mechanical products. I'll buy you some time. Xuanwu. Attach the strongest defense to me. Even if you die, he can't be alright. Understand? Spatial Phoenix. Attach a spatial boundary around me to avoid this Chaos God from touching Qin Fang. Ancestral Dragon. Reveal your true body and prepare for battle. The Plague Dharma God explained everything. And gray-black colored air currents once again appeared on his fingertips, merging into the Chaos God's body. Now, I'll see what power you can still use to suit the power of the plague. The Chaos God instinctively sensed a hint of bad luck, always feeling a sense of unease in the underworld. Go to hell. The Chaos God began to control the body of the terrifying mechanical Tyrannosaurus God. Ancestral Dragon restored his true body at the first opportunity and fought with the mechanical tyrant Dragon God. With one punch, the huge mechanical fist caused the Ancestral Dragon's scales to dent, bones to break, eyes to bulge out, and blood to ooze from the corners of his mouth. With just one punch, the Ancestral Dragon had lost 30% of its fighting strength. Dang. Another punch, causing the entire face of the Ancestral Dragon to swell up, and 7 or 8 teeth were broken. This, completely different in magnitude. Brother Ancestral Dragon, let me help you. Xianwang Xuanwu had just finished attaching a defense to Qin Fang. That is, he saw Ancestral Dragon's forehead misery and hurriedly attached the strongest defense to Ancestral Dragon. In this way, only then was Ancestral Dragon able to barely hold on. The Plague Dharma God was like an aid, constantly throwing gray and black-colored streams of air. But it was not known to be of any use. Qin Fang was, at the moment, immersed in the forge. Chapter 650 The Birth of the Transcendent God Level. Within the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan, because of the deaths of the 700 gods, the vault within the clan had become a blood-like residual red color. And the red kept accumulating, eventually becoming a black-red color. A scene of annihilation. Depressing. Extremely depressing. So that the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex players, NPCs are all chest height, as if blocked a large stone in general. Difficult to breathe. Difficult to continue. This feeling was as if the sky was about to collapse, and the firmament was shattering. Tick-tock. The first drop of blood-colored rain descended, landing on the clan members' cheeks. An inexplicable sentimentality swept over them, causing the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan members to shed tears. The blood-colored rain grew bigger and bigger, mixed with dark red-colored thunder, making the entire heaven and earth become a broken starry sky. The rainwater gathered bigger and bigger, and the virtual shadow of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god gradually appeared in the firmament, transforming into a bubble and disappearing. This was the remnants of the former mechanical dragon god, and at this time, all of them became phantoms. This foretells the death of this mechanical dragon god. First image. Second image. Third image. The images continued to accumulate, making the entire dome of heaven unable to hold them. It was only then that some legend-ranked clansmen reacted. This was the death of a deity-ranked ancestor. For a moment, the entire mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan was overcome with grief, and they all fell to their knees, pleading for the divine spirit-level old ancestor not to die. But it was already too late. None of the 700 deities survived. All of them died. What is happening? Why are all of my mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan's deity-level ancestors dying? Within the Forbidden Land? What is happening? Who is it? Who is targeting my mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan? 700 deities? A full 700 deities. All of them are actually dying. The entire mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan went into a scene of madness, as if the clansmen were about to go crazy. Something must have happened within the Forbidden Land. Hurry and go take a look. Thus, 1,000 legend-ranked clansmen of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan gathered together, wanting to go within the Forbidden Land to investigate the situation. Scarlet-colored rain. It was still raining. Ding. Boom. This was when the invincible figure of a gigantic mechanical Tyrannosaurus god appeared in the middle of the Forbidden Land, causing the entire mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan's clansmen to see it as much as they could. And they couldn't help but stop at an angle. This throbbing from the depths of their bloodline made them think that this was the old ancestor of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan, and one of the first to become a god. The old ancestor has awakened. There must be outsiders attacking in the Forbidden Land. I know. It's a divine beast. Marred. Did you all see the figure of the divine beast just now? Quickly. Xin Wang. Don't let our old ancestor be killed as well. These legend-ranked little guys were even faster. Roar. This was the hissing roar of the ancestral dragon, which revealed its most terrifying and invincible body as it fought with this gigantic mechanical Tyrannosaurus god. For a moment, the legendary class mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex was even faster, fearing that his old ancestor would be decapitated, because the mechanical Tyrannosaurus god didn't want his clan to bear the sins before he died, and he didn't want his reputation to be ruined. So he didn't even talk to his clan about this matter. Thus, there is now this beautiful misunderstanding. From the perspective of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, how could this huge mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex god figure be a bad guy? This ancestral dragon that was being beaten up was the bad guy. Quick! Gather! Let's go beat up these divine beasts. These divine beasts. Really bad? Marred. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus clansmen were filled with righteous indignation. The ancestral dragon and the other divine beasts knew nothing about this. After all, they were all getting beaten up. So how could they have the heart to watch the situation in the outside world? This huge mechanical Tyrannosaurus god, on the other hand, sensed it. And wasn't this the perfect object to parasitus? Using the entire mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race as a sacrifice. Perhaps its own attributes would be able to continue to increase. Outside, this heavenly phenomenon of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus deities all dying was not only seen by the mechanical Tyrannosaurus race, but the entire heavenly mandate was shaken by it. Inside the heavenly emperor's order. What race is in this direction? I remember it seems to be the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race. My chow. This mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race died 700 deities in such an instant? You're kidding. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex? I remember, isn't this just a pet race? How could more than 700 deities be born? Don't underestimate these races. Weren't the divine beast race also pets back then? Are you looking at now? I have a feeling that this is not right. The countless deities within the heavenly emperor were all astonished, expressing their incomprehension. However, the most were still appalled that such a weak race was also able to give birth to 700 deities. My immortal, the situation is not right. The top ancient deities suddenly had their hearts and minds throbbing, as if some terrifying existence had suddenly been born. Is this hardly a sacrifice? Why do I feel that a terrifying powerhouse beyond the divine level has appeared in this mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan? Is it? Do you also have this feeling? I do too. Can it be true? These ancient deities were scared. In the end, although an ancient deity possessed an immortal body, it was still a deity after all. If they were to face an existence that surpassed a deity, there was only one way to die. This is like the chaos god of that year. This is beyond the existence of the gods. Therefore, the ancient deity race was forced into a very difficult situation. And in the end, they were only able to let the Heavenly Emperor unite with 100,000 deities and kill them together, which sealed the chaos god. Oh! Incidentally, the Heavenly Emperor was also an existence beyond the gods, which was able to suppress these foolish gods' awe. Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor Coronet. Who is this? Yeah. Call out to the Heavenly Emperor Coronation. I feel like this aura is familiar, but I can't recall it for a while. Heavenly Emperor Coronation. Facing this kind of true calamity, one must definitely summon the Heavenly Emperor. Let the Heavenly Emperor save them. Even though the Heavenly Emperor had been sealed, he had detected this brand new power that surpassed the divine level at the first moment. Because in the entire heavenly destiny, existences that could reach this realm? Very few. It was none other than the Heavenly Emperor, the Plague Dharma God, and the God of Fate who hadn't appeared for a long time. In that it was these Heavenly Emperors that had once been there. Therefore, the appearance of a brand new existence that surpassed the gods was the first thing the Heavenly Emperor sensed. The Heavenly Emperor knew this person's followers after a slight search. The Chaos God has revived and devoured the entire mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan's deities, restoring his own strength in one fell swoop. The Heavenly Emperor's words were like a meteorite. No, a nuclear bomb. Suddenly dropped on a calm lake, shocking the entire gods within the Heavenly Emperor's order to lose their voices, deafness, and ability to think. Can it be that the calamity of the past? Is it going to repeat itself nowadays? Grass. This is really disgusting. 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 Has the Chaos God actually awakened? Is it too late for me to escape now? The ancient deities were all scared. There was no way around it. The intimidation that the Chaos God had once given them, the fear that he had brought to them, was simply not too strong. Especially now that almost 7/10 of the deities were still sealed. Wasn't this a living target? Once the Chaos God comes out, nothing needs to be done. Directly able to devour them. And they can only sit and wait for death. What the hell? What should we do? Be at ease. The Plague Dharma God is battling against the Chaos God. Let's see if he can decimate the Chaos God first. These were the words of the Heavenly Emperor, carrying a convincing magical power. Immediately, once these ancient deities heard that the Plague Dharma God was battling the Chaos God, the panic in their hearts reduced by 7 or 8 points. No matter what. Who was the Plague Dharma God? This was a ruthless person who could bury the entire ancient deity race. Although the Chaos God had caused the entire ancient divine spirit race to be burnt to a crisp, he hadn't buried the entire ancient divine spirit either. When compared like this, it was still the Plague Dharma God that was stronger. In this way, what were they still worried about? Unsealed deities. Be ready to strike at any time. The Heavenly Emperor had to be prepared for both. In case the Plague Dharma God didn't decapitate the Chaos God, these ancient deities namely needed to step in all. After all, the Chaos God coming out completely was a situation that no one wanted to see. Chaos God must die. Even if not, he must be sealed again. As for why they didn't join forces with the Plague Dharma God right now and work together to kill the Chaos God. Those who were able to ask this question were definitely all newbies. Letting the Pestilence Dharma God fight first. That is, to be able to weaken the Chaos God, but also to be able to weaken the Pestilence Dharma God. The ancient deities were also able to pick up a bargain. So why not do it? The ancient deities clan began to prepare for battle. At the same time, the human race's Mount Chixiao, the riot of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race. Mount Chixiao was also the first to sense it. Only there was no movement. Because from their perception, they were already able to know the Plague Dharma God had already traveled to support them. Since that was the case, what was there to worry about? The Plague Dharma God. This was the backbone of the human race. The seed pin of the human race. The Plague Dharma God had already stepped in. So was there still a need to worry about this matter? Definitely not. There is nothing that makes Chixiao Mountain shocked. That is, the small mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex God clan. even has 700 deities. This is not bullshit. The human race, which was known as the number one race, didn't seem to have so many deities. However, the human race is a good gentleman who hides his weapon in his body and waits for the time to move. So the number of deities that the human race possesses, no one knows. It may break 1,000. It may break 10,000. Prophet God ordered. Now to stabilize the divine spirit springs everywhere as the first priority. Make sure not to let the divine spirit break the seal. This guy, divine spirit 5 breaking the seal, is the biggest calamity all. The 10,000 clans of Heaven's Destiny also noticed the change in the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan at the first opportunity. The strong clans of Heaven's Destiny couldn't help but begin to doubt themselves. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex race even has 700 deities? What is this? Looking at the number of their own deities, it was better to stay put at this stage. After all, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex? 700 deities have been slaughtered. Other races? What else can we do? What if they were to be killed by the wind? They'll be dead in no time. The 10,000 races of Heaven's Destiny have all learnt one thing after this. The storm is coming. Now, it's time for them to make a choice. Should they join the human race? To fight against the ancient gods? To fight against unknown risks? Or should they join the ancient gods and fight against the human race? Against unknown risks. If you don't decide, to become a wallflower. This was to be eradicated by both sides at the first opportunity. The appearance of the Chaos God. It's a wake-up call to all the races. This world is dangerous. This time, the crisis was only perceived by the gods of the 10,000 races. As for the existences below the god level, it was time to eat and drink, as if they were unaware of the danger. The forbidden land of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus clan. Dang. Ding. The sound of a crisp forge rang out, bringing a hint of peace to the entire forbidden land. This divine-grade material required Qin Fang to start with the quenching step first. So the time required for forging was very long. Xiao He wanted to help within the pet space, but was stopped dead in his tracks by Qin Fang, not allowing him to appear. If Xiao He appeared at this stage, this terrifying Chaos God would definitely be the first to attack Qin Fang, wanting to devour Xiao He first. In that case, the entire battle situation would be messed up. Completely messed up. Within the pet space, Xiao He was anxiously scratching his ears, restless, and within the pet space, it was all tossed around in chaos by him.